The beautiful girl at my desk has always looked down on me. In a moment of mischief, I secretly slipped something into her desk. Time is a merciless thief, stealing away the once audacious version of myself and the blush that adorned your cheeks. 3 years ago, my father died in a car accident when I was merely in the third grade of elementary school. My mother endured tremendous hardships to raise me. Due to our challenging living conditions and inadequate nutrition, I was less than 1.6 meters tall when I entered junior high. My height made me a target for bullying by my classmates, yet I refused to yield. Each time, I retaliated with force, leaving my face bruised almost daily. My mother worked late into the night, leaving me unsupervised. Compared to my peers, I was more wild and rebellious. Frequently hanging around with an older neighbor who attended vocational school, I was exposed to some questionable films from Japan, which led me to understand matters between men and women at an early age. However, I found little interest in the girls in my class, as they had not yet developed. It wasn't until the third year of junior high that a new girl transferred to our class. She was strikingly beautiful, with an enviable figure, particularly her long, fair legs, which earned her the nickname Long White Legs. I was thrilled when the teacher assigned her as my desk partner, but she remained aloof, hardly speaking to me. Initially, I thought little of her, but soon discovered she was not as innocent as she seemed. While most girls in our grade dressed modestly, she wore incredibly short shorts that barely covered her backside, exposing half of it when she sat down. Additionally, she sported a tattoo on her waist. Upon inquiring, I learned she'd been expelled from her previous school for fighting and had only transferred to ours through connections, with a 1-month probationary period. This revelation delighted me, as I assumed a girl with such a reputation would be more open-minded. I decided to take advantage of the situation, deliberately brushing against her as I returned to my seat, and she did not protest. One day, during physics class, she wore those revealing shorts again. Her long legs glistened under the sunlight, captivating me. As she engrossed herself in a magazine, I inched my leg closer to hers, and upon contact, I was taken aback by how soft and smooth her skin felt. She seemed too absorbed to react, which emboldened me to caress her leg gently, igniting a response within me. Just as I was lost in the moment, a book struck the back of my head with a resounding thud, followed by her furious voice. "Pervert, go home and bother your mother." My heart raced as I turned to find her glaring at me, while the teacher and classmates turned their attention to us. The teacher slammed the desk and demanded, "What on earth are you two doing?" With a look of disgust, she shouted, "This pervert is rubbing my leg." Laughter erupted in the classroom, and embarrassment flushed my face. In a fit of anger, I pointed at her and retorted, "Shut your mouth." No sooner had I spoken than the teacher hurled a chalkboard eraser at me, shouting, "Wang Yu, get out." I spent the remainder of the class standing outside, and when I returned, she shot me a disdainful glance and remarked, "Pervert, you dare do it but not face the consequences." With that, she resumed playing our phone. Fuming with frustration, I knew I couldn't retaliate against the girl, especially since I felt guilty. I resolved to accept my loss, but upon noticing her phone, an idea struck me. I sat down slowly and said, "Wow, bring a phone to school? If our homeroom teacher finds out." "You dare." She interrupted, her anger palpable. I smirked and replied, "Watch me. He'll tell the teacher about your tattoo, and you'll surely be expelled." Our strict school rules prohibited phones, dyed hair, and tattoos, making her probationary status precarious. Fuming, she glared at me, and I continued, "Keep glaring. If you do, we'll go tell the teacher right now." After a moment's hesitation, she softened her tone, then apologize. I scoffed, "Apologize? Is that all?" Frustrated, she asked, "What more do you want?" I remained silent, casting a glance at her legs. She quickly understood my implication, eyes widening in outrage. "Pervert, you wish." I turned away, declaring, "Fine, let me go tell the teacher. Well, see who fares better." Her face flushed with anger, her eyes burning with fury directed at me. I remained unfazed, casually stating, "They'll give you the entire class to think it over. If you haven't decided by the end, I'm off to the teacher." Throughout the class, she remained unresponsive until near the end, when she slipped me a note. "Classroom is inconvenient. Meet me in the woods after school. I'll let you touch, but don't go overboard." I was instantly elated and responded with a promise of agreement. After school, I followed her to the small grove behind the school. Along the way, my gaze lingered on her legs, excitement coursing through me at the thought of finally touching them. Upon reaching the grove, the path was deserted. Unable to contain myself, I rushed up from behind and embraced her, my hands wandering on her legs. She forcefully pushed me away, exclaiming, "Are you insane?" I cursed under my breath, demanding, "What do you mean? Are you backing out?" She tugged at her clothes, complaining, "Why are you in such a hurry? What if someone sees us? Let's talk in the grove." Just as I was about to agree, I noticed something off. She kept glancing behind me. Curious, I inquired what she was looking at. Her expression shifted, and she replied, "Nothing." A sinking feeling enveloped Mesamething was amiss. Without a second thought, I turned and sprinted away, but after only a few steps, I felt a gust of wind behind me, a real gust. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck my backside, sending me sprawling to the ground. Before I could rise, several figures surrounded me, delivering a flurry of kicks. The leader, sporting a crew cut, seized my hair and spat, "You think you can run, little brat? You were quite the show-off, weren't you?" I spat back defiantly, "You can take that attitude and shove it." "How dare you?" he snarled, pressing my head to the ground and shoving dirt into my mouth, while another idiot continuously kicked my waist, nearly breaking it. Seeing me getting beaten so badly, the girl finally spoke up, "Bro, that's enough." Only then did the crew cut relent, roughly tugging my head and warning, "Listen up, kid. Song Yao is my sister. If you ever think of laying a hand on her again, it'll end you. If she gets expelled, ITLL be on you. You'll never escape me, you'll be on your case every day." With that, they kicked me one last time before dragging long white legs away. I got up, touching my face, bloodied by the sand and furious. That girl would pay for this, and I was determined to exact my revenge. Though I didn't typically resort to violence against girls, I had my ways of dealing with her. That very night, I prepared something and arrived at school early the next day to slip it into her desk. Our homeroom teachers had a habit of rummaging through students' desks and bags during our morning exercises, and ours was no exception. Thus, we always stashed our phones away or carried them on our person. During the exercise, the girl with fair legs only took her phone and failed to notice the item I had concealed in the compartment of her desk. As anticipated, upon her return from the activity, the homeroom teacher immediately summoned her. Internally, I was elated, though I maintained a composed exterior. Approximately 10 minutes later, she returned, her face stained with tears, sobbing uncontrollably, struggling to catch her breath. After a brief moment, she hurriedly left again, clutching something unknown. Before long, the homeroom teacher reappeared, forcefully slamming an object onto the desk, startling the physics teacher who was lecturing at the time. The teacher shook the item in his hand and sternly admonished us. "You are still young, haven't I told you what is appropriate to touch and what is not? Do you understand the concept of shame?" Upon recognizing the object in the teacher's hand, we couldn't suppress our laughter, prompting the teacher to bellow, "Silence. How dare you laugh?" Indeed, the item I had slipped into the compartment was a condom I had obtained from an older student at a vocational school. Although the teacher did not explicitly name her, even a fool could discern the implications. In a single night, the girl with fair legs became notorious within our grade, known for her indiscreet nature, with many boys speculating that she might even be available for hire. The following day, she did not attend school, leaving me somewhat anxious, wondering if she had been expelled. However, her backpack remained, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. As for a girl, her innocence might be of utmost importance. On the third day, she returned, seemingly unchanged, yet her gaze towards me was markedly colder, likely due to her suspicion of my involvement. As the school day concluded, I contemplated apologizing to her, but she offered me no opportunity, shouldering her bag and departing. As I exited the school gates, I suddenly felt a gust of wind behind me, reminiscent of a previous encounter. Before I could turn around, a powerful kick sent me sprawling. Yes, it was the crew of the buzzcut boy again. This time, he was accompanied by a noticeably larger entourage. They encircled me without hesitation, launching a barrage of kicks, including the idiot who had targeted my waist, relentlessly assaulting me. Furious, I struggled to rise when someone shouted for them to clear the way. Immediately, a brick struck my head, plunging me into darkness, and I collapsed to the ground, my head buzzing as if it might fracture, my body a lifeless heap. Unrelenting, the buzzcut boy delivered a kick to my face, causing warmth to flood my nostrils. He stood over me, stating, "Listen, I warned you before, if you provoke my sister again, I will end you. This time, consider it a reminder. You have 1 week. If you do not drop out by then, I will ensure your demise." With a snap of his fingers, 2 individuals approached, carrying a large barrel filled with a foul, murky liquid, replete with vegetable scraps, exuding a repugnant stench. The commotion drew a crowd, and our school security rushed over, demanding to know what was happening. The buzzcut boy pointed at the guard, barking, "If you value your life, get lost." The security guard, trembling, dared not respond. The buzzcut boy signaled to his companions, commanding, "Douse him." They approached me, tipping the barrel, and the putrid liquid cascaded over me, enveloping me in a cloud of overwhelming stench. I could not contain my nausea, doubling over as the onlookers recoiled in disgust, pinching their noses. The buzzcut boy, wrinkling his nose, stepped back, spat on me, and declared, "Remember, 1 week." With that, he and his entourage departed. As I heaved and endured the pain throbbing in my head, I slowly pushed myself up from the ground, my throat constricting as I muttered, "Wait." The buzzcut crew, surprised to see me rise, stood back, unsure and angry, but the stench emanating from me kept them at bay. They merely hurled insults, questioning whether I wished to be struck again. Wiping my mouth, I glanced at them, my gaze drifting past their shoulders to the back of the crowd, and I called out and calling her. Following my gaze, they turned to see the girl with fair legs standing among the crowd, her expression icy as she regarded me without a hint of emotion. My own gaze mirrored her scold and resolutely as I declared, "From this moment on, we owe each other nothing." With that, I turned away, limping as I left, while the buzzcut boy shouted behind me, "Remember, you have 1 week." Upon returning home, I showered thrice to rid myself of the foul odor, discarding all of my clothes. When my mother saw me in such a state, she berated me, threatening that if I failed to pass my exams, I would be forced to work. The next day at school, everyone laughed at my expense, keeping their distance as if I were a repugnant sight. During morning self-study, our English teacher entered, remarking on the stuffy atmosphere and unpleasant odor, suggesting we open a window. A particularly brazen classmate shouted, "Teacher, opening the window, want help? Just get you out of here." The entire class erupted into laughter at my expense, leaving the teacher bewildered. I leapt to my feet, seizing a chair, and aimed it at the insolent boy, striking him on the back and sending him crashing to the floor. The English teacher rushed over, demanding to know what I was doing. I tossed the chair aside and pointed at the boy, saying, "If you want to live, keep that foul mouth shut." The boy glared at me, his body trembling with rage, yet he dared not retaliate. After class, I approached the homeroom teacher to request a desk change, but she refused. Undeterred, I moved my desk to the back, prompting her to scold my lack of sense, though she ultimately let go. This week proved difficult for me, and for her as well. Since the incident, many believe the girl with fair legs to be promiscuous, leading to numerous boys harassing her, including several delinquents from our grade. When she told them to leave, they taunted her, claiming she was merely pretending, as they offered her money. This infuriated her, causing her to tremble with rage, while the girls whispered among themselves, branding her a harlot seeking to uphold a fraud. I observed all of this with indifference, feeling no guilt. I had already paid my dues. On Thursday night, I ventured to the night market and purchased a spring knife, concealing it on my person. The deadline imposed by the buzzcut boy was rapidly approaching, and I resolved that if he sought to attack me again, I would retaliate. On Friday, during break, a slender boy approached our class, asking me to follow him to the restroom. When I inquired about the reason, he revealed that someone had called for me. I insisted on taking the call right there, to which he reluctantly handed me his phone, urging me to hurry before a teacher caught us. Upon answering, I found it was the buzzcut boy, who immediately began berating me. "You little punk, do you think I'm playing games with you? If you haven't dropped out by noon tomorrow, prepare to live the rest of your life in a wheelchair." I keep my word. With that, he abruptly hung up. I returned the phone to the slender boy, kicking him in the leg and demanding to know his connection to the buzzcut boy. He stammered, claiming there was none, prompting me to kick him again, asking why he had come to find me. He explained that he had heard the buzzcut boy was formidable at the vocational school and had somehow learned his number. The buzzcut boy had ordered him to find me, and he felt he had no choice. I kicked him once more, instructing if he calls again, just insult him. If he tries to harm you, tell him you're with me. He nodded eagerly and hurried away. In the upcoming lessons, I found myself devoid of any inclination to attend. Through these two encounters, I recognized that the individual known as Airplane Head was not to be trifled with, a ruthless character, indeed, capable of following through on threats to incapacitate me. I cannot simply resign myself to fate. Casting a glance at the girl with the long legs, I concocted a plan. After school that afternoon, I stealthily trailed her, armed with a newly purchased spring knife. I had resolved that at the opportune moment, I would brandish the knife, threatening her to call Airplane Head and plead for my release, otherwise I would mar her visage. I was prepared to risk everything. I maintained a distance until she meandered into a narrow alleyway, and I sensed my chance had arrived. Drawing out the spring knife, I crouched, ready to spring into action. However, at that moment, several individuals suddenly emerged from the alley's entrance. Quick to react, I swiftly conceal myself behind a nearby wall, cautiously peering out. These individuals approached the girl, halting her in her tracks. "What do you want?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. Among them was a leader clad in a black tracksuit, with long, permed rather effeminate appearance. It took me a moment to recognize him. He was Lu Liang from Class 16, a notorious figure within our grade, a prominent member of the group known as Seven Wolves. At that time, our school buzzed with these groups, such as Seven Wolves and Fire Phoenix. Seven Wolves was the most formidable male faction in our grade, often considered the apex of our school hierarchy. I recall being approached to join a group called Mad Rabbits, but I found their name lacking in gravitas and thus declined. Leaning closer, Lu Liang adopted a swagger reminiscent of a television delinquent, smirking at the girl. "What's up? I've sought you out numerous times to be my girlfriend." The girl stepped back, her voice wavering. "Haven't I told you? I'm not interested in dating right now." Lu Liang leaned in further. "You're being ungrateful. Me asking you to be my girlfriend is a privilege you don't even comprehend." With that, he reached for her face, and she vehemently pushed his hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" His expression twisted into a lewd grin as he retorted, "Just having a bit of fun. You let others play with you. Why not let me?" In response, she slapped him hard, cursing, "Get lost." Infuriated, Lu Liang retaliated with a slap of his own, cursing, "You think you can act all virtuous? You're asking for trouble. Hold her down, I'm going to have my way with her." The others behind him erupted with excitement, rushing forward to seize the girl's arms. She struggled fiercely, her voice breaking as she cried, "If you touch me, my brother will kill you." Lu Liang chuckled, advancing to tear at her shirt, and I found myself pressed against the wall, fist clenched, wrestling with indecision on whether to intervene. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I hesitated. Lu Liang was a powerful figure in our grade, and crossing him meant antagonizing the entire school. I made a decision to step away, thinking, why should I save her? She had sought to harm me. Such a person deserved her fate. Yes, it was retribution. Yet, I halted, my fists tightening as an inner voice whispered, "But if I walk away, will I bear the guilt for the rest of my life?" Resolutely, I turned back, rounding the corner to witness Lu Liang tearing her short sleeve, exposing her soft skin and a delicate lavender bra. I couldn't deny her beauty. I swallowed hard and approached with a feigned cheerfulness. "Hey, Liang, what's going on here?" My sudden appearance startled them. Upon recognizing me, Lu Liang exhaled in relief, cursing, "You scared the life out of me." He stepped forward, blocking the girl from view, demanding to know my purpose. "I was heading to my aunt's," I replied. "Your aunt's? Then hurry along," he urged. I feigned nonchalance, stretching my neck to glance behind him. "Liang, what's happening here? Who's that girl?" Lu Liang appeared flustered, adopting an irritated facade. "Don't ask what doesn't concern you, just scram." The girl, muffled, could only emit faint sounds, prompting me to step closer, feigning curiosity. "What's going on, Liang?" Growing impatient, he pointed at me. "He'll count to 3, you better leave." Ignoring him, I continued. "I just want to see who it is, the voice sounds familiar." Lu Liang snapped, charging toward me, kicking me and snarling. "Wang Yu, do you think this is a joke? Help me, Wang Yu." The girl suddenly cried, breaking free from her captors, desperately calling for me. Feigning shock, I exclaimed, "Song Yao, my deskmate. How is it you?" Realizing I recognized her, Lu Liang grew less tense. He glanced at the girl, pointing at me. "This is none of your business. She's my girlfriend. Get lost if you don't want trouble." I smiled at him, saying, "Liang, what has she done to offend you? Do me a favor and let it go." In response, Lu Liang slapped me again, cursing, "You think you can meddle? She's mine if you don't leave. It'll make you regret it." Fearing I might abandon her, the girl cried out, "Wang Yu, please help me. I beg you." Before her mouth was silenced once more. Chapter 3. Unity. Lu Liang, perceiving my reluctance to depart, grew increasingly agitated. He seized a handful of my hair and forcefully slammed my head against the adjacent wall, hurling curses as he did so. "You think you can stay, huh?" he spat. As I endured several painful impacts, my head throbbed uncontrollably, and in a moment of desperation, I produced a spring knife and recklessly plunged it into his side. Lu Liang recoiled, clutching his abdomen, retreating a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. Blood streamed from his hand, which sent a wave of terror coursing through me, and the bystanders were equally alarmed, frozen in place. It was unclear who reacted first, but soon someone shouted for a quick trip to the hospital, and they hurried to assist Lu Liang out of the alley. Once they had left, I turned to glance at the girl with the long legs. only to find her turning away and bolting. I cursed under my breath, feeling a sense of betrayal. Had I known, I would never have saved her. After returning home, anxiety gnawed at me. If Lu Yang had succumbed to my attack, my fate would be sealed. Around 10 that night, a sudden knock on my door startled me, an ominous premonition creeping in. Will my mother open the door? A voice inquired if this was Wang Yu's home. My mother affirmed it, and soon after, 2 officers in uniform entered, causing my heart to race with fear that Lu Yang had died from my assault. The officers explained the situation to my mother, who remained relatively composed, inquiring about the condition of the injured classmate. The officers reassured her that there was no life-threatening danger and that the situation was not severe. They informed us that, given my age, I would not face criminal charges. A monetary compensation and an apology would suffice, and they would mediate the matter. My mother nodded fervently, declaring that she would pay any amount as long as I was not arrested. The officers requested that we provide a statement, and coincidentally, Lu Yang's family was also present, allowing us to apologize in person. Upon arriving at the police station, a man approached us with an aggressive demeanor, demanding to know if I was Wang Yu. Nodding in affirmation, I was met with a swift slap across the face, followed by a kick to my waist. My mother instinctively intervened, questioning his motives for striking me. In response, he shoved my mother and slapped her, cursing, "A son reflects his parents. If anything happens to my boy, this little brat won't survive." Seeing him strike my mother ignited a fierce rage within me. I grabbed a nearby flower pot and hurled it at him, only to incite his fury further as he charged at me. Thankfully, the officers intervened, admonishing him, "What do you think this is? Do you want me to arrest you right now?" After completing our statements, the officers allowed us to leave, warning that if Lu Yang's father continued to cause trouble after we compensated them, they would intervene. I could sense that even the officers were exasperated with Lu Yang's father. Subsequently, my family paid the necessary compensation, and the school issued me a severe reprimand. The ordeal seemed to conclude without further incident, as Lu Yang's father did not pursue the matter any further. Upon returning home that day, my mother punished me by making me kneel before my father's memorial for the entire night, asking if I understood my wrongdoing. I admitted my fault, stating that I should not have attacked someone with a knife. In reality, my true regret lay in my misguided attempt to save the girl with the long legs, who turned out to be ungrateful. After 2 days at home, my mother insisted I return to school, reminding me that the high-stakes exams were approaching and I needed to focus on my studies. I felt a wave of dread wash over me at the thought of returning. Having stabbed Lu Yang, I was certain that the other members of his gang would not spare me. However, remaining at home was not an option, so I resolved to seek assistance from the long-legged girl. After all, my intentions had been to protect her. Upon my return to school, the girl with the long legs ignored me entirely, not even sparing me a glance, which infuriated me. Yet, I held my tongue, knowing I needed her help. After class, I approached her and poked her arm, prompting her to ask irritably what I wanted. I explained that I had injured Lu Yang and that his gang would undoubtedly seek revenge. I pleaded for her assistance. She regarded me coolly, responding, "Why should I help you?" I retorted, "If it weren't for my attempt to save you, would I have ever stabbed him?" In a sharp rebuttal, she countered, "What prompted him to harass me in the first place? Who instigated this?" I was momentarily at a loss for words, but then recalled, "Did you not provoke the guy with the mohawk to confront me?" She replied, "I informed my brother about you, and since I'm not forcing you to drop out, we are even. You handle your own problems." This response infuriated me. She was not the one who had begged for my help. I resolved not to depend on her anymore. Even if she later begged for assistance, I would refuse. In a fit of frustration, I tore a book apart and fashioned a makeshift club, about 30 to 40 centimeters long, for self-defense. This was a popular tactic among those who engaged in fights at that time. Wrapping it tightly made it quite painful to be struck with. After class, the boys in my class questioned my audacity to return to school, especially since the gang was actively seeking me out. A few discontented with Lu Yang's gang even praised my bravery, asserting that he had brought this upon himself. Upon hearing support from my peers, I felt a surge of elation and proposed that we form our own group to stand against Lu Yang's gang. However, my suggestion was met with silence. The boys exchanged glances before muttering excuses to leave for the restroom. Their cowardice only fueled my irritation. Fearing encounters with Lu Yang's gang, I deliberately requested leave from my homeroom teacher, citing illness, and opted out of the physical exercise session. After my classmates left for the exercise, I positioned myself at a desk against the back wall, lying down to catch some sleep. Those who had attended school would know this was a blind spot. As long as no one entered the classroom, no one could see me from outside. With a stack of thick books on the desk, I felt secure in my hiding spot, intending to rest. However, as I drifted into a hazy slumber, I was abruptly jolted awake by a commotion. The classroom door was kicked open, and a throng of individuals surged inside, heading straight for me. Startled, I quickly reacted, pushing open the nearby window and leaping onto the desk, attempting to escape. Just then, a hand clutched my right leg, and I spun around to deliver a kick to his face. He released me, and I tumbled out of the window, landing in the corridor below, narrowly avoiding serious injury. Ignoring the pain, I scrambled to my feet and darted toward the staircase. The group pursued me closely, and as I descended the stairs, I leapt down several steps at a time. Upon reaching the first floor, I twisted my ankle, sending a jolt of pain through my back, but I pressed on, rushing outside the teaching building. My strength waned, and I collapsed onto the ground. The gang halted at the staircase, deterred by the presence of several teachers nearby. One individual from their group stepped forward, remaining in the corridor, and pointed at me while mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. I recognized him as Sun Ruiyang, the leader of Lu Yang's gang, known for his viciousness in fights. Rumors swirled that he had once gouged someone's eye out, but I dismissed such tales as mere bravado. I refused to be intimidated. Lying on the ground, I raised my thumb in a mock salute, gesturing dismissively at him. Once the physical exercise concluded, I returned to the classroom with my classmates, who inquired about my condition, surprised by my limping gait. I recounted the earlier events, embellishing them to portray myself as more courageous and clever than I truly was. Upon returning to class, my classmates advised me that I could not continue this way, as I would eventually be captured. When I asked for their suggestions, one studious boy adjusted his glasses and proposed that I initiate a meeting with Lu Yang's gang. This was known as setting a point in our vernacular, two groups agreeing on a time and place to settle their differences through a brawl. I scoffed at the idea, expressing my doubts about finding allies, fearing I would be left to face them alone. However, the studious boy, clever and resourceful, remarked, "Don't worry. I've already thought this through. Lu Yang's gang preys on the weaker students in our grade, so each class has a few who have been bullied by them. If you rally these individuals, your numbers will increase." Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in my head. It was worth a shot, even if it might not work. My expression turned serious as I added, "But there is still one issue that needs to be addressed first." They inquired about the matter, to which I replied that Sun Ruiyang, having brought so many people, must have known I would be in the classroom. The fact that I had taken leave was known only to a select few in our class, implying that someone had surely betrayed my trust. The group exchanged glances, as they were aware of my absence, but there was one individual with the most suspicion, the brash boy who had previously provoked me. We were all convinced he was the culprit. However, lacking evidence, and with my injured foot preventing me from confronting him, I decided to bide my time until I had recuperated. At that moment, my understanding of crime was limited. I was unaware that the most suspicious individuals are often not the true perpetrators. Taking the advice of the bespectacled boy, I arranged for someone to deliver a letter to Sun Ruiyang, inviting him to a clandestine meeting in the small wooded area behind the school that Saturday afternoon. He promptly replied, agreeing to meet and boasting that if he let me win, he would take my surname. His arrogance infuriated me, and I resolved that regardless of the outcome, I would focus solely on him during the confrontation, determined to make him yield. In the following 2 days, I mobilized my classmates, discreetly gathering those who had grievances against the 7 wolves or had been bullied by them. I urged them to join me in confronting Sun Ruiyang that Saturday. To my surprise, the mobilization went exceedingly well. The majority were eager to assist, likely having been suppressed by the 7 wolves for too long and yearning for an outlet. Notably, the Mad Rabbit group, who had previously invited me, were particularly enthusiastic, insisting they would help me overthrow Sun Ruiyang, remarking that had I accepted their invitation in the past, they would now be far superior to the 7 wolves. After establishing the time and place with everyone, I felt a sense of relief. In terms of numbers, we were not at a disadvantage. Rather, we were likely to have the upper hand. However, I suspected our combat effectiveness might be lacking. Nevertheless, I believed that as long as we maintained our morale, we would prevail. On the morning of Saturday, before school ended, I visited each class to remind them to bring baseball bats or similar items for protection. They assured me they would, telling me not to worry. I arrived early at the designated spot and called the bespectacled boy, who informed me he was en route, but but stuck in traffic. As the appointed time approached, I noticed Sun Ruyang approaching with a large entourage of around 30 individuals. I felt a surge of delight. Our numbers were nearly double theirs, significantly increasing our chances of victory. However, I was dismayed by their slow arrival. As time ticked away, my anxiety grew. Sun Ruyang, spotting me alone, smirked and asked, "Where are your people, Wang Yu?" I retorted, "What are you so anxious about? They'll be here soon." Yet, as the time passed with no sign of my comrades, I began to panic. The other members of the Seven Wolves grew impatient, eager to commence the fight. Feigning calm, I called out to Sun Ruyang, stating that my people were delayed in traffic, and asked if he would grant me an additional 10 minutes. With a chuckle, he replied, "I'll give you 20 minutes. My anxiety intensified as I glanced at my phone, realizing many of those I had rallied lacked phones themselves, leaving me unable to communicate with them. I attempted to reach the bespectacled boy again, but my call went unanswered. Sweat began to bead on my forehead as a realization dawned upon me. Sun Ruyang leapt down from his perch, mockingly stating, "Wang Yu, are you really that foolish? Do you honestly believe they would dare come to your aid?" With my head bowed, I clenched my fist tightly, my body trembling slightly. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if my heart had been hollowed out. I recalled the trust one had placed in them and the grandiose declarations I had made during the mobilization, realizing how foolish I truly was. Steeling myself, I retrieved my phone and concealed it behind a stone, then pulled out a steel pipe hidden in my sleeve. I struck it against the ground, lifted my chin, and squared my shoulders, standing defiantly before the crowd, devoid of fear, a hint of pride on my face, and declared, "Come at me." Chapter 4. Humiliation. A claim I was unafraid facing a mob would be a lie. Yet, a phrase my father had imparted to me in my youth echoed in my mind. A man can die standing, but he cannot live kneeling. Although I felt a sense of tragic nobility, the gazes upon me were steeped in ridicule, especially from Sun Ruyang, whose eyes regarded me as one would a dog, filled with disdain. For reasons unknown, his attention shifted to something behind me, and soon the others followed suit. Curiosity piqued. I turned to see a familiar figure hastily approaching. It was the bespectacled boy, panting heavily, sweat-soaked, wielding a baseball bat. Upon reaching me, he gasped, "I'm sorry, Wang Yu. I'm late. The traffic was horrendous." Noticing I was alone, he queried, "Where is everyone?" Seeing his bewildered expression, I felt a mix of gratitude and a desire to laugh. Informing him that they wouldn't be coming, he looked astonished. "No way. Didn't we agree yesterday? They must be stuck in traffic like I was. They'll likely arrive any moment." I offered a wry smile. "There's no need to wait. They won't be coming. You should head back." He hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation, and stubbornly adjusted his glasses, shaking his head. "I promised to help you. I can't leave." I patted his shoulder. "You're a good friend, and I appreciate your intentions. But you can't help me now." Despite my insistence, the bespectacled boy resolutely shook his head. "I don't want to be a coward who flees when it matters most. Even though they are numerous, with me here, you'll endure less of the beating." I looked into his earnest eyes, touched. Over the years, aside from my mother, no one had ever treated me with such kindness. Sun Ruyang, having exhausted his patience, cursed and charged forward with his gang. I gripped the iron pipe tightly and shouted to the bespectacled boy, "If we can't win, run." With that, I lunged into the fray, and the crowd quickly engulfed us. Initially, I managed a few retaliatory strikes with the pipe, but as the chaos ensued, it was knocked from my grasp, and soon I found myself on the ground, surrounded by kicks from all directions. I curled into a ball, cradling my head with my arms, striving to minimize the damage. Amidst the turmoil, a foot struck my face, and my vision blurred momentarily, my mind blanking out as I relinquished control, allowing them to continue their assault. By the time they ceased, I was not quite unconscious but barely clinging to life, and the bespectacled boy fared no better, lying silent on the ground. Sun Ruyang retrieved the iron pipe and squatted beside me, prodding me with it. "Weren't you supposed to be tough? Why the silence now? Remember to bring 2,000 yuan on Monday when you come to school. We'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you'll regret it." With that, he motioned for his group to leave, but suddenly paused, turning back with a dark smile, saying, "Let me leave you a memento." He approached, unbuckled his belt, and urinated on me, followed by others who laughed and imitated him, further adding to the foul stench. I lay there for a while before struggling to rise. Stumbling towards the bespectacled boy, who was curled up, hands clenched tightly to his chest. biting his lip and quietly sobbing. I bent down with great effort, pulling him up and said, "Stop crying. I will avenge this wrong one day." The bespectacled boy, seeing my grievous state, ceased his tears and hurriedly helped me up. As we made our way back, we noticed a familiar figure standing not far off in the small woods. Upon closer inspection, it was the girl with the long legs. I glanced at her, but chose to ignore her, continuing forward with the bespectacled boy, only for her to hasten after us, calling my name. I did not turn back, stopping with my back to her. I let out a self-deprecating smile and said, "You saw what just happened, didn't you? You deliberately came here to watch my misfortune. Are you satisfied now?" After saying this, I ignored her and told the bespectacled man that I was leaving. The tall girl let out a sound of surprise, but did not follow. When I parted ways with the bespectacled man, he mentioned that he had heard about Sun Ruyang demanding money from me and asked if I had enough. He offered to help me think of a solution if I didn't. I felt touched and told him not to worry about it. I would handle it myself. After separating from the bespectacled man, I did not head straight home. Instead, I found a clinic to apply some ointment for my bruises and treated the wounds on my face. Fortunately, the next day was Sunday, allowing me to rest at home. In the evening, I returned to the night market and purchased a longer spring knife than the last one. The vendor asked what I intended to do with it. I replied that I was merely buying it for fun. The vendor stated that he did not care what I did with it, but warned me not to mention that I bought it from him if anything happened. I knew that for the time being, I could not seek revenge on Sun Ruyang, but I would never pay him a penny. If he dared to trouble me again, I would respond as I did with Lu Liang, plunging the knife into him. Even if I ended up killing him, I would only have to spend a few years in a juvenile detention center. On Monday, I carried the spring knife with a sense of fatalism as I went to school. Yet Sun Ruyang did not seek me out for trouble throughout the day. In the afternoon, as school let out, I encountered one of the 7 wolves who pointed at me and cursed a few times, warning me that if I did not bring money today, he would certainly make me pay. I was momentarily taken aback, wondering what he meant. Could it be that someone had helped me with the money? Remembering that the tall girl had been present the day before, I quickly realized that she must have felt guilty and thus provided the funds for me. That evening, I inquired about her phone number from a classmate and called her. She seemed surprised to hear from me. I curtly informed her that she was too presumptuous. I did not need her assistance. However, I assured her that I, Wang Yu, would never owe her a single cent, and that I would return every penny in due time. The tall girl seemed puzzled and asked what money I was referring to. I told her not to feign ignorance. I had no intention of paying Sun Ruyang, and she should not think that her assistance made me indebted to her. The tall girl insisted that I misunderstood her. She genuinely knew nothing about the matter and had not intended to watch my misfortune, but merely passed by. Aside from witnessing the incident with Sun Ruyang and his gang, she had not seen anything else. I cursed under my breath, thinking that she could have simply urinated without embellishing the situation. Seeing that she appeared sincere, I stated that it was inconsequential and hung up. I then called the bespectacled man to ask if he was the one who had provided the money to Sun Ruyang. He was bewildered, claiming he was unaware of such a situation and did not possess that much money. He thought I had enough since I mentioned I could handle it myself. I found it strange. If he wasn't the one who helped me, I truly could not fathom who else would have, given that very few knew about the issue. The bespectacled man explained that actually, many were aware because after the altercation, Sun Ruyang and his crew had been spreading the news. This infuriated me. No wonder everyone looked at me strangely today. I instructed him to find out who had assisted me, as I needed to repay them. The bespectacled man agreed to help, offering to contribute if I fell short. Through these events, I felt that the bespectacled man was quite a decent fellow, someone I could forge a deep friendship with. I told him that if I ever succeeded in life, I would not forget his kindness. From that moment on, I considered him a brother. The following day, just before noon dismissal, the thin boy who had previously relayed messages for the crew approached me again, saying that the leader wanted me to call him. He then provided me with the leader's phone number. Noticing that his right eye was swollen and his lip was cut, I inquired about what had happened. He explained that I had told him to scold the leader if he called again. I nodded and asked if he had indeed scolded him. He recounted that the leader had called him last night, and he had followed my advice to give the leader a piece of his mind, even claiming he was affiliated with me. I asked if the leader had been intimidated by this. He shook his head, stating that on his way to school that morning, he had been beaten up. I nearly laughed, but managed to suppress it, patting his shoulder seriously and saying, "Brother, I apologize for your suffering this time. I will seek revenge for you." The thin boy clearly did not believe me and disdainfully remarked that he had already given me the leader's number. so I should not bother him again. After he left, I called the leader, who instructed me to meet him at the back of the school after lunch. Instantly on guard, I asked what he wanted. The leader, still speaking in his brash manner, assured me not to be nervous. He was not seeking trouble, but had prepared a surprise for me. Chapter 5. Unexpected surprises. What kind of surprise could it be? I did not trust a word he said, not even the punctuation. I told him I had something else to attend to and would not be coming. Upon hearing this, the leader became somewhat irate, insisting that I ought to come without delay and sarcastically questioning if he needed to send someone to fetch me. Threatened, I felt a bit intimidated and fell silent. He impatiently reassured me that if I did not wish to go, I need not feel obligated. After school, as the bespectacled man was about to walk with me, I told him I had matters to attend to and urged him to leave ahead. I turned and headed straight to the back mountain. Upon arriving at the small grove, I found no one there. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I noticed a group of people gathered ahead. Someone called my name, prompting me to approach them. Seeing the leader surrounded by so many people made me quite anxious. I thought it wise to concede for the time being and approached, nodding at him and calling him brother. The leader responded with an air of arrogance, gesturing for me to look ahead. Turning around, I was taken aback to see someone tied to a tree, badly beaten, with welts on his forehead and swollen eyes, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. At first, I did not recognize him and asked the leader who it was. He instructed me to take a closer look. As I drew near, I realized it was Sun Ruyong. I questioned the leader about what had transpired. He told me that since Sun Ruyong had been seeking to harm me, now that he was in this state, I could decide his fate. I was perplexed, unsure why the leader would help me. To be honest, I certainly intended to avenge myself against Sun Ruyong, but I wanted to do it on my own terms. Even if I sought assistance, I did not wish to owe the leader any favors, especially since I still held a grudge against him for the incident at the school gate. I glanced at the severely beaten Sun Ruyong and told the leader that I did not want to take advantage of his misfortune. The leader chuckled mockingly, commenting that I seemed to have principles, as if I were some kind of hero. I replied that while I would not physically harm him, I had a question. The leader permitted me to proceed with my inquiry. I approached Sun Ruyong, who appeared frightened and instinctively shrank back, mumbling that it was his fault last time and that he would return my money, suggesting we consider the matter settled. I retorted, "Who do you think you are? You can't just demand or return money at will. Our issue is far from resolved. Tell me who gave you those 2,000 yuan and I won't hurt you." Sun Ruyong looked confused and said he thought I had given it to him. I shot back, "Nonsense. Did I personally hand it to you?" I was completely in the dark about this. He stammered that if he did not know, then he had no idea who had sent the money on my behalf. He mentioned that a certain effeminate boy had delivered it, claiming I had instructed him to do so. The mention of the effeminate boy puzzled me. He was a flamboyant student in our grade, known for his overpowering fragrance and delicate gestures. Everyone recognized him. I found him quite irritating and could not fathom why he would assist me. Suddenly, I recalled hearing rumors about his unusual preferences, which sent a shiver down my spine. Could it be that he had taken a liking to me? I asked Sun Ruyong if he was deceiving me. He insisted he was not, stating there was no reason to lie. I concluded, "Remember this, today's beating has nothing to do with me, but I will settle that grudge with you eventually." After I finished speaking, I turned to the head of the plane and said, "Brother, I've asked my questions. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." He leisurely lit a cigarette, approached me, and remarked, "Why are you so timid? They've got you here, yet you still hesitate to act?" I replied, "Thanks, brother, but let us leave it for today." He inquired, "What is the matter? Don't you want to acknowledge my favor?" I remained silent, and he pointed at me, cursing, "What do you think you are? If it weren't for my sister asking me to help you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. You really think you're something special." With that, he turned to Sun Ruyong and asked, "How much did he give you?" Sun Ruyong timidly replied, 2,000. The head of the plane took a drag of his cigarette and said, "Fine, keep that money, but tomorrow when you return to school, give him 20,000. "What?" Sun Ruyong exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at the head of the plane. I was equally astonished. 20,000 was an outrageous demand, enough to buy a small car. The head of the plane abruptly raised his arm, pressing the cigarette against Sun Ruyong's neck, resulting in a blood-curdling scream. "Are you deaf? Do you understand now?" Sun Ruyong grimaced in pain, nodding vigorously, repeating, I understand. The head of the plane shouted, "How much did I tell you to give?" Sun Ruyong stammered, 20,000, 20,000. Satisfied with the response, the head of the plane released him. From the beginning, I found the head of the plane's pretentious demeanor intolerable, so I directly told him Brother, I don't want the money. You can have him give it to you. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Without waiting for a reply, I turned and walked away, leaving him behind, fuming and cursing my lack of gratitude. Before the afternoon class, I approached Debidei, asking her to step outside for a moment as I had something to discuss. She questioned why I couldn't say it in the classroom. Although she voiced her reluctance, she followed me out. Upon reaching the stairwell, I saw no one around and halted, glaring at her without speaking. Caught off guard by my intensity, she asked, "What is wrong?" I forced a self-deprecating smile, adopting a sarcastic tone. "Song Yao, do you see me as a joke? Someone you feel pity for?" Debidei was taken aback, questioning what I meant and how she had offended me. I recounted the events from noon, asking if she had asked the head of the plane to help me. She fell silent, mumbling, "I just wanted to help you." I scoffed, "Help me? Where were you before, when I was being beaten and humiliated? Were you waiting to see me suffer? Spare me your insincere goodwill. Who knows if you truly wanted to help, or simply aimed to humiliate me?" Debidei's face flushed with anger, and she stammered. Ew. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she huffed and turned away, leaving me with the remark, "Dog biting El Dong Bin. Do as you please. No one cares about you." I mimicked her, huffing in return and muttering, "A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. I don't need your concern." During the break, I shared with the bespectacled boy that the 2,000 yuan was provided by the effeminate guy. I suggested he use his intelligence to analyze how the effeminate guy knew about the situation and why he chose to help me. The bespectacled boy, surprised upon learning the money came from the effeminate guy, adjusted his glasses and said, "It's easy to explain why he knows. His class is on the same floor as Sun Ruyang's, so it's normal for him to be aware." I nodded in agreement, but questioned, "But why would he help me?" The bespectacled boy fell silent, staring at me blankly, muttering, "Yeah, why would he help you?" I felt utterly speechless, retorting, "You're supposed to help me analyze this, not ask me." He asked if I was familiar with the effeminate guy, whether we had interacted before. I dismissed it, saying we were merely acquaintances who had exchanged few words. He furrowed his brow, biting his lip, and rested his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he looked at me seriously and said, "I'll say something you might not like. Do you think he might have feelings for you?" I fell silent, as the humor in his words seemed lost on me. It was indeed a possibility. We lingered in silence for a while before I resolutely declared, "Tonight, I'll ask my mom for money. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I must repay him." The bespectacled boy solemnly nodded, "If it's not enough, I'll do everything I can to help you gather the rest." That evening, I approached my mother for money. When she inquired about the reason, I remained tight-lipped. Assuming I'd gotten into a fight again, she scolded me before bursting into tears. I stayed silent, and, in the end, she handed me the money, warning that if this continued, she wouldn't care for me anymore. With the money in hand, I went to the effeminate guy's class the next morning. When he saw me, he appeared surprised, asking what I wanted. I explained the situation regarding the loan and handed him the money, saying, "Thank you, classmate. Here is your money back. You don't need to worry about my affairs in the future." With that, I turned to leave, but he called after me. I didn't stop, and he hurriedly caught up, gripping my shirt, saying, "Hey, I was calling you. Why are you leaving so fast? This money isn't mine. Why are you giving it to me?" "Excuse me?" I turned to him, asking, "If it's not yours, then whose is it?" The effeminate guy slapped the money into my hand, saying, "I'm just a messenger. This money is from Sun Mingqi." Chapter 6. The Mystery of the Disappearance, Sun Mingqi. This revelation startled me even more. Who is Sun Mingqi? She is the class flower of Class 12, the recognized beauty of our grade. The effeminate guy flirtatiously blinked and nodded, elongating his response. Still in disbelief, I asked, "Are you sure?" He rolled his eyes at me and playfully poked my chest, saying, "Why are you so full of questions? If you don't believe me, ask her yourself." With that, he turned and sashayed away. I didn't return to the classroom, but headed straight to Sun Mingqi's class, puzzled about why she would help me. Though we were acquaintances, we had never spoken, and she never even acknowledged my presence when we crossed paths. To me, she was an unattainable figure, lofty and beyond reach. I couldn't fathom her motives unless. My heart raced at the thought. Could it be? Could she possibly have feelings for me? Though the likelihood seemed slim, it wasn't impossible. I, Wang Yu, am handsome, intelligent, courageous, and charismatic. It wouldn't be surprising if she liked me. With this thought, I walked with newfound confidence, only to suddenly collide with someone rushing towards me, who bumped my shoulder and hurried off without an apology. Infuriated, I shouted, "You idiot! Are you in such a rush to find your son?" Upon hearing my outburst, he stopped, turned around, and approached me, panting, saying, "Yes, Wang Yu. I was looking for you, and I finally found you." As he got closer, I recognized him as Zhang Wei, a boy from my class. I was left speechless and told him, "You're quite the nuisance. I won't scold you anymore, just go." He grasped my arm urgently, saying, "I'm not joking. I really was looking for you. Let's go. 2 police officers are in the classroom looking for you." I was taken aback. Seriously? What do the police want with me? He shook his head. "I don't know, but those officers seemed serious. It felt quite serious." "You haven't done anything, have you?" I looked confused. "No, didn't we resolve the Luliang issue? Besides that, I haven't done anything else lately." He pulled me a few steps forward, then stopped and looked at me earnestly, saying, "Wang Yu, although we haven't interacted much, I don't think you're a bad person. Since we're classmates, I'll pretend I didn't see you. You should run. It'll be trouble if the police catch you." I was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as if I were a fugitive. I patted his shoulder resolutely and said, "Brother, your loyalty is commendable. Thank you. However, one with a clear conscience has no fear of shadows. Perhaps they merely wish to inquire about something, and it is not as grave as you think. Let's go." Upon returning to the classroom, I noticed 2 policemen standing at the door, conversing with our homeroom teacher. Upon seeing me, one of the officers inquired, "Are you Wang Yu?" I nodded, and he stated, "Very well. You will accompany us for a brief matter that requires your understanding." Upon hearing that I was to go with them, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I glanced at our homeroom teacher, who wore a stern expression, and instructed, "Wang Yu, cooperate fully with the police." Under the gaze of my classmates, I was escorted away by the officers. I overheard several girls whispering, "I always knew Wang Yu was up to no good," which only fueled my frustration. Once inside the police vehicle, I asked the officers why I was being taken. One of them impatiently replied, "Be quiet. You will find out at the station." The police station I arrived at was different from the one I had visited previously, which was a substation in the southern part of the city that managed our school and neighborhood. This time, it was evidently a northern precinct. After exiting the vehicle, I asked the officers why I had been brought to the northern station. They brusquely shoved me forward, saying, "You may be small in stature, but you have a lot to say. Come on, let us go inside." A sense of foreboding enveloped me, yet I had no choice but to enter. Inside, they led me to what resembled an interrogation room, and although they did not handcuff me, they instructed me to sit and wait before leaving the room. I waited for what felt like an eternity without anyone returning, my impatience growing as I paced back and forth. Just as I was on the verge of despair, the door swung open, and a tall, burly officer in his 30s entered, looking quite imposing. Accompanying him was another thin, dark-skinned officer who took a seat across from me. Without lifting his gaze, the burly officer began asking for my basic information, jotting down notes as he did so. After inquiring about my details, he asked if I knew why I had been brought in. My anxiety peaked, and my palms grew clammy as I shook my head, admitting ignorance. The officer then lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he asked, "Do you know Sun Ruiyang?" My heart raced as I nodded in acknowledgement. His expression remained impassive as he informed me, "He went missing yesterday morning, and we suspect you may be involved." I nearly toppled from my chair in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that true?" The officer's stern demeanor did not waver as he replied, "Do you think I am joking with you?" My tension escalated, and I stammered, "No, officer, this has nothing to do with me. I was at school in the morning. You can verify with my school." The officer, unfazed, retorted, "And what about noon? You must have seen him then." My heart sank. It was clear they had gathered sufficient information before confronting me. I was drenched in sweat, contemplating whether to betray my accomplice, but then reconsidered. They must already know of my connection to Sun Ruiyang. The officer, keenly observing my distress, drummed his fingers on the table, his tone suddenly grave. "I hope you can honestly disclose what you know. Perhaps leniency can be afforded. If you deny everything and we discover the truth later, it will be too late." He paused, then added, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Your accomplice Yang Lei is in the next room. Even if you refuse to speak, he will eventually." "Who?" I exclaimed, having never heard that name before. After his description, I realized the airplane head I knew was indeed named Yang Lei. Upon learning that he too had been apprehended, I felt a strange sense of relief. Since I had left before they released Sun Ruiyang, this matter was irrelevant to me. Calming myself, I asserted, "Officer, this truly has nothing to do with me. You have Yang Lei. Question him." When I left, Sun Ruiyang was still with him. Just as the burly officer was about to respond, The thin, dark officer who had remained silent leaned in and suggested to the burly officer, "Lao Lu, why don't you step outside for a smoke? I'll handle this one alone." He handed the burly officer a cigarette, who nodded and left the room, warning me to be forthcoming. Once he exited, the thin officer sauntered over leisurely, and I swallowed hard, ready to speak when he unexpectedly struck me across the face, following up with a kick that sent me and the chair crashing to the floor. I was taken aback by his sudden aggression, and, seeing him approach me again, I stammered, "Sir, I swear I have nothing to do with Sun Ruyang's disappearance." The thin officer halted before me, hands clasped behind his back, nodding slowly as he said, "I believe you." I was overwhelmed with relief, scrambling to sit up and gazing earnestly at him. "You truly believe me?" The officer nodded again, his posture imposing as he looked down at me, a flicker of menace crossing his face. "Of course, I believe you, because Sun Ruyang has not gone missing at all." Chapter 7. A benefactor's assistance. I gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. The thin officer chuckled darkly, sending chills down my spine. I hesitantly asked, "If he hasn't gone missing, then why have you brought me here?" He did not respond, his piercing eyes fixed on me as he countered, "Do you know what my relationship with Sun Ruyang is?" A sense of dread blossomed within me as I shook my head. The officer leaned in closer, his expression menacing as he whispered, "Let me be frank, I am Sun Ruyang's cousin. I brought you here to deal with you. Once you're in, it may be quite difficult to leave." His smug laughter echoed in my ears, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. It seemed I was indirectly imprisoned, and by a police officer no less. I feared no one could rescue me from this predicament. Thoughts of online reports detailing fatalities during interrogations flooded my mind, and I was drenched in cold sweat. Just then, the door swung open, and the burly officer re-entered, shutting the door behind him. Seeing him felt like a lifeline, and I sprang to my feet, pleading, "Officer, please help me. This man has brought me here under false pretenses. Sun Ruyang is not missing." Although the burly officer had shown little emotion during my interrogation, I felt he was fundamentally honest and could assist me. To my astonishment, he displayed no reaction, merely casting a neutral glance at the thin officer before stating, "Yang Lei has been released. His family has connections." The thin officer's irritation was palpable as he cursed under his breath, glancing at me and inquiring, "What about this kid?" The robust police officer cast a fleeting glance in my direction, nonchalantly propping his foot on the table as he remarked, "This kid has no connections. His mother was just here, but little Zhu and the others turned her away. You can handle it, just don't kill him." At that moment, I felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over me, particularly at the mention of my mother having visited. She was my greatest hope. If she could not save me, then I was truly doomed. The lean, dark-skinned officer seemed pleased with this turn of events, nodding before turning to me with an intent to strike. Fear gripped me, yet he made no further move. I instinctively curled into myself, clutching my head in a desperate attempt to shrink away. He eventually grew tired and ambled over to the burly man, saying, "Let us go, it's mealtime." Once they departed, I scrambled to my feet and tugged at the door, only to discover it was locked from the outside, utterly immovable. Frustrated, I kicked it several times to no avail. I surveyed the interrogation room, realizing it was entirely sealed off, rendering escape impossible. I sank helplessly to the floor, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of futility. This time, I feared the worst. In a surge of determination, I pounded the ground with my fist, vowing silently that as long as I survived, I would not let Sun Ruyang off the hook once I was free. Having gone the entire day without food or even a sip of water, hunger gnawed at me. Leaning against the wall, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. As I lay in a haze, a sudden loud bang jolted me awake. Startled, I turned to see the burly officer entering the room. He called out, "Wang Yu, you can leave now." Still dazed from sleep, I stared blankly at him. His expression darkened as he raised his voice. "I said you can go. Are you deaf? If you want to spend the night here, I have no objections." Upon hearing this, clarity returned to me, and I hurriedly sprang to my feet, eager to escape without questioning the sudden change in my fate. As I stepped out of the police station, I noticed that night had fallen. A familiar figure stood across the way, and I could not contain my tears as I called out, "Mom." My mother, filled with excitement upon seeing me, rushed over, her voice laced with emotion as she chastised me. "You little rascal." She enveloped me in a tight embrace, sobbing as she gently pounded my back, scolding, "You scared me to death." After a moment, she let me go, wiping her tears as she said, "Come on, thank Uncle Lee." Only then did I notice a middle-aged man beside her, dressed in a black suit and exuding an air of sophistication. My mother explained that it was thanks to Uncle Lee's assistance that I was released. I nodded at him, acknowledging Uncle Lee. He smiled warmly at me, saying, "So this is Xiaoyu, all grown up now." Reaching out to pat my head, I instinctively flinched, causing a flicker of disappointment to cross his face. He remarked, "This child has grown distant. I used to carry you when you were little. You don't remember, do you?" Sighing deeply, his expression shifted to one of melancholy as he murmured, "Of course you don't remember. After all, it's been so many years. Your father has been gone for 5 or 6 years now." From his words, I discerned that he was a friend of my father's. My mother pulled me close, addressing Uncle Lee. "Old Lee, I truly appreciate your help this time. I had no other options but to seek your assistance." Uncle Lee frowned slightly and replied, "Sister-in-law, there's no need for such formality. If you ever need help, just ask." My mother paused, then continued, "Old Lee, I promise I won't trouble you unless it's urgent." Before she could finish, Uncle Lee waved his hand dismissively, sighing, "I understand, don't worry. It will be just like before. I won't intrude." He then focused his gaze on me for a moment, breaking into a smile. "This kid looks just like his father." Just as he finished speaking, his brow furrowed, and he gently turned my chin to examine my face, his tone shifting to one of concern. "Did they hurt you?" My mother gasped, quickly inspecting my face, asking if I was badly injured or in pain. I reassured her, saying I was fine. Uncle Lee stated that this matter could not simply be overlooked, but assured my mother not to worry, as he would handle it. My mother argued that since I was not seriously injured and they had released me, it was best to let it go. Uncle Lee remained silent, offering to drive us home. My mother declined, stating she had ridden her electric bike and could take me home. He did not press the issue further and bid us farewell. As I rode pillion on the electric bike with my mother, curiosity got the better of me, and I asked her about Uncle Lee's profession and his relationship with my father, wondering how my father had known such a wealthy individual. I recognized Uncle Lee's wealth from the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class he drove, a car worth millions in today's market. My mother explained that Uncle Lee was a businessman and that my father had once worked as his driver. He had always looked out for my father, hence their connection. I nodded, skeptical of her words. Suddenly, I recalled something and asked, "Mom, what did you think of Uncle Lee's car?" She replied, "Of course I know it's a good car. I'm not ignorant of Mercedes." I chuckled, "Mom, once I make it big and earn a fortune, I'll buy a car like that, and you can go wherever you wish." My mother laughed, saying, "You little rascal, I'm not expecting too much from you. I just hope you can live a stable and happy life." I spread my arms wide, relishing the sensation of the wind brushing against me, proclaiming loudly, "Mom, just wait. I will definitely achieve great things in the future and take good care of you." With Uncle Lee having resolved the situation at the police station, I felt no lingering worries and went straight to school the next day. As I arrived, I spotted Baitu already seated. As I passed by her, she shot me a disdainful glance and raised her voice. Some people are nothing but ungrateful, their true nature shining through. Realizing she was deliberately insulting me, I stopped and tilted my head, asking, "Who are you scolding?" Baitu glared defiantly at me, retorting, "Whoever feels guilty is who I'm scolding." I scoffed, "What gave you the right to scold me?" Just as she was about to respond, someone called out, "Wang Yu, someone is looking for you." I instinctively turned toward the door, where a smiling girl stood, her delicate features and warm smile exuding a refreshing aura. Upon noticing me, she waved gently, saying, "Wang Yu, could you step outside for a moment?" Chapter 8. The invitation from Sun Mingqi. I wonder if anyone has ever experienced that heart-stopping moment when the world fades away, leaving only her radiant presence. When I first laid eyes on her, that was precisely how I felt. Her smile was utterly captivating. Before I could utter a word, the boys in our class erupted, "Wow, Sun Mingqi! Sun Mingqi is looking for Wang Yu." I suppressed my excitement, casting a disdainful glance at my classmates, silently cursing them for their folly, and puffed out my chest as I approached Sun Mingqi. Upon reaching the door, I flashed what I thought was a charming smile and said, "I was just about to look for you." Sun Mingqi inquired with a smile what I needed, and I replied, "You were the one who helped me with that money last time, so I need to pay you back. Just wait, I'll get it for you." As I turned to retrieve the money, Sun Mingqi pulled me back, saying, "Wait, you can't give it to me here. It might lead to misunderstandings." I asked what the alternative was, to which she suggested, "How about this? Do you have time tonight? Let us go out for dinner together." Upon receiving an invitation from her to dine together, my heart raced with excitement. I promptly nodded and replied, "Sure, Let's walk home together after school. Sun Mingqi agreed, asking me to wait for her and that she would call me when she was ready. After she departed, I turned to Big White Legs and said, "Did you see that? Look at the quality of people like her compared to you. There's a distinct difference." Big White Legs retorted sharply, telling me to get lost. Feeling indignant, I insisted, "I won't leave until you clarify why you insulted me earlier. How have I been ungrateful or contemptible?" Big White Legs, equally incensed, stood up and exclaimed, "Why? My brother kindly helped you, and you went to the police station yesterday and sold him out. Do you not feel ashamed?" I was utterly bewildered and asked, "What did I even disclose?" She dismissed me, saying I was just pretending, and called me a coward for not owning up to my actions. I soon realized that Sun Ruyang had likely orchestrated this misunderstanding, possibly involving his uncle, who had informed Yang Lei that I betrayed him. I chuckled and said, "Song Yao, let me clarify that I said nothing yesterday. I admit I'm not a saint, but at least I act with integrity." Sun Ruyang was never missing. Yang Lei has connections at the police station. He should investigate the relationship between the thin, dark officer who interrogated me and Sun Ruyang. With that, I turned and left without another word. Truthfully, I was unbothered by being misunderstood. I merely detested the feeling of being manipulated. I began to ponder how much more sinister Sun Ruyang might be than I had anticipated, as his cunning and scheming surpassed that of my peers. Nevertheless, I refused to let this situation dampen my spirits, for all my focus was on the dinner invitation from Sun Mingqi. I couldn't help but think that her asking me to dine alone might indicate she had feelings for me. Unable to contain my delight, I chuckled, only to be interrupted by a cold voice. "Wang Yu, answer this question." I looked up to see the math teacher glaring at me, and I sprang to my feet, flustered since I hadn't been paying attention. My face flushed as I stammered, this question. I choose C. In that critical moment, a compassionate classmate whispered encouragement to me. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I straightened up and confidently declared, "I choose C." The moment the words left my mouth, the entire class erupted in laughter, leaving me bewildered and scratching my head. The math teacher's face turned a deep shade of green as she hurled a piece of chalk at me, scolding, "Choose C? I asked you to solve this quadratic function. Stand there and listen." In disbelief, I shot a glance at the boys behind me, who were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. I thought to myself, "You lot are ridiculous." After class, the bespectacled boys surrounded me, inquiring about my connection with Sun Mingqi and why she sought me out. I feigned indifference, saying she invited me to dinner tonight. I initially hesitated, but she insisted, so I reluctantly agreed. "You know how it is. One must show some courtesy." They scoffed, calling me pretentious, insisting that Sun Mingqi must be blind to have asked me out. Angered, I snapped back, "Are you questioning my looks or my charm?" I refused to explain further, telling them to wait and see. She would definitely come to call for me after school. As I walked back from afternoon exercises, Big White Legs jogged over and tugged at my shirt, saying, "Hey, I'm calling you. Are you deaf?" I turned, irritated, and asked, "What do you want?" She replied, "My brother checked. That cop is related to Sun Ruyang, and he misunderstood you." I apologized for what I said this morning. I mimicked Dao Ming Si from Meteor Garden, saying, "If apologies were effective, why would we need the police?" I continued walking, but she caught up to me, tugging at my sleeve and huffing, "You're a guy. Why are you being so petty, arguing with a girl?" I pulled my arm away, saying, "This is a public space. Don't tug at me like that. People might misunderstand." I genuinely feared misunderstandings, especially regarding Sun Mingqi, thinking I had something going on with Big White Legs. In terms of appearance, Big White Legs and Sun Mingqi were quite comparable. In fact, Big White Legs was arguably more attractive, which is why many boys regarded her as the new school belle. However, I preferred Sun Mingqi, as Big White Legs had a rather brash demeanor, while Sun Mingqi exuded grace and elegance, embodying the qualities of a refined lady. Evalued substance over superficiality. Big White Legs insisted that if I forgave her, she would let go of me. Otherwise, she would cling on. With her arms wrapped around me, I quickly conceded, All right, I forgive you." Only then did she release me and ask, "Who is that girl looking for you this morning?" "She is really pretty." I replied proudly. "Isn't she? She invited me to dinner tonight." Big White Legs gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is she blind? How unfortunate." I was taken aback and clarified, "No, her eyesight is perfectly fine." She retorted, "If her eyesight is fine, then why invite you to dinner?" I silently cursed, casting her a disapproving look. "What do you know? I have both looks and charm." Big white legs puffed out her chest, measuring our heights, and said, "Too bad. You're too short." That remark pierced me like an arrow. At that time, I was indeed short, barely over 5 feet, while Big White Legs was around 5 feet 5. I smiled at her calmly and said, "I've decided not to forgive you anymore." She quickly backtracked, saying, "Don't. I was just joking." But honestly, her inviting you to dinner likely means she needs your help. This only infuriated me further, as it subtly implied that she believed no one could genuinely like me. I chose to ignore her. Big White Legs mentioned that her brother had discussed the Sun Ruyang situation, which was of no interest to me. I was more curious about why the boy with the pompadour wasn't actually her biological brother, but rather stepbrother. She explained it was her dry brother, and I smirked at her. Not long after school ended, Sun Mingqi arrived at our class with her backpack, prompting gasps from the boys. As I stepped outside, I overheard one boy mutter, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat." I was infuriated, wanting to confront him, but in front of Sun Mingqi, I held back. I was determined to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, despite my frustration, thinking I would eventually settle the score for her betrayal. This was the first time I walked alongside such a beautiful girl, and many classmates stared at us, filling me with pride. I asked her, "Can I ask you something? Why did you pay Sun Ruyang's debt on my behalf?" Chapter 9. It's for you. Sun Mingqi turned to me, blinked playfully, and smiled. "Guess." I shyly scratched my head, admitting I can't guess. She laughed. "Why are you blushing? You'll find out soon." I initially thought it would just be the two of us dining together, but upon arriving at the restaurant, I discovered another girl with short hair dressed in a hip-hop style black jacket, resembling a boy. Sun Mingqi mentioned that her friend from class 2, named Qin Ling, was present. I greeted her, and Qin Ling responded warmly, saying she had heard about me from Sun Mingqi for quite some time. I expressed skepticism, but she reassured me it was true, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed, hinting that Sun Mingqi might indeed have feelings for me. After ordering the dishes, Qin Ling surprised me by asking the waiter to bring a pack of beer. Since there were only 3 of us, Sun Mingqi stated she didn't drink, allowing the 2 of us to indulge. I noted that a pack was too much, but Qin Ling insisted it was fine, saying we could drink as much as we wanted. I handed Sun Mingqi 2,000 yuan, expressing my gratitude for her help, and she graciously accepted, claiming I was too courteous. Once the food and drinks arrived, Qin Ling opened a bottle of beer with her teeth and handed it to me, then opened one for herself. I was taken aback by her boldness. She was more daring than many men I knew. After sharing some drinks and casual conversation, I asked Sun Mingqi why she helped me. She explained that she couldn't stand Sun Ruyang bullying others and knew I would give him money. So she stepped in to prevent him from causing me further trouble. My heart swelled with joy, realizing that Sun Mingqi was quite attentive to me, even knowing my character. After consuming a bottle of beer each, Qin Ling remained unfazed and opened another for the 2 of us. She raised her glass in a toast, stating that she had long wanted to be friends with me after hearing good things from Sun Mingqi. I humbly accepted the compliment and downed my drink. Following this, Qin Ling tapped her glass on the table, saying that since we were friends now, she needed my help with something. Intrigued, I asked what it was. Qin Ling inquired if her classmate, Song Yao, was transferring to our school. I confirmed this and shared my unfavorable opinion of her. Qin Ling revealed that Song Yao had previously attended her school and had a poor reputation for being promiscuous. I was shocked, realizing her revealing attire made sense now. Qin Ling asked if I knew why Song Yao was transferring, and I mentioned it was due to a fight. She nodded, explaining that the fight involved her friend, as Song Yao had stolen from her. I was appalled to learn of Song Yao's true nature and noted Sun Mingqi's disgust as well, stating that I detested dishonest people. At that moment, I was too young to understand the danger of one-sided narratives and the challenge of maintaining objectivity. Qin Ling continued, explaining that Song Yao's shamelessness prompted her to seek my assistance, given our classmateship. I agreed to help, noting that we had previously been desk mates, although that was no longer the case. Qin Ling revealed that they had confronted Song Yao multiple times, but she denied the theft. And Qin Ling wanted me to gain Song Yao's trust to help retrieve the stolen item. I was taken aback, asking if she meant for me to steal something. Qin Ling clarified that it wasn't theft. It was reclaiming what belonged to her friend. I nodded in agreement and asked what the item was. Qin Ling mentioned it was a jade pendant, possibly a guanine. I agreed to investigate further before proceeding. After our meal, Qin Ling stated she had other matters to attend to and asked me to escort Sun Mingqi home, which I readily accepted. As we walked back, Sun Mingqi expressed gratitude for my assistance. I reassured her that it was nothing, emphasizing the immorality of Song Yao's actions. After a moment of silence, I turned to Sun Mingqi and asked if her earlier help was indeed for this reason. She appeared flustered, and I smiled wryly, telling her it was fine to be honest. Sun Mingqi replied that if she admitted it, would I still assist Qinling? I affirmed I would, looking her in the eye and saying my willingness to help stem from my regard for her. Perhaps my earnestness made her uneasy. She quickly clarified that she viewed me as a regular friend. I waved my hand dismissively, stating she had misunderstood my intentions. I sighed, lowering my gaze, confessing that I knew I was not worthy of her. Suddenly, I brightened my expression and assured her I would retrieve the jade pendant. Without waiting for her response, I turned and walked away, fearing I might lose control of my emotions and cry. Unrequited love is a painful burden to bear. I recognized that, although I hadn't confessed my feelings, Sun Mingqi had subtly and clearly rejected me. Yet, I found solace in silently cherishing her and maintaining our friendship. My admission of unworthiness was sincere. With the responsibility of recovering the jade pendant weighing on me, I returned to my original seat at school the next day, resuming my Deskmate status with the notorious Song Yao. She was surprised to see me back, commenting on how much she enjoyed sitting alone. Given the previous day's revelations, I felt some aversion toward her, but I feigned amiability, telling her I had missed her company, as sitting alone was too dull. She scoffed and returned to her novel. Curious, I glanced at her book, discovering she was reading First Intimate Contact by Pai Zikai, a book I had also read. I inquired about where she was in the story, suggesting that if it was too sad, she might want to stop reading. To my surprise, she asked if I had read it too. I puffed my chest with pride, declaring my literary prowess. She noted that she was on her third read and always cried at the part where Qing Wu Fei Yang passed away. I admitted I had cried as well, and she expressed disbelief at a boy crying. Finding common ground, we spent our morning reading Discussing Pai Zikai instead of studying. I recommended a Taiwanese author's A Thousand Rivers, A Thousand Moons, and Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood, believing she would enjoy them. Her astonished gaze deepened as she remarked on my unexpected literary interests. I proudly proclaimed myself a literary youth. She invited me to accompany her to the bookstore that weekend to help choose books. Reluctantly, I agreed, knowing it was an opportunity to earn her trust. Despite plans to play games with my neighbor, noticing my reluctance, she teased that I wouldn't regret it and might even meet a beautiful girl. I jokingly asked if it would be a dinosaur instead. She retorted that all her friends were beauties. I assured her I would hold her to that promise. After our early class, my bespectacled friend hurried over, tapping my shoulder and whispering that Sun Ryong had returned. I frowned, unaware of this news. He added that Lu Liang had also been discharged from a hospital and was back, stating that he was determined to confront me. Chapter 10. The Talented Girl, All Right. Let's go. They won't let me off easily, and I have no intention of sparing them either. The bespectacled boy nervously adjusted his glasses and stammered. But our strength compared to theirs might be a bit uneven. I shot him a glance and retorted, just say it plainly. It's just the two of us. He shook his head, saying no about what happened last time. I spoke to the boys in our class. They feel quite guilty and promise to help us if anything arises. I remarked if we rely on them, we'd have been beaten to a pulp by now. The bespectacled boy insisted that things were not as simple as they seemed. He had inquired with those mobilized last time, and they revealed that they had received threats from Sun Ryong the day before the brawl, instructing them not to assist us. This indicated that Sun Ryong was well aware of the individuals we had rallied. I asked, "Are you suggesting someone leaked information?" He nodded, and we both instinctively turned our gaze towards the loudmouthed boy. I thought to myself, just wait. When the opportunity arises, I shall deal with him thoroughly. Though Sun Ryong had returned, he had not made any trouble for me at school in the past few days. On Saturday after school, to Bai Ti mentioned that we would go to the bookstore together in the afternoon. I agreed, and she added that her friend was quite beautiful, urging me to dress handsomely and not embarrass her with shabby appearance. I scoffed, "Please, in terms of looks, brother, you has never feared anyone." That afternoon, I deliberately changed into my most stylish sportswear, all Adidas from the long sleeves to the pants, costing over $300. Admittedly, it was not genuine Adidas, but a high imitation. We were not well off, and I had pleaded with my mother for this outfit. Normally, I wore clothes bought from street vendors for 100 yuan for 4 pieces. Upon arriving at the bookstore, I found Bai Ti alone. I asked where her friend was. Suspecting she had deceived me, she assured me that her friend would arrive shortly and asked me to wait at the entrance. Not long after, a champagne-colored BMW pulled up, and Debite exclaimed that her friend had arrived. I couldn't help but marvel at her friend's wealth. Back then, BMWs were not as ubiquitous as they are today, making it a true luxury vehicle. As the car door swung open, a girl with flowing long hair emerged, clad in a white dress that exuded a fresh and refined aura. As she approached, I finally got a clear view of her face. Good heavens, she was truly stunning, possessing both beauty and grace that rivaled my goddess, Lu Yifei. Debite waved at her, saying, "Over here." I was incredulous. Is she really your friend? I had imagined Debite's friends would also be tough girls like her. Debite shot me a glance and said, "What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?" I nodded in agreement. You finally did something reliable. The girl reached us, affectionately embracing Debite, expressing how much she missed her. They began chatting animatedly, completely disregarding my presence, which left me feeling somewhat awkward. I thought, come on, brother, you have some dignity. So, I cleared my throat to get their attention. Only then did the girl notice me and asked Debite who I was. Debite introduced me as her deskmate. The girl gracefully released her hold on Debite and extended her hand, saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Xia Shuxian." I was somewhat excited as I shook her hand, marveling at its delicacy and smoothness. "I'm Wang Yu," as in the rain that drifts like a floating duckweed. I introduced myself. Debite kicked me, saying, "Why be so pretentious? Just say the rain." Xia Shuxian couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. I shot Debite an exasperated look. Why must you be so mundane? My mother told me my name came from this line of poetry. Once inside the bookstore, Debite began browsing for books like Silent Separation and If Life Were Only as It Was First Seen. While I enjoyed reading, I had little interest in such titles, realizing that girls were quite similar in their tastes. I noticed Xia Shuxian paused at a bookshelf, so I curiously approached and found her flipping through Half-Life Fate. I smiled and remarked, "The author is a talented woman, and those who enjoy her works are also remarkable." Xia Shuxian smiled back. "You like Zhang Ailing too?" I replied, "I suppose. I've read a few of her books. It's a shame, really. Many talented women have fallen prey to scoundrels." Her expression shifted. "You know about her affair with Hu Lanchen?" I nodded. "I'm aware." She covered her mouth and laughed. "You must be quite a scholar yourself." I humbly replied, "I cannot claim such a title." As we conversed, I discovered she was indeed well-read, familiar with figures such as Zhang Ailing, Lin Huin, and San Mao, knowing their experiences and works intimately. Many of her references were foreign to me, leaving me feeling somewhat embarrassed. She remarked that it was quite impressive for a boy to know so much. I must advise everyone, during your free time, read more literary works. It is crucial for future romantic pursuits, and undoubtedly, reading will benefit you for a lifetime. When we left, she had purchased several books, and feeling awkward about leaving empty-handed, I bought Love in the Time of Cholera. In truth, I had already finished it, but I wanted to impress Debite and Xia Shuxian. At the checkout, Xia Shuxian expressed surprise at my choice, asking if I read Gabriel Garc, A.M. Marquez. She mentioned having read 100 Years of Solitude and asked if she could borrow my book after I finished. I agreed. After leaving the bookstore, we parted ways with Xia Shuxian. She invited Debite for dinner the next day, and I declined, as I had plans to go to an internet CAF with the neighbor's brother. Before departing, Xia Shuxian gave me her QQ number, which she offered voluntarily, leaving me with a sense of accomplishment. Back then, we didn't have WeChat. QQ was our primary means of communication. As Debite and I walked back, she continuously nudged me, saying, "I didn't realize you had such skills." Others struggled to get Shuxuan's QQ number, yet she willingly gave it to you. I puffed up with pride, of course. "You should consider who Brother Yu is, a man of both looks and charm." Debite rolled her eyes, calling me a narcissist. Debite came from an ordinary background, as evidenced by her living conditions. This area was predominantly filled with low-rise old buildings, with peeling walls. After I saw her to her building, she told me to go home, to which I replied that it was quite rude not to invite me up for a visit. My intention was to visit her jade pendant, but Debite misinterpreted my motives and kicked me, scolding, "Get lost, you pervert." With that, she hurried upstairs, leaving me irritated as I hobbled away. That evening, I added Xia Shuxian on QQ, and she accepted my request shortly after. However, after a brief exchange, she mentioned she had to go. With some time to spare, I browsed her space and was taken aback to discover she not only read extensively, but also played the piano, practiced calligraphy, and painted. I was overwhelmed. Realizing how vast the gap between us was, Xia Shuxian was clearly someone who lived as if out of a television drama. I thought to myself, Dai is truly worlds apart from her. The only aspects I could rival her in are physique and appearance. On Monday morning, as I arrived at school, the bespectacled boy and several others hurriedly surrounded me, saying, Lu Liang has returned to school and made some fierce threats to maim you. I initially brushed it off, saying, let him brag. The bespectacled boy, however, insisted it might not be mere bluster, as he had a friend in Lu Liang's class who claimed Lu was quite well connected. I questioned the validity of this. Another boy chimed in, confirming he had also heard the same. This boy, known for his small eyes, was nicknamed Slit-Eyed. He recounted a tale from our first year when someone had angered Lu Liang, only to have his uncle intervene and break the offender's leg. I exclaimed, is that true? Don't scare me. The bespectacled boy advised, regardless of the truth, just be cautious for the next few days. During lunch break, I was troubled by a stomach ache, so I visited the restroom and left shortly after. By the time I exited, few people remained. I spotted a van parked at the corner of the store across from the school, where several individuals were smoking and occasionally glancing towards our school gate. One individual, upon noticing me, glanced down at his phone and then approached me with a smile, waving his hand, inquiring, excuse me, could you direct me? Without uttering a word, I turned and fled, thinking to myself, what do you mean by asking for directions? Clearly, you are targeting me, and if you're merely seeking directions, why are those others following you? Chapter 11. Crisis indeed. As I ran, they immediately pursued me. I quickly changed my course, sprinting back toward the school entrance while shouting, help! Robbery! Our school security personnel were prompt, rushing out to inquire about the situation, at which point the group turned and fled. I was left panting, drenched in sweat. Realizing these individuals were clearly from the streets. Had they captured me, I might have lost a kidney. Reflecting on the words spoken by the bespectacled man and the squinty-eyed fellow earlier that day, it dawned on me that Lu Liang was indeed serious this time. I did not return home during lunch. Instead, I called the bespectacled man, requesting that he bring me a crepe when he came to school in the afternoon. When he and his companions arrived, I munched on the crepe while recounting the harrowing events of the day, embellishing my tale to highlight my own bravery and wit. They were all captivated by my composed demeanor in the face of danger. The squinty-eyed fellow inquired about my next steps and whether I intended to report the incident to the police. The bespectacled man, however, expressed skepticism, stating that while reporting might be possible, it would likely yield little result since those individuals had not actually harmed me. Feeling troubled, I suggested that I would think of a solution myself. In truth, I had no solid plan. Perhaps my friend, who had connections, could assist, but I doubted his ability. After all, he was just a student too. I instructed the bespectacled man that should I fail to show up for school one day without notifying him, he was to immediately report to the police, claiming I had been abducted. The bespectacled man proposed seeking Lu Liang's mercy, pleading for my release. I looked at him earnestly, stating my friend to be frank. Since my father's passing, these past few years have been a blur for me. I have never attained what I desired, and all that remains is my dignity. Are you suggesting I relinquish that as well? The bespectacled man's gaze turned resolute as he patted my shoulder, saying, remember, no matter how arduous or challenging it may be, I will stand by your side. I felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this friendship was the greatest treasure I had gained during my 3 years in middle school. Later that afternoon, noticing my unease, the tall friend inquired about my troubles. I simply replied that I might have eaten something bad and had a stomachache. After school, I hesitated to exit through the main gate, opting instead to scale the back wall and not return home. Instead, I visited a neighboring vocational school to share a meal with an older acquaintance named Zhao Xiaowu, whom I affectionately referred to as Xiaowu brother. After dinner, he excitedly mentioned that he had acquired some new films and asked if I wanted to watch. I declined, explaining that I had bigger worries than watching films. When he asked what was wrong, I recounted my grievances with Lu Liang and Sun Riyang alongside the day's events. His expression grew serious as he responded, if what you say is true, and they are indeed from the streets, that complicates matters. I asked him what I should do, lamenting that if anything were to happen to me, he would lose a companion to discuss films with. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaowu brother nodded solemnly, remarking, if it were someone else, this would indeed be troublesome. However, with me, It's not as dire a situation. Just take the morning off from school. I'll introduce you to my older brother. It's merely a matter of his word. I inquire with astonishment. Who is your older brother? Overjiang Dragon. Hu Hanjun. Have you heard of him? I shook my head, gazing at him in awe. I haven tea, but I can tell from the name that he must be formidable. Xiaowu brother pounded his chest, affirming, absolutely. He was the top dog in the North City. Just his stomp could shake the entire city. Thrilled. I never expected the seemingly carefree Xiaowu brother to have connections with such a prominent figure. I called my homeroom teacher to request a day off, and the following day, I accompanied Xiaowu brother to meet his older brother. Anticipating an encounter with someone so influential, I felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation, contemplating how to present myself appropriately at whatever venue we were headed. To my surprise, Xiaowu brother led me through a maze, ultimately arriving at a bustling market. I was puzzled, thinking, is he really going to buy groceries to see his brother? Yet we pressed on, turning into a narrow alley after passing the market. Where are we going? I asked, to which Xiaowu brother replied, to meet my brother. We're almost there. The fruit shop is just ahead. I was bewildered. A fruit shop? Is that his side business? Xiaowu brother clarified that his brother had retired and opened a fruit shop. Understanding dawned on me. It seemed typical for a once mighty figure to grow weary of violence and choose a mundane life. As we approached the fruit shop, I noticed several ruffians loitering, carelessly tossing oranges and biting into apples, clearly causing mischief. Suddenly, a limping middle-aged man emerged from the shop, clutching a wad of cash, and handed it to one of the ruffians, a scruffy-haired kid, who nodded in satisfaction, signaling the others to leave. Xiaowu brother cursed under his breath and charged forward, seizing the scruffy-haired kid by the collar, yelling, "Leave the money!" The kid retaliated with a kick that sent Xiaowu brother sprawling to the ground, then hurled a pair at him, cursing, "What the hell are you doing, wild dog?" Seeing Xiaowu brother being assaulted, I panicked, grabbing a stick from the fruit stall and rushing to his aid. As a few of the kid's companions closed in, the limping man hastily intervened, blocking my path. "Gia, the kid doesn't know better. Don't stoop to their level. Please, for my sake, just walk away." The ruffian spat some insults before departing. Xiaowu brother, picking himself up, exclaimed in frustration, "Long go. Are you just going to let them extort money from you? How many times has this happened? When will it end?" I was taken aback, realizing that the limping man was indeed Overjiang Dragon. He ignored Xiaowu brother, tidying up the disheveled stall, and inquired what Xiaowu brother wanted. After regaining his composure, Xiaowu brother recounted my predicament, asking if Long Ge could assist. Long Ge glanced at me briefly before returning to his task, saying nonchalantly, "This isn't something I can help with. You should contact the police." Xiaowu brother grew anxious, arguing, "But the police won't be of any help. Nothing has happened yet, and they can't possibly monitor the school around the clock." Long Ge suddenly halted, turning to Xiaowu brother, saying, "Xiaowu, I've already told you. I'm just an ordinary person now, like you. I cannot assist you." He then looked at me, saying, "Listen, young brother, no matter what, you must report it to the police." Long Ge, Xiaowu brother began, but Long Ge interrupted, raising his hand, "Enough. I have my duties. You both should leave." As we walked back, I felt disheartened. The hope I had harbored had been shattered. I even wondered if Xiaowu brother had deceived me, claiming to know the top dog. Yet here was a man seemingly unable to protect himself from thugs. Xiaowu brother expressed his regret for not being able to help, and I reassured him that it was all right. If it came to it, I would report to the police. Xiaowu brother agreed, stating that it was the only course of action left. "I'll accompany you to the police station," he said. Since the police station was nearby, we decided to walk. As we conversed, suddenly a van screeched to a halt in front of us. The doors flung open, and two individuals leaped out, seizing me and dragging me towards the vehicle. Xiaowu brother exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" as he rushed to confront the assailants. At that moment, the passenger door of the van swung open, and a man clad in a jacket leapt out, wielding an iron rod. Without uttering a word, he struck Brother Wu down, leaving him incapacitated and curled up on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. I resisted with all my might, yet it was futile. The two men restraining me were immensely powerful, their grip akin to a vice. Once they dragged me into the vehicle and noticed my continued struggle, one of them delivered a swift slap to my face. The force was so great that my vision blurred and my mind became clouded. As the vehicle roared to life, a wave of dread washed over me. This was the end. The man in the jacket poked me with his iron rod and said, "Kid, if you want to avoid a beating, you'd better behave." Terrified, I feigned ignorance and asked, "Brother, why are you taking me?" The jacketed man snapped, "Shut up. You'll find out soon enough." The van veered off into increasingly isolated territory, and my heart sank further. My thoughts raced. What will my mother do if something happened to me? Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a dilapidated warehouse. They did not bind me, but simply escorted me inside. To my shock, I discovered several others within, and in the corner, a person was tied to a chair. Upon closer inspection, I gasped to buy a leg. Chapter 12. Crisis. To buy a leg was bound to the chair, her mouth gagged, and tears streamed down her face. Beside her stood a portly bald man, his hand caressing her cheek as he spoke to her in a lewd manner. I felt a surge of anger as I watched his piggish hand on her face. Momentarily forgetting my predicament, I shouted at him, "Remove your filthy hand." No sooner had I spoken than the jacketed man delivered a kick to my side, causing me to stumble but not fall. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed toward the wall and grabbed an iron rod. With a makeshift weapon in hand, I threatened, "Let her go, or I swear I'll take you all down." My words, however, elicited laughter from them. The jacketed man was not amused. He drew a knife and advanced toward me. The bald man waved him off, grinning as he said, "All right, kid, you've piqued my interest. I haven't encountered someone entertaining like you in years. Come on, let's see how you plan to kill me." He beckoned me with his finger, his gaze patronizing, as if coaxing a dog. I shuffled my feet, tightening my grip on the iron rod. I feigned a glance at the jacketed man, then propelled myself forward, aiming the rod at the bald man's head. To my astonishment, he did not evade. Instead, he casually extended his left hand and caught my swinging rod, remaining utterly still. Surprised by his strength, I pulled harder to free the rod, but he loosened his grip, causing me to tumble to the ground. The others erupted in laughter. I quickly glanced at Debai's leg before scrambling to my feet and charging at the bald man once more, raising the rod as if to strike. Anticipating my move, he reached out again to seize the rod, but I swiftly pivoted my wrist and swung horizontally at his waist, landing a solid blow. He merely frowned, then swiftly pressed down on the rod with his left arm, sending me crashing to the ground with a powerful kick to my abdomen. The pain was excruciating, and I curled up, feeling as though my insides were twisted in knots. The onlookers erupted in cheers. The bald man tossed the rod aside and clapped his hands together. "Kid, you have potential. Honestly, it's a shame to waste you like this." He then signaled to the jacketed man to bind me. The man secured my legs together and bound my hands behind my back before rummaging through my pockets, extracting my phone. He ordered me to call my family and demand 20,000 yuan for my release. I was taken aback. 20,000? That was our family's annual income. I refused to call, but the jacketed man delivered a punch to my head, asking again, "Are you going to call or not?" Gritting my teeth, I reiterated my refusal. He gestured to a nearby associate to bring over a toolbox, which contained an assortment of tools, saws, hammers, pliers, wrenches, and more. The jacketed man sifted through the contents until he produced a pair of wire cutters. Approaching me from behind, he placed my fingers within the jaws of the cutters and asked, "I'll ask you one last time. Will you call?" Feeling the cold metal against my fingers, I immediately caved and nodded, agreeing to make the call. I explained that my mother could not possibly gather that much money and suggested contacting my brother instead. The jacketed man dismissed my concerns, insisting that the money must be delivered today. The bald man added, "If the money isn't here within the hour, we'll cut off one of your fingers. And tell your brother not to call the police." The jacketed man handed me his phone, and I dialed Brother Wu. As soon as he heard my voice, he grew frantic, asking where I was. I glanced at the jacketed man, who provided me with the address. I relayed the information, informing Brother Wu that they demanded 20,000 yuan for my release to be delivered within the hour. He assured me not to worry and promised to find a solution. The jacketed man nudged me, prompting me to stress to Brother Wu not to involve the authorities. After I hung up, the jacketed man withdrew the wire cutters. I noticed the bald man approaching Debai's leg again and shouted, "Keep your distance from her. If you lay a finger on her, you'll never see a dime of your money." The bald man glared at me and cursed, "You little brat, do you think I won't kill you?" I stood my ground, declaring, "If you touch her, you'll have to kill me first. If you don't, I will make sure you regret it." The bald man chuckled. "All right, you amusing little fool. For now, I won't touch her." He stepped aside, and I crawled over to Debai's leg, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. I looked up at her and said, "Don't be afraid. While I'm here, no one will dare to harm you." Debai's leg turned her tear-streaked face toward me, her swollen eyes overflowing with tears. "Uncle." Just then, Voices called out from outside the warehouse, followed by two figures entering, Sun Riyang and Lu Yang. Upon seeing me, their faces lit up with smug satisfaction, and they approached, kicking me as they hurled insults. Wang Yu, weren't you acting tough just a moment ago? I glared at them in silence. Lu Yang crouched down and slapped me twice, then wiped a snot on my face, repulsing me further. He stood up and turned his attention to Dabai Leg, grinning maliciously as he said, Song Yao, you're destined to fall into my clutches. He lunged forward, attempting to kiss her, but she struggled fiercely, crying out in distress. Enraged, I sprang up and rammed my head into Lu Yang's leg, causing him to stagger. He immediately fumed, cursing loudly as he picked up a wrench and advanced toward me, ready to strike. Just as he raised it, the bald man seized his arm, saying, If you kill him, he won't be worth anything. I shouted at the bald man, If your nephew lays a finger on her, you'll never see his scent. The bald man patted Lu Yang, signaling him to hold back. Sun Ruyang chimed in, saying, We can't touch Dabai Leg, but I can have my fun with you. He then delivered a kick to my face, followed by a barrage of blows to my abdomen that nearly made me lose control. The bald man eventually intervened, saying, All right, that's enough. I curled up on the ground, retching painfully when Lu Yang approached, pressing his foot onto my head. Spitting on the ground, he derisively exclaimed, Pa, what a pathetic creature. Next to me, Debeju watched, crying profusely. Lu Yang turned to Debeju and said, Song Yao, did you see this? This is your so-called savior. Your hero. This is what it means to overestimate oneself. Witness the outcome of his pretentiousness. I opened my mouth and bit down hard on the dirt beneath me, as a voice inside me said, Wang Yu, remember the humiliation you endured today. Remember, if you remain weak, you will forever be trampled underfoot. After about half an hour, the bald men grew impatient, urging me to call Xiao Wu. However, before I could even dial, a figure rushed in, calling out loudly, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. I glanced at Xiao Wu and smiled, saying, Wuge, I knew you would come to save me. But when I realized he was alone, my smile transformed into a bitter grimace. This was it. He was doomed too. Seeing my battered state, Xiao Wu became enraged, cursing as he tried to rush forward, only to be restrained and thrown to the ground by the jacket-clad men. They searched Xiao Wu and turned to the bald leader, saying, Boss, he has no money on him. The bald leader exploded with fury, cursing, How dare he play me for a fool? Break them. Just then a deep, steady voice came from outside, and a limping figure entered. My eyes widened as I murmured, Longa? Chapter 13. Crisis. Although Longa entered with a limp, he exuded an imposing presence. The bald leader seemed unfamiliar with Longa and shouted, Who the hell are you? Longa, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated that he was there to ransom someone. The bald leader extended his hand, demanding, Where's the money? Longa retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, explaining, I don't have that much money right now, but I can write you an IOU and pay you back gradually. The bald leader erupted into laughter, almost doubling over with mirth, tears streaming down his face. But abruptly his laughter ceased as he glared at Longa, saying, I've been in this game for years. No one dares to play me for a fool. Send air, deal with him. The jacket-clad man picked up a metal rod and charged at Longa, who was still trying to reason with the bald leader, saying, I'm not deceiving you. I just received some goods and don't have cash on hand, but I will definitely pay you back within 6 months. Before he could finish, the jacket-clad man was upon him, swinging the rod down, only to find himself thrown back, clutching his neck in agony. My eyes widened in shock. I had only seen Longa SR move, but I could hardly comprehend how he had acted. The bald leader was taken aback, and his associates quickly surrounded Longa. He raised his hand and said in a deep voice, Hold on. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ransom someone. Just let me speak. Though Long Ji's attire was ordinary, there was an undeniable aura about him that commanded respect. His voice conveyed authority, causing the men to pause and glance at the bald leader, who nodded grimly and said to Longa, Given his skills, he must not be an ordinary person. Where do you come from? Longa smiled and replied, I was a soldier. The bald leader seemed to relax a bit, stating that he wouldn't release anyone without seeing the money. Longa clarified that it wasn't a matter of refusal, but rather that he couldn't gather such a large sum immediately. He urged the bald leader to release the person first, promising to find a solution. As he spoke, Longa pulled out a document, unfolding it to reveal a business license. He approached the bald leader, offering it as collateral, saying, I've opened a small fruit shop. You can keep this license for now. I will return with the money within 3 days. The bald leader took the document, furrowing his brows, muttering to himself, Hu Hanjun? Why does that name sound so familiar? Longu interrupted, If you find it acceptable, I will take them with me now. Before the bald leader could respond, Lu Yang interjected, shouting, Uncle. He glanced at Song Yao, rushing to the bald leader and urgently whispering, You said Song Yao was to be left for me. The bald leader held up the business license and replied, Fine, Longu can take them, but you must gather the money within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll send people to smash your fruit shop. I felt a surge of panic, fearing for Song Yao. Longu didn't respond to the bald leader, but turned to me, asking, Little brother, what is your relationship with this girl? I quickly replied, Longu, she is my girlfriend. She must come with me. Longu nodded and said to the bald leader, Brother, I don't know your background, but in this line of work, we must uphold principles. Otherwise, one cannot last long. The bald leader bristled at this, reminding Longu that he initially demanded 20,000 for just one ransom, and 2 people would cost 40,000. Longu remained calm, narrowing his eyes at the bald leader, saying, Brother, one should only carry as much as one can eat. Overextending oneself leads to ruin. Longu's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, and the bald leader's expression shifted. Suddenly, Longu broke into a wide smile, saying, Just consider it a favor for me, all right? This remark was akin to giving the bald leader an out. A blend of firmness and softness, an old hand navigating the situation. The bald leader hesitated, seemingly wary of Longu, before nodding, Fine, take them. But the money must be ready in 3 days. Longu nodded, then came over to support me, instructing Xiao Wu to untie Song Yao. Lu Yang, agitated, tugged at the bald leader, exclaiming, Uncle. The bald leader shot him a glare, commanding, Shut up. Lu Yang fell silent. The moment Song Yao was freed, she rushed over to embrace me, sobbing. I gently patted her back, whispering reassurances, It's all right, it's all right. Xiao Wu quietly urged, Let us not linger. We should leave quickly before they change their minds. As we walked out, I glanced back and saw Lu Yang's eyes ablaze with rage, his expression filled with hatred. Sun Ruyang remained composed, but the moment our eyes met, he wore a strange smile that unsettled me. Once outside the warehouse, I found the place desolate, with no vehicles in sight. I asked Xiao Wu how they had arrived, and he replied that Longu had a car parked nearby. Upon reaching the front, we saw Longu's vehicle, a brand-new electric tricycle, quietly waiting. Thankfully, Longu had prepared for us. There were stools ready on the tricycle, and we sat in the back as we bumped along the road. After disembarking, I thanked Longu, while Xiao Wu questioned why he hadn't revealed his identity to the bald leader, as it would have made the latter hesitant to accept Longji's business license. Longu replied earnestly, Xiao Wu, as they say, a passing goose leaves a sound, and a man leaves a name. A good reputation is one thing, but when I reflect on my past, I feel ashamed. What face do I have to boast? I hope you all can learn from this. Remember, a true man should never feel ashamed before heaven. With a sigh, he turned and entered the shop, beginning to move the fruits outside. I suddenly grew curious about Longji's past. How had a once mighty figure fallen to such depths? What had caused his limp? And what experiences had led him to despise his former self, accepting this mundane and subservient life? I knew nothing of this, but one thing was certain. Longu possessed the spirit of an ancient hero, indicating that his past could not have been entirely wicked. Did Longu truly intend to lend me the money? He assured me, of course, it will be repaid, one spit, one nail. I hesitated, saying, Longu, let me find a way to gather some money first. The rest I will repay you gradually. Longu replied that there was no need for repayment. He would cover the amount for me. Upon hearing this, I was deeply moved and asked him if I could join him in the future. He appeared somewhat irritated and replied, Haven't I already told you? I've long ceased that lifestyle. Like you, I am just an ordinary person, rising early and toiling late to support my family. I inquired if I could visit him occasionally like Xiao Wu Ge. Longu lowered his gaze, fiddling with some fruit, and said, You can come for a meal, but you must lend a hand. Excited, I nodded in agreement and stated that I would first escort by 2A back home and return to help. Longu advised me not to come back, suggesting I visit the hospital instead. Perhaps it was due to the excitement earlier, but it was then that I became aware of the aches throughout my body, particularly a heaviness in my chest. Xiao Wu Ge accompanied me to see by 2A, who, although physically unharmed, appeared quite shaken and fearful. After ensuring she was settled in her home to rest, I promised to help her request a couple of days off from her class teacher. On our way to the hospital, Xiao Wugu remarked that I was fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I scoffed, explaining that I had merely acted to save her. Had I not said so, I feared Long Guo would not have intervened. Xiao Wugu suggested that I pursue her further, aiming to win her over soon. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor recommended a series of scans. I declined, asserting that I had been in fights before and would likely be fine, merely asking for some medication. Xiao Wugu insisted on the scans, but I remained adamant, insisting that I had endured worse. Ultimately, the doctor prescribed some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication, and a nurse attended to my wounds with a soothing herbal balm. Once outside, Xiao Wugu chastised me for neglecting to undergo the examination. In truth, it wasn't that I didn't want to, it was simply a matter of finances. A few days prior, I had borrowed 2,000 yuan from my mother, and with our household in need, I was also responsible for repaying the 20,000 yuan that Longo had laid out for my release. At that moment, I truly grasped the significance of money. After returning home and taking my medicine, I fell asleep. In the midst of my slumber, I was abruptly awakened, struggling to breathe. Sitting upright, I couldn't suppress a fit of coughing, covering my mouth with my hand, only to find it stained bright red with blood. Chapter 14. Because I have no father. The sight horrified me, prompting me to dash to the bathroom, where I washed my hands, rinsed my mouth, and peered into the mirror to inspect for any injuries within my mouth. Before I could ascertain anything, another wave of coughing erupted, and I found myself expelling blood into the basin. My mother, likely disturbed by my coughing, approached the bathroom, inquiring about my condition. Upon entering and witnessing the blood-soaked basin, she shrieked in terror and hastily took me to the hospital. We went straight to the emergency room, where, after examinations and scans, it was already past 2 in the morning by the time we completed the admission process and received my injections. The results indicated pulmonary hemorrhage, albeit not severe, but I would need to remain in the hospital for a while. My mother, realizing I had been in a fight, wept uncontrollably, scolding me for being inconsiderate at my age. I felt a pang of guilt at her words and explained that I had never instigated trouble, that it was always others who threw the first punch. My mother, hearing my retort, grew even angrier, questioning why they targeted me specifically. I lowered my head and softly replied, because I have no father. Instantly, my mother fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reached out to stroke my head, saying, "Who says you have no father? He simply isn't with us anymore." With that, she picked up a thermos to fetch some hot water. Shortly thereafter, a nurse entered to change my dressings and asked if the doctor had informed my mother that my condition was not serious. I replied affirmatively, to which the nurse remarked on my mother's emotional state outside. A wave of unexplainable emotions washed over me. Perhaps the one truly suffering was my mother. When she returned, her tears had dried, though her eyes were still red and swollen. I held her hand and reassured her, "Mom, please don't cry. I promise I won't fight anymore and won't make you worry." She instructed me to avoid trouble, but emphasized that I shouldn't allow others to bully me. With a sigh, she added, "Your son can't help but resemble him." My mother called my teacher to request a leave of absence for me, and I discreetly informed the bespectacled boy about the day's events, assuring him I was fine and asking him to help the Baitue with her leave, instructing him not to mention my situation to her to spare her feelings of guilt. The days spent in the hospital were rather arduous, as I could do little. I had my mother bring me a few books to read. The young nurse in charge of our ward was quite pleasant, with fair skin, and each time she came to change my bandages, I would engage her in light conversation. Noticing I was reading, she lingered after her duties, commenting that we high achievers enjoyed such literature. I humbly protested that I was no high achiever, and she countered that I was still better than her. She shared that she had graduated from a nursing school after not passing high school, and I admitted I too struggled with exams, joking that I might also end up in nursing school if things went poorly. This elicited a laugh from her, and when I inquired about the number of attractive girls at her school, she confirmed there were many, but blushed when I asked if there were any as beautiful as her. After we became familiar, she took great care of me, often bringing delicious food and fruit, which displeased my mother, who questioned her kindness towards me. The nurse explained that I reminded her of her brother studying elsewhere, making her feel a sense of kinship. My mother then ceased her inquiries. On the weekend, the bespectacled boy visited with several classmates, bringing along various gifts. I asked my mother to step outside for a moment so we could chat privately. The bespectacled boy inquired about my recovery, and I replied that I was nearly well enough to be discharged, feeling stifled in the hospital. I then noticed something unusual and requested he remove his glasses. He asked why, and I replied irritably, just take them off. Only then did he comply, revealing a dark bruise around his left eye. I asked him what had happened, suspecting it involved Sun Rueyang and his gang. He hesitated to speak, but one of the others could no longer contain himself and revealed, yes. Ever since he got into trouble, the seven wolves have been looking for him every day, dragging him to the restroom to beat him up. Furious, I struck the bed in frustration. The bespectacled boy reassured me that as long as he didn't provoke them, they wouldn't be too harsh, merely attempting to intimidate him due to our close friendship. I sighed, suggesting he inform the teacher, confident that with his good grades, the teacher would assist him. He adjusted his glasses and replied, I was afraid of embarrassing you. Speechless, I scolded the others, asking why they wouldn't stand up for him. They remained silent, and the bespectacled boy explained that if they intervened, it would only lead to them facing the same punishment. I advised him to be wise and avoid trouble for now, promising to help him once I returned. I then asked if Bai Tue had returned to school, and he informed me she had not, likely returning on Monday. After they left, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me, grappling with a sense of helplessness. My only ally, the bespectacled boy, was in trouble, and I felt powerless to protect him. At that moment, a singular thought crystallized in my mind. I must become stronger. Only by growing stronger could I safeguard those dear to me. One evening, feeling rather bored as I lay in bed, having exhausted my reading material, I decided to engage in a chat on my phone. Upon logging in, I received a message from Xia Shuxian sent several days prior, inquiring if I was available. I replied apologetically, explaining that I had been ill and hospitalized. She was online at the time and quickly responded, asking about the severity of my condition. I reassured her that I was improving and would likely be discharged in a few days. She asked which hospital I was in and insisted on coming to visit me, claiming she had nothing else to do and wanted to borrow a couple of books. I disclosed my hospital and ward details to her. The following morning, when I asked why she hadn't attended class, she explained that she had gone but, upon hearing from classmates about my hospitalization, hurried over. I was taken aback, questioning her lack of a leave request. She said it was too urgent, and she hadn't had the time to ask for one. I found myself speechless as she entered my room and began to touch my arm, querying where I was injured. I quickly seized her hand, assuring her that I was fine. Just then, my mother entered, startling me. I announced her arrival, and Debaite greeted her casually, calling her Annie, explaining that she was my deskmate. My mother warmly invited her to sit, offering her water and fruit, exclaiming how lovely she looked and how well-proportioned she was. Reminiscent of my mother in her youth, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, suddenly realizing that my narcissistic tendencies were undoubtedly inherited from her. My mother seemed quite taken with Bai Tue, holding her hand and bombarding her with questions. Bai Tue answered each inquiry patiently, while I was left awkwardly on the sidelines. I softly called out, Mom, she is here to see me. My mother replied that she was aware and intended to chat for a while before allowing us to converse. I resigned myself to this, albeit with a frown. At noon, my mother invited Bai Tue to stay for lunch, which she gladly accepted, as the hospital food was rather unappetizing. Bai Tue didn't seem to mind, enjoying the meal immensely. During lunch, I noticed someone softly calling my name. Looking up, I spotted Xia Shuxian standing at the door. I waved her in, urging her to enter. Upon seeing Bai Tue, she expressed surprise, exclaiming, Yao Yao, Bai Tue, equali astonits, Zetponde, Suan. What brings you here? Xia Shuxian explained that she had come to see me after I had informed her. My mother, upon realizing that Xia Shuxian was also here to visit me, secretly gave me a thumbs up and whispered, Son, impressive. Chapter 15. The fear of gossip. Not long after Xia Shuxian settled in, Bai Tue's phone rang, prompting her to step outside to take the call. Upon her return, she appeared flustered and announced that she had to leave urgently. When Xia Shuxian and I inquired about the matter, she explained that her brother had been apprehended by the police for reasons unknown, and they were at the school looking for her to ask questions. I encouraged her to leave quickly, assuring her that it might not be anything serious. Though I voiced this reassurance, I secretly thought it would serve him right for his incessant boastfulness. After Bai Tue departed, my mother also left, leaving Xia Shuxian and me alone to converse. She asked about my injuries, and I sheepishly admitted they were due to a fight. Xia Shuxian remarked she wouldn't have guessed I could fight, thinking I was merely an academically inclined student. It was evident that Xia Shuxian was the quintessential model student in the eyes of both teachers and parents, which made me feel somewhat inferior in her presence. Yet, I was curious about how she and Bai Tui had become friends. Xia Shuxian explained that they had been classmates since childhood, with Bai Tui always looking out for her and standing up to bullies on her behalf. I acknowledged I'm a bit of a rogue. Much like Bai Tui, we're not the best of people. Xia Shuxian chuckled softly, advising me not to be too harsh in my judgment of Bai, stating, Song Yao isn't as bad as I thought. I retorted that she was still rather troublesome, noting her tattoos. Xia Shuxian clarified that they were merely temporary tattoos that Bai Tui had applied for fun. Hesitating, I mentioned I had heard rumors about Bai Tui's questionable behavior around boys. Xia Shuxian frowned, inquiring who had spread such gossip, asserting it was pure slander. I confessed I wasn't too sure who had said it, merely relaying rumors from her previous schoolmates. With a resigned smile, Xia Shuxian said, people can be quite fearsome. She explained that due to her family background, Bai Tui could come off as brash, but in reality, she was a rather reserved girl at heart, perhaps even reclusive, which contributed to her seemingly unapproachable demeanor. Xia Shuxian continued, but it seems you've managed to breach her defenses. She came to see you when you were unwell. I refrained from sharing my heroic act of saving Bai Tui, instead saying with a hint of pride, perhaps she was captivated by my charm. Xia Shuxian giggled, and I inquired if Bai Tui had ever mentioned me to her. When she confirmed that she had, I felt a surge of curiosity and eagerness to know what Bai Tui had said. Xia Shuxian hesitated, looking shy, and my heart raced with excitement, pondering if Bai Tui might have feelings for me. To my dismay, Xia Shuxian eventually whispered, she said you're a lecher, a pervert, and mentally unstable. I was left speechless, staring blankly at her. Xia Shuxian chuckled awkwardly, urging me not to take it to heart, as Bai Tui sometimes spoke without consideration. I forced a laugh, replying, I understand, Bai Tui is just being humorous. Xia Shuxian laughed again, and I asked why she always covered her mouth when she laughed. She explained that her grandfather had taught her to smile without showing her teeth, fearing her laugh might be unattractive, hence her habit of covering her mouth. I remarked on the antiquated nature of such a belief, calling her grandfather old-fashioned. Xia Shuxian nodded in agreement, acknowledging her grandfather's antiquated views, but added that she didn't wish to upset him, so she generally complied with his wishes. After spending the afternoon conversing with Xia Shuxian, I gained some insight into her and Bai Tui's backgrounds. Xia Shuxian hailed from a scholarly family. Her grandfather was an intellectual well-versed in various arts, while her grandmother was a refined lady of great poise. Her uncles adhered to her grandfather's wishes and pursued careers in politics, while her father opted for business, causing a rift with her grandfather. Consequently, Xia Shuxian had been primarily raised by her grandparents, absorbing their values. In stark contrast, Bai Tui's upbringing was quite different. Xia Shuxian revealed that she, like me, came from a single-parent family. Her parents had divorced when she was very young. She lived with her mother, who was preoccupied with gambling and rarely had time for her. When things went awry, her mother often resorted to reprimanding her physically or verbally. Such an environment fostered Bai Tui's rebellious and insecure nature. Hearing Xia Shuxian's account, I felt a wave of sympathy for Bai Tui, knowing that I could relate to her feelings. However, my situation was markedly better. While my mother was also busy, she was deeply caring and loving. After Xia Shuxian left, I felt a sense of confusion, unsure of whom to believe between her and Qinling. Undoubtedly, one of them was misleading me, or perhaps both were unaware of the truth. I didn't wish to dwell on it, realizing that only Bai Tui truly knew her own heart. Nevertheless, I couldn't deny that Xia Shuxian's words had shifted my perception of Bai Tui, reducing the prejudice I previously held against her. I mused that had she not stolen the jade pendant, we might have even become friends. When my mother approached me later, she inquired about the two girls who had visited at noon. Noticing her mischievous expression, I replied that one was my deskmate and the other a newfound acquaintance, assuring her that there was nothing beyond that. My mother looked at me meaningfully and said, Son, I actually understand children of your age. As long as it doesn't affect your studies, I support you in dating. However, I must remind you, a man should never straddle two boats. Otherwise, he will inevitably face dire consequences. I was momentarily speechless and replied, Mom, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with either of them. They are merely classmates, I swear. Seeing my earnestness, my mother nodded in agreement, saying, I feel the same way. Those two girls are so beautiful. They couldn't possibly lack discernment. I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, asking Mom, am I really your biological child? In truth, I felt quite content with the number of people who came to see me, but my greatest wish was for Sun Mengqi to visit. However, she might not be aware of my situation, so I called Glasses Guy, instructing him to find a way to casually inform Sun Mengqi about my hospitalization due to injury. He assured me it would be done, and I should wait for her to come see me the next day. However, the following day passed without a visit, leading me to think that Glasses Guy had also succumbed to exaggeration. Yet come evening, Sun Mengqi and Qin Ling arrived with some fruit, filling me with joy. Sun Mengqi expressed her ignorance of my illness, saying she would have come sooner had she known. I smiled and assured her it was all right, then asked my mother to step outside for a moment so we could have a private conversation. Once seated, they didn't inquire about my illness, but immediately asked if I had received the jade pendant, which left me feeling rather uncomfortable. I chuckled and replied, I'm in the hospital. After all, I'll get it once I'm discharged. Sun Mengqi nodded, urging me to take care. Playfully yet earnestly, I remarked, I fear my standing in your heart might not be as significant as that jade pendant. Sun Mengqi blushed slightly and shyly replied, No, I genuinely care about you. Suddenly, Qin Ling interjected, clarifying that it wasn't Sun Mengqi who was anxious but rather her friend, as the pendant was a family heirloom, and her family had scolded her to retrieve it promptly. I looked at Sun Mengqi softly, assuring her, rest assured, the matter you entrusted to me will be handled with utmost care. Sun Mengqi beamed, her smile illuminating my heart as she sweetly said, Thank you, Wang Yu. After they left, I called Big White Legs, intending to probe about her jade pendant. However, her phone was unreachable, and I began to worry something might have happened. I then contacted Glasses Guy to ask if Big White Legs had attended school that day. He replied she had not been there since leaving the previous morning. An ominous premonition washed over me as I recalled Big White Legs mentioning that police were looking for her at school. Suddenly, I remembered my own experience of being taken away by the police at school, and I feared that Big White Legs might be in trouble. Chapter 16. Protecting you for a lifetime of peace and security, I felt a surge of panic and repeatedly dialed her number, but remained unreachable, heightening my anxiety. I was uncertain why I was so worried about her. Perhaps it was because I had gone to great lengths to save her, and if she were to be captured again, my efforts would have been in vain. Unable to reach her, I called Xia Shuxian to inquire if she had heard from Big White Legs. She replied that she hadn't been able to contact Yao Yao either. Noticing my frantic tone, she immediately asked if something had happened to Song Yao Yao. I reassured her that it wasn't confirmed yet and asked her to check with her acquaintances to see if anyone could get in touch with her. Xia Shuxian agreed, advising me to remain calm. After hanging up, I called Glasses Guy again, asking him to dig for information and to obtain Sun Ruiyang's phone number. Seeing my distress, he inquired about what was going on, but I insisted he focus on getting me the number quickly. Glasses Guy was efficient, and before long, he sent me the number. To avoid disturbing others, I stepped into the restroom to make the call. After a few rings, Sun Ruiyang lazily answered, Hello, who is this? I responded angrily, Sun Ruiyang, what kind of man are you to bully a girl? If you have any guts, let her go and face me. There was a moment of silence before he replied mockingly, Wang Yu? I retorted, Yes, your grandfather. Sun Ruiyang, unfazed, said, Whether I have guts or not is none of your concern. So what if I bully girls? Are you upset? Take a good look in the mirror. You think you're worthy of Song Yao Yao? His words infuriated me. How dare he speak to me like that when he looked like a monkey himself? I shouted, Sun Ruiyang, if you so much as lay a finger on her, I will make you regret it. He laughed heartily, saying, Don't worry, I'm not interested in her. But Lu Yang is another story. I cursed under my breath, my anger boiling over. Sun Ruiyang's laughter abruptly ceased, and his tone turned cold as he said, Wang Yu, we'll see. Just wait and watch how I bring you down. With that, he hung up, leaving me fuming. I called him back, but he rejected my call, further infuriating me, and I kicked the restroom stall door in frustration. Someone inside yelled at me, Hey, watch it, you idiot. In my rage, I retorted and burst out of the stall, glaring at the only other occupant. I yanked the door and shouted, Come out. I dare you to say that again. The person fell silent, and I angrily kicked the door again, warning them to keep their mouth clean in the future. Returning to my hospital room, I felt helpless. I realized I couldn't help Big White Legs this time. The image of Lu Yang's lecherous expression looming over her made me feel nauseous. If he were in front of me, I'd be inclined to stab him repeatedly. My mother, noticing my despondent demeanor, asked what was wrong, but I ignored her, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. After a while, my phone rang, but I couldn't muster the energy to answer. My mother handed it to me, and upon seeing it was Big White Legs, I immediately sat up, asking if they had let her go. Confused, she asked what I meant by that. I explained that I thought she had been taken by Sun Ruiyang and his crew. Big White Legs clarified, "Who told you that?" She mentioned going to the police station yesterday. I was momentarily dazed as she continued, "My brother was arrested for selling drugs, and I've been accompanying my godmother to the police station every day." I didn't answer earlier because my phone died. Suddenly it clicked, and I realized Sun Ruiyang had been deliberately misleading me. I told her I was relieved she was okay and inquired about her brother's situation. I was secretly hoping he would receive a hefty sentence to ease my frustration. Big White Legs replied that things were nearly resolved. Her family had used connections, and he would be released in a couple of days. I felt a twinge of disappointment. I asked her why her brother was involved in such activities. She explained that the drugs in question were not his, and someone had framed him. I feigned sympathy, but internally I wondered if he truly was innocent or just another bad apple. Big White Legs mentioned that this incident might be connected to Sun Ruiyang and promised to fill me in when she had the time. Sensing her fatigue, I encouraged her to rest. She asked if I had contacted Xia Shuxian. I replied affirmatively, stating I was looking for her. She remarked that Xia Shuxian had noted my anxious tone and asked, "Do you really care about me that much?" I replied earnestly, "Of course I do. I went through so much to save you. If you were captured again, my efforts would have been in vain, and the money I spent would be wasted. That would hurt." Big White Legs chuckled softly, then sighed, saying, "Unfortunately, you can't protect me forever." I reassured her, "Not necessarily. If I become strong enough, I will be able to protect you for a lifetime. After all, there's a saying, to protect you for a lifetime of peace and security, right?" Haha. Big White Legs seemed touched and asked, "Really?" I am quite certain that, at that time, not only you, but also the people I care about will not be harmed. On the other end of the phone, Dabai Tue began to gently sob, whispering, "Wang Yu, thank you." I replied, "It's nothing. After all, you're my deskmate." I then urged her to rest early. After hanging up, a sense of guilt washed over me. To be honest, the reason I spoke those words was to move her, to facilitate my plan to steal the jade pendant. I stared blankly at my phone and softly murmured, "Song Yao, what I just said was sincere. Once I become strong enough, I will undoubtedly protect you for life." From that point onward, Song Yao called me almost every night. But it was nothing substantial, just casual chats and inquiries about my well-being before hanging up. After spending merely 2 days in the hospital, I was discharged. As I left, I felt a bit reluctant to part with the nurse, who suggested I call her whenever I had time, inviting me to her home for a visit. The next day, I returned to school, and Dabai Tue was back as well. I inquired about her brother's situation, and she replied that everything had been resolved and there was no longer an issue. Curious about the details, I asked how Sun Ruiyang was involved. Dabai Tue explained that her brother's matter was handled by Sun Ruiyang's uncle, who had directly taken her brother away, claiming there was a witness who could attest to her brother selling drugs. Ultimately, it was her adoptive father's classmate at the authorities who helped resolve the situation. Dabai Tue warned me to be cautious, suggesting that I might also face false accusations one day. I felt a twinge of fear and acknowledged that it was indeed a possibility. She laughed, teasing, "Who would look at you and think you're a drug dealer?" Dabai Tue's laughter was surprisingly charming, momentarily captivating me. Realizing my own irritation, I retorted, "Come on, it should be said that Brother Yu is a person of integrity." I turned and glanced at Dabai Tue's neck, noticing she wore nothing, and asked, "All the girls wear accessories. Don't you have a charm or something?" She replied she had one, but preferred to keep it at home. Pretending to be curious, I said, "What do you have?" "My mother got me a guanine jade pendant." "Zabai Tuizet Ponde, Vili." Mine is also a guanine jade pendant. I insisted she show it to me someday, as I had a keen interest in such items. To be honest, I felt my excuse was flimsy, yet Dabai Tue believed me, nodding and agreeing to bring it to me in the afternoon. At that moment, someone outside suddenly called for the glasses-wearing boy, instructing him to come out. Zhang Wei, the boy who had previously come to find me when the police arrived, approached and mentioned that a group was looking for trouble with the glasses-wearing boy again. I immediately stood up, intercepting him. The glasses-wearing boy assured me it was fine, saying he would just step out to talk, and They might not even resort to violence. He was used to it. I looked at him and surveyed the other boys who often played with us, but never helped him, speaking calmly. You're used to it because I wasn't around. Now that I am, I won't allow anyone to bully my brother. Chapter 17. You are equally important to me with that. I walked towards the door, and the glasses-wearing boy followed suit, along with Zhang Wei and the others. Upon reaching the entrance, I found it was Lao Lu and Lao Wu from the Seven Wolves gang, both appearing rather aggressive. I stepped out and asked, "What are you two barking like mad dogs for?" Upon seeing me, they paused momentarily, after which Lao Lu pointed a finger at me and started cursing, claiming he thought I had died in the hospital. I refused to tolerate his behavior and kicked him in the leg, causing him to stumble. Immediately, he became furious, ready to retaliate, but the glasses-wearing boy and the others rushed forward to stand behind me. Lao Wu grabbed Lao Lu and pulled him away, trying to calm him down. As they left, Lao Lu continued to hurl insults at me, vowing I would regret it. Once they were gone, I turned to the boys in my class and remarked, "Isn't it embarrassing to get beaten up right in front of our classroom? Why do they come to bully us? It's because we are easy targets. Remember, dignity must be fought for." Initially, the glasses-wearing boy feared they might seek revenge, but as the afternoon wore on, there was no sign of them, and neither Lu Yang nor Sun Ruiyang approached us for trouble. When class ended, Dabai 2A poked me with her hand, reminding me I wanted to see her jade pendant. She reached in her backpack, but suddenly something fell out. I picked it up and discovered it was a thick-bladed pair of scissors, shaped somewhat like a bird's beak, suitable for easily cutting branches. I was taken aback and asked why she carried such an item. She snatched the scissors back and snipped them open, saying just in case. "If anyone dares to target me again, I'll ensure they have no descendants." I shivered at her words, instinctively clenching my legs together. "Zabai tui lauget? What are you afraid of?" I'm mainly wary of Lu Liang. As she spoke, she snipped the scissors a couple of times. I quickly pressed her hand down, saying, "Sister, put that away. It's quite frightening." She tucked the scissors away and handed me the jade pendant. I took it and examined it closely. It was small yet exquisitely crafted. The jade smooth and rounded, with Guanin's expression serene, almost smiling, and the craftsmanship was remarkable. I noticed a faint crimson hue within the jade. I was puzzled about how it got there. After studying it for a while, I nodded solemnly, stating, "It's a fine jade. Zabai tu hapa supi atking." "You know about jade?" I answered, "Of course, Brother Yu is knowledgeable and understands a little bit about everything." She chuckled. "Then tell me, what kind of jade is this?" Suddenly feeling embarrassed, I stammered, "Well, I need to study it further." Dabai Tue laughed. "You just love to boast. But I don't know what kind of jade is either." After saying that, she snatched the pendant back and carefully placed it back in a small box. I inquired, "Song Yao, where did this jade pendant come from?" She replied, "It was a keepsake from her biological mother." I was taken aback, asking, "Your biological mother? Isn't your current mother your biological mother?" She clarified, "No, she's my adoptive mother. I've been with my adoptive parents since I was very young, so young that I can't even remember what my biological mother looked like, only a vague outline." I asked why her mother had abandoned her, and Baite shook her head, saying she didn't know. She was too young to remember. I queried whether she had ever thought about searching for her biological mother, to which she shook her head, expressing disinterest. She left me. Why should I seek her out? I paused in silence, reflecting. Perhaps she was compelled by circumstances beyond her control to leave you. Maybe she did so to ensure you had a better life. The hardships of life can be beyond our comprehension. Baitue gently toyed with the jade pendant in her hands, her voice soft yet resolute. At any moment, I will never abandon those I care about, even if it means accompanying them to death. I will do so without hesitation. At a loss for words, I let out a soft sigh. Observing her tightly grasping the jade pendant, my heart began to waver. Could it be that Baitue's earlier words were genuine? Was Qin Ling's assertion merely a deception to manipulate me into aiding her in stealing the pendant? If that were the case, then Sun Minqi was also in on the deceit. Perhaps even her initial assistance in giving Sun Ruiyang that 2,000 yuan was a calculated move to gain my trust and affection. Contemplating this, I felt a wave of discomfort, recalling the warm smile she had worn at the classroom door that day, struggling to believe she could deceive me. Noticing my sudden drop in mood, Dabai Tue asked what was wrong. I gazed at her, hesitating to speak, pondering another possibility. Perhaps all of the preceding words were merely a ruse crafted by Tue to mislead me. Yet if that were true, her cunning would be exceedingly profound. I shook my head, saying it was nothing, then looked at the jade pendant in her hand, requesting, "Could I borrow this pendant for a couple of days? I quite like it and would like my mother to find a similar one for me." Upon hearing my request, Dub-I-2A instinctively tightened her grip on the box, seemingly conflicted, and remained silent. I smiled and said, "If you don't want it, then forget it. After all, it is significant to you." With determination in her eyes, she pushed the box toward me and replied, "You are also very important to me." Her words stirred something within me, reminding me of the day I saved her, her subsequent attitude towards me, and the fact that she called me every day. I thought, could it be that she has developed feelings for me? I jokingly asked her, "Song Yao, you wouldn't have started to like me, would you?" She paused for a moment, then made an excuse-me expression, her face displaying a mix of amusement and disbelief. She said, "Wang Yu, do my eyes look like they have a problem?" I shook my head, replying that they did not. She continued, "Then do you think I could possibly have feelings for you?" I shook my head again, asserting it was impossible. She clarified, "Wang Yu, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you're simply not my type. I regard you as a friend, a very good friend." I nodded, relieved. To be honest, her words lightened my heart, because if I were to do something wrong by her, I wouldn't feel such a heavy sense of guilt. Yet for some reason, I felt a twinge of emptiness inside. I took the guanine jade pendant and placed it in my backpack without mentioning when I would return it to her. That evening, I showed the jade pendant to my mother and asked if there were similar pieces in the antique market. She replied that there were plenty and asked why I was interested. I mentioned that I wanted to find a similar one for fun. The next day, during lunch break, I went straight to the antique market, found a shop, and took out the jade pendant to inquire if they had a similar one. Upon seeing it, the shop owner's eyes lit up. As he examined it, he exclaimed, "What a fine piece." I asked if he had anything comparable, and he replied that there were guanine jade pendants, but none of such exquisite quality. I said it was fine as long as it looked similar, especially that deep red streak inside. It had to be close. After a moment's thought, he mentioned that he did have a somewhat similar guanine jade pendant, though the material was far inferior. He assured me that with a bit of processing, it could be made to resemble the original closely, but advised that it should not be shown to an expert. I agreed and asked when I could pick it up. He said to return in a couple of days after paying a deposit. Although the pendant seemed small, it nearly drained my savings from the past few years. I suspected the owner might be a swindler, a cunning merchant, and I resolved to report him once I received the pendant. He inquired if I wanted to sell the original, claiming he could fetch a good price for it. I declined, and he expressed disappointment, but took several photos and made molds of the jade before returning it to me. 2 days later, I returned to collect the pendant, shocked by how closely it resembled the original. The only minor discrepancy was the deep red streak, but it was hardly noticeable. Back at school, I planned to return the imitation to her, confident she wouldn't be able to tell the difference as long as she didn't examine it closely. However, as I prepared the box, I hesitated, holding both the genuine and fake pendants. Ultimately, I steeled myself and placed the fake one inside the box, whispering an apology. Upon returning to school, I pushed the box toward her, feigning nonchalance as I said, "Here, your jade pendant. Thank you." I watched her nervously. Chapter 18. Intrigue. She didn't even open it to check, simply stuffing it into her backpack. I asked if she wouldn't take a look, suggesting it might be empty, to which she replied, "What's there to see? If you want it, I can give it to you." I feigned disbelief. "Really? Isn't this a keepsake from your mother?" She looked at me earnestly and said, "Compared to her, I believe I should cherish those who treat me well around me." I sensed a deep resentment towards her mother in her words, so I refrained from saying more. However, her statement left me feeling quite guilty. On Friday evening, I called Sun Mingqi to arrange dinner together on Saturday afternoon. She eagerly asked if I had obtained the pendant. Disheartened, I replied, "Is there nothing else you wish to discuss besides the pendant?" She responded, "No, it's just that Qin Ling's classmate has been pressing me for it. I said she could come by to collect it, but that I wanted to speak with her privately." Upon hearing I had the pendant, Sun Mingqi was thrilled, exclaiming, "Wang Yu, you're amazing. I'll be there on time tomorrow." On Saturday afternoon, she came to our class, much to the envy of the boys. Dub-I-2A scoffed, "Wang Yu, you must have struck gold. Such a beautiful girl is always seeking you out." I glanced at her, feeling somewhat helpless as I replied, "What can I say? Being too charming can be quite a burden." I told her not to be so ostentatious at school, but she wouldn't listen. Dub-I-2A dismissed my words, clearly unconvinced. I shook my head and stepped outside. Sun Mingqi was dressed casually, wearing a light pink top paired with light blue jeans. I found myself feeling a bit stifled. It was hard to fathom that such a pure-hearted girl could be cunning. I had chosen a quiet and pleasant Western restaurant to facilitate our conversation. After ordering, Sun Mingqi eagerly asked if she could see the pendant. I had prepared a small box to contain it, and when I placed it on the table, I gently tapped it and said, "The pendant is inside." As she reached for it, I slightly moved it aside and said, "Wait a moment. Before I give it to you, I would like to ask you a few questions." She nodded, inviting me to proceed. Looking in her eyes, I inquired, "This pendant belongs to Qin Ling as classmate, right? Are you aware of that?" She nodded, affirming her knowledge. I continued, "Have you considered whether what her classmate said was true or false?" Sun Mingqi was taken aback, responding, "Of course it's true. That girl is also my friend, and I trust her." As she spoke, I scrutinized her expression but detected no signs of deceit. Her gaze and demeanor appeared utterly sincere. Noting my silence, she asked, "What? Do you think I'm lying to you?" I remained non-committal, pushing the box toward her, lowering my head. And expressing a sense of sorrow, "I told you I would do anything you asked, but this may be the last time." Sun Mingqi took the box, opened it, and joyfully exclaimed, "I feel so bad asking you for a favor. Thank you so much, Wang Yu." I softly replied, "No need for thanks. Who asked me to like you?" She chuckled and said, "Wang Yu, while I appreciate your help this time, you really are not my type. We're better off as friends, and by the way, I have a boyfriend now." Hearing she had a boyfriend shocked me, and I blurted out, "You have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" She blinked her innocent eyes and replied, "You never asked." I felt a wave of sadness wash over me, realizing I had lost even the last shred of hope. She looked at me and asked, "Will you still like me in the future? Will you still be willing to help me?" I remained silent, and as she placed the pendant into her bag, she said, "Wang Yu, I truly appreciate your help this time. I want to stay for dinner. I can't wait to share this good news with Qin Ling and the others." With that, she walked away, ignoring my calls. It became clear to me that she had been using me all along. Her initial demeanor was likely a facade, and now that she had achieved her goal, she no longer felt the need to maintain the pretense. Despite knowing I'd been used, I still harbored feelings for her, which left me feeling quite miserable, especially upon learning she already had a boyfriend. To be honest, I regretted giving her the pendant so easily and felt a deep sense of guilt towards the Baitoe. After handing the pendant to Sun Mingqi, she ceased all communication, never reaching out again. I struggled to suppress my feelings, reminding myself not to dwell on her, convincing myself she was not worthy of my affection. Upon observing my sullen demeanor over the past couple of days, my dear friend, the long-legged girl, inquired about my distress and endeavored to amuse me with her jokes. I must admit, while her efforts were touching, the humor she offered was rather juvenile, akin to that suited for a child of 3 to 5 years. One day during class, I was surprised to find that the bespectacled boy had not attended. He had not forewarned me, prompting me to call him and inquire about his absence. He informed me that he would be away from school for a couple of days due to an injury he had sustained while at home. My heart raced with concern as I asked if he had run afoul of the local ruffians. He assured me that was not the case. Rather, he had encountered a robbery. When he refused to comply, he was assaulted. I expressed my disbelief, incredulous that such misfortune could befall him. I questioned why they would target a mere student like him. He replied that the assailants indiscriminately attacked anyone in their path, regardless of their status. I remarked on the foolishness of resisting theft, suggesting he could easily replace his lost belongings. He countered that his backpack contained all his notes for various subjects. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the world of the academic elite is a realm unto itself. I inquired whether he had reported the incident to the authorities, to which he confirmed, though he lamented that the 2 assailants had been on a motorcycle, wearing helmets, rendering their identities unrecognizable. I advised him to rest and recover fully before returning to school. He requested that I diligently take notes in class to lend him later. I hesitated, eventually confessing that assisting him would be challenging as I struggled to comprehend the lessons myself. He quickly declined my offer, thanking me for my good intentions. A wave of nostalgia washed over me, reminiscent of my days as an academic prodigy in 1st grade. During the final self-study session of the afternoon, our teacher convened a meeting, leaving me bored and prompting me to ask my friend to join me in a game of Gamoku. Just as I finished drawing the board, my phone rang. It was my aunt, and I hurried to the restroom to answer. She instructed me not to return home after school, but to go directly to the hospital, as my mother had been injured. Panic surged through me as I sought details, but my aunt insisted I attend to my classes and would explain everything upon my arrival at the hospital. dismissing the notion of attending class. I left without formally taking leave. At the exit, the security guard barred my way, stating that school had not yet concluded. My frustration erupted as I shouted, "Let me through, my mother is hospitalized." My outburst startled the guard, who promptly opened the door. In a state of urgency, I urged the driver to hasten to the hospital. Upon arrival, I found my mother lying in a hospital bed with an 4 drip. Yet her spirits seemed relatively high as she conversed with my aunt. I rushed to her side, breathlessly inquiring about the extent of her injuries. She reassured me that she was fine, having only sustained a minor leg injury. Relieved by my aunt's words, I sought further clarification, only to learn that she had been confronted by robbers while at work. When she refused to surrender her bag, one of them had injured her with a knife. Stunned by the revelation, I stammered, "Robbery? Another robbery?" My aunt confirmed, and I glanced between her and my mother, a sense of unease settling within me. I asked my mother for a description of her assailants. She confirmed my suspicions, stating that they were indeed 2 individuals on a motorcycle, wearing helmets. I immediately contacted the bespectacled boy to verify his encounter, and his description matched my mother's, suggesting that they were indeed victims of the same gang. I sensed something was amiss. Such coincidences were suspicious. He suggested it might merely be a chance occurrence, urging me not to dwell on it, as they were ultimately unharmed. However, my instinct told me they were not merely after a bag, but perhaps had ulterior motives. As I pondered this, my phone rang again. It was Sun Ruyang. Confused by his unexpected call, I answered with irritation, questioning his intentions. He chuckled lightly and casually inquired about my day, but my heart sank at his tone. "What do you mean?" I asked, sensing the underlying threat. He revealed he had heard about the incidents involving my mother and my friend, feigning concern. Realization dawned upon me, and my anger flared as I confronted him, accusing him of orchestrating these events. I warned him that if he harmed anyone close to me again, I would not hesitate to retaliate. He dismissed my fury with a mocking tone, suggesting that no harm had come to them and that such incidents could be easily overlooked. He ominously hinted that while this time they were safe, he could not guarantee their future safety. My frustration mounted, yet I struggled to maintain composure, weighing my options carefully. After a moment of silence, I relented, asking what he wanted in exchange for their safety. His laughter echoed through the phone as he relished my submission. Mocking my previous bravado, I swallowed my pride and apologized for my past transgressions, promising to comply with his demands if he spared my loved ones. His response was taunting, demanding I perform an act of submission before him. I was taken aback by his audacity and refused to comply. He continued to ridicule me, suggesting I crawl beneath him as a form of humiliation. I remained silent, grappling with the indignity of his request. He gave me a day to consider his proposition, reminding me of my earlier claims about doing anything for those I loved before hanging up with a laugh. That night, I struggled to find rest, my mind racing with thoughts of defeat. Each youth harbors dreams of heroism, believing themselves destined for greatness. Yet confronted with reality, I realized how vulnerable I truly was. The mere words of another could threaten the safety of those I cherished. The following morning, I resolved to reach out to Sun Ruyang, conceding to his demands while stipulating that he must cease any harassment of my family and friends, particularly ensuring Lu Liang would no longer trouble the long-legged girl. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced, promising to address Lu Liang. I agreed to meet him after morning study, as he recommended waiting until the students were more alert. Upon hearing this, I realized the audacity of the situation. During the busiest recess, he aimed to humiliate me. I steeled myself, recognizing that embarrassment was inevitable, and decided to endure the humiliation after the physical exercise. I reminded him not to forget his promise, warning him that if he broke his word, he would face dire consequences. Sun Ruyang readily agreed, affirming that if he reneged, he would indeed face wrath from above. My mother, busy attending to my aunt in the hospital, insisted I go to school. After completing the morning exercises, I approached Sun Ruyang's class and requested his peers summon him. When he emerged, a smile graced his face as he instructed everyone to pay attention, hinting that a spectacle was about to unfold. He then called out to others in the building, urging them to witness the show. At that moment, I was filled with rage, but thoughts of my mother, my friends, and my dignity compelled me to suppress it. As Sun Ruyang's classmates shouted, the corridor swelled with onlookers, all craning their necks to see. Sun Ruyang, hands on his hips and legs apart, declared, "Come on." The crowd instantly grasped the implication, murmuring and ridiculing. They mocked me, questioning my previous bravado and suggesting that I was now reduced to crawling beneath him. I clenched my fists tightly, bowed my head, feeling as though a heavy stone was lodged in my chest, making it hard to breathe, my body trembling slightly. Sun Ruiyang, growing impatient, urged me to proceed. If you're going to crawl, do it. If not, get lost. With a resigned sigh, I released my clenched hands, bent my body, and slowly knelt down. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. As I knelt, it felt as though my knees would shatter against the ground, my heart bleeding, a voice echoing in my mind. Wang Yu, remember this moment. You must reclaim what you owe. I crawled towards Sun Ruiyang, bowing my head, and slowly passed beneath him. The crowd roared with excitement. After emerging from beneath him, I quickly stood up, turning my back to him, and quietly reminded him not to forget his promise. Sun Ruiyang laughed dismissively, suggesting I was foolish to believe him. I turned sharply, my eyes burning with anger, and asserted, Sun Ruiyang, you swore an oath. He shrugged nonchalantly, claiming that only I would care about such things, and taunted me to summon the heaven's wrath upon him. Before he could finish, I kicked him hard, sending him to the ground. I lunged at him, swinging my fist with all my might, shouting in frenzy, I'll kill you. I barely landed a few blows before the crowd surged forward, restraining me. Overwhelmed by their numbers, I struggled, shouting furiously, get away from me. I want to kill him. They pulled me away, pinning me to the ground, and in the chaos, someone took the opportunity to kick me several times. I fought desperately, my voice hoarse, tears streaming down my face, blurring my vision. In that moment, Sun Ruiyang stood up and shouted, Wang, you remember, you are nothing but a dog that only deserves to crawl beneath others. Chapter 20. The secret behind the jade pendant. Eventually, the commotion attracted teachers who scolded us and ordered us to return to class. By the time I reached the classroom, the news had already spread. The Baitue had heard from someone and angrily questioned me about my actions. I recounted Sun Ruiyang's promise from the previous night, and she berated me for believing him, asking why I, who valued my dignity so highly, would willingly demean myself. I looked at her earnestly and explained that while I held my dignity dear, after growing up without a father and enduring constant bullying and humiliation, it was all I had left. However, in comparison to those I cared about, it was worth little. I added that among those I cherished, she was included. De Baitue seemed touched by my words, her gaze softening. I reassured her that I wasn't overly worried about my mother and the glasses-wearing boy, as Sun Ruiyang wouldn't dare go too far. My primary concern was for her. I feared that Lu Liang might harm her, jeopardizing her reputation. Perhaps my heartfelt words moved her, as I noticed tears glistening in her eyes. She playfully punched my arm, saying, Wang Yu, why are you so foolish? I countered, insisting that I was not foolish at all. She promised to protect herself for my sake. The incident had stirred up quite a storm, and soon, everyone in our grade was aware of it. People pointed and whispered as I passed, but I remained indifferent, knowing it was all for those I cared about, and felt no shame. That afternoon, after the exercise, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder from behind. I turned to find Sun Mingqi, her face alight with a smile, catching me off guard as I hadn't expected her to greet me. She mentioned hearing about my situation with Sun Ruiyang and felt he was being unreasonable. Unsure of her intentions, I remained silent. She then asked if I was free for dinner that evening. I declined, claiming I had other commitments. She asked me to wait for her after school, and I silently acquiesced. After school, she indeed approached me, and my classmates erupted in teasing. De Baitue shot me a glance, but said nothing as I prepared to leave. As I walked out with Sun Mingqi, I directly asked her what she wanted. She lightly nudged me with her shoulder, playfully questioning my stern demeanor. I self-deprecatingly laughed, replying that if there was no reason to seek me out, why would she? She feigned sadness, asking if I truly thought of her that way, and claimed she would leave if I felt that way. As she turned to walk away, I stayed silent. She paused, glancing back at me with a pout, wondering why I didn't try to stop her. I remained quiet, and she came back, linking her arm with mine, insisting that I shouldn't be upset, explaining her earlier abruptness was due to her excitement. I chose not to respond, allowing her to lead me forward as she chatted casually. Eventually, she could no longer hold back and asked, by the way, Wang Yu, I gave that jade pendant to a friend, but she mentioned it might not be the one she lost. Did you make a mistake? My heart raced with excitement. The moment had come for my performance. I exclaimed in disbelief, really? I didn't know. I just took it from Song Yao. In truth, I had returned the genuine jade pendant to De Baitue and given the fake one to Sun Mingqi. Had I given her the real one, I would be regretting it profoundly now. My guilt toward Dubai Te stemmed from my wavering doubts about the pendant's ownership. I feigned anger, accusing her of thinking I would casually find a piece of jade to deceive her. Perhaps my expression was too vivid, causing Sun Mingqi to feel flustered. She hurriedly stated that she did not doubt me, but rather suspected that Song Yao had misplaced the jade pendant. To be honest, I am simply unfortunate. If given a platform, brother, you would undoubtedly be an acclaimed actor by now. I continue to showcase my acting prowess, shaking my head nonchalantly and saying, well, I am unaware of that. She remains oblivious to the fact that I pilfered the pendant. Should she find out, she would undoubtedly sever ties with me. Sun Mingqi seemed momentarily at a loss for words and inquired if I could ponder other methods to possibly retrieve the pendant. I told her to seek someone else, as I was incapable of assisting. Seeing my resolute stance, Sun Mingqi reached out, grasped my hand, and gazed at me with a pitiful expression, saying, Wang Yu, to be honest, if I weren't in a relationship, I might seriously consider you. After sighing, she added, I'm unsure whether I should break up with my boyfriend. It feels as though he treats me worse than you do. Initially, I harbored slight annoyance towards her, but upon hearing her words, I became exceedingly repulsed. I lost all desire to feign politeness and shrugged her off, saying, your relationship status is of no concern to me. Moreover, I must tell you, the most foolish decision of my life was to develop feelings for you. I smiled at her and added, however, the silver lining is that I am no longer blind. Her face contorted with rage. She pointed a finger at me and exclaimed, Wang Yu, who do you think you are? To call you a toad would be an insult to toads. If it weren't for the fact that I needed your help to steal the pendant, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. I remained unfazed, smiling at her while saying, so you finally admit that the pendant originally belongs to Song Yao? You constantly accuse others of theft, yet it is you who is the true thief. Sun Mingqi conceded that the pendant indeed belonged to Song Yao, but advised that if Song Yao wished to avoid dire consequences, she should return it. I asked her what she meant, questioning whether it was a threat. Sun Mingqi clarified that it was not a threat. She did not desire the wretched pendant herself, but the individuals seeking it were far more terrifying than we could imagine. I inquired further about who exactly sought the pendant. Sun Mingqi said she did not know, suggesting we wait as someone would inevitably come to inquire about the pendant. With that, she turned and left. Her words suggested that the pendant might be more complicated than it appeared, prompting me to seize her arm and insist she clarify her statement. Sun Mingqi retorted that she had no idea who wanted it. I stated that she could not leave until she provided clarity, to which she struggled and threatened to scream harassment if I did not release her. Realizing she genuinely did not know, I let her go. Rather than returning home, I went directly to Big White Leg's residence, calling her to say I was downstairs and needed to discuss something urgent. She asked what it was about, and I insisted she not worry about it, emphasizing the urgency. She mentioned that her mother was home and asked me to wait while she came down. When Big White Leg finally appeared, she seemed to have just bathed, her hair damp and clad in sleepwear. I could discern from her silhouette that she was not wearing a bra, and I found my gaze drawn to her chest, momentarily entranced by her fragrance. I became so absorbed that I failed to hear her speaking to me. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my leg. Big White Leg had kicked me, scolding, "Pervert, where are you looking?" I rubbed my leg, hissing in pain, and replied, "What are you saying? Do you think I'm someone of that sort?" I was just lost in thought. She pressed me for the reason for my visit, urging me to hurry, lest her mother scold her. I recounted the entire episode concerning Sun Mingqi's request for me to steal the pendant, informing her that it seemed someone had their sights set on it, and she might be in danger. I asked if she remembered showing it to anyone particularly noteworthy. In my attempt to convey urgency, I spoke rapidly, but Big White Leg remained expressionless and asked, "Why did you return the genuine one to me?" I stammered, "That's not the main point. We can discuss that later. The priority is that someone may pose a threat to you because of that pendant." She dismissed my concerns, asking, "Why do you choose to believe me instead of her? Didn't you say you liked her?" I felt a sense of helplessness, just as I was about to respond. She continued, "In truth, you like me, don't you?" Chapter 21, A Supportive Ally. At that moment, I was at a loss for words. It was utterly ridiculous. Big White Leg, noticing my silence, smirked and remarked, "Your silence is an acceptance. I assent to it? Huh, how'd I guess? I've long suspected you had a hidden crush on me." I replied, "Sis, that S not an acceptance. It's sheer disbelief." She cut me off, saying, "All right, stop the evasion. If you were to confess your feelings, I might actually consider it." I replied, "Please, don't jest. I'm trying to discuss something serious." She blinked innocently, stating, "I believe this is indeed serious." I retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. Think hard about who you might have shown the pendant to." Big White Leg shook her head, claiming she had never worn the pendant or shown it to anyone. If I hadn't asked, she wouldn't have revealed it to me. I found that peculiar. She speculated that Sun Mingqi was merely attempting to intimidate me, and I had fallen for it. I acknowledged that it was a possibility, but advised her to remain cautious. At that moment, I heard someone shouting from upstairs, "Song Yao, where the hell have you been?" Big White Leg glanced back at me and said, "My mom is calling. I have to go." With that, she hurried back inside. I looked up, curious about her mother-esque appearance, but I did not catch a glimpse. After chatting with Big White Leg for a while, I reached the hallway entrance, and the sky had grown dim. When I descended, I noticed two individuals smoking and chatting. As I was about to enter, they called out to me, asking, "Hey buddy, can we ask you something?" Seeing their polite demeanor, I paused to inquire what they needed. The man in front asked if a middle school student named Wang Yu lived in the area and if I knew where he resided. My heart raced, and I quickly shook my head, saying, "I don't know. There are many people living in this building, and I can't keep track." The man nodded, saying, "Thanks. That's all." I replied courteously and began to retreat into the hallway. Wait. Suddenly, the man who had been lurking in the shadows called out, extinguishing his cigarette and approaching me. I glanced back at him and asked what he wanted. The two men appeared to be from a rough background, likely in their late 20s. The one who had called out had high cheekbones, a prominent scar at the corner of his eye, and a buzz cut, giving him a rather intimidating presence. Although I felt a surge of anxiety, my composed nature urged me to remain calm. I smiled and asked, "What can I do for you, brother?" The buzz-cut man gestured for me to come closer. Once I approached, he asked my name and which school I attended. I introduced myself as Zhao Xiaowu from the second middle school. The buzz-cut man requested to see my backpack. I felt a wave of panic and replied, "What for?" "I'm in a hurry to finish my homework." The other man chimed in, "Bro, it's not him. You know Wang Yu is short around 150. This guy is over 160. That remark infuriated me, nearly prompting an admission. The buzz-cut man ignored his companion and insisted I hand over my backpack. I feigned fear, saying, "What are you doing, brother? I have my books organized neatly. Don't mess them up." When he saw I was reluctant, he violently grabbed my collar with one hand and began yanking at my backpack with the other. I struggled briefly, but was ultimately unable to prevent him from snatching it away. He tore it open and rifled through my books, coldly chuckling, "Zhao Xiaowu? Then why are you carrying Wang Yu's backpack?" I quickly replied, "Actually, Wang Yu is my neighbor. I'm just helping him carry his bag." Before I could finish, the buzz-cut man's hand clamped down hard on my throat, making it difficult for me to breathe. I pounded his arm in a desperate attempt to escape, but he forcefully pushed me back while loosening his grip. I turned to flee, yet he did not pursue me. Instead, he coldly remarked, "If you run, do you believe I will kill your mother?" I halted abruptly, then turned to face him, asking, "Did Sun Ruiyang send you?" The buzz-cut man furrowed his brow and replied, "Who is Sun Ruiyang?" I was taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you affiliated with Sun Ruiyang? Then who are you?" The buzz-cut man stated, "You need not concern yourself with who sent us. Come here, I have something to discuss." Learning that they were not with Sun Ruiyang alleviated my anxiety, and I approached him, saying, "Brother, what is it?" After a few sentences, I grasped the situation. He first mentioned Sun Mingqi, then spoke of a jade pendant. My mouth fell agape as I exclaimed, "That jade pendant is what you desire, brother." The buzz-cut man nodded, insisting that I find a way to retrieve the pendant, promising that I would certainly benefit from it, or else both my mother and I would suffer dire consequences. I must admit, individuals from the streets possess a demeanor and tone far more intimidating than Sun Ruiyang's threats. Tentatively, I asked, "Brother, why do you need that pendant? Is it valuable? Moreover, how do you know my deskmate possesses it?" His expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon me and said, "If you wish to live a few more years, it is best to refrain from prying into certain matters." I chuckled awkwardly, stating my curiosity, then feigned difficulty as I continued, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I already gave Sun Mingqi a pendant last time, which I pilfered from my deskmate. How can I ask her again without her knowing it was me who stole it? Furthermore, she may not even have it anymore." The buzz-cut man seemed momentarily appeased by my words, contemplating before saying, "The one you gave her was fake. The real one is surely still in her possession. As for retrieving it, that is your concern. I will give you 1 week. If by then you cannot procure it, He paused, glancing at my legs, adding, "Then you shall spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." I protested, "Brother, 1 week is too short. Grant me more time. For this matter is not as simple as it appears." The buzz-cut man relented, stating, "2 weeks, that is the bottom line." I explained, "Brother, if I had no other matters to attend to and could solely assist you with this, it would not be difficult. However, trouble keeps finding me at school, and I cannot devote my entire focus to this issue." The buzz-cut man lit a cigarette and, in a calm manner, asked, "Who is troubling you?" "I will handle it." Seeing that he was taking the bait, I gleefully recounted how Sun Rui-yong and Lu Liang had been bullying me and threatening my family. The buzz-cut man replied, "All right. Tomorrow at noon, I will wait for you at your school gate. Come out early and point them out to me." I nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he gave me his phone number, instructing me to call if anything arose. Truth be told, although I was coerced by the buzz-cut man to steal the jade pendant, I felt a sense of relief, as I could initially leverage him to resolve the trouble posed by Sun Rui-yong. The reason Sun Rui-yong had been able to dominate me was that I lacked support. My current strongest ally was Long Ge. Regrettably, Long Ge was no longer the person he once was, and now had to survive by paying protection fees to local thugs. Upon returning home, I called Big White Legs to inform her about the buzz-cut man's visit. She did not inquire why he wanted the pendant or how he knew of its existence. Instead, she immediately asked if I was all right and if I'd been harmed. Her first concern being for my well-being warmed my heart, and I reassured her that I was fine. Big White Legs then stated that she would give me the pendant the following day, adding that if they came to demand it again, she would simply hand it over, as long as they did not harm her. I was deeply moved and said, "But that pendant is the only memento your mother left you. How can you so easily part with it?" I understood that, despite her resentment towards her mother, she still longed for her. Big White Legs replied, "Haven't I told you? The one beside me now is you." Raingo was kind-hearted and easily moved, and her words nearly brought me to tears. However, fearing her reference to my mother, I suppressed my emotions, composed myself, and asked, "Why are you so good to me?" Big White Legs replied, "Are you foolish? It is because you are good to me." I said, "All right, let us speak no more. After school tomorrow, we shall visit the Guan Gong Temple." She asked, "What shall we do at the Guan Gong Temple?" I replied, "What else? We shall become sworn siblings. Get lost." Chapter 22. Revenge. Big White Legs indeed kept her word, bringing the jade pendant the next day and pushing the box towards me, saying, "If they come to ask again, just give it to them." I did not take the box and asked, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" Big White Legs shook her head resolutely, stating, "There is nothing to regret." After a moment of hesitation, I accepted the pendant. As noon approached, the buzz-cut man sent me a text, indicating he was already at the school gate, waiting at the small shop across the street, and instructed me to point out Sun Rui-yong and Lu Liang when I arrived. After school, I rushed out of the classroom, and upon reaching the gate, I noticed no one else had exited yet. Stepping outside, I spotted a van parked at the small shop across the street. I felt a surge of confidence. Previously, vans parked here were meant to intimidate me. Yet this time they were here to assist in confronting others. As I approached, I saw the buzz-cut man and several others squatting outside the small shop, smoking. I called out to him and acknowledged the other man. I then went inside the shop to buy a pack of cigarettes and handed a few to everyone. The other men appeared to be seasoned individuals, akin to those street thugs associated with Lu Liang's uncle, the bald-headed man. The buzz-cut man held a cigarette between his fingers and said, "When the time comes, point them out. You need not lift a finger. Just stand here and observe." I nodded, thanking him. Then I warned, "Brother, I should mention that Lu Liang's uncle seems to be quite a tough character." The buzz-cut man frowned and asked where his uncle was involved. I replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but he is ruthless. They once caught me and nearly crippled my hand." The buzz-cut man remained silent, contemplating while smoking, then turned to me, "No worries, do not concern yourself with him. Just tell us who you wish to deal with." I nodded, feeling elated, thinking to myself, if Lu Liang's uncle shows up, I will shift the blame entirely onto you. I noticed others beginning to trickle towards the school gate, so I urged the men forward, scanning the crowd for Sun Rui-yong and Lu Liang, fearful they might escape. After some time, I finally spotted Sun Rui-yong sauntering out, flanked by several others, strutting with an air of arrogance. Sun Rui-yong was the type of person who could get beaten 3 times in one night based solely on his walk. I quickly pointed out Sun Rui-yong, prompting one of the men to stride towards him. Due to the distance in the crowd, I could not hear what was said, but evidently, Sun Rui-yong followed him back to our location. He seemed surprised to see me, asking Wang Yu, "What are you doing here?" Before he could finish, the man who summoned him kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel, then drew a knife, warning, "Shut your mouth. If you utter a word, I will kill you." Realizing these men were formidable, Sun Ruyang wisely chose silence, casting a venomous glance in my direction. The buzz-cut man tossed aside his cigarette and commanded, "Wang Yu, slap him." Right on the face. I was momentarily taken aback, but he insisted, "Did you not see him glaring at you? Do not indulge him. Slap him across the face." Excitement coursed through me as I rolled up my sleeves. Having endured Sun Ruyang's bullying for so long, this would be my first opportunity to retaliate. Sun Ruyang fixed his gaze on me, his eyes filled with a defiant challenge. I suddenly raised my hand, halting midway, which caused Sun Ruyang to smirk with satisfaction. However, his grin lasted only a moment before my fist landed squarely on his eye, causing his head to jerk back. Grabbing his hair with my left hand, I unleashed 2 punches to his eye with my right. In an instant, Sun Ruyang's left eye swelled, forming a large hematoma that left him unable to open it, reduced to a mere slit as he gasped for breath. The buzz-cut man interjected, "All right, there's still one more. Hurry and fetch him." After waiting for a while, we finally spotted Lu Liang emerging with a girl, both of them laughing and chatting, Lu Liang resembling a lecherous relative. I gestured towards the individual who had called for Sun Ruyang, who now approached Lu Liang. This time, the situation escalated into a quarrel, culminating in a man throwing a punch at Lu Liang's head. Lu Liang did not back down, and a brawl ensued. Witnessing the altercation, 2 of our group rushed to assist. Despite being merely a middle school student, Lu Liang was quickly overwhelmed, and the girl with him screamed in terror. The security guard, alerted by the commotion, appeared, but the assailants simply pointed at him, instructing him not to meddle. The guard remained silent, retreating to his post. Once Lu Liang was dragged over, his face was battered, and he spat blood onto the ground, defiantly asserting, "Where are you from? Do you know who my uncle is?" The buzz-cut man stood up from his crouch position, approached Lu Liang, and slapped him across the face, declaring, "I don't care who you think you are. Today, nobody can save you." Afterward, he commanded his companions, "Let us go, tie them up, and get them in the car." They retrieved ropes from the vehicle, binding Lu Liang and Sun Ruyang's hands before shoving them inside. At this point, Lu Liang and Sun Ruyang began to panic, inquiring of the buzz-cut man where he intended to take them. He merely replied that they would find out soon enough. Lu Liang and Sun Ruyang looked at me in fear, asking, "Wang Yu, where are you taking us? What do you want?" I was equally bewildered, unsure of the buzz-cut man's intentions, and I asked him, "Brother, where are we going?" He assured me that I would know when we arrived and advised that when dealing with adversaries, one must ensure they are thoroughly subdued. Otherwise, the effort is in vain. I glanced at Sun Ruyang and Lu Liang, nodding in agreement. They appeared frightened, and Lu Liang whispered to the buzz-cut man, "Brother, let us talk it over. My uncle is a big name on Sport Street. Please show us some mercy." The buzz-cut man dismissed him, scoffing, "I've never heard of your so-called big name. Spare me your nonsense." This left Lu Liang speechless as he glanced at Sun Ruyang, unsure of how to respond. I secretly relished their predicament, thinking, "You thought you were tough, didn't you?" Sun Ruyang then spoke up, claiming his cousin worked at the police station, suggesting that if the buzz-cut man let them go, he could facilitate future assistance. The buzz-cut man spat in disdain, retorting, "Do you think I need your help? If I didn't have connections, I'd be done for." Unyielding, Sun Ruyang insisted that his uncle was quite influential in the provincial capital, mentioning a name to see if the buzz-cut man recognized it. The tone had a hint of intimidation, igniting the buzz-cut man's fury as he shouted, "Stop the car!" Seated in the front passenger seat, the buzz-cut man suddenly yanked on Sun Ruyang's hair, slamming his head against the seat twice and then against the window, nearly knocking him out. He cursed, "Do you think I'm playing house with you? I don't care if your uncle is in the provincial capital. If he has the guts, let him come and deal with me." After pushing Sun Ruyang back, he commanded the driver to continue. Lu Liang and Sun Ruyang fell silent, remaining obedient for the remainder of the journey. After a considerable drive, we arrived at the outskirts of the city and halted before a small grove. The buzz-cut man ordered us out of the vehicle. Once outside, he led us into the woods, and shortly after, we emerged by the riverbank of the Han River, which flows north through our city. Due to the low water levels, a muddy bank had formed, and we stopped there. The buzz-cut man remarked that not many people knew about this place. Even if a murder occurred, one could dig a hole and bury the body, and it wouldn't be discovered for at least a year. This statement terrified Lu Liang and Sun Ruyang, their faces drained of color. The buzz-cut man reassured them. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Just take off your clothes. Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang froze in confusion, prompting one of the men nearby to kick them, urging them to hurry. Sun Ruiyang attempted to protest, but was silenced by a slap, and the two began to remove their clothing until they were left only in their underwear. The buzz-cut man insisted I said all of it. Do you not understand? Exchanging glances, Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang slowly removed their last remaining garments. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The buzz-cut man pointed to the Han River, commanding, walk in. You are not allowed to stop unless I say so. Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang, now frightened, pleaded with me, Wang Yu, we won't bother you again. Please let us go. Before I could respond, the buzz-cut man impatiently interjected, stop dawdling. It's too late to beg for mercy now. He signaled to his subordinates, who forcefully pushed Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang toward the river. The buzz-cut man gestured for me to sit beside him, imparting, remember, showing mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. They may have begged for mercy, but they are not truly submissive. You must break their psychological defenses first. That is why I had them strip. Once they are undressed, they lose their last shred of dignity and sense of security. I nodded, deeply understanding his point, responding, I comprehend, brother. Curious, the buzz-cut man asked what I had grasped. I replied, from now on, when dealing with anyone, I'll strip them first. He looked at me, speechless, and I turned to him, what is wrong? Did I not understand correctly? He scratched his head, conceding, well, you're not entirely wrong. Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang reached a depth where the water was up to their knees but refused to move further. The buzz-cut man, growing impatient, shouted, did I tell you to stop? Keep moving until I say otherwise. Reluctantly, they trudged deeper into the river, moving slower and slower until the water reached their chests. Only then did the buzz-cut man allow them to pause, instructing them to soak for a while. Although the weather was mild, the flowing river water was quite cold, and after standing in it for some time, they began to shiver uncontrollably, especially as the wind picked up, making it even chillier. After a while, they pleaded to come ashore, and the buzz-cut man finally relented, but still forbade them from putting their clothes back on. Instead, he instructed his men to fetch a dozen beer bottles from the van, tossing them to Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang, commanding them to fill the bottles with river water and arrange them neatly. If they failed to complete the task within 10 minutes, they would each receive a beating with a stick. They hurriedly grabbed the bottles and sprinted back and forth, their bare bottoms on full display, which made me laugh uncontrollably. The only regret was that my old phone was incapable of capturing the moment, as I would have loved to take some photos. Once they finished filling and arranging the bottles, the buzz-cut man asked, are you tired? They nodded in response. He then suggested, why not sit down and rest? As they settled, he gestured towards a row of filled bottles, saying, thirsty? Have a drink. The two were momentarily stunned, and the buzz-cut man remarked, what are you being polite for? You've managed to put on quite a show. Drink up, finish within 10 minutes. Not only were Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang bewildered, but I too was taken aback. I counted. There were 12 bottles lined up before us, meaning each of them had to consume 6. If it were pure water, it might have been acceptable, but it was murky and filthy, freshly pulled from the river, replete with unknown impurities that made one feel nauseous just to look at. Both Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang were reluctant to drink, their faces contorted in distress as they quietly pleaded with the buzz-cut man. Unmoved, he glanced at his watch and declared, 8 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Reluctantly, Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang picked up the bottles, squeezed their eyes shut, tilted their heads back, and began a gulp. After just a few sips, they retched. Lu Yang, seemingly choking, coughed repeatedly. The buzz-cut man stated that if they wished to vomit, it was of no concern to him. Each bottle expelled would simply mean 2 bottles to be consumed in return. Hearing this, they dared not vomit, pinching their noses as they pressed on. To be honest, I felt a pang of sympathy for them. But then I recalled the torment they had inflicted upon me. Had they ever shown me any pity? They proved quite formidable, ultimately consuming all 12 bottles of filthy water, leaving them speechless, surely destined for a night of tormentous stomach distress. The buzz-cut man, seeing them as students, chose to be merciful today, warning them not to trouble me for 2 weeks. Otherwise, should he catch them again, his kindness would be non-existent. His words about avoiding trouble for 2 weeks stirred an annoyance in me. It implied that after I procured the jade pendant, he would abandon me. Lu Yang and Sun Ruiyang looked as if they were on the verge of tears, nodding fervently, vowing they would never again dare to bother me. The buzzcut man cast a glance my way, inquiring if I wished to take my vengeance on them, urging me to seize the opportunity. Once this moment passed, it would be lost forever. Lowering his voice, he added, "Remember my words. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty to oneself." My gaze turned icy as I recalled Sun Ryong urinating on me and the leering face of Lu Yang in the presence of those long legs. Igniting a fire within me, I picked up a beer bottle, turned away, unfastened my trousers, filled the bottle, secured my pants, and placed it on the ground, declaring, "You may leave, but first drink this." Their expressions morphed into one of utter despair, nearly to the point of tears. The buzzcut man urged them to hurry, insisting they drink and leave quickly. If they chose not to, he would not mind them lingering. Lu Yang remained silent, while Sun Ryong stepped forward first, picking up the bottle, casting a resentful glance my way before tilting his head back to drink, gulping down more than half before stopping. He passed the remainder to Lu Yang, who grimaced, pinching his nose to finish it off. Sun Ryong suddenly appeared unnervingly calm, turning to the buzzcut man and asking, "Brother, can we leave now?" The buzzcut man nodded, granting them permission to go. They hastily grabbed their clothes and dashed toward the thicket. As they left, the buzzcut man remarked to me that the trouble had been resolved, urging me to quickly secure the jade pendant. Otherwise, today's Lu Yang and Sun Ryong would be my fate in the future. I nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, brother." In truth, I couldn't fault him for turning his back on me. Our relationship was purely transactional. Since the long legs had already given me the jade pendant, I felt somewhat reassured. If they truly intended to harm me, I could simply hand over the pendant, though I harbored no desire to part with it, given its special significance to the long legs. Yet, I couldn't risk my life for it. After the buzzcut man dealt with Lu Yang and Sun Ryong, they no longer approached me with their former bravado, which I found gratifying. Finally, I had my moment of triumph. I assured the long legs that Lu Yang would no longer dare to set his sights on her, having resolved the matter. The long legs did not inquire further. Smiling as she remarked, "Lu Yang should consider himself fortunate. His manhood is safe." I chuckled, replying, "Such a person being spared is of no consequence. He is too wicked. Any future son of his would be without a backside." The long legs laughed while playfully chastising me for my cruelty. Suddenly, her laughter ceased, and she gazed at me with tenderness, saying, "Thank you, Wang Yu." Her unexpected words left me momentarily stunned, prompting me to ask what I was being thanked for. She replied, "Thank you for everything you have done for me." With a grand gesture, I replied, "No need for such formality. Among brothers, gratitude is unnecessary." The long legs kicked me playfully, retorting, "Get lost. Who is your brother?" A week passed, and as I pondered how to avoid giving the jade pendant to the buzzcut man while still resolving the situation, I received a phone call one Saturday evening from an unfamiliar number. A deep male voice on the other end inquired, "Are you on you?" Assuming it was a classmate, I replied affirmatively and asked for his identity. He did not respond directly, instead asking, "The jade pendant is in your possession, isn't it?" Initially, I suspected it was the buzzcut man, but the voice fell off, and if it were him, why would he call from an unknown number? My guard was instantly raised, and I asked, "Who are you?" The man, seemingly influenced by a thriller, coldly replied, "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is." He didn't finish his sentence before I abruptly hung up, cursing him under my breath. Moments later, he called again. I picked up only to hang up immediately after he uttered 2 words. He called again, and I repeated the action, finding amusement in denying him the chance to finish his thought. After the 3rd hang-up, he called back again, and as I answered, I intended to chastise him. But a girl's voice, choked with tears, came through, pleading, "Wang Yu, help me, save me." Hearing that voice sent a jolt of alarm through me, momentarily thinking it was the long legs, but upon closer listening, I realized it wasn't her, and I felt a wave of relief. I asked, "Who are you?" The girl sobbed, "I am Sun Mingqi." I gasped, "How did you get captured?" Just as I inquired, the voice shifted back to the earlier man, who coldly stated, "Room 5206 at Hanting Hotel, Xinhai Plaza. If you do not arrive within half an hour, I will let my brothers take turns with her." He hung up before I could respond. Staring at my phone in shock, I hesitated, torn between the decision to save Sun Mingqi and the potential danger I would face. If I went, I would undoubtedly be at risk. If I didn't, her life could be ruined. Truthfully, given her past actions towards me, I felt little inclination to assist her, yet the thought of abandoning her gnawed at my conscience. I had always acknowledged that alongside my strong sense of justice, I possessed a weakness, an overly tender heart, especially towards women. After some deliberation, I resolved to go save her. However, I decided against bringing the jade pendant, instead hiding it in a corner of my bedroom. Initially, I contemplated taking my small spring knife, but reconsidered, fearing it might be turned against me. I hailed a cab and headed directly for Shinhai Plaza. While en route, I contemplated whether to alert the authorities or gather some friends for support. Yet, I realized such actions could jeopardize Sun Mingqi's safety and escalate the situation unnecessarily. They merely sought the jade pendant, and if it came to it, I could relinquish it to them. Upon arriving at Hanting Hotel, I gently knocked on the door of room 5206. A voice from within asked who it was, and I quickly replied, "Brother, it's me, Wang Yu." The door swung open, and a large hand seized my collar, yanking me inside, followed by the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. I stumbled as I was yanked by that person. Upon regaining my balance, I noticed there were 5 individuals in the room. Sun Mingqi was bound to a chair, while the other 4 were men in their 20s, with dark skin that conveyed a robust appearance. One of them, with long hair, approached and inquired, "Are you Wang Yu?" I timidly nodded and replied, "Yes, brother." Without hesitation, he seized my head and forcefully slammed it against the wall several times, causing my vision to blur and nearly knocking me unconscious. He tugged at my hair and shook my head, saying, "You hung up on me, did you? Go ahead, hang up again." I sniffed and explained, "Brother, it's not that. The signal was poor, and I couldn't hear, so I hung up. I was just about to call you back when you called again." The long-haired man said nothing, but forcefully pushed my head forward and kicked me to the ground. Sun Mingqi was crying, pleading for me to save her, which was incredibly irritating. The long-haired man asked, "Is the jade pendant with you?" When he called me earlier, I thought he knew the pendant was in my possession. However, his question revealed his uncertainty. I glanced at Sun Mingqi and told the long-haired man, "Brother, I only got one jade pendant, and I already gave it to her." He produced a jade pendant and asked, "Is this what you mean?" I just checked it. It's fake. At that moment, I was certain that the long-haired man and the bald man were not on the same side. I still couldn't figure out who Sun Mingqi was associated with. Initially, when the bald man sought me out, he mentioned her name, leading me to believe they were allies. Yet now, I was perplexed as to how she had become entangled with the long-haired group. Thus, I decided to withhold the information that the bald man was also searching for the jade pendant, feigning surprise as I replied, "I don't know, brother. Sun Mingqi told me that the pendant belonged to her friend, which is why I helped her steal it. As for anything else, I have no idea." The long-haired man glanced at Sun Mingqi, then back at me. I asked her earlier, and she claimed this was the only fake pendant she had. The real one is either with you or still with Song Yao. Upon hearing this, I realized I had been set up by Sun Mingqi, which made me quite angry as I shot her a look. I was genuinely afraid the long-haired man might turn to Song Yao, so I remained silent, contemplating my next move. Growing impatient, the long-haired man kicked me and demanded, "Speak up, damn it. Is the pendant with you or not? If you don't want to die, hand it over quickly." After a moment of reflection, I firmly shook my head and said, "I can assure you of 2 things. First, Song Yao would never deceive me, as I had already earned her trust before asking to see the pendant. Secondly, she was unaware that I intended to steal it, so she wouldn't have prepared a fake one for me." The long-haired man nodded, seemingly in agreement with my reasoning. I continued, "After receiving the pendant, I handed it directly to Sun Mingqi. Once it was in her possession, it turned out to be fake. Hence, the most probable scenario is that she swapped it." I glanced at her, thinking, since you set me up, don't blame me for being ruthless. To protect Abai's legs, I must implicate Sun Mingqi. The long-haired man's gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned to Sun Mingqi, who was terrified, crying and shaking her head, insisting, "Wang Yu, you're lying. I didn't swap anything. We don't lack money. I don't care about that worthless jade pendant." The long-haired man turned back to me, his eyes narrowing, a chilling intensity in his gaze as he abruptly grasped my throat, his expression darkening. "There's another possibility. You swapped the pendant." My heart sank, pounding in my chest, fear flashing in my eyes as he tightened his grip. I clutched his hand, mustering all my strength to whisper, "Brother, please listen to me. I can never swap it." He loosened his grip slightly and asked why he should believe me. I coughed a couple of times, glanced at Sun Mingqi, and stated because I like her. I was momentarily impressed by my own acting skills, looking at her with a mix of reluctance, resentment, and a hint of lingering affection. I quickly added. However, once I realized her kindness was merely a means to have me help her steal the pendant, my feelings changed. The long-haired man finally released my throat, albeit still skeptical, casting a glance between me and Sun Mingqi. I don't know which of you is lying, and I'm not interested in the details of how this all began. My sole objective is to retrieve the genuine pendant. I'll give you both 10 days. After that, bring the pendant here, and we'll part ways peacefully. If you fail to deliver it within 10 days, well, I might have to take something from you. I swallowed hard. Feigning fears, I pleaded, "Brother, can you extend the time? 10 days is too short." He insisted, 10 days is final. I want to be here longer than that. Afterward, he ordered for Sun Mingqi's bindings to be undone, informing us that he had already uncovered our backgrounds and warned us against considering alerting the authorities, as they were not afraid. With a sinister smile, he added that he had a life on his hands and that the police were actively searching for him. He surveyed the other 3 men and ominously stated, "Not just me. They are too." I knew he wasn't merely trying to scare me, for their accents betrayed they were not locals. I quickly assured him, "Brother, we didn't hear anything you just said. You can rest easy. We will definitely help you retrieve the pendant." Chapter 25. I just want you to be well as Sun Mingqi and I made our way outside. She continued to sob, making it seem as though I had done something to her. Fearful of misunderstandings, I snapped at her. "Enough already. Your clothes are still intact. They didn't harm you, did they?" Seeing my frustration, she quieted her tears. I inquired about the identity of those men, but she shook her head, claiming not to know them. I pressed her. "If you don't know them, how do they find you?" She replied, "I have no idea. I was returning home after shopping with friends when they grabbed me." I then asked if she knew who initially asked her to obtain the pendant. She said she didn't, explaining that it was Qin Ling who had requested her assistance. And since she knew I was Deskmates with Dubai, she suggested I help her steal it. As she spoke, she began to cry again, lamenting that she had no connection to the situation, yet it had now put her in peril. Clutching my shirt, she pleaded, "Wang Yu, why don't you ask Song Yao to return the real pendant? No matter how precious it is, it can't be worth our lives." She wiped her tears and added, "What if I buy it? How much is it worth? I can have my father pay double." I queried, "When they captured you, why didn't you offer them money to let you go instead of dragging me into this?" She replied, "Feeling wronged, I did offer money, but they said they didn't want cash, they wanted the pendant." I fell silent, realizing the situation was more complicated than I had anticipated. If they refused money, it indicated that their interest in the pendant was not financial, suggesting it held some unique significance. Alternatively, it could be an invaluable treasure. Regardless of the scenario, I was unwilling to relinquish the pendant, especially since it appeared to be of paramount importance. I felt compelled to return to Dubai. I cautioned Sun Mingqi not to speak of this incident, as those men were evidently dangerous. I would handle it. Sun Mingqi hesitated, asking, "Wang Yu, can I trust you?" Frustrated, I retorted, "If you can't trust me, then I want to be involved. You handle it, all right?" She quickly shook her head, saying, No, I trust you." I told her to wait for my message and that she shouldn't return home alone in the future. Either her father should come pick her up. Sun Mingqi expressed her gratitude for my coming to her rescue that evening. I replied that there was no need for thanks, and advised her to be more sincere with others in the future. It was only after I ensured she had safely entered the taxi that I felt at ease to leave. As I walked down the street, I couldn't help but reflect on how truly commendable Rain Go was, a gentle, attentive, brave, and astute man. Such a remarkable girl would surely be a fitting match for him. Suddenly, the image of Xia Shuxian appeared in my mind, and I mused that perhaps she was the epitome of such near perfection. This thought made me burst into laughter, much to the annoyance of 2 passing men who called me foolish. If it weren't for their imposing stature, I might have retaliated. Upon returning home, I called Dubai Tue, requesting to meet for lunch the next day, as I had something significant to discuss with her. She mentioned that her mother would be out, and I could come over to her place. I hesitated, saying that visiting her home seemed inappropriate, and she was being too forward. I felt compelled to bring something along. "Get lost. You pervert, don't come," she retorted. Taken aback, I replied, "What are you thinking?" I meant that it would be rude to show up empty-handed on my first visit. Dubai Tue remarked that I had inadvertently established a rather unsavory impression of myself from start. I was at a loss for words. She insisted that I shouldn't bring anything, as her mother would disapprove of a boy visiting. I remarked on her mother's outdated perspective, to which Dubai Tue responded that it wasn't that simple. Her mother had told her that no man in the world could be trusted. The next day, I went to Dubai Tue's house empty-handed. Her home was quite small, under 70 square meters, and being an old building, it had a faint musty odor and some dampness in the air. I commented on the dilapidated state of her home, saying it was worse than mine. The Baitue dismissively told me to help her with the vegetables. I was taken aback and asked if she could cook. She replied, I could do laundry, cook, manage the household, and so what can I do? I was impressed and noted that very few people our age could cook. She remarked that it was a necessity. If she couldn't cook, she would starve. Her tone was flat, as if discussing something utterly mundane, which stirred an inexplicable sorrow within me as I gazed at her. She glanced at me and asked, What's wrong? Are you about to cry? I sniffled and shook the vegetables in my hand, saying no. These vegetables are just hard on the eyes. The Baitue retorted, Get lost. Is your potato hard on the eyes? During our meal, I inquired about the jade pendant her mother had left her. She nodded, affirming it was indeed from her mother. I asked if her mother had said anything when she gave it to her. She replied that she was too young to remember any details. Curious, I asked if she knew what made the pendant special or if it held any secrets. The Baitue rolled her eyes and said, Have you been watching too many ghost stories? It's just a piece of jade. What secrets could it possibly hold? Realizing she didn't know, I recounted the incident from the previous night regarding Sun Mengqi's abduction, expressing my concern that the assailants might return for her. The Baitue blinked and said, That androgynous guy came looking for me yesterday. I was surprised and asked if they had sought her out. She confirmed, saying they had asked for the jade pendant, to which she replied that it had been stolen and suggested they inquire with Sun Mengqi instead. I was perplexed, questioning why she would direct them to Sun Mengqi. The Baitue shrugged, saying, You were annoyed with her, and so was I. She was playing you. They want the pendant. So let them figure it out themselves. It's not like it's in Sun Mengqi's possession. The group she referred to likely included the buzzcut man and his associates. Although Sun Mengqi was unaware, it was probable that the one orchestrating the jade pendant's theft was indeed the buzzcut man. I figured that once I saw Qin Ling, I could confirm this. Duff Baitue's reasoning for sending the thugs to Sun Mengqi likely stemmed from her assumption that I had already handed the pendant over to the buzzcut man. I clarified that the pendant was still with me. This revelation astonished Baite, who urged, Why haven't you given it to them? Keeping it poses a danger to you. That long-mouthed fellow is obviously trouble. Hurry and hand it over so they can take it themselves. I countered, Have you considered why they want this pendant? There are two different factions interested in it. I asked Sun Mengqi, and she said they weren't after money. They wanted the pendant. So, I suspect it either holds a secret or is a priceless treasure. I pulled the pendant from my pocket and pushed it toward her, saying, Such an important item should be kept safe by you. The Baitue, however, disregarded my words and insisted, You're foolish. Whether it has secrets or is an invaluable treasure is irrelevant. Just give it to them, and you'll be safe. I couldn't help but chuckle, feeling deeply moved, and said, Song Yao, are you really that Navi? Do you not understand what I just said? Regardless of the circumstances, this pendant could alter your fate. It could bestow upon you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. The Baitue shoved the pendant back into my hands, saying, I don't want it. Just listen to me and give it to them. Your well-being is what matters. I looked into her eyes, feeling my heart soften, and choked as I asked, Am I truly worth this sacrifice? She solemnly nodded, saying, Yes, you've helped me so much, and you've been so good to me. Words escaped me, and tears welled in my eyes. The Baitue furrowed her brow and asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying? You sound like a girl. I managed a weak smile, saying, These vegetables are hard on the eyes. Chapter 26. Longji's old friend in the end. The Baitue forcefully pressed the pendant into my hands, insisting that I must comply with her wishes and hand it over. I nodded vigorously, assuring her I understood, and advised her that if anyone came looking for her again, she should tell them the pendant had been given to me. After sitting with her for a while longer, she began to urge me to leave, stating her mother would be returning soon. As I stood to leave, the sound of a door opening reached my ears, followed by her mother entering. Upon seeing me, her expression was one of utter surprise. Both the Baitue and I were startled. I quickly flashed a smile and greeted, Hello, Andy. To my dismay, she ignored me entirely, her face darkening as she began to scold the Baitue, calling her shameless and accusing her of trying to seduce men, her words harsh and unrelenting. I hurried to explain, Andy, it's not what you think. The Baitue's eyes welled with tears as she pushed me, saying, Wang Yu, you should go home. I was worried about her and reluctant to leave, but she insisted, physically shoving me out the door. I stood outside for a moment, listening to the sounds of a fierce argument and objects being thrown inside. With a heavy sigh, I turned away. I felt a deep sympathy for Dobaite, having grown up in such an environment. It was no wonder her character had become so strong and aloof. I clenched the jade pendant in my pocket, more resolute than ever in my belief that I must protect it for her, as it might be her only chance to escape this cycle of hardship. However, to safeguard the pendant, I needed to devise a plan to deal with the buzzcut man and Longmao. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. In fact, I had contemplated this predicament the previous night. Since they were from the underworld, I could only seek assistance from someone familiar with that world. The only person I knew who fit that description was Longu. Although Longu may currently be experiencing a downer in fortune, I firmly believe that due to his previous standing in the underworld, his words still carry weight and can summon assistance. Regardless, I find myself placing my hopes on him. I called Xiao Wu and inquired if he had the time to accompany me to meet Longu. Once Xiao Wu arrived, I recounted the events I had encountered. Upon hearing about the jade pendant, Xiao Wu expressed his belief that we could not simply hand it over, suggesting that our future prosperity might hinge upon it. I was somewhat speechless, as the pendant was not even mine. Xiao Wu countered, saying that since it belonged to my girlfriend, it was essentially mine too. He advised me to treat her well to avoid being cast aside, so that he might benefit from my good fortune. I was left at a loss for words, opting to forego any further explanation and instead took him with me to purchase some gifts for Longu. As we approached Longu's fruit shop, we noticed a Mercedes parked at the entrance. I queried Xiao Wu about its authenticity, asking if it belonged to Longu. He shook his head, stating that he recalled Longu only possessing a single vehicle, the tricycle I had previously ridden. The mention of Longji's vehicle left me momentarily pained. Upon entering, we found Longu seated on a sofa with two individuals, both in their 30s. Though their attire seemed ordinary, their commanding presence indicated they were not to be trifled with. It appeared the car outside likely belonged to them. As we entered, one of the men, adorned with a gold ring, was engaged in conversation with Longu, but upon our arrival, he abruptly stood and pointed at us in inquiry. Xiao Wu and I nodded toward Longu and greeted him. He acknowledged us with a nod and introduced us to the man, instructing us to take a couple of stools from behind the door to sit. We hastily complied, sitting stiffly with our hands on our laps, reminiscent of our first day in kindergarten, betraying a sense of awkwardness. The man with the gold ring cast a glance our way, hesitating momentarily in his dialogue with Longu. Longu reassured him, saying, "It's all right. They're my younger brothers, part of my circle. Speak freely." Only then did the man feel at ease, stating, "Longu, I reiterate my plea. Return to the fray. Together, we can reclaim the territory we've lost. Do you truly wish to spend your life running this humble shop?" Longu chuckled lightly, responding, "What's wrong with running a small store? I find it quite pleasant. Each day is leisurely." The man with the gold ring grew impatient, insisting, "No, Longu, if Sister and Exen were aware of your current state, how heartbroken they would be." At these words, Longji's demeanor changed, his expression darkening as he bowed his head and sighed softly. "Indeed, I wonder what they would think of me now." Yet his tone shifted to one of profound sorrow as he continued, "Had I begun as a fruit vendor, perhaps they would still be alive today in that moment." Longu appeared considerably hunched, as if he aged several years in an instant, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation that stirred empathy within me. I realized then that his wife and child had long since departed this world, which explained why I had never encountered any of his family. The man with the gold ring seemed taken aback by Longji's reaction and, feeling somewhat at a loss, quickly attempted to console him, saying, "Longu, the past is behind you. Do not dwell on regret. It is not your fault. If you continue to blame yourself, they will worry about you." Longu straightened his posture and waved his hand dismissively at the man, saying, "Binzi, there is no need for further discussion. I will always return to my original path in this life. You must take care of yourself as well." Binzi appeared deflated but remained undeterred, eager to persuade Longu once more. Just then a commotion erupted outside. "Old Hu, come out. It's time to pay the protection fee." Xiao Wu and I turned to see the same brash youth who had previously demanded payment, flanked by 4 or 5 others, casually munching on an apple. Before Longu could respond, Binzi's companion sprang to his feet and confronted the youth, questioning their purpose. The youth retorted rudely, "What business is it of yours? Tell Old Hu to come out." Binzi frowned and asked Longu about these individuals. Longu waved him off, indicating it was a matter he could handle himself. After retreating to the back room, he limped back to the entrance, money in hand, and handed it to the youth with a smile, saying, "Diego, I apologize. Funds are tight at the moment." The youth glanced at the money with displeasure, cursing, "What? This is all." Longo continued to smile. "Please allow me some time. I will make up the rest later." The youth reluctantly agreed, demanding Longo expedite the payment. With that, he and his companions began to leave. "Stop!" Binzi shouted, emerging from a room, pointing at the youth and demanding, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The youth showed no signs of intimidation, yelling back, "Mind your own business." This provocation ignited Binzi and his companion, who charged at the youth. Longo swiftly intervened, halting them and admonishing, "What are you two doing?" "Longo!" Binzi cried, his eyes ablaze, pointing at the youth and shouting, "Were you just paying them protection money? Have you fallen so low as to let this little punk walk all over you?" Longo forcefully pushed Binzi back and signaled for Xiao Wu and me to restrain his companion. He then smiled at the youth, saying, "Diego, please, let us not escalate this. My brother here has a bit of temper." The youth, feeling overly confident, proclaimed, "No way. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Just because you drive a fancy car doesn't make you special." As Longo pushed Binzi away, he shouted for his friend, "Dawei, take care of them." At that moment, Dawei was being held back by Xiao Wu and me. Longo instructed us to hold him tight. Xiao Wu agreed, then lowered his voice to Dawei, saying, "Brother Wei, these punks have been coming for Longo's protection money. Make sure you hit them hard when the time comes." Afterward, Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance with me, and we released our grip. Dawei announced he was on it and charged at the youth. As Dawei bolted forward, Xiao Wu stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby fruit stand. Clutching his chest and exclaiming, "Wow, he is strong," I understood his antics were for Longo's benefit, yet his performance was overly dramatic, leaving me feeling somewhat embarrassed. He gestured for me to join in, but I shook my head, opting out, as I had already missed my chance to shine. However, I vowed to showcase my acting prowess to Xiao Wu at a later date. Meanwhile, the youth, brimming with bravado, attempted to strike at Binzi from a distance. Suddenly, Dawei, moving like a whirlwind, closed the gap and landed a punch that sent the youth crashing into the nearby fruit stand. Seeing the youth falter, his companions rushed to his aid. Realizing Dawei might be in trouble, I picked up a nearby stone and charged forward. Noticing my movement, Xiao Wu followed suit, scanning for a weapon and seizing a pineapple to join me in the fray. Dawei appeared to be someone well acquainted with brawls. With the assistance of Xiao Wu and myself, he swiftly subdued the gang of ruffians. He seized the yellow-haired thug and delivered a few punches to his face, causing blood to pour from both his mouth and nose. Dawei demanded to know if he was still brave, to which the yellow-haired thug quickly shook his head, declaring his cowardice. At that moment, Longo hurried over and pulled Dawei back, insisting that he stop the beating. He then rushed to help the yellow-haired thug, repeatedly apologizing. The yellow-haired thug dismissively swatted Long Ge's hand away and huffed, prompting Dawei to point at him and curse. "Who the hell do you think you're brushing off?" Instantly, the yellow-haired thug shrank back, calling for his men to retreat. After the skirmish, Dawei's impression of Xiao Wu and me had significantly improved, and he praised our ferocity. Xiao Wu, in a somewhat pretentious manner, clapped his hands and remarked, "Of course. How can we not be fierce when we're with Longo?" Dawei chuckled and replied, "You may not have witnessed Longo at his peak. I saw him 10 years ago." He sighed softly, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Back then, Longo was truly formidable. Once we returned indoors, Binzi attempted to continue discussing the earlier incident, but Longo gestured for him to stop. Dawei plopped down beside Binzi and advised Bingo it would be best not to trouble Longo any further. He is no longer the Longo of the past. With that, he turned away, somewhat sulking. Binzi furrowed his brows, retorting, "What are you talking about, Dawei? When did it become your place to speak?" While Dawei's words were somewhat provocative, Longo calmly interjected, "Indeed, Dawei is correct. I am no longer the dragon crossing the river of old. I am now merely a fruit vendor, content to sell my fruits peacefully." He lowered his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Time truly ages us. Soon, I will be in my 30s or 40s. Binzi seemed to have something to say, but held back. Before he could speak, Longo inquired, "How's the old man?" Binzi nodded, "Quite well, very spirited, no longer worrying as much, and in much better health than before. He just keeps mentioning you." Longo nodded. "That's good to hear. One day, when I have the time, I will bring 2 pounds of liquor to share with him." With that, Longo burst into hearty laughter. A vivacious and carefree sound, his eyes glistening with tears. I felt a surge of emotion, reflecting on how he had transitioned from a figure of immense power to one of ordinary existence. Regardless of whether he accepted it or resented it, he must surely feel a sense of nostalgia for his former tumultuous life. At that moment, a raucous noise erupted outside, with someone shouting, "Smash everything! Destroy it all! Xiao Wu Dawei!" And I sprang to our feet and rushed outside, only to find over 20 individuals wielding iron rods, wreaking havoc on the fruit stands. Among them were the yellow-haired thug and his recently beaten cronies. It appeared he had returned for revenge. They not only vandalized the fruit stands, but also, at the yellow-haired thug's command, directed their aggression towards Binzi's vehicle, shouting, "Smash that car too!" Dawei cursed and grabbed a stool, charging into the fray, with Xiao Wu and me following suit, each clutching a stool. However, before we reached the crowd, Long Ji's voice resonated from behind us. Enough. His voice, though not loud, was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority that silenced the crowd. Suddenly, a stout man with a beer belly stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back, and sauntered over, addressing Longo and Binzi. "Well, old who? You seem to be doing quite well these days. Not only have you failed to pay protection fees, but you've also dared to lay hands on my men. Do you realize you're slapping my face? Do you want me to kick you out of this street tomorrow?" Before Longo could respond, Binzi took a step forward, smiling. "Is that so? You speak quite boldly. May I ask your name?" The stout man sneered at Binzi. "My good friend, having a bit of money doesn't make you capable of boasting. I am Jin Pongzi, and my reputation precedes me. From the south to the north of the city, the brothers on the streets certainly give me some respect." Binzi chuckled lightly and turned to Longo. "Who is this Jin Pongzi? I haven't heard of him. Do small fry like him now talk so big?" Longo shook his head, somewhat exasperated. "You should leave. Don't complicate matters for me. I'll handle this." Binzi insisted. "How will you handle it? Did you not see him vandalizing my car? I must take care of this myself." He stepped closer to Jin Pongzi, asking, "So, Jin Pongzi, let me ask you, who do you associate with?" Jin Pongzi scoffed. "I don't associate with anyone. I look out for myself." Binzi wore a knowing smile, pointing to the ground. "So, you mean to say this territory is under your control?" Jin Pongzi replied, "Not exactly, but this street is covered by my influence." Binzi nodded, scratching his ear. "Then tell me who governs this area. I need someone with a name that carries weight. Not some Jin Pongzi or Iron Pongzi. Those small fry I don't recognize." Jin Pongzi's expression shifted, and the yellow-haired thug rushed forward, shoving Binzi, cursing, "Who the hell are you insulting?" The yellow-haired thug might have been a brash fool, but Jin Pongzi was far more astute. He swiftly restrained the yellow-haired thug. Speaking darkly, "May I ask where you hail from, friend?" Binzi replied, "I don't belong anywhere." Hearing this, Jin Pongzi relaxed slightly, but Binzi continued, "I remember there's someone named Biao who holds some power around here. Do you know him?" Jin Pongzi's demeanor changed instantly. "You know Biao?" Binzi replied, "Well, let's say I know him enough. Since you know him, why not call him over? We need to discuss how to resolve this." Jin Pongzi hesitated, but eventually dialed the number, handing the phone to Binzi. After the call connected, Binzi greeted, "Is this to Biao?" He then cheerfully introduced himself, as "I am Pang Bin." Since the phone was not on speaker, I couldn't hear De Biao's response. But Binzi communicated our location and urged him to come quickly. After hanging up, he returned the phone to Jin Pongzi, saying, "Just wait, De Biao will be here shortly." Jin Pongzi's expression darkened. "You aren't playing me, are you? Why isn't the phone on speaker?" Binzi replied, "You'll find out soon enough whether I'm toying with you." Jin Pongzi snorted, "Fine, if Biao doesn't show up in half an hour, I will reduce this shop and your car to rubble." Xiao Wu and I exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of Binzi's connections and whether he was boasting. However, seeing Long Ji's calm demeanor reassured us. Before long, a vehicle came racing from the left side of the street, screeching to a halt in front of the store. A towering man, over 6 feet tall and scruffy, emerged from the car, parting the crowd as he made his way inside. Upon seeing him, Jin Pongzi's expression shifted, and he quickly extended his hand. "Biao." The Biao reached out in return, smiling, but as he passed by Jin Pongzi, he didn't even glance at him, instead approaching Binzi with a beaming face. "Bingo. Bingo, what brings you here?" At that moment, Dapio also spotted Longo, but it was evident that he did not recognize him and displayed no reaction. Binzi turned to glance at Longo and then addressed Dapio, saying, "Look, my friend has opened a fruit store. I came to take a look and happened to encounter their people demanding protection fees. After a brief argument, they brought a group to threaten to smash the store and the car. While speaking, he pointed to his vehicle, adding, "That's my car." Thankfully, I intervened quickly. Otherwise, it would have been totaled. Upon hearing this, Dapio immediately became enraged and shouted at the crowd, "Where the hell are you from?" Jean Pongzi, trembling slightly, responded, "Dapio." "Dapio, go." Only then did Dapio notice Jean Pongzi, his brows furrowing as he asked, "Jean Pongzi, were you the one who smashed the car?" It was clear that Jean Pongzi was quite intimidated by Dapio, his voice filled with panic. "Dapio, go. Please let me explain." Before he could finish, Dapio struck him with a slap, cursing, "Explain what?" Dapio pointed at Binzi and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Binzi patted Dapio on the shoulder, interrupting him. "My identity is not important. Let us not resort to violence. Let us discuss how to resolve this matter." He kicked Jean Pongzi, demanding, "What do you propose?" Jean Pongzi quickly responded, I'll pay. Dapio frowned and replied, "Is paying all there is to it? First, let your people kneel and apologize to Bingu and his friends. Show some sincerity, will you?" Jean Pongzi hurriedly turned to his more than 20 subordinates and shouted, "Kneel." The group complied, slowly descending to their knees. Dapio kicked Jean Pongzi again, insisting, "I didn't say you could kneel, did I? You kneel too." Jean Pongzi promptly nodded, ready to kneel, but Longu approached, waved his hand, and said, "Forget it, let them all rise." Dapio remained silent, glancing at Binzi, who nodded in agreement, saying, "Let them get up." After Dapio called out, Jean Pongzi's men stood up. Binzi then stated, "Since we're discussing compensation, given the ruined fruits, you should at least compensate 100,000. Upon hearing this, Jean Pongzi nearly collapsed again. 100,000? Dapio kicked him again, saying, "What is wrong with 100,000? Is that too much? Or should you pay with your life?" Jean Pongzi, drenched in sweat, hastily agreed, "All right, 100,000 it is." Binzi remarked that Jean Pongzi need not compensate for his car, but advised him to be more cautious in the future and not provoke those he shouldn't. Jean Pongzi bowed his head, wiping his sweat, and repeatedly affirmed, then approached Longu, bowing and apologizing. "Brother Hu, I failed to recognize your stature. I will return your protection fee in full and gather the 100,000 within 3 days. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold this against me." Longu gently supported Jean Pongzi's arm, saying, "Old Jean, don't listen to him. I don't want 100,000, nor do I need the protection fee returned. But I must tell you that in this world, one must uphold righteousness. Bullying the weak and oppressing the common folk is truly despicable." Jean Pongzi, now sweating profusely, nodded vigorously. Longu patted his shoulder, "Take your people and leave." Jean Pongzi dared not utter a word, casting a glance at Dapio and Binzi. Binzi, exasperated, looked at Longu and said to Jean Pongzi, "If I tell you to scram, you should make haste." Jean Pongzi, relieved, nodded and told Binzi he would come to apologize another day before hastily departing with his followers. Xiao Wuga poked me, striking a proud pose, and said, "See, I told you my elder brother, the river dragon, is incredibly formidable, didn't I?" I quickly nodded. "Didn't I mention earlier that just hearing the name signifies greatness?" After Jean Pongzi left, Dapio turned to Longu, seeking to ingratiate himself, and asked Binzi, "Bingu, I'm not sure who this gentleman is." Binzi replied, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my Longu." Cleared his throat softly, casting a meaningful glance at Binzi. Binzi quickly amended, "He is my distant cousin. Yes, my distant cousin from my aunt's side." Everyone chuckled, with Xiao Wuga nearly in stitches. Dapio, somewhat bewildered by the complicated relations, forced a laugh and extended his hand to shake Longu's, saying, "Hello, distant cousin." Dapio informed Longu that this area was under his jurisdiction and that Longu could reach out to him for anything. He would be at his service. Dapio invited Binzi and Longu to lunch, but Binzi declined, while Longu insisted, "Let us go. Dapio has helped us immensely. We should honor him. I'll stay back to tidy up the store." In the end, Dapio left with Binzi and Dawei, while Xiao Wuga and I assisted Longu in cleaning the fruit store, which had sustained considerable damage, causing Longu great distress. Afterward, Longu inquired about our reasons for visiting, and I relayed the matter of the jade pendant. Longu's expression suddenly shifted as he frowned, saying, "Are they all from the underworld? All for a jade pendant?" I nodded, affirming. Longu chuckled, shaking his head, "Then this jade pendant is no ordinary piece." I mentioned that I had brought the pendant with me for him to examine, and, as I handed it over, Long Gu's brow furrowed deeply. He inspected the pendant closely, his expression growing increasingly grave. Xiao Wuge and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over us, thinking, indeed, seeking Long Gu's counsel was the right choice. After a moment, Long Gu's brow finally relaxed, but he looked at us with confusion, asking, "What's special about it? I don't see anything extraordinary." Xiao Wuge and I exchanged concerned glances, and Long Gu returned the pendant to me, somewhat apologetically stating, "I'm not well-versed in jade, so I can't discern anything significant. However, I know a friend who has been in the antiques business for many years. We can consult him." Long Gu emphasized the importance of uncovering the secret behind the jade pendant, as understanding its value would clarify the intentions of the two parties involved. After closing the store, Long Gu instructed us to wait outside, and shortly after, he arrived leisurely on an electric tricycle, waving his hand, "Get in." Long Gu's friend's antique shop was modest, tucked away at the end of Antique Street, rather inconspicuous. When we arrived, the shop was nearly empty, with an attendant dozing at the counter. Long Gu called out, "Shaoli, fetch Iron Rooster." Shaoli woke suddenly at the call, and upon seeing Long Gu, his excitement was palpable. "Long Gu, what brings you here?" Long Gu smiled, replying, "I have something to discuss. Hurry and get Iron Rooster." Shaoli asked Long Gu to wait a moment before rushing into the back room. Xiao Wuge and I were instantly captivated by the array of antiques and artworks surrounding us, eagerly examining our surroundings. Long Gu cautioned us to be careful not to touch anything, as we couldn't afford to pay for any damages. I inquired, "Are all these antiques genuine?" Long Gu replied, "No, most are fakes worth little." I questioned, "Then why the concern over damages?" Long Gu laughed, "Because the shop owner is Iron Rooster. He is notoriously stingy and will even extort people." At that moment, a somewhat high-pitched voice emerged from within, followed by a slightly portly, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Long Gu, his eyes brightened. "Long Gu? Finally, I've found you. You have no idea how much I've missed you." He approached Long Gu warmly, embracing him, and Xiao Wuge and I were touched by the display of affection between old friends. However, before we could fully relish the moment, Iron Rooster extended his hand. "It's time to settle the debts owed." I assenti it. Long Gu's expression turned awkward as he replied, "We can discuss the money later. I need a favor first." As Long Gu urged, I retrieved the jade pendant and handed it over to Tai Gongji, inviting him to examine its unique qualities. Chapter 29. How wonderful it would be to continue on like this. Tai Gongji accepted the pendant, his right eyebrow arched in curiosity. He quickly moved behind the counter, donning a specially crafted magnifying glass over his right eye and scrutinizing it closely. Xiao Wuge, filled with excitement, remarked that Tai Gongji's intense examination indicated that the pendant must be quite valuable and proclaimed that we were destined for wealth. After a thorough inspection, Tai Gongji removed the magnifying glass, shook his head, and said, "You got me all worked up. I thought it was a rare type of jade." He then placed the pendant on the table, stating 30,000 yuan, that is the maximum I can offer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's enthusiasm deflated, and he muttered, "That's it. My days of revelry are over." Long Gu remained silent, taking the pendant into his hands for a closer look before handing it back to me, his expression growing increasingly grave. He said, "Xiao Yu, the fact that this jade pendant is seemingly worthless could be more alarming than if it were valuable. Do you understand what I mean?" I nodded in comprehension. Long Gu expressed his belief that we should avoid parting with the pendant unless it posed a threat to my life or the lives of those around me, in which case we would have no choice but to relinquish it. Tai Gongji, somewhat bewildered, interjected, "What do you mean by that? 30,000 yuan isn't insignificant, but it shouldn't warrant such severity. Who would go to such lengths over a piece of jade?" Long Gu chuckled softly, placing a hand on Tai Gongji's shoulder, saying, "Old friend, thank you. I'll come by for a drink when I have the time." Tai Gongji replied that the important thing was to settle the debt first. Long Gu, with a grin, retorted, "Come on, it's only a few thousand yuan. I'll repay you gradually." Tai Gongji rolled his eyes. "Yes, just a few thousand, but you've been paying it back for 3 years. Long Gu signaled to Xiao Wuge and me, "Say, let us go, let us go." As we stepped outside, we heard Tai Gongji call out, "Long Gu, Haiyang will be released from prison the day after tomorrow. Make sure to come." Long Gu paused momentarily, said nothing, and continued to lead us away. From Tai Gongji's last remark, I infer that he and Long Gu were likely from the same era. During our journey, Long Gu remained silent, lost in thought. Upon returning to the fruit shop, I inquired about my next steps. Longu advised that the first order of business was to ascertain why these two groups were after the jade pendant. Since the pendant itself seemed of little worth, it might hold a deeper significance or conceal a secret. I pondered the jade pendant in my hand, stating, such a small object, what significance could it possibly hold? Suddenly, Xiao Wugu sprang to his feet, his expression serious as he declared, I think I may have figured it out. Although this pendant appears small, it could very well be the key to unlocking a hidden treasure from centuries past, which explains why everyone is so eager to obtain it. Noticing my bewildered expression, Xiao Wugu continued, Xiao Yu, I'm not joking. You clearly haven't read enough. Isn't that a common trope in novels? I chuckled softly, thinking that Xiao Wugu's delusions were becoming more pronounced. Longu also smiled, nodding in agreement. There might be some truth to what Xiao Wu said. Surprised, I glanced at Longu, contemplating whether his intelligence had also been diminished. Sensing my gaze, Longu smiled and clarified. It's not as exaggerated as Xiao Wu suggests. No hidden caves or ancient treasure chests. However, it's quite possible that this pendant, despite its humble appearance, serves a crucial purpose. Obtaining it could shift the balance of power among certain factions, which explains why they're so intent on acquiring it. He paused before adding, You mentioned that two groups are after it. It's likely they belong to different spheres of influence. Seeing my astonishment, Longu chuckled, I'm just speculating. It's not necessarily that complicated, but the possibility is significant. I couldn't help but admire Longu's insight. While his theory seemed somewhat unrealistic, it was still within the realm of reason. I reflected on his words, realizing that this explanation could indeed make sense. But I reminded him that this pendant was a gift from my deskmate's mother, a common piece of jade. How could it possibly be tied to the interests of powerful factions? And if it were, why hadn't anyone sought it out until now? Longu smiled. That's easily explained. Perhaps the industry or field is undergoing a reorganization. As for why this pendant is suddenly so important, I suggest you ask Bai Tue about it and inquire about her mother as well. I nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. But both Chong Mao and Cun too have given me deadlines. How should I handle that? Longu chuckled. Xiao Yu, have you heard the phrase use strength to counter strength? I nodded, suddenly enlightened, and replied, I understand what to do now, Longu. Thank you for your guidance. My admiration for Longu grew. Experience truly does confer wisdom. Longu's gaze softened as he said, You're a promising individual. Remember, whatever path you choose, stay true to yourself. As long as you act with integrity, you'll be fine. Xiao Wugu, observing our animated conversation, looked perplexed and asked, What profound topic are you two discussing? The next day at school, I relayed the news of the pendant's lack of value to Bai Tue. She responded that its lack of worth was actually a relief, as it meant I wouldn't feel regret in parting with it, urging me to quickly hand it over to those individuals. I informed her that I had already given the pendant to them after leaving Longu's place yesterday. She sighed in relief, saying that she had been worried about me and advised me to focus on my studies, as the midterms were just 6 months away and I still had much to learn. I retorted, It sounds as though you're an expert. Bai Tue, my fet, kicked me lightly, saying, At least I know more than you do. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, asking, Wang Yu, do you think it's good to sit next to me? I nodded sure. Delighted. She replied, What is so great about it? I have a bad temper and often bully you. Aren't you bothered by that? I shook my head, not at all. You have long legs and a pretty face. There's a saying, handsome boys pair with beautiful girls. Our homeroom teacher must have seated us together to affirm my good looks. Bai Tue speech I, remaining silent for a moment before asking, So, do you want to sit together in high school? He nodded earnestly, Ido. However, I then added with a hint of gloom, but that probably won't be possible. Dabai nudged me playfully. Let us aim to attend the same high school. Shall we? I shook my head. I'll be lucky to get into high school. I might just end up in a vocational school. Bai Tue responded that if I went to vocational school, she would join me there. Initially touched by her sentiment, I then considered, if I can't get into high school, you probably can't either. What would you do if not go to vocational school? Get lost. My remark irritated Bai Tue, and she kicked me before ignoring me for the rest of the afternoon. In the evening after school, when I noticed she was still upset, I apologized and insisted on walking her home. She curtly replied that it wasn't necessary, but I persisted, stating that I had to accompany her for her safety in case she encountered any unsavory characters. The Baitue shot me a glare, saying, "I'm more terrifying than any creep. No one can outdo me." I wasn't offended and happily followed her with my backpack. The Baitue glanced back at me and huffed. "It's strange that I'm even acknowledging you." It was already deep autumn, with the days growing shorter and the sunset igniting the clouds in a fiery red hue. Our shadows stretched long upon the ground, bathed in a warm orange glow, while a gentle breeze caressed my ear. I rested my hands behind my head, whistling as I gazed at the long-legged girl ahead, who was sulking yet deliberately walking slowly. A warmth enveloped my heart, and I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if we could continue like this forever. Upon reaching the foot of her building, she turned to glance at me and said, "Scram, I'm home." I mimicked her tone, retorting, "You truly lack manners. It's a wonder I even bother with you." With that, I turned to leave. No sooner had I taken a couple of steps than a black sedan approached and suddenly halted in front of me. The driver lowered the window, and a sharply dressed man inquired, "Hello, young man. Is this where Song Yao lives?" "Excuse me?" I was taken aback. How dare he call me young man? Although Brother Yu was not particularly tall, his aura of maturity and wisdom did not suggest he was just a child. I snapped back. "Who are you calling young man?" After that, I ignored him and continued walking. The man quickly exited the vehicle, repeatedly apologizing, "My bad, little brother. I misspoke." I turned to him and asked, "What do you want?" He explained he was looking for someone named Song Yao and, fearing I might not recognize her, described her in detail. To my surprise, he was indeed referring to the long-legged girl. Curiosity tinged with caution, I asked him why he sought her. Just as he began to respond, the rear door of the car swung open, and a well-dressed woman in her 30s emerged, looking splendid and quite beautiful. She smiled at me and said, "Young man, please don't be suspicious. We mean no harm to Song Yao." I scrutinized her for a moment and replied, "If you have no ill intentions, why not clarify your purpose?" Upon hearing this, her face clouded with sorrow, and she softly confessed, "To tell you the truth, over a decade ago, I was compelled by life's pressures to give my beloved daughter up for adoption." Before she could finish, my mouth fell agape, and I pointed at her in astonishment. "Could it be that you are?" I abruptly recalled something and chose to let her continue. She went on to explain that for all these years, she had harbored a sense of guilt and had searched for her daughter, but to no avail, until recently, when she learned of a child named Song Yao, whose circumstances match her own. Thus, she had come to see if this child could indeed be her daughter, hoping for reconciliation and forgiveness. At this point, she was unable to continue, tears streaming down her face. The driver hurriedly offered her a tissue, saying, "Madam, why are you crying over what should be a joyous occasion? The young lady will surely forgive you. After all, your circumstances were beyond your control." The elegantly dressed woman nodded, composing herself, and asked if I could lead them to Song Yao's home. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement and glanced at their luxurious Mercedes, pondering how well off the long-legged girl's mother must be now. Perhaps she had married into wealth. I was genuinely happy for her. She might finally escape the shadow of her stepmother and the oppressive environment she had endured. "I know Song Yao, we are classmates. Her home is just up ahead." Having been to her house before, I confidently guided the elegantly dressed woman and the driver to Song Yao's residence. The woman appeared somewhat anxious, taking a few deep breaths to steady herself before gently knocking on the door. Inside, I heard the long-legged girl ask, "Who is it?" Just a moment. Before long, the door opened, and she froze upon seeing the well-dressed woman and the driver, asking, "Who are you?" Her surprise deepened when she spotted me. "Wang Yu, who is this?" I smiled at her without saying a word. The well-dressed woman, visibly emotional, gazed at the long-legged girl with tears welling in her eyes. She reached out her hand, yearning to touch her face, her voice trembling. "Yao Yao." The long-legged girl instinctively turned her head away, frowning. "What are you doing?" The woman shook her head gently, tears in her eyes but a smile on her lips, softly saying, "Your features are just like they were when you were a child. Still so beautiful." Puzzled, the long-legged girl asked, "When I was a child, are you a friend of my mother's?" She then called out, "Mom, someone is looking for you." Moments later, her mother appeared, asking who had come. Upon recognizing the well-dressed woman, she hesitated, scrutinizing her before asking, "Who are you?" With a smile, the woman replied, "Sister, don't you remember me? 12 years ago, I entrusted Yao Yao to you for safekeeping." At her words, the expression on the long-legged girl's mother's face shifted drastically. She swiftly pulled her daughter close and slammed the door shut. I was taken aback by this sudden action. The well-dressed woman's face fell, and with a choked voice, she pleaded, "Sister, please open the door. I mean no harm. I just want to see her. I'm begging you." From inside, the long-legged girl's mother shouted, "Go away. Don't ever disturb us again. Yao Yao is my responsibility. You can't take her from me." I could clearly hear the tremor in her voice, and a pang of sadness struck me. Even though she had not treated the long-legged girl well, there was a bond forged through years of shared existence. The well-dressed woman continued to plead from outside, but the door remained shut, and the long-legged girl's mother fell silent. I approached her, suggesting, "Annie, why not return another day? Give them some time." Just as I finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing the long-legged girl with reddened eyes. The moment she saw the woman, tears flowed freely, and she rushed into her arms, sobbing, "Yao Yao, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." The long-legged girl wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotion. Watching them from behind, her mother's eyes glistened with tears, murmuring, "I knew this day would come eventually." I sighed deeply. Even someone as resilient as Brother Yu could not remain untouched by such a poignant scene. For the reunion of kin is one of the most moving experiences in the world. After a while, the well-dressed woman released the long-legged girl, cupping her face in her hands and tenderly wiping away her tears, saying, "Yao Yao, don't cry. Mommy is back. Mommy is back." The long-legged girl, in a choked voice, asked, "Why did you abandon me back then?" The woman, filled with emotion, explained that it was a decision made out of necessity. Had the long-legged girl followed her, she might have faced starvation. She then turned to the long-legged girl's mother, assuring her that she did not intend to take her daughter away. She only wished to be allowed to visit her in the future. At last, the long-legged girl's mother's expression softened, and she allowed us inside. Once inside, the well-dressed woman surveyed the room, tightly grasping the long-legged girl's hand, saying, "Yao Yao, I'm so sorry for the hardships you've endured these past years." She then turned to the long-legged girl's mother, expressing gratitude. "Sister, thank you for taking care of her all these years." The long-legged girl's mother remained unwelcoming, replying curtly, "Indeed, we've endured tough times. Yet you seem to have grown younger and more beautiful. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have recognized you." The well-dressed woman explained that since her circumstances had improved, she had never ceased searching for the long-legged girl, but had found no leads until now. She promised to make up for lost time. After some conversation, she turned to the long-legged girl, asking, "Yao Yao, do you still have the jade pendant I gave you when I sent you away?" Upon mentioning the jade pendant, the expression on the fair-skinned girl's face shifted instantaneously. She glanced at me and, addressing the elegantly dressed woman, remarked that she had accidentally misplaced it. The woman, taken aback, replied, "Misplaced? That was a gift from your mother. How could you lose it?" The fair-skinned girl lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and insisted that it was not intentional. The elegantly dressed woman inquired if she could recall where she might have lost it and whether it could be retrieved. The girl shook her head, stating that it was irretrievable. Her mother, clearly displeased, chimed in, "Your daughter is right here. Why are you still asking about that worthless jade pendant? Do you not believe she is your daughter? If not, you may leave as if you have never come." The elegantly dressed woman repeatedly insisted it was not the case, urging the girl's mother not to misunderstand, claiming she was merely asking casually. Observing the family reunion, I felt it was inappropriate for me to linger, so I bid farewell to the fair-skinned girl and her two mothers and departed. As I journeyed back, I pondered the recent events, feeling a surge of emotion, thinking that the fair-skinned girl would finally find happiness. However, as I reflected, an unsettling thought crept in. It was evident that the elegantly dressed woman had not recognized the girl as mother. Despite the passage of over a decade, could a grown adult undergo such drastic changes in appearance that even a peer would fail to recognize her? My heart sank at the realization. Could it be? I abruptly turned around, sprinting towards the fair-skinned girl's home. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the vehicle downstairs had already departed, causing my heart to drop. I rushed into the corridor and ascended the stairs swiftly. Once at the doorstep, I knocked vigorously, but no one answered. Anxiety gripped me, and I contemplated calling the authorities. However, before doing so, I tentatively dialed the fair-skinned girl's number. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up. Without waiting for her to speak, I exclaimed, "Hurry and release Song Yao, or else I." "Wang Yu, what are you doing?" My words faltered, and my mouth fell open. Song Yao, are you all right?" The fair-skinned girl, puzzled, responded, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" I pressed, "Then why didn't you open the door?" I thought I might break it down. She explained that her biological mother had taken them out for a meal. I inquired where they were dining, and she teasingly asked if I intended to join them for a meal. I retorted, "What do you mean by join? I'm going to dine openly." She giggled, calling me shameless for wanting a free meal. "Come on, my mother said you shouldn't leave without a proper thank you." After she provided me with the address, I hailed a taxi and hurried over, my heart racing with apprehension. Upon reaching the hotel, I proceeded to the private room she indicated. The spacious room accommodated only 4 people, appearing rather empty. Seeing no immediate cause for concern, I thought I had perhaps overreacted. I greeted the fair-skinned girl's mothers with a nod and a smile, calling out to them. The elegantly dressed woman welcomed me warmly, urging me to sit, stating that she had been so pleased earlier that she had forgotten to invite me to dine. The fair-skinned girl's mother remained cold and indifferent, barely acknowledging my presence. After taking a seat beside the fair-skinned girl, she inquired why I had come back to find her, sensing my unease. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes of the fair-skinned girl's mothers and the driver, I quickly explained, I suddenly forgot my homework while walking, so I thought to ask you. When I knocked on the door, no one answered, and I was worried something had happened. The elegantly dressed woman reassured me that all was well and encouraged us to eat. After our meal, as we were being driven back, the elegantly dressed woman handed the fair-skinned girl a thick red envelope, likely filled with a considerable sum, saying she would visit again the next day. After she departed, the fair-skinned girl's mother glared at me, asking why I was still lingering. I replied, "Excuse me, Annie, I just wanted to ask about the homework before leaving." With that, I pulled the fair-skinned girl downstairs. She asked if I was feeling better, since I had never done my homework anyway. I did not respond, but directly asked her, "Do you truly believe this woman is your biological mother?" The fair-skinned girl paused, asking, "What do you mean? She isn't my real mother. Why would she come looking for me?" I countered, "How can you be so sure she is looking for you? If she truly sought you out, why would she care so much about that jade pendant?" The fair-skinned girl speculated that perhaps she wanted to confirm her identity, worried about mistaking the wrong person. I sighed, expressing my hope that she was indeed her mother, but cautioned, "Be careful. I suspect she might also be after the jade pendant. Based on your childhood memories of your mother, do you think they are the same person?" The fair-skinned girl shook her head, admitting she could hardly recall anything, but acknowledged that the woman bore a striking resemblance to her memories of her mother. I remarked that many people could share similar physical traits. What perplexed me most was that while she might have forgotten, her mother should not have. Even if she were forgetful, it was unlikely she would fail to recognize her own daughter. Did she not find that peculiar? Prompted by my words, the fair-skinned girl began to grasp the inconsistency, exclaiming, "You mean to say my mother is colluding with that woman to deceive me?" I reassured her that it was not necessarily the case. Your mother might simply care deeply for you, and her memories may not be as vivid, which led her to believe that woman was indeed her daughter. After I spoke, the fair-skinned girl fell silent, lost in thought. I quickly added, however, "It's possible that my assumptions are entirely incorrect, and she might genuinely be your mother." I then inquired, aside from the jade pendant, "Do you possess any other secrets known only to you and your mother, things that are deeply personal?" The fair-skinned girl furrowed her brow, pondering, and eventually recalled something significant. "Yes, there is something." I encouraged her. "That is excellent. If she comes looking for you again tomorrow, use that detail to confirm her identity. If she is not your mother, inform me promptly." She nodded in agreement, affirming she would do so. After parting ways with the fair-skinned girl, I returned home, my mind racing with thoughts. If my suspicions held true, and the elegantly dressed woman was not her mother, but rather sought the jade pendant, it would indicate the emergence of a third party vying for its possession. A chill ran down my spine as I contemplated the extent of intrigue surrounding this pendant. Simultaneously, I felt immense pressure. The pendant was in my possession, placing me in a perilous position. Were it not for my association with Long Go, I would likely be seized by fear. The following day at school, the fair-skinned girl informed me that the elegantly dressed woman had invited her out for dinner that evening. She asked if I would accompany her, to which I agreed, urging that it be in a public place. If she were indeed after the jade pendant, she would likely not harm her. The fair-skinned girl remarked that I had already given the pendant to the others, suggesting she might as well tell the woman the truth and let her take it. I proposed caution, suggesting we first gauge the woman's intentions. If she were indeed after the pendant, it would be prudent to ascertain its significance. The fair-skinned girl contended that since the pendant was already given away, it would be pointless to inquire further. After some contemplation, I decided against revealing that the pendant was still in my possession, stating, "I'm merely curious. If you can, do ask her. Besides, she might truly be your mother." That evening, I awaited the fair-skinned girl's call, but before she could reach out, the buzzcut man called me first. He reminded me that the weekend was approaching and the 2-week deadline he had set was nearing its end. Inquiring if I had secured the jade pendant, I replied affirmatively, promising to deliver it to him on Saturday. His excitement was palpable as he instructed me to call him when I arrived. Later, around 10 o'clock, the fair-skinned girl finally called, her tone laced with disappointment. "She is not my mother. You were right. She only came for the jade pendant." I could sense the sadness in her voice as I softly comforted her and asked if she had confronted the woman about the truth. Dubai 2A said not yet, and I replied, "Then don't rush to say anything else. Follow my instructions. Do as I say." Dubai 2A agreed and then hung up the phone. I looked at my device and sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Indeed, offering hope only to let one down is far more disheartening than instilling despair from the outset. The next day at school, Dubai 2A appeared listless. I gently took her hand in mine, and she did not pull away, glancing up at me. I smiled broadly, almost exaggeratedly, as if my grin could stretch to the back of my head. Dubai 2A asked, "What are you doing? Are you silly?" I replied, "Someone once said that when you're feeling down, looking at a handsome smile can brighten your mood." A fleeting smile crossed her face as she retorted, "Get lost. You shameless one." I ceased my grin and, gazing earnestly at her, stated, "Classmate, I understand you are hurting. I may not know how to comfort you, but the one thing I can assure you is that whether you are joyful or sorrowful, I will always be by your side. May you forever remember that there exists someone who is willing to share in your joys and sorrows, who cares for you and thinks of you. A dashing friend." Dubai 2A chuckled softly, saying, "You truly are shameless, even in your attempts to comfort someone." Taking a breath, she added, "All right, I'm not sad anymore. It's wonderful to have you by my side." She then winked at me, gazing at me with tenderness, saying, "How splendid it would be if you could always accompany me." I scratched my head, feeling a bit shy, and responded, "Always being by your side isn't impossible. So, how about I come over to your house tonight? Get lost." Dubai 2A kicked me and my chair to the ground. On Saturday morning, the buzzcut guy sent me a text, instructing me to meet at Hongmin Lozi at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, reminding me to bring the jade pendant, threatening that if I failed to produce it, he would break a leg. After pondering, I replied affirmatively, assuring him I would arrive on time. Chapter 32. The scheme. After school on Saturday, I accompanied Dubai 2A home, inquiring about her birthday. She mentioned it had passed earlier in July. Asking why I wanted to know, I simply replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just a casual inquiry. If you were to celebrate your birthday, I would have a gift for you." I spotted something lovely at the gift shop. Dubai 2A chided me, "You're silly. You can give gifts even if it's not my birthday." I proposed we dine together that evening, promising to present her with the gift and discuss a few matters. After returning home for lunch, I headed over to Xiao Wu's place to share a meal. After our meal, we played games for a while. As I glanced at the clock and saw it was nearly 2, I asked him to accompany me for a small favor. Upon arriving in the alley beside his house, I suddenly dropped to the ground and rolled twice, covering myself in dirt. I picked up a broken brick, vigorously rubbing it against my clothes, creating multiple tears in the fabric. Xiao Wu stared at me, bewildered, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Don't scare me. When did you develop epilepsy?" Ignoring him, I stood up, tossed the brick aside, and approached him, saying, "Come on, Xiao Wu, punch me in the face, the kind that draws blood." This truly startled Xiao Wu, who swore, "What the heck? How did you go from normal to this?" Afterward, he grabbed me, insisting on taking me to the hospital. I quickly held him back, saying, "Oh, Xiao Wu, I'm not crazy." He didn't believe me and insisted on going to the hospital, prompting me to declare, "Let me prove it to you. You first watched an adult film in 5th grade. You adored Mutalon, and your favorite genre was whips and bondage. Now, you're infatuated with Yui Hitano, particularly her." "Stop," Xiao Wu interrupted. "All right, I believe you." He relaxed his grip, asking what this was all about. I told him not to worry and just to follow my lead. Xiao Wu hesitated, saying we were brothers, and he felt uneasy about hitting me. I teased him, "Aren't you fond of that tall, long-haired girl from the upper class? Just imagine if I got her drunk that night and took her to a hotel. What a figure she has." Before I could finish, Xiao Wu punched me, unleashing a barrage of blows while cursing. I quickly shouted for him to stop, pleading that it was enough. When he finally ceased, I spat blood onto the ground, my eyes and lips swollen. Xiao Wu cautiously asked if he had hit too hard. I reassured him, stating I had pressing matters to attend to and that I would be leaving. He inquired if I needed assistance, but I declined, patting his shoulder and saying, Xiao Wu, what a pity. If circumstances allowed, I could have introduced you to a true film emperor. Laughing, I turned and left, leaving Xiao Wu dumbfounded, muttering crazy. I took a taxi to Hongmen Lozi, and during the ride, the buzzcut guy texted me, asking if I had arrived. When I was about 500 meters away, I instructed the driver to stop, then hurriedly made my way to Hongmen Lozi. The structure, a traditional earthen building from the Republic of China era, or even earlier, was known as Hongmen Lozi due to its large red doors. It had fallen into disrepair and was seldom visited. Upon my arrival, I spotted the buzzcut guy and several others smoking. I rushed over, exclaiming, Bro, it's bad. The buzzcut guy, seeing me, immediately discarded his cigarette and approached, inquiring about my distress. I ran up to him, breathless, and, after catching my breath, said, on my way here, someone stole the jade pendant. His expression darkened, and he asked for details. I recounted how a group had approached me as I left home, forcefully pinning me down and searching me, ultimately taking the jade pendant. I attempted to resist, but they overpowered me and beat me. I tugged at my clothes, feigning a tearful expression. The buzzcut guy assessed me, anger rising, and cursed, damn it, what do those thieves look like? I hurriedly described the appearance of the long-haired men to him. Upon hearing my account, his face paled, and he muttered, it's him. I questioned the buzzcut guy, do you know him? Is he one of yours? He scoffed, one mine. No way. Did the long-haired guy say anything to you? I shook my head, confirming they had only stolen the pendant and left. He pondered for a moment before asking, so, they were after the pendant? But how could they possibly know it was with you? I replied, exactly, bro. They didn't ask a thing, just came straight for me, as if they already knew the pendant was with me. But how could they? Only you and I knew about me bringing the pendant, and you set the time. I glanced at the individuals behind him and lowered my voice, suggesting, unless there is someone among your men. I didn't finish my thought, but the buzzcut guy immediately grasped my implication, gritting his teeth and saying, impossible. My people would never betray me. The more he spoke, the less certain he sounded. Finally, he cursed again, declaring he understood and instructed me to return home, stating this matter no longer concerned me. I nodded, replying, all right, I'll head back then, bro. As if recalling something, I added, oh, bro, those guys threatened me not to tell you they stole the pendant. I suspect even if you went after them, they wouldn't admit it. The buzzcut guy nodded, acknowledging my words. After leaving Hongmen Lozi, I called the long-haired guy. Before I could speak, he asked, did you get the pendant? I responded, bro, hold on. Let me explain. The pendant is no longer in my possession. I confirmed that my classmate indeed has 2 jade pendants, but the genuine one has been taken from her. On the other end of the line, the long-haired man suddenly fell silent, leaving me in a state of unease, my heart racing. After a while, he asked in a grim tone, where are you now? Startled, I inquired about the matter. He mentioned he was coming to find me to discuss something in person. My heartbeat intensified, and I felt a cold sweat on my back. Yet I feigned calmness and told him I was at a mall not far from my home, suggesting we meet there. After hanging up, I hurried home, washed my face, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the mall early. Before long, the long-haired man arrived with his 3 subordinates in a dilapidated van of uncertain origin. Upon spotting me, he waved and instructed me to get in the vehicle. A sense of fear gripped me, and I hesitated, prompting his irritation as he urged, hurry up. Reluctantly, I climbed into the van. Once inside, he directed the driver without revealing our destination. Anxiety coursed through me, but I maintained a facade of composure, beginning to say, brother, the jade pendant is really... He interrupted, advising me to hold my tongue for the moment. The vehicle twisted and turned, eventually stopping in a deserted alley. He beckoned me to disembark and pushed me against a wall, demanding I explain the situation thoroughly. I sighed with relief, prepared to speak, when he suddenly inquired, what happened to your face? Instantly, I tensed up but managed to respond that I had been attacked by some school rivals. He narrowed his eyes but did not press further, allowing me to continue. I recounted how, after our previous meeting, I had helped him gain the trust of a certain individual, which led to inquiries about the true jade pendant. I disclosed that someone had approached her, claiming to be a friend of her mother, seeking to reconnect, and she naively revealed the pendant to them, only for them to abscond with it. The long-haired man listened intently, his expression cold as he asked, is that true? I nodded, affirming, indeed, brother, That's what she told me. Before I could finish, he abruptly seized my throat, pressing me against the wall with such force that my head thudded against it. He glared at me, his voice icy. You're lying to me. Chapter 33. The scheme. The long-haired man's presence exuded a chilling menace as he tightened his grip on my throat, his gaze piercing through me, sending shivers down my spine, akin to being ensnared by a venomous snake. Breathless and crimson-faced, I struggled to speak, clutching his hand desperately. A wave of despair washed over me. It seemed he truly intended to suffocate me. Just when I thought I could endure no longer, he finally released me, and I crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. He looked down at me and said, I'll give you one last chance. Don't play tricks on me. Where's the pendant? Is it in your possession? His words relieved me somewhat. His earlier certainty had led me to believe that the buzzcut man had contacted him. After catching my breath, I replied, I swear I'm not deceiving you. My Deskmate described the person who tricked him out of the pendant. I detailed the buzzcut man's appearance, and the long-haired man's expression shifted, falling into contemplation. I glanced up at him, sensing his belief in my words, and continued. I always knew there were others searching for the pendant besides you, but I didn't expect it to be taken so swiftly by someone else. He remained silent, and one of his companions leaned in, whispering, Brother, the person he just described must be Huazi, right? Just as you suspected, it seems they made their move. The long-haired man shot him a look, silencing him. He turned back to me, asking, Tell me, aside from me and the person you mentioned, is anyone else seeking the pendant? I shook my head. No, as far as I know, it's just you two groups. I intentionally withheld information about the woman in the elegant attire, aiming to create an unseen adversary to ensnare him. The long-haired man scrutinized me for a moment before warning. If I find out you're lying, I will not hesitate to end you. After he and his men departed, I slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Once again, my ingenuity had spared me from peril. I recognized I was playing with fire, risking self-immolation, yet to protect the pendant, I felt compelled to act this way, hoping its value would justify my sacrifices. Upon returning home, I felt a twinge of worry, but neither the buzzcut man nor the long-haired man sought me out that evening. Later, I invited the girl with the long legs to dinner, having borrowed 200 yuan from my mother and selected a more upscale Western restaurant. She questioned my sanity regarding the expense, and then, seemingly realizing something, blushed and teased. Are you planning to confess your feelings? You should have given me a heads up. I'm not prepared for this. I was at a loss for words, Sister Yao. You jest. I'm self-aware. While I may be quite remarkable, I'm still not worthy of you. She countered, You're not so bad. Aside from being a bit short, you're otherwise acceptable. Don't be so self-deprecating. You'll continue to grow. I rolled my eyes at her and presented my prepared gift, saying, Here, a present for you. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she asked, What is it? Upon opening the package, a delicate music box appeared, featuring a girl in a pink princess dress with golden hair. She adored it, holding it close. I cautioned, Sister, this is a gift from me. Treasure it and keep it safe. During dinner, I inquired if she had gleaned any information about the pendant from the elegantly dressed woman. She shook her head, no, but I sense that woman is nearing her breaking point. She seems increasingly eager to obtain the pendant, as every topic she brings up lately revolves around it. I advised her to bide her time, waiting until the woman could no longer contain her impatience before revealing that she had given the pendant to me. Confused, she asked, Why tell her it's with you? I replied, Just follow my lead. I'll handle it. After parting ways with her, I noticed it was still early and didn't rush home, opting instead to visit Brother Long's shop, where he was finishing up for the day. I hurried over to help. Brother Long inquired about my presence and how matters were unfolding. I explained that I'd set a trap for them, allowing them to seize it themselves. He sighed, This is merely a delaying tactic. The truth will eventually surface. However, it buys you time to uncover the secrets concealed within the pendant. I relayed the story of how the elegantly dressed woman had impersonated the long-legged girl's mother to deceive her into revealing the pendant. Brother Long's expression grew grave. This likely represents a third party seeking the pendant, doesn't it? I nodded. The woman doesn't appear to have any connections with the other two factions. Brother Long sighed. The crux of the matter is that we remain utterly unaware of the pendant's significance, nor do we know whether your efforts to protect it are justified. I swallowed hard and asked, Brother Long, if something were to happen to me or Song Yao because of this pendant, would you help me? Long gazed at me for a while, then, with a hint of resignation, said, Xiao Yu, it is not that I am unwilling to help you. Rather, I am no longer what I used to be. I do not wish to involve myself in matters of the underworld anymore. Even if I wanted to, I lack the capability and influence. All I can do is assist you by analyzing the situation and offering some advice. I questioned how he could lack influence, recalling that Brother Ben had sought him out just the other day, and even De Biao was wary of Brother Ben. Longu replied that some matters were not as simple as they appeared. Brother Ben had once followed him, but the fickleness of human nature and the self-serving nature of society had changed things. He sighed, turning his head away from me, and continued, "In my opinion, should you find yourself in a dire situation, you have two options. Either hand over the jade pendant or report to the authorities." I was momentarily speechless, a sense of indescribable disappointment washing over me. I had placed all my hopes on Longu, only to realize I had misjudged the situation. Just then my phone rang, and upon seeing an unfamiliar number, I answered it. A woman's voice on the other end asked if I could recognize who she was. Realizing it was the woman in luxurious attire, I quickly responded cheerfully, "Annie, of course, I recognize you as Song Yao's mother." She chuckled lightly, but then her tone abruptly turned cold. "Enough with the charade. I'm not Song Yao's mother. You must have known that by now." Surprised, I feigned astonishment. "What? Auntie, are you joking?" The woman laughed coldly, saying, "Stop playing games, you little brat. The jade pendant is in your possession, isn't it?" Pretending to be oblivious, I replied, "Auntie, what are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't quite understand." Her annoyance was palpable as she huffed. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you. No matter where you are, you better hurry back home. I am currently at your doorstep." As she spoke, I heard knocking followed by the sound of a door opening, then my mother's voice asking, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" At that moment, the call abruptly ended, replaced by a dial tone. I sprang to my feet, cursing loudly, and turned to run back. Longu stopped me, asking what was happening. I was on the verge of tears as I explained that my mother was in danger, that the woman in luxurious clothing was already at our house. Longu paused, silent, seemingly unwilling to help. A flicker of despair crossed my mind as I turned to flee. I ran desperately toward home, covering several hundred meters, when I heard a voice calling, "Get in." I turned to see Longu buzzing along on his electric tricycle, chasing after me. Upon reaching me, Longu slowed down, and I quickly jumped onto the vehicle. Perhaps due to the urgency, he had not even bothered to provide me with a seat, so I steadied myself in the cargo area, gripping the iron railing at the front. The wind whipped past my ears, making me feel like a valiant general. Longu sped along the way, inquiring about the route. Once we arrived home, I leaped off the tricycle, and Longu hurriedly followed. In my anxiety, my hands trembled as I opened the door. Upon entering the living room, I was momentarily taken aback by the scene before me. 3 people occupied the space: my mother, the woman in luxurious attire, and her driver, all seated on the sofa, engaged in what appeared to be a cordial conversation, particularly between my mother and the woman, who seemed to be getting along quite well. Relieved that my mother was unharmed, I cast a cold glance toward the woman. Noticing my return, my mother asked why I seemed so flustered. Spotting Longu behind me, she quickly stood up and said, "You brought a guest? Who is this?" I hesitated, glancing at Longu, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he interjected, "I am a friend of Xiaoyu." Since Longu's arrival, the attention of the woman and the driver had been solely on him. Longu maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of composure. The woman, assessing Longu, smiled and remarked, "A friend? There seems to be quite an age gap between you two." Longu's gaze turned steely as he replied, "Friendship knows no age. As long as one possesses a sincere heart, I can befriend them." The woman smiled elegantly and asked, "And what about me? Do you think we could be friends?" Longu replied coolly, "You cannot. I do not associate with those who dwell in the shadows." The woman's expression shifted, and her driver visibly bristled. Although my mother did not fully grasp the nature of their conversation, she sensed the tension and inquired if they knew each other, urging them to discuss matters amicably. I refrained from asking my mother what the woman had said, and instead pushed her toward the stairs, urging her to visit Aunt Zhang downstairs while we discussed some important matters. I firmly closed the door behind her. Longu settled into a nearby seat and advised me to handle the discussion with them. With Longu's presence, I felt a surge of confidence. At least the driver posed no threat. The woman extended her hand, coolly stating, "Listen, I do not wish to cause trouble. Hand over the jade pendant, and there will be no issues. You and your mother can continue your peaceful lives." I darkly replied, "To be frank, the jade pendant is indeed in my possession. But that was this morning. This afternoon it was stolen." The woman narrowed her eyes. Stolen? Do you take me for a child? I retorted that she could believe what she wanted. Others were also after the pendant, and there were two groups involved. I proceeded to describe the appearances of the buzz-cut man and the long-haired individual. The woman's expression grew serious, and after a moment of silence, she asked who had taken the pendant. I explained that it had initially been taken by the long-haired man, but I had informed the buzz-cut man, so I was uncertain who currently held it. The woman scrutinized me for a long time before stating, "You may not know who I am, but let me assure you, I possess the power to make you and your mother vanish from this world without a trace, and no one would question it. Therefore, I advise you not to deceive me." My heart raced with anxiety, and fear rendered me momentarily speechless. Longu interjected calmly, "I do not know the extent of your influence or the power behind you, but I advise you to temper your words and actions. Always leave a line of retreat." The woman shot a glance at Longu, scoffing, "Who do you think you are to lecture me?" With that, she stood up, instructing her driver to leave, and they exited. Once they were gone, I exhaled deeply and turned to Longu to express my gratitude. He approached, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder, and softly said, "Xiao Yu, I sense that this situation is more complex than I initially imagined. Over the years, I have encountered countless individuals. Women with such a commanding presence are rare, often nurtured in families of great wealth and power." He paused, sighing. What she said earlier was not merely an empty threat. I nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Longu." "Thank you." Longu advised, "Therefore, I suggest you hand over the jade pendant. Let them take it." I looked at him, swallowing hard, yet remained silent. Longu smiled, a hint of melancholy in his expression, as he gently pinched my cheek and said quietly, "You remind me so much of my younger self, especially with that stubbornness." He sighed as he lowered his head, adding, "If only I were 20 years younger, I could have helped you fight against them." After saying this, he patted my shoulder and walked out, muttering to himself, "I hope you can retain what time is taken from me." After this encounter, my sense of anxiety intensified. I had always known that this situation could pose a certain danger to me, but had never anticipated that it would also involve my mother. After contemplating, I called my aunt to let her know that my mother missed her and had been dreaming about her lately, wanted to spend a few days with her. However, my mother felt too shy to ask and was worried about me, which is why she hadn't reached out. My aunt, thrilled to hear this after such a long time, exclaimed that there was nothing to be embarrassed about and that she would call my mother to invite her over. I replied that would be wonderful and urged my aunt to encourage my mother to come since she had been working too hard and needed a break. My aunt agreed. My mother returned shortly, noticing the empty living room, and asked if everyone had left. I confirmed they had. I inquired why she had been so friendly with that woman in traditional attire, to which my mother replied, "Isn't she your classmate's mother? We were just discussing the kids' academic progress." I nodded and cautioned her, "Mom, if anyone approaches you like that again, don't let them in. It could be dangerous if they're bad people." She laughed and replied, "Oh, you, in your wild imagination, where do you think all these bad people come from?" I looked at her earnestly and said, "Mom, there's a saying, one must always be wary of others. If anything were to happen to you, how would I manage?" She chuckled, "You silly child, what could possibly happen to me? I am perfectly healthy. I still have to see you through college and witness you get married and have children." I smiled and agreed. Then, in a sudden whisper, she asked, "Son, may I ask you something? Those two girls who visited you in the hospital, which one is your little girlfriend?" She referred to the girl with long legs and Xia Shu Xian, leaving me speechless. My mother continued, "Look at you, hiding things from your mother. I've told you before, as long as it doesn't interfere with your studies, I support you." I replied, "Mom, they're just my classmates. I don't have a girlfriend right now." She said, "Well, you should hurry up. Don't be afraid of rejection. It's normal for a beautiful girl to overlook you. Don't set your standards too high. You could find someone less attractive." I saw on the news the other day that the number of single men in China is rising rapidly, and in 10 years, it could exceed 30 million. She looked at me with concern and asked, "Son, honestly, do you think you can stand out among these 30 million? For a moment, I was at a loss for words, realizing the truth in her statement. At that moment, my aunt called to invite my mother over for a couple of days, but my mother declined. I urged her to go, assuring her that I could take care of myself. Just then my phone rang. It was Xiao Wu, urgently telling me not to go to school the next day, as he wanted to introduce me to an important figure. I asked what significant person it was, and if we could meet another day, as I didn't want to miss school. Xiao Wu scoffed, "You and your studies. Just take a leave of absence. Trust me, you won't regret it." After a moment of thought, I agreed. I sent a text to my homeroom teacher, claiming I had a fever of 41 degrees and would not be attending school the next day. As soon as I hit send, I regretted the exaggeration. But I decided it didn't matter. Even if I were to die from fever, he probably wouldn't care. After my mother finished her call with my aunt, she informed me that she would be packing to stay with my aunt for a couple of days and asked me to take care of myself. I breathed a sigh of relief. Once my mother left, I would have fewer worries. My aunt lived in the provincial capital, quite far from our city, and the bus ride would take several hours, so I encouraged her to stay longer. Once my mother departed, I went to Xiao Wu's house and asked him we were going to meet. He mysteriously replied that I would find out when we arrived. He prepared and took me out, retrieving an electric bike from his garage. Upon seeing it, I exclaimed, "Isn't this Long Ji's ride?" He casually mentioned borrowing it for a spin. With a flourish, he gestured for me to hop on. As soon as I did, he abruptly accelerated, nearly throwing me off. Annoyed, I shouted, "What kind of driving is this? You're nowhere near Long Gu's skill level." Xiao Wu rode me out of the city to the outskirts. I asked where we were headed, concerned that the bike might run out of power. He assured me it was fine. Long Gu had upgraded the battery and could easily cover 100 or 80 kilometers. Eventually, Xiao Wu brought me to an unexpected location. Upon seeing the high walls and iron gates ahead, I gasped, "What are we doing at a prison?" Xiao Wu had taken me to the largest detention center in our city. He parked the bike a short distance from the entrance and said, "Just wait a moment. The important person will be out soon." I noticed that besides us, several cars were parked nearby, and through the roll-down windows, I saw unfamiliar faces inside, likely there to pick someone up. I commented to Xiao Wu that since they had driven here, riding an electric bike seemed rather unimpressive. I asked who exactly we were here to meet, and Xiao Wu replied, "Shang Haiyang. You and T know him." "Shang Haiyang," I repeated, suddenly recalling that the day I left Tai Gongji, Long Gu had mentioned that Haiyang was getting out of prison. Xiao Wu confirmed with a nod, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. He leaned against the bike, looking quite self-important, and said, "Yes, that's Brother Haiyang. Let me tell you, although Brother Haiyang used to run with Long Gu, people on the street fear him even more than Long Gu. Do you know why?" I shook my head, uncertain. Xiao Wu's expression sharpened as he explained, "Because Brother Haiyang is ruthless. When it comes to a fight, he goes all out. If he wants to kill you, he will, and even the King of Heaven can't save you. However, this is all based on his formidable strength. Brother Haiyang is said to be undefeated in the northern part of the city. Back in the day, it was known as the Hammer of the South. Haiyang of the North. Everyone knew who he was. Many small-time thugs idolize him." Suddenly, he turned to me and declared, "Just wait and see. Once Brother Haiyang is out, he'll stir up a storm." Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted to a fierce one as he cursed. "Let those people know that 5 years ago, Long Gu didn't pursue the matter, but others will." I was momentarily bewildered, asking, "What happened 5 years ago?" Just as I finished my question, Xiao Wu tossed the cigarette aside, jumped off the bike, and excitedly shouted, "I'll tell you later. Brother Haiyang is out. Let us go." With that, he led me toward the entrance of the detention center. At that moment, the gates slowly opened, and a man about 5 feet 8 inches tall, dressed in a sky blue denim jacket, emerged. He looked quite youthful, probably not yet 30. He glanced up at the sky and suddenly broke into a broad smile. Beaming with joy, Xiao Wu eagerly pulled me forward, but at that moment, the occupants of the nearby cars also disembarked and rushed towards Haiyang. I paused, thinking they might be there to confront him, but as they approached, their expressions were filled with eagerness, offering cigarettes and engaging in friendly conversation. As we drew closer, I realized they were there to welcome Haiyang, and they weren't part of the same group. Each one insisted on having him ride in their car, claiming they were waiting to treat him to a feast. Haiyang, with a cheerful demeanor, simply continued smoking, seemingly unconcerned. Xiao Wu cautiously stepped forward and called out, "Brother Haiyang." Haiyang clearly did not recognize Xiao Wu, looking at him with a teasing expression as he said, "High school student? Who sent you to pick me up?" Xiao Wu smiled ingratiatingly and replied, "I was sent by Long Gu." The smile on Haiyang's face vanished instantly, and he asked, "Long Gu? Which Long Gu?" Xiao Wu mentioned, "Over the river dragon, Huanjun." As he spoke, Xiao Wu pulled out a walnut and handed it to Haiyang. Haiyang burst into laughter, accepted it, and told Xiao Wu, "Let us go. Take me to see Long Gu." Xiao Wu became excited, saying he had driven Long Ji's car, which was just ahead. The group of people who had surrounded Haiyang earlier rushed over to curry favor with him, inviting him to dinner that evening. Haiyang turned around, raised his hand, and confidently told them, Go back and thank your brother for his kindness on my behalf. Tell them I, Shang Haiyang, have returned, and by the way, relay this. What I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands." After speaking, he laughed heartily, pulling Xiaowu and me along, saying, "Let us go." When we reached the electric bike, Haiyang was taken aback and said, "Is this Long Ji's car?" Xiaowu nodded, and Haiyang remarked, "Long Ge has changed his taste, quite nice, but I can't quite appreciate it." Thus, Haiyang squeezed into the back of the bike with me and Xiaowu, bouncing back as we went. Upon arriving at Long Ji's fruit shop, Xiaowu shouted, "Long Ge! Long Ge! Haiyang is back." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ge limped out of the store, his face beaming with joy. Haiyang jumped off the bike and, without saying a word, smiled broadly at Long Ge, who smiled back at him. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, tears welled up in Haiyang's eyes. He opened his mouth and softly uttered, "Brother." Long Ge, visibly moved, limped over and embraced Haiyang tightly, patting his back while softly saying, "It's good that you're out, it's good that you're out." Xiaowu began to cry, wiping his tears and saying, "This is so touching." I was somewhat speechless, thinking to myself, what does this have to do with you? Once the emotional tumult settled, Haiyang noticed Long Ji's leg, and his expression changed dramatically as he asked Long Ge what had happened. Long Ge chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I've washed my hands of it." Haiyang's expression turned ominous, his eyes revealing a fierce intensity as he remained silent, lost in thought. Long Ge invited him inside, saying that Haiyang could stay with him from now on. This was his home. Haiyang did not respond, but inquired about how Long Ge had been over the past few years. Long Ge smiled and said, "Pretty good, feeling quite content. I sleep soundly at night, just keep dreaming about your sister-in-law and Sheener." Haiyang's throat tightened, seemingly uncomfortable. Long Ge advised him that since he was out, he should start anew and not return to his old ways. Haiyang nodded vigorously, remaining silent. Just then, someone called out Haiyang from outside. We turned to see Tai Jing, Binzi, Dui, and several others we did not recognize entering. They were all old acquaintances of Long Ge and Haiyang. Seeing their reunion, I urged Xiaowu to leave, saying we shouldn't intrude. After we stepped outside, Long Ge followed us out, calling my name and asking me and Xiaowu to join them for dinner. We declined, explaining that we would feel uncomfortable dining with them. Long Ge did not insist, but turned to me and said, "Xiaoyu, do you know why I asked you and Xiaowu to pick up Haiyang?" Chapter 36. A life hanging by a thread. I shook my head, saying I did not know. Long Ge gently patted my shoulder and said, "Haiyang is one of the people I trust the most and is also one of the most capable. I just wanted you to interact more. If anything comes up, he can help you." As he spoke, he patted his injured leg, chuckling helplessly. "I'm no longer of any use, just a useless person now." Feeling grateful, I understood Long Ge's implication. I was in a dangerous situation, and he intended for Haiyang to protect me. I thanked Long Ge, who smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? I can't help you too much." I looked at Long Ge earnestly and asked, "Long Ge, why are you helping me so much?" Long Ge replied, "Haven't I told you before? You remind me of my younger self. Seeing you is like looking into a mirror of my past. Remember what I said, one must choose the right path for oneself." As he spoke, Long Ge called for Haiyang, specifically introducing me and Xiaowu to him, suggesting they communicate more in the future. Haiyang noted down my phone number, saying he would contact me once he purchased a phone and got a SIM card. After leaving Long Ge, Xiaowu and I went to an internet CAF to play games, skipping dinner at home and opting for instant noodles instead. Around 6 in the evening, I received a phone call. It was Xia Shuxian, which surprised me. I quickly answered, and she asked where I was and if I had plans for the evening. I hastily covered the mouthpiece and pretended, "Oh, I'm at the bookstore reading, nothing much. Just let me know if you need anything." Xia Shuxian replied that she had no particular plans, but wanted to return the book she borrowed last time and suggested we sit together for a while. I agreed, and after setting a meeting place, we hung up. I tossed the mouse aside, declaring I had to leave, which annoyed Xiaowu, who scolded me for being a fool. I met Xia Shuxian at a CAF, and upon my arrival, she was already waiting. She asked what I wanted to drink, and I replied, "Just plain water will do." She pushed the book towards me, stating she had finished it and found it quite insightful. We discussed the book's content, and during our conversation, she suddenly asked what kind of girls I liked. I contemplated saying I liked someone like her, but hesitated and instead replied that I preferred gentle, cultured girls. Xia Shuxian chuckled and remarked, "Should you be interested in someone like Yao Yao?" I responded her, "She asks too much. Her personality is so brash. Not gentle at all." Xia Shuxian laughed and said, "Who said that?" Yao Yao can be quite gentle. It's just that not many have seen that side of her. I think you two are quite compatible. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head and said, compatible? We bicker all the time. Xia Shuxian leaned in closer and whispered, Wang Yu, can't you see that Yao Yao likes you? Her words made me tense up. My heart raced, and I awkwardly laughed. What are you talking about? You can't joke about that. Sister Yao is so beautiful. How could she possibly like me? Xia Shuxian squinted and said, go ahead and pretend. Fearing that Xia Shuxian might misunderstand my relationship with Dabai, I fervently explained that I only considered her a friend. Xia Shuxian remained silent, gazing out the window, before suddenly asking, Wang Yu, have you seen A Chinese Odyssey? I nodded, saying yes, I have. It's a Stephen Chow film, right? Xia Shuxian inquired if I thought it was good, to which I replied that I found it quite entertaining. I watched it as a child and laughed uncontrollably. She asked, was it just funny? I nodded, affirming, yes, Stephen Chow's films are all comedic, aren't they? Xia Shuxian shook her head with a hint of exasperation, saying, that means you Haven T grasped the essence of the film. If you have time tonight, rewatch it. I hope you can gain some insights. Some things, don't wait until you lose them before regretting. Her words left me puzzled, but I nodded in agreement, promising to watch it later. However, when I returned home that night, I completely forgot and spent my time playing games instead. The next day at school, Dabai asked why I hadn't come the previous day. I smugly replied that I had met a significant person. Dabai pressed for details, asking who this important person was. I said, if I told you, you wouldn't know who it was. She insisted that that's not necessarily true. You have to tell me. I finally revealed, Shang Haiyang. Do you know him? Dabai exclaimed. Really? Is he the same Shang Haiyang who was once renowned alongside Chengnan Dazue? I replied, oh, so you know him? Dabai's legs remarked that her brother, with his quirky hairstyle, has always idolized the Ocean. I expressed my skepticism, suggesting she tell him that I had picked up Ocean from prison yesterday and that we are now comrades, urging him to tone down his arrogance in my presence. Dabai didn't believe me, dismissing my claim as mere boasting. I insisted it was true, even mentioning that he had saved my number. She then challenged me to let her call Ocean, and I explained that he had just been released and did not yet have a phone. Dabai scoffed, suggesting I was just fabricating stories. Frustrated, I felt compelled to defend my reputation. I had never been one to boast. After school that Saturday, I walked with Dabai, enjoying the fact that we had no classes in the afternoon. She inquired about my plans, and I replied that I intended to study. Dabai scolded me, questioning why I wouldn't take a break. I reiterated the importance of preparing for the imminent exams, which only elicited an eye roll from her before she turned and ascended the stairs to her home. While I genuinely wanted to study, I passed by an internet CAF and remembered the saying about balancing work and leisure. Thus, I decided to indulge in a little distraction and entered the CAF. I played until 3 in the afternoon before returning home. As I fumbled for my keys, I realized something was amiss. The lock was broken and the doorknob had fallen off. When I gently pushed the door, it swung open. The sight that greeted me was shocking. My home appeared ransacked, from the living room to the bedroom, a clear indication that someone had been searching for something. My heart raced as I suspected it was the crew led by the buzz-cut guy and the long-haired one, who must have discovered that I had deceived them regarding the jade pendant. Without hesitation, I dashed down the stairs, not stopping until I was far from my home, where I found a concealed spot to catch my breath. My mind raced as I analyzed the situation. If my instincts were correct, either the long-haired or buzz-cut individual had realized my trickery, prompting them to come to my house. Upon discovering I was absent, they likely began searching for the jade pendant. Fortunately, I had already relocated it, making it impossible for them to find. They would undoubtedly not give up easily, especially in their anger. I felt perilously vulnerable. I decided to call Long Gu or Ocean for assistance, at the very least to ensure my safety. Just as I retrieved my phone, it rang, an incoming call from Sun Mingqi. Frowning, I wondered what she wanted. Upon answering, her urgent voice reached me. Wang Yu, didn't you say you would handle the jade pendant issue? Why is that long-haired guy looking for me again? I asked if they had done anything to her, and she explained that she had seen a van parked near her home and, sensing danger, had observed from a distance to find the long-haired crew inside. Relieved that she was unharmed, I listened as she expressed her fears about returning home and asked if I could come to her. After acquiring her address, I hailed a cab to her location. Upon arrival, and not spotting her, I called again, and she instructed me to head into a small alley to avoid being seen. Following her guidance, I entered and soon found her standing alone. I waved to her, assuring her it was safe to come out, but she suddenly broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Wang Yu, I'm so sorry." Confused, I was caught off guard when something was thrown over my head from behind. I attempted to struggle, but a sharp pain at the back of my skull caused me to lose consciousness. Chapter 37. A life hanging by a thread. I did not know how long I was out, but I gradually regained awareness, feeling a throbbing pain in my head, still encased in a hood. My vision was blurred, and I could discern that I was still in a vehicle, uncertain of where they were taking me. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over me. Fortunately, my hands and feet were not bound, and I resolved to seize any opportunity to escape once the vehicle stopped. After some time, the car came to a halt. Two individuals, one on each side, firmly grasped my arms and propelled me out of the vehicle without removing the hood. A sinking feeling overwhelmed me as I realized escape was no longer an option. Taking only a few steps, the man on my right kicked me to the ground, and a large hand ripped the hood from my head. Suddenly exposed to light, I instinctively shut my eyes, adjusting before reopening them to see several cars parked ahead, surrounded by a group of people, among them the long-haired individual and the buzz-cut man. The long-haired man regarded me with a chilling glare, while the buzz-cut man's expression was even more menacing, as though he were looking at a corpse. The long-haired man licked his lips, but remained silent as he approached me, delivering a swift kick to my face that sent me sprawling to the ground. I felt warmth trickle from my nose, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth. Without granting me a moment to recover, he launched into another barrage of kicks aimed at my ribs, stomach, and head. It didn't take long for me to feel overwhelmed, my vision beginning to blur. At that moment, the buzz-cut man called out, "Enough, Huazi, do we still want the jade pendant?" The long-haired man ceased his assault, spitting on the ground in anger. The buzz-cut man glanced at his watch, muttering about the delay of Bai Fu Ren's arrival. Just then, a sleek black Mercedes pulled up, and a richly dressed woman emerged. It was none other than the elegant woman in traditional attire. I was taken aback to see the three of them gathered. The woman stepped out, chuckling lightly as she addressed the long-haired man and the buzz-cut man. "Do you think the people in the underworld would laugh if they knew that the notorious Si, Ming Qi, and Zhen Jiujiang were being played by a mere teenager?" The expressions on the long-haired and buzz-cut men's faces soured instantly. The long-haired man cursed, delivering a few more kicks to me, cursing, "Damn it, I've been in this game for years, yet it's the first time someone has dared to play me like this." I lay on the ground, too pained to respond, curled up and clutching my stomach. The elegant woman approached me leisurely, her tone calm as she said, "Little trickster, did I not warn you not to deceive me?" She then turned to the long-haired and buzz-cut men, inquiring, "Where is that kid?" The long-haired man, visibly irritated, replied, "Bai Fu Run. Let us be clear, we are in a cooperative relationship now. Don't speak to me in such a commanding tone." The elegant woman chuckled. "Is that so? If I hadn't seen through this kid's trickery, you two would likely be at each other's throats right now." The long-haired man merely shrugged and remained silent. The buzz-cut man explained that he and the long-haired crew had searched my house earlier, but found neither my mother nor the jade pendant. The elegant woman narrowed her eyes, questioning, "Did you search thoroughly?" The long-haired man assured her that if the pendant had been in my home, they would have found it, indicating that it was not there. As the long-haired man spoke, the elegant woman scrutinized his face. Once he finished, she slowly remarked, "Could it be that you two have already acquired the pendant and are now conspiring against me?" The long-haired man cursed again, "Believe what you want." The buzz-cut man interjected, reminding her of their prior agreement to trust one another in this collaboration. The elegant woman smiled, claiming she was merely jesting, before crouching down in front of me and asking softly, "Little trickster, tell me, where is the jade pendant?" I glanced up at her, feigning a look of distress, and said, "The jade pendant is at my house." Long Mao, enraged, seized a metal rod nearby and approached, cursing, "Damn you, little brat, I'll kill you." The elegantly dressed woman rose, casting a cold glance at Long Mao, and said, "What is the matter? Feeling guilty? Want to silence him?" Long Mao retorted, "Guilty my ass," pointing the metal rod at me. "If you don't want to suffer, you'd better obediently hand over the jade pendant." The woman, with a smile, looked down at me and advised, "Indeed, little trickster, I suggest you surrender it, for this ruthless killer is notorious for his mercilessness." I, enduring the agony, whispered, "Really? It's at my house." The woman laughed softly, "Little trickster, still trying to deceive me. This is of your own making." With that, she signaled to Long Mao. He approached, gripping my right hand with his left, yanking my arm violently, while the metal rod came crashing down. With a sickening crack, my arm contorted grotesquely. A piercing pain surged through me, and I couldn't help but scream, beads of sweat pouring from my forehead. Long Mao released my hand, and I clutched my right arm with my left, writhing on the ground, gasping in agony. The woman coldly chuckled. "Little trickster, did you think I was merely threatening you? If you don't speak up, you may find every bone in your body shattered." Gritting my teeth, the pain rendering my speech unclear, I mumbled, "The jade pendant is really at my house." Long Mao swore, advancing toward me with the rod again, but the woman interjected, "Don't waste your energy on him. The jade pendant may not even be in his possession." Long Mao inquired whose hands it might be in, but the woman remained silent, instructing, "Where's his phone? Bring it to me." The man who had forced me out of the car hurried over and handed her my phone. She took it and began rummaging through it, slowly stating, "If it's not in his possession, it must be with Song Yao." My heart sank. Enduring the pain, I looked up at her and declared, "All right, I'll give you the jade pendant, but you must promise to spare me and those around me." The woman glanced down at me and replied, "Very well, I promise." I insisted that the jade pendant was not in my hands and requested my phone back. She handed it to me, and, with my left hand, I dialed the number of Da by 2A. After a brief moment, the phone rang, and her voice came through. "Hello? What is up?" Hearing her voice sent a tremor through me. It was so melodious that the thought of never hearing it again filled me with sorrow. I hadn't shed a tear when my arm was broken, but now, inexplicably, my eyes brimmed with tears. Noticing my silence, Dabai 2A asked, "Hey, why aren't you speaking? What is going on? You miss me, huh?" "Ha!" I swallowed hard, tears flooding forth, biting down on my clothes to stifle my cries, and softly replied, "Yes, I miss you." Dabai 2A chuckled, "I guessed as much. What's wrong? You sound so weak, are you sick?" I denied it and inquired what she was doing. The elegantly dressed woman, a hint of displeasure in her gaze, warned, "You little brat, don't waste time. Hurry up." Dabai 2A asked whose voice it was, and I whispered, "It's nothing. Just promise me one thing, okay?" She paused, taken aback by my tone. I urged, "Just promise me. Don't ask questions." Dabai 2A agreed, "Sure, I'll promise anything." I instructed her, "Call your mother, gather all the valuables, and take a taxi to leave this city, to a place where no one can find you." Dabai 2A hestita, quet steaming why. I insisted, "Just do as I say. And remember to take the music box I gave you, as a keepsake." After saying this, I forcefully smashed my phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces, then rolled over, lying on my back, laughing maniacally. "Come on, do you want the jade pendant or my life?" Long Mao, infuriated, approached and stomped on my broken arm, causing me to scream in pain, my body convulsing. The woman laughed, "You foolish little brat. Have you forgotten? I also have Song Yao's phone number." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through me as she dialed up by 2A's number, coldly stating, "Song Yao, you have half an hour to deliver the jade pendant, or you'll never see Wang Yu again." I straightened up, shouting, "Song Yao, don't come. You promised me. Leave now, hurry." Long Mao approached, kicking my leg and cursing, "Shut up." I couldn't hear what Dabai 2A said, but the woman retorted, "It's your choice whether you come or not." With that, she hung up the phone. Turning to me, she smiled. "Now let us see what matters more to Song Yao, you or the jade pendant." I suddenly burst into laughter, replying, "Let me tell you the truth. Song Yao has no idea where the jade pendant is. Besides me, no one knows its whereabouts." The woman narrowed her eyes, coldly declaring, "Is that so? If I don't hear from Song Yao soon, I'll bury you alive, letting you disappear from this world along with that jade pendant." I shut my eyes, remaining silent, praying that Song Yao wouldn't come. As I lay there, I drifted into a slumber, vaguely hearing Dabai 2A call my name, "Wang Yu, Wang Yu." Thinking I was dreaming, I jolted awake, sitting up abruptly to see Dabai 2A, tears streaming down her face, trying to run towards me, but being restrained by Long Mao's henchmen. The moment I saw her, warmth flooded my heart, yet despair quickly followed, and I angrily shouted, "You liar. Didn't you promise to leave?" Dabai 2A, witnessing me conditino, kai un contolan. Struggling to reach me, the woman demanded to know where the jade pendant was. Dabai 2A threw the music box forward, exclaiming, "The jade pendant is in here. Take it." Long Mao's henchmen immediately released her and rushed to seize the music box. Dabai 2A knelt before me, embracing me tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. asking why I was so foolish not to hand over the jade pendant. I sighed, glancing at the shattered music box, and whispered to her, "You foolish girl. You've lost your only chance at a better life." The by 2/8 berated me, through her tears. "You're the real fool. Am I not worth this?" As I lay in her embrace, I felt an unprecedented warmth. In that moment, I found solace, the pain lessening significantly. I smiled at her and asked, "Then am I not worth it to you?" The by 2A cried, "Of course you are." I grinned and asked why. Her tears flowed more fiercely as she replied, "Because I like you, you silly." Unable to contain my laughter, I gently said, "What a coincidence, I've just realized I think I like you too." The by 2A scolded me for being foolish, holding me tighter as she sobbed. At that moment, the elegantly dressed woman addressed the crew-cut man, saying, "Check if the jade pendant is real." After examining it, he confirmed it's genuine. Longmouth stated, "That's all I needed to hear." Then turned to me and by Tay, asking the woman, "What do we do with this brat and the girl?" The woman coldly regarded us and warned, "I warned this little brat. If he dares to deceive me, I'll ensure he disappears from this world forever, along with this girl, allowing them to continue their tragic love story in the underworld." Is that so? Such a bold assertion. As soon as she finished speaking, a deep and powerful voice echoed from distance. The elegantly dressed woman, the long-haired man, the crew-cut man, and their subordinates all turned to look ahead. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared, racing towards them on a brand-new electric tricycle, which came to a screeching halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Recognizing Brother Long, the elegantly dressed woman smiled and remarked, "Come to rescue them? Just you? Are you blind? Don't you see me here?" As her words faded, a man clad in a sky-blue denim jacket stood up from the tricycle's cargo area, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he called out to Brother Long, "Brother Long, I told you to slow down. You're making me dizzy." The elegantly dressed woman cast a mocking glance at the man in the cargo area, known as Brother Ocean, and said, "Is it just the two of you?" Brother Ocean tilted his neck and replied, "What? Is that too few? I can call him more." Pointing with his hand, he directed everyone's gaze to the horizon, where a cloud of dust signaled a large convoy racing toward them. "Let me express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support. Without it, I would not have been able to persevere. Writing a book is an immensely demanding task, and I have poured my entire heart and soul into this one, dedicating meticulous effort to its creation. I find myself contemplating the plot at every moment, while eating, walking, and even dreaming at night, where my mind is filled with thoughts of Wang Yu and Song Yao. Friends around me perceive writing as a simple endeavor, merely tapping at the keyboard. But in truth, it involves countless hours spent at the computer, where the strain on my neck and back becomes unbearable. At night, I struggle to find comfort in sleep, burdened by a sharp pain in my lower back that requires me to rest my hands there for several minutes before I can lie down. When asked why I continue to write despite the exhaustion, I simply reply, it is a necessity for survival. Those who have read my previous work are aware of my circumstances. Since I turned 20, my family's fortunes have plummeted, and life has been fraught with tribulations. Many who accompanied me through the years have departed, some through separation, others through death. Consequently, much of what you read is drawn from my own experiences. I aspire to convey insights and perspectives on life through my writing, hoping to provoke thought and reflection. I shall refrain from elaborating on my struggles further, to avoid appearing overly sentimental. However, if you are genuinely interested, you may refer to my previous book. In summary, the past few years have been exceedingly challenging. Yet as a man, I must not show weakness in front of others. I must swallow my pain and carry on. Having recently resigned from my job, this book now represents my sole source of income. As life has become increasingly difficult, I will commence charging for access starting tomorrow, which means a small fee of just over a dime per chapter, merely a fraction of what one might spend on refreshments or cigarettes. Your monthly contributions will sustain me. I do not wish to lament my hardships in pursuit of sympathy, nor do I intend to beg like a pauper. I view you all as brothers, united in adversity. During my most trying times, I hope my brothers will lend me a hand. After the transition to a paid model, I will guarantee at least 4 updates daily, with a minimum of 6 updates tomorrow. The first and third updates will feature limited red envelopes for early birds. As for the unfolding narrative, it promises to grow ever more riveting. Will the jade pendant be reclaimed? What secrets does it hold? Who is truly orchestrating the 3 factions? Who is Song Yao's biological mother? Will Brother Long make a return to the fray? What trials did he endure in the past? What turmoil will Brother Ocean unleash upon his release? What entangled emotions await Wang Yu and Song Yao? Do all appear as noble as they seem? Every mystery awaits our collective exploration. Now, regarding the subscription process. 1. First, log in to your Hein account. You can use your phone number for direct login or utilize third-party accounts such as QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo. 2. Click the recharge button at the top and follow the prompts. 3. Hein supports 7 payment methods: WeChat, online banking, Alipay, Tenpay mobile recharge cards, GamePoint cards, and PayPal. I will elaborate on each method. WeChat Pay. If you have a balance, you can recharge directly with a 1:100 ratio, 1 yuan equals 100 coins. Online banking requires activation, also at a 1:100 ratio. Alipay. Available to users with an Alipay account at a 1:100 ratio. Tenpay, similar to Alipay, at a 1:100 ratio. Mobile recharge cards. The quickest method, supporting 3 types of cards available at convenience stores, with a 1:85 ratio. GamePoint cards, similar to mobile recharge cards, but only specific types are accepted. PayPal, designed for our overseas friends. For those using the iOS client, please note the exchange ratio is 150 due to Apple's system, which is not cost-effective. It is advisable to recharge via the browser and then log into the app afterward. If you have any questions, feel free to contact customer service at QQ298-454-3729 or call 0108-215-6292. Chapter 38. A life hanging by a thread. The expressions of the elegantly dressed woman, Brother Long, and the crew-cut man shifted dramatically upon seeing the approaching convoy. The previously confident woman could no longer maintain her composed demeanor. Brother Ocean jumped down from the vehicle, calling out to me, "Xiao Yu, how are you holding up? Are you all right?" Upon seeing him and Brother Long, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief and smiled, assuring him, "Iem me fine." As the convoy parked, around 50 individuals clad in black suits disembarked. Leading the group were Binzi and Dawei, who approached Brother Long, bowing respectfully and exclaiming in unison, "Brother Long." Brother Long smiled in return, saying, "Brothers, no need for formality. I am no longer the Brother Long you once knew." Binzi, lighting a cigarette, stepped closer and remarked, "Once a brother, always a brother. Tell me, which young lad is worth breaking the rules to summon everyone here?" Long Ge turned his head to look at me, and Binzi followed his gaze, quickly recognizing me with a smile, saying, "Kid, impressive." Long Ge mentioned he wouldn't meddle in street affairs anymore, but you're the second person to break that rule. I smiled gratefully at Long Ge, but his expression grew solemn as he asked, "Xiao Yu, what happened to your arm?" He then glanced at the 3 elegantly dressed women and said in a low voice, "It's quite an affront to bully a child with so many of you." The woman in fine clothes snorted and remarked, "I didn't realize, Your Excellency, that you were so unassuming." "May I know your name?" Long Ge replied that he had no title, merely a fruit seller. The woman looked at me and said to Long Ge, "Since you are unwilling to disclose, I shall grant you a favor. I will let this boy go today. You can take them both away." At that moment, I found it rather amusing. The woman was quite adept at turning the tables. We had around 50 or 60 people on our side, while they had only a dozen, yet she claimed to spare me. Long Ge did not respond to her and extended his hand, saying slowly, "If you take something from others, you ought to return it." The woman's expression changed, and she asked, "What are you talking about?" Long Ge replied, "Stop pretending. Return the jade pendant, and I won't make things difficult for you." The woman's eyes glinted with resentment as she stated that she could never return the jade pendant. Long Ge's face remained calm as he looked at them and declared, "If you do not return it, none of you will leave today." The woman retorted, "Don't think I fear you just because you have numbers. Do you know who I am?" Long Ge chuckled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the provincial capital." The woman's face showed shock as she asked, "How do you know?" Long Ge did not answer but smiled and said, "Please send my regards to old Jean." The woman was even more astonished and asked Long Ge, "Who exactly are you?" Long Ge sighed and said, "I have been an old friend of old Jean, so I will give him face. Leave the jade pendant, and I will let you go. We can coexist peacefully from here on." The woman's gaze sharpened as she coldly replied, "What if I refuse to give the jade pendant?" Long Ge stood tall and declared proudly, "Even if old Jean were here, he could not save you." His voice was low, yet the aura he exuded was formidable, reminiscent of his commanding presence from a decade ago. The woman's complexion darkened, and she fell silent. Beside us, the man with long hair muttered, "We've gone through so much to get that jade pendant. We can't just return it." The woman shot him a glare and said irritably, "If we don't give it to them, how do you think we're getting out of here today?" The crew-cut man interjected, "Let us just give it to them for now. We'll think of a way to get it back later." The woman raised her hand, gripping the jade pendant tightly, and said to Longa, "I will return this jade pendant to you today, but I'm not sure if you can keep it safe. Let me remind you, many want this pendant, and if it's in your hands, your situation may become perilous." Longa replied nonchalantly, "Then you need not worry." The woman tossed the jade pendant to Longa, who caught it midair. She signaled to the long-haired man and the crew-cut man, saying, "Let us go." Although they were reluctant, they turned and headed towards their vehicle. Suddenly, Haiyang, who had been silent all along, called out, "Hold on." Lighting a cigarette, he casually stepped forward. The woman and her companions halted, turning to look at Haiyang. He glanced at me, took a puff of his cigarette, and coolly stated, "Whoever broke my brother's arm, leave one in return." The expressions of the woman, the long-haired man, and the crew-cut man changed dramatically, and they fell silent. Haiyang looked at them and said, "If you owe something, you must repay it. What? Are you brave enough to act, but not to own up?" The woman turned to Longa and said, "Didn't you say you'd let us go?" Longa nodded and said, "Yes, I did. But he is right. Debts must be settled." The woman, somewhat irked, said, "You." Then she shot a glance at the long-haired man, saying, "You dealt the blow. You handle it." With that, she got in her car and drove off. The long-haired man spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn woman." He then stepped forward, facing Haiyang, and said it was me who did it. His brothers, showing loyalty, quickly surrounded him. Haiyang took a couple of steps forward and said, "Don't be nervous. I'll give you a chance. Let us settle this one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, I'll break one of your arms." The long-haired man agreed and raised his hand to signal his men to step back. The crew-cut man, who was about to leave, decided to stay and watch the spectacle, whispering to those beside him, "This kid really doesn't know how to stay alive." Daring to challenge the infamous Death Seeker 7, Haiyang removed his denim jacket, revealing a tank top as he jumped a few times to warm up. It was then that I noticed his remarkable physique, muscles well-defined and firm, perfectly proportioned, not bulky like a bodybuilder, indicating that he had not neglected his training during his time in prison. The Death Seeker 7 warmed up his wrists and ankles, moving to the nearby open space, arms crossed before his chest, slightly bending forward, looking quite serious. Haiyang rolled his neck, stood upright, and raised his head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, beckoning to the Death Seeker 7, "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Seeker 7 launched himself forward like an arrow. His right fist aimed directly at Haiyang's face. Perhaps taken aback by his speed, Haiyang's expression changed, and he sharply turned his head to evade. However, the Death Seeker 7 quickly retracted his fist and swept his arm horizontally toward Haiyang's face. Haiyang raised his hand to block it, but his lower body was caught off guard, and the Death Seeker 7 landed a kick to his abdomen, sending him staggering back several steps. It was evident that the Death Seeker 7 was a skilled fighter. His followers and the crew-cut man's group erupted in cheers. Binzi, standing nearby, laughed and said, "Haiyang, what is going on? After a few years in prison, you've forgotten how to fight?" Haiyang ignored him, his gaze darkening as he looked at the Death Seeker 7. A strange smile creeping onto his lips as he said, "Not bad. This is getting interesting." The Death Seeker 7 pressed forward again, raising his hand to strike. But Haiyang twisted his body and delivered a punch at an astonishing angle to the Death Seeker 7's armpit, causing him to flinch. Following that, Haiyang landed an elbow strike to the Death Seeker 7's face. Our side erupted in cheers. Having taken a blow, the Death Seeker 7 became cautious and refrained from further attacks. But this time, Haiyang moved in with a fierce assault, clearly overpowering the Death Seeker 7, landing successive hits. Eventually, with a spinning kick, Haiyang sent the Death Seeker 7 flying, crashing hard onto the ground behind him. Haiyang shook his head and said, "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're just average." The Death Seeker 7, feeling humiliated, sprang to his feet and charged at Haiyang once more. I noticed a glint of steel in his hand and immediately shouted, "Be careful." At that moment, the Death Seeker 7 lunged at Haiyang, feigning with his left hand while swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist with his right, stabbing toward Haiyang's ribcage. Fortunately, Haiyang reacted quickly, blocking the punch with his right hand and twisting his body just enough for the dagger to barely graze his side. He touched the tear in his shirt and angrily shouted at the Death Seeker 7, "Damn, do you know how expensive this shirt is?" The Death Seeker 7 ignored him and charged again, dagger in hand. Ocean Brother charged forward, sidestepping the dagger with agility. He swiftly wrapped his arms around the arm of Soul Seeker 7, who wielded the knife, leveraging the momentum to pull him backward while executing a cunning trip, sending Soul Seeker 7 crashing to the ground. Ocean Brother halted abruptly, his grip firmly clutching Soul Seeker 7's right hand. With a powerful tug, he raised his knee sharply, and with a sickening crack, the dagger clattered to the ground as Soul Seeker 7's arm grotesquely bent, reminiscent of my own. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he rolled on the ground in agony. Releasing his arm, Ocean Brother caught his breath and glanced at his torn tank top, cursing, "Damn, that hurts. This tank was worth dozens. I wonder if it could be repaired." The man with the buzz cut noticed Soul Seeker 7's subordinates still frozen in shock. "What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and get your boss back in the car," he barked, finally reacting. The subordinates rushed over to assist Soul Seeker 7 back. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Soul Seeker 7 turned to Ocean Brother and asked, "What's your name?" Ocean Brother replied, coolly, "Ocean. Everyone in this line of work knows me. If you wish to seek revenge, I am always here." The muscles in Soul Seeker 7's face twitched, but he said nothing as he turned away, supported by his men. After they departed, Long Brother and Ocean Brother approached me, helping me to my feet. Long Brother glanced at my injured leg and remarked, "Thanks to your little girlfriend warning me beforehand. You two would have been in deep trouble today." Hearing this, my leg turned crimson with embarrassment as I lowered my head, insisting she was not my girlfriend. I chuckled softly, "Right? She isn't giving me the chance yet." Long Brother and Binzi took me directly to the finest orthopedic hospital in our city, where Binzi covered the registration and consultation fees. When the x-ray results came back, the doctor's expression was grim. He asked for my guardian to step outside. As Long Brother and Ocean Brother moved to leave, I called out to them, "Doctor, just tell me whatever it is in front of me. I can handle it." Though I spoke confidently, anxiety gnawed at me. What if my arm never healed properly? The doctor hesitated before stepping closer, saying, "Your arm was fractured and has suffered a second injury." I recalled the moment when Soul Seeker 7 had stomped on my arm after the fracture. Cautiously, I inquired, "Are you saying my arm won't heal?" Before the doctor could respond, the girl beside me, Big White Leg, began to cry, pleading with the doctor for a solution. The doctor reassured us, "It's not that it won't heal, but even if it does, you won't be able to lift heavy objects. And whether your arm will fully straighten remains uncertain." His words plunged the room into silence. Long Brother asked if there were any other options, perhaps at a different hospital. The doctor, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Our orthopedic department is among the best in the province, unless you go abroad. But even then, if you fly now, you will miss the optimal treatment window, and the bones may not fuse." Long Brother appeared disheartened. I called out to him, "Long Brother, it's fine. I can accept this. Let us proceed with the surgery. Plus, the doctor said there's a possibility it could straighten out, right?" The doctor nodded, confirming, "Yes. There is still a chance for recovery." Ocean Brother added, "Exactly. Even if it doesn't straighten, it's not the end. Look at Premier Joe. His arm was always at a 90-degree angle, yet he still served as Premier." Ultimately, I consented to the surgery, which was performed under general anesthesia. However, as the effects of the anesthetic began to wear off, I awoke to a sensation of numbness, replaced by pain as I felt the scalpel and tweezers moving across my arm. Thankfully, the operation was successful, and the doctor indicated that after a period of hospitalization, I would be discharged. In 2 to 3 months, I would return to have the pins removed, and after more than half a year, the steel plate would be extracted, signifying that this time would be lost. I spent several days in the hospital receiving 4 fluids until the swelling subsided. During this time, Big White Leg took a leave of absence to care for me, while Long Brother and Ocean Brother were also frequently present, covering all medical expenses. When my mother returned, she hurried to the hospital upon learning of my situation. I fabricated a story about an attempted robbery that I had thwarted, resulting in my arm being broken. My mother cried and scolded me, lamenting that material possessions could be replaced, but if I suffered any lasting harm, how would she live? Long Brother was there, continuously comforting her, assuring her that the doctor had said I would be fine and that my arm would heal quickly. That evening, my mother sent Long Brother home and urged Big White Leg to leave as well. Big White Leg shook her head, insisting she would not go. My mother persisted, suggesting she had already stayed for several days and should rest. Big White Leg stubbornly refused, expressing her concern for me. My mother, exasperated, remarked, "Child, why are you so obstinate? Look at how you're exhausting yourself. It pains me to see it." Once the room was clear of others, my mother closed the door and softly asked, "Son, tell me the truth about your arm and about Long Brother and Ocean. Who are they?" I hesitated and replied, "Well, Long Brother runs a water shop, and Ocean Brother is his employee." My mother shot me a skeptical glance, retorting, "Don't lie to me. I can see straight through it. Those men are clearly from the streets, especially Ocean, who speaks like a thug." I explained that both Long Brother and Ocean had once been involved in that life, but they had since turned to legitimate business, selling fruit. My mother scoffed. "It's not as simple as you make it sound. I know a bit about this world. Once someone is in, it's not easy to leave. Besides, their true intentions are often hidden. They may treat you well now, but in the future, who knows how they might betray you." I reassured her, "Mom, you're overthinking it. Long Brother and Ocean Brother treat me well." She remained resolute, saying, "I don't care. You need to limit your interactions with them." Big White Leg interjected, "Auntie, Long Brother, and the others are genuinely good people. They're not like you think." My mother expressed her concern for me, stating I was still young and at risk of being deceived. She then turned to Big White Leg and asked, "Yao Yao, what is your relationship with our Xiaoyu?" Big White Leg froze, her face instantly turning crimson as she lowered her head, replying, "We're just desk mates." "Oh," my mother said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. After a moment of thought, she turned to Big White Leg, saying, "Yao Yao, I know you're beautiful and have high standards. It's normal not to be interested in my Xiaoyu. However, he possesses many admirable qualities: kindness, filial piety, and—" "Mom," I interrupted, exasperated. "What are you doing? I'm still so young, and it sounds as if I can't find a partner." My mother shot me a disapproving look, saying, "Whether you can find someone, you should know best." I fell silent, while Big White Leg stifled a laugh behind her hand. I explained to my mother that it would take 6 months for my arm to heal completely, and I wouldn't be able to attend school. I planned to take the entrance exam next year, reasoning that I wouldn't make it to high school anyway, so I might as well enroll in vocational school. My mother's expression hardened, declaring, "No way. If you can't get in, you'll repeat a year and try again. You must attend high school." I attempted to protest, but my mother shot me a glare, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "This is not up for discussion." Turning to Big White Leg, she asked, "Yao Yao, which high school do you wish to attend?" Big White Leg hesitated, admitting her studies were poor and she would likely end up in vocational school. My mother acknowledged this, contemplating for a moment before turning to me, saying, "Son, vocational school is quite acceptable. If that's your desire, then I support you." Chapter 40. The Puppet Master. At that moment, I was filled with frustration. Was this support? I shot her a glance filled with annoyance and chose to remain silent. Bai Tue, sitting beside me, covered her mouth and giggled. After my mother stepped out to fetch water, Bai Tue whispered to me, "Wang Yu, I truly envy you for having such a wonderful mother." I replied, "Your mother cares for you too. She just struggles to express it." Bai Tue lowered her head, remaining silent. Truth be told, despite enduring physical pain during my time in the hospital, these days were among the happiest of my life. My mother and Bai Te got along splendidly, and each time my mother saw Bai Te, her face lit up with joy, her gaze akin to that of a mother-in-law admiring her daughter-in-law. However, since Bai Tue had been spending considerable time in the hospital, often not returning home to sleep, her mother had grown somewhat upset and had scolded her over the phone multiple times. My mother remarked that Bai Tue's mother's displeasure was my fault. I was at a loss for words, asking how it could possibly be my fault. My mother insisted that my poor behavior had left her mother dissatisfied, advising me to bring a token gift when I was discharged to visit their home. Having spent almost a month in the hospital, the doctor informed me that I could complete the discharge paperwork and recuperate at home. On the day of my discharge, while my mother and Bai Tue were busy packing, someone knocked on the door. A man in a sharp suit entered, smiled at us, and asked, "May I inquire if Miss Song Yao is present?" Bai Tui, momentarily taken aback, replied, "That's me." The suited man nodded politely and said, "Miss, I am here to escort you. Shall we go?" Bai Tui, going foot, Zet Ponde. "You must have mistaken me. I am not a miss." I regarded this sudden intruder with suspicion and snapped, "Where did you come from? Who do you think you are? Taking her away?" The suited man returned my gaze with a smile and said, "You must be Wang Yu, correct?" I nodded, feeling my wariness intensify, and asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" He introduced himself as the driver for Miss Song Yao, sent specifically to collect her. I was taken aback. but quickly deduced the situation. It seemed this was yet another scheme from the wealthy woman's side, likely related to the jade pendant. Anxiety surged within me, and I shouted, "Is this some sort of game? How amusing!" The suited man appeared perplexed and inquired what I meant by that. I retorted that he knew precisely what I was implying. When he asked if I didn't believe him, I replied, "Of course not. Why should I?" He then produced his phone, dialed a number, and handed it to Baitui, saying, "Confirm with your mother. She is waiting for us at home." Baitui, so mewats skeptical, took the phone and after a brief conversation with her mother, hung up looking troubled. She turned to my mother and me, stating she had to leave. As she prepared to exit with the suited man, I felt a pang of concern and inquired once more. She assured me it was indeed her mother who had called and promised to call me once she got home. Upon returning home with my mother, she asked about Baitui. I explained that Baitui's current mother was not her biological mother. Previously, a false mother had attempted to impersonate her, and I surmised that this suited man must be someone from her biological mother's side. My mother, bewildered by my explanation, said, "What do you mean by true mother and false mother? I don't understand. Regardless, your goal should be for Yao Yao to one day call me mom. Understood?" I couldn't help but feel amused. After my mother made my bed and settled me in, she earnestly advised, "Xiao Yu, as someone who has been through it all, I can see that Yao Yao is interested in you. If you put in some effort, there may indeed be a future for you too. As a man, you must take responsibility and be proactive. After all, girls can be shy and cannot be expected to initiate everything." I nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. I resolved to find an opportunity to have a heartfelt discussion with Baitui about our relationship. Baitui had promised to call me after returning home, but the call never came, leaving me increasingly worried. Unable to resist, I called her instead. The phone connected shortly, and I anxiously asked if everything was all right. She replied that she was fine and at home. I hesitated, then asked, "Did you cry? What's wrong?" Baitui insisted it was nothing. This only heightened my concern, and I pressed her for details on what had transpired after she returned home. She merely stated she needed some time alone and would come to see me the next day. I decided not to press further, agreeing to wait until tomorrow to check on her. In the afternoon, Hai Yang and Xiao Wu came over to visit me. After my mother stepped out, they closed the bedroom door, and sensing their secrecy, I inquired what they were up to. They asked about my recovery, and I responded that it was going well. Xiao Wu reminded me of the bald man who had once kidnapped me. I affirmed that I certainly remembered him, Lu Yong's uncle. I noted that I and Lu Liang, along with Sun Ruiyang, had been ignoring each other ever since. Hai Yang inquired if the hefty man had indeed taken 20,000 from Long Ge. I nodded, feeling a bit ashamed, and explained, yes, Long Ge paid that amount to secure my release. Hai Yang nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well, no one dares to bully Long Ge anymore." With a glint of determination in his eyes, he declared, "Let us start with that bald man and remind everyone on the streets that what was taken from Long Ge must be returned." I cautiously questioned, "Does Long Ge approve of this plan?" Hai Yang replied, "Of course not." I added, "So, won't he be furious when he finds out?" He looked at me incredulously and said, "Why would you feel the need to inform Long Ge?" Then Hai Yang glanced at my arm and asked, "How's your arm? How long until it's healed?" I estimated it should be fine in 4 to 5 months. Hai Yang nodded and said, "That works. I'll be under observation in prison for the next 6 months, so I can't get into trouble." After patting my shoulder, he proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Xiao Yu, in 6 months, I will help you make a name for yourself." Xiao Wu and I felt a surge of excitement from Hai Yang's words. After all these years of being bullied, it seemed I could finally ride on Hai Yang's coattails. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked Hai Yang what had led Long Ge to abandon everything he had worked for, settling for such an ordinary life. Hai Yang sighed and explained that he was not entirely clear on the details, but knew that Long Ge had been wronged and brought down during a peak in his career. His wife and daughter had died, allegedly betrayed by someone very close to him. Consequently, Long Ge had fallen into a deep depression, and the identity of the traitor remained a mystery to this day. Hai Yang, during his time in litigation, had been imprisoned and was unaware of how Long Ge had ended up with a broken leg. He asserted that it was evident the betrayal had been premeditated, as the traitor had ensured that Hai Yang and Long Ge's trusted allies were imprisoned beforehand. This was why Hai Yang was resolute in his quest for revenge, not only for Long Ge, but for himself, as the best years of his life had been wasted behind bars. Hai Yang vowed to uncover the puppet master behind the scenes and punish him severely. After listening to him, I pondered and asked Hai Yang, "Do you think Long Ge has always urged you not to seek revenge and refrained from naming the traitor to protect him? Haiyang scoffed, nonsense. If someone killed your wife and daughter, would you protect them? Such deep-seated hatred cannot coexist. Understand? I nodded in agreement, but remained puzzled as to why Long Ge would shield this individual, refusing to expose them to the world. Haiyang paused for a moment, his eyes sharpening as he spoke slowly. I believe that Long Ge might be facing some sort of threat, and in order to protect those around him from further harm, he refrains from revealing that person. He lightly tapped the table beside him and continued, regardless of the reason, one thing can be ascertained. What is that? We asked. Haiyang looked at us earnestly and replied, what can be confirmed is that this person's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Xiao Wu scratched his head and asked, are you afraid? Haiyang chuckled lightly and, casting a glance at me and Xiao Wu, his expression suddenly became piercingly intense as he said, in all my years, I have yet to learn the meaning of fear. Chapter 41. A promise sealed after spending some time with me. Haiyang and Xiao Wu took their leave. My mother had invited them to stay for dinner, but they politely declined, citing other commitments. Later that evening, after dinner, Bai Tue arrived. My mother was overjoyed to see her and asked why she had come so late. Upon noticing the redness and swelling around Bai Tue's eyes, my mother immediately became concerned and hurried over to inquire about her distress. Bai managed a strained smile and said, I'm fine, Auntie. She exchanged a few words with my mother before turning to me and softly requesting, Auntie, may I speak with Wang Yu alone? My mother nodded eagerly and said, of course, you two chat. With that, she left the room, closing the door behind her. I looked at Bai Tue with excitement, pulled back the covers, and patted the bed, feigning a lewd expression as I said, come, I've been waiting for you. Bai Tue burst into laughter, but her smile faded as tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her in such a state, I panicked and quickly explained, what's wrong? Please don't cry. I was just joking. Bai Tue called me foolish and, covering her mouth, began to sob even harder. I felt a surge of urgency and said, can we talk about this calmly? Please stop crying, be good. My words had no effect. She continued to weep, muffling her sobs with her hands. Feeling helpless, I leaned back against the pillow, clutching my arm and dramatically exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. My arm hurts. It's killing me. Bai Tue immediately panicked, halting her tears as she rushed over, asking what was wrong. Once I saw she had stopped crying, I dropped the act and sat up straight, looking at her. You scare me into pain. What happened? Bai Tue, relieved that I was fine, took a moment of silence, then pulled a small stool to sit beside my bed. With her head lowered, she appeared as if she were a child who had done something wrong. Her demeanor made me want to chuckle, so I asked, what is the matter? You look like a child. Just say it. Are you happy to see your real mom? Bai Tue shook her head gently without looking up. Then she reached out and softly grasped my hand, saying, Wang Yu, I have something to tell you. I smiled and replied, I have something to say to you too, but you go first. She raised her head to meet my gaze, her eyes still glistening with tears, giving her an almost pitiable appearance. She swallowed hard and softly said, I might have to leave. I gasped, but why so soon after just arriving? Bai Tue shook her head, insisting she wasn't joking and that she truly had to depart. Noticing her seriousness, I quickly stowed away my smile and asked, where are you going? When will you be back? Her eyes filled with tears at my questions, and she looked down, allowing them to fall freely as she spoke, to a place far away. I don't know when I will return. It could be soon, or it could take a long time. I gently held her hand, speaking softly. Is something wrong? Bai Tue nodded, beginning to sob, her body trembling with each breath. I asked if she could tell me what was happening, but she shook her head, saying she couldn't share it just yet. I sighed and replied, it's all right if you can't tell me. I understand, you must have your reasons. As her tears continued to flow, I reached out and tenderly stroked her hair, saying, please don't cry. It's as if you'll never come back. I know that your departure might mean you're going to a better place, and that is actually good. Suddenly, Bai Tue looked up, tears streaming from her eyes as she whimpered, without you, what good is it, no matter how great? Her words pierced my heart, and I reached out to wipe her tears away, forcing a smile as I said, I promise you, if you don't return, I will come to find you. All right? Bai Tue stopped crying, her eyes sparkling with a flicker of hope as she asked, really? I nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Through storms and mountains, I will seek you out. Bai Tue pouted slightly, gripping my hand tightly, saying she would contact me once she arrived, and, when the time was right, she would share everything with me. I nodded in agreement. Still, she seemed uncertain, extending her pinky and stating, "Let us make a promise. If either of us lies, we become little dogs." I chuckled, linking my pinky with hers as she recited, "Pinky promise, hung up high, never to change for 100 years." I fought back my tears, softly echoing, "Yes, never to change for 100 years." After sealing our promise, Dabaite finally sighed with relief and reminded me, "You had something to tell me as well." "Go on." I scratched my head, sheepishly admitting, "I forgot. I'll tell you when I remember." She nodded and asked when she would be leaving, to which she replied that she would have to depart early the next morning. As she spoke, she tugged at her clothing, revealing a red string around her neck, from which hung a guanine jade pendant. Rising, she draped it around my neck, gently patting the pendant as she said, "Now that I'm leaving, people will surely think I took the pendant with me, which means you'll be safe. I leave this pendant with you to keep me close." I smiled, agreeing, "All right." By 2A glanced at the time and mentioned it was getting late. She needed to pack. I nodded, acknowledging her words. Standing up, she looked at me, gripping her clothes tightly and pursing her lips, saying, "I'm leaving now." I smiled at her, nodding in affirmation. She hesitated, then broke the silence, saying, "I really am leaving now." This time, I didn't nod but softly said, "Yao Yao, I prefer long hair. When I see you next, I hope to see you with long hair, all right?" By 2A solemnly nodded, her lips pressed together, fighting back tears as she choked out, "Then I really am leaving." I nodded, smiling gently, "You may go." With that, she turned away but suddenly glanced back, bending down to place a soft kiss on my lips before straightening up and saying, "This time, I really am leaving." I smiled, remaining silent. She turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. In that moment, I could no longer contain my emotions before I could stifle my smile. Tears surged forth like a flood, and I bowed my head, weeping silently, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, sorrow, and helplessness. I clutched the jade pendant around my neck, my vision blurred with tears, rendering its true form unrecognizable. In truth, I had not forgotten what I wanted to say to Dabaite. I wished to sincerely express my feelings for her and hope she would genuinely consider being my girlfriend. Regrettably, all of that was abruptly halted upon her announcement of departure, and I never found the courage to utter those 3 words, "I like you." That night, I scarcely slept, tossing and turning in bed, lost in memories of my time with the girl known as Big White Legs. From our first encounter, through our disputes, to our eventual reconciliation, and now to this separation, it all felt like a surreal dream. She had mentioned that she would leave early the next morning, and indeed, she vanished from my life at dawn. She promised to reach out once she arrived at her destination, yet I waited in vain for her communication. During her absence, I underwent surgery to remove the metal pins from my arm, diligently applying warm saltwater compresses and soliciting help from my mother or Xiao Wu to stretch my arm. Due to prolonged inactivity, my muscle fibers had fused, but the doctor assured me that my recovery was progressing well, and with proper care, I would regain full extension. I endeavored to endure this pain, striving to exercise more each day, seizing fragments of time to read, learning new skills, and embracing life with newfound passion and tolerance. The driving force behind my efforts was the hope that when I next encountered Big White Legs, I would be transformed into a better version of myself, capable of facing her with dignity and a smile, greeting her with a simple, "Long time no see." Chapter 42. The chaos at the pool hall time is indeed an elusive entity, capable of racing by in an instant or dragging on interminably. This past half year has been no different. A blink of an eye transformed spring into summer, seemingly swift, yet during moments of longing for Big White Legs. Each day felt like an eternity. By the time of my high school entrance exams, my arm had fully healed, and the metal plates had been removed. I still required some rehabilitation to achieve complete arm extension and strengthen my muscles. Throughout these 6 months, I received no word from Big White Legs. I tried numerous methods to contact her and inquired with Xia Shu Xian and others who had once been close to her, yet they too were unable to reach her. I had hoped she would return for the exams, but on that day, her presence was conspicuously absent. Before the summer of 2008, China was beset by significant events: the southern snowstorms, the unrest in Tibet, the Wenchuan earthquake, and the Beijing Olympics. While the nation endured turmoil, I remained oblivious, stubbornly waiting for a figure that never materialized. After the exams, my mother inquired whether I wished to repeat the year or proceed directly to vocational school. I opted for the latter, and upon learning of my decision, Xiao Wu was elated, as we would attend the same school, albeit for just a year due to our different grades. Aware of my despondency since Big White Leg's departure, he encouraged me, claiming there were plenty of attractive girls at the vocational school, offering to help me connect with any I fancied. I merely chuckled in response, remaining silent. The summer following the exams proved exceedingly dull. I persuaded my mother to purchase an MP4 player, and I spent my days at home engrossed in Gulong's novels. It was during this period that I developed an obsession with Gulong and the character Lu Xiaofeng, wishing that if I could embody their carefree and romantic spirit, I would not feel so wretched. One afternoon, my friend Hai Yang called unexpectedly, asking where I was. I replied that I was idling at home. He urged me to come downstairs, as he would be arriving shortly. Not long after, I saw him approaching on a rusted old tricycle. Clad in a somewhat soiled white tank top and tattered jeans, the fabric frayed at the hems. For the past 6 months, Hai Yang had been working with Long Ge, selling fruit, and his sun-kissed skin and attire made him resemble a laborer. Upon reaching me, he dramatically pulled the brake of the tricycle for a sudden stop, only for it to malfunction, forcing him to halt it with his foot. Noticing my bemused expression, he coughed and quipped, "See, that's the legendary foot brake." I nodded, suppressing a laugh. Hai Yang then produced an apple from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to me. I took a hearty bite, teasing, "You're stealing from Long Ge's apples. He'll dock your pay if he finds out." I inquired about his reason for visiting, and he mentioned he was taking me somewhere, suggesting we wait for Xiao Wu, who would soon join us. After a brief wait, Xiao Wu arrived, bubbling with excitement, exclaiming, "What's the rush? I was just enjoying a movie when you called." As Xiao Wu attempted to climb onto the tricycle, Hai Yang disdainfully advised him to wipe his hands on the wall first. Once we were all aboard, Hai Yang pedaled forward, complaining about the weight, his sandals slipping as he struggled. Xiao Wu jested that if Hai Yang rode an electric tricycle instead, he wouldn't have these issues. Hai Yang lamented the inequality of treatment, questioning why the boss got to ride electric while he was stuck with manual labor. Our banter continued as we ambled through winding streets until we arrived at a pool hall. Hai Yang glanced up, announcing, "We're here, time to disembark." We jumped off, and Xiao Wu clapped his hands, declaring, "So, we're here to play billiards, huh? Today, I must show you my prowess as the billiards prince." Hai Yang smiled but said nothing, removing his hat and leading the way inside. The pool hall was crowded and thick with smoke, the atmosphere almost stifling. A few patrons at the entrance laughed at Hai Yang's appearance, openly mocking, "Look, even a laborer is here to play billiards. Quite the player." Xiao Wu and I felt a twinge of indignation, yet Hai Yang remained unfazed, approaching the front desk to request a table. The attendant hesitated, sizing him up, yet ultimately assigned us a table. As we walked in, eyes followed us. Many were shirtless, revealing elaborate tattoos, and among them were several women dressed provocatively, adorned with ink. One woman, upon seeing us, derisively called Hai Yang a country bumpkin. Normally, he would have retorted, but he merely smiled unperturbed. Once we reached our table, Hai Yang suggested that Xiao Wu and I play first. After a time, I lost to Xiao Wu, who was clearly skilled, likely due to his frequent outings to such establishments, while I, being the good child, seldom ventured to places like this. Following my defeat, Hai Yang played against Xiao Wu. The tables were close enough that when Hai Yang swung his cue back, it accidentally struck a woman behind him, causing her to scream and demand to know what he was doing. A group of tattooed men turned their attention to him. Hai Yang offered an apologetic smile, "Sorry, it was unintentional." The men grumbled but let it go, while the woman cursed, calling him a rural bumpkin. After a while, Hai Yang inadvertently hit her again with the cue, igniting her fury as she shouted, "Are you blind or what?" With a sheepish smile, Hai Yang replied, "Apologies, I didn't realize you were so tall." The moment he spoke, the woman's expression shifted, and she barked, "Who the hell are you calling tall?" With a swift motion, the man known as Ocean slapped his hand towards a woman, but she was caught in his grasp as he twisted her wrist, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Releasing her, he demanded, "Do you understand now?" The woman's tattooed companions, enraged, quickly surrounded Ocean. One of them swung a cue stick at Ocean's face, but he deftly sidestepped, seizing a billiard ball and hurling it at the assailant, who howled in agony, retreating with blood oozing between his fingers. The remaining thugs, furious, charged forward, but Ocean remained unfazed, instructing me and Xiao Wu to step aside to avoid injury. Once out of harm's way, Xiao Wu and I began wagering 5 yuan on how quickly Ocean would incapacitate his opponents. I confidently asserted that he would bring them down within 5 minutes, while Xiao Wu countered that it would take no longer than 4. As the tattooed men lay defeated, Xiao Wu immediately started his stopwatch, which recorded 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Frustrated, he grumbled about Ocean's lack of prowess. After subduing his adversaries, those who had earlier mocked Ocean fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. A nearby onlooker, a young man with yellow hair, confronted Ocean, accusing him of seeking trouble. Ocean, with a casual nod, replied, "Of course, is it not obvious?" He then perched himself on the billiard table, lit a cigarette, and addressed the young man. "You have 10 minutes to summon your boss, or I will destroy this place." Following Ocean's ultimatum, the young man cursed and dashed out. The tattooed men, now recovering from their defeat, glared at Ocean, threatening him if he dared to leave. Ocean, chuckling, advised them, "If you value your lives, it would be wise not to return after you leave this door." They scoffed and departed. Xiao Wu and I, momentarily dazed, approached Ocean, inquiring about his intentions. He simply stated, "You two just observe. I brought you here for an apprenticeship." This was the first time we had encountered such a term, leaving us speechless, while we awaited the arrival of the billiard hall's owner. Someone complimented Ocean's skills and inquired about his affiliations. Ocean, reclining with his feet up, casually responded, "I'm not affiliated anywhere. I sell fruit." The man was visibly taken aback, remarking that such talent was wasted in fruit sales. He offered to introduce Ocean to his older brother, promising a life of luxury. Ocean politely declined, stating, "No offense, but your brother isn't worthy." The man's expression soured, but he refrained from retaliating. After a brief wait, Ocean glanced at his watch, commenting, "This young man is slow. Over 8 minutes have passed. Xiao Wu, prepare yourselves. Once it hits 10 minutes, we begin." Just as he finished speaking, a voice outside bellowed, "Who the hell is looking to destroy my establishment?" A group entered, led by a bald man, and upon recognition, Xiao Wu and I froze. It was Lu Liang's uncle, accompanied by a familiar figure clad in a jacket. Seeing the jacketed man ignited my anger, as he had nearly crushed my fingers years ago. The bald man approached Ocean, demanding to know if he intended to wreck the billiard hall. Ocean, unfazed, affirmed, "Yes, that would be me." The bald man, incensed by Ocean's arrogance, swung a punch at him. Ocean, instead of dodging, seized the man's fist with surprising strength, twisting his wrist painfully. The bald man, taken aback, asked who Ocean was affiliated with. Ocean replied confidently, "I'm with myself." When pressed for his name, Ocean playfully declined, suggesting that revealing it would intimidate the bald man's subordinates. The bald man, visibly perturbed, warned, "Regardless of who you are, you want to leave here alive." With a wave of his hand, he commanded his men to attack. As they charged, Ocean donned a cap and leaped into the fray, skillfully knocking each assailant down with precise strikes. Outnumbered, the bald man's crew fell swiftly, leaving the spectators in awe of Ocean's prowess. The jacketed man, finally stepping forward, attempted to engage Ocean but was effortlessly dispatched. The bald man, now desperate, retreated and offered a monetary incentive to anyone willing to defeat Ocean. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. As Ocean advanced towards him, the bald man, sweating profusely, inquired why Ocean sought him out, revealing that his brother was Sun Xiaodao. Ocean, turning his head, stated, "I came to demolish your establishment precisely because your brother is Sun Xiaodao." The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief as Ocean approached, shoving a note into his collar, saying, "This is my number. I'm sparing you today, but tell Sun Xiaodao that I, Ocean, have returned. If he doesn't come to apologize, I will find him and it won't end well for him." Trembling, the bald man stuttered, "You are Ocean?" Ocean nodded, releasing him and surveying the defeated man. He advised, "Next time, recruit some competent fighters." With that, he retrieved his cap and beckoned Xiao Wu and me to follow. Just as we reached the door, Ocean turned back to the bald man, recalling a previous incident where he had extorted 2,000 yuan from a fruit seller. The bald man, momentarily puzzled, soon recognized me, and with a nervous nod, Ocean insisted that the money be returned. The bald man, eager to appease, promised to repay the debt without hesitation. After stepping outside, Hai Yang reclined in the back of the tricycle, claiming that he was too fatigued to continue riding, and suggested that Xiao Wu take over. During our journey, he cautioned us not to mention today's events to Longge. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, remarked on Haiyang's ostentatious demeanor, inquiring whether he had studied martial arts and if he could impart some self-defense techniques to us. Haiyang admitted to having practiced martial arts for 2 years in his youth, but asserted that his current prowess was honed through real-life confrontations. He promised to teach us some techniques for self-defense when time permitted. Curious about Haiyang's motive for confronting the bald-headed man at the billiard hall, I speculated that it was more than merely reclaiming the 20,000 yuan owed by Long Ge. Haiyang confirmed my suspicion, explaining that the bald-headed man, known as Sun Xiaodao, was connected to a past incident involving Long Ge. Consequently, Haiyang aimed to trace back the origins of that incident, and since he had recently completed his prison observation period, he felt it was an opportune moment. He asserted that if Sun Xiaodao wished to avoid grave consequences, he would contact him by nightfall. Skeptical, Xiaowu and I accepted Haiyang's wager. If we lost, we would each buy him a pack of cigarettes and refrain from informing Long Ge. As evening descended, Haiyang received a call from Sun Xiaodao, who inquired about his whereabouts and proposed a dinner together. Without hesitation, Haiyang agreed and asked for the address, intending to take us along. Xiaowu and I expressed our concern about walking into a potential trap, but Haiyang, exuding confidence, dismissed our worries, claiming that Sun Xiaodao lacked the audacity to set such a scheme. We then suggested that perhaps we could switch to a more comfortable mode of transport, at least an electric vehicle, which irritated Haiyang, who insisted that we simply walk. Ultimately, we had no choice but to ride the tricycle. The location provided by Sun Xiaodao was quite remote, with scarcely any establishments in sight. Upon arriving at the designated eatery, we spotted a solitary table outside where a lone individual sat, engrossed in his drink. After disembarking from the tricycle, Xiaowu cautiously scanned the surroundings and whispered to me, suggesting that despite the apparent calmness, there might be lurking dangers. I reassured him, believing in Haiyang's discernment of the situation. However, his words instilled a sense of unease within me, as if unseen eyes were upon us. Meanwhile, Haiyang appeared unfazed, leading us confidently towards the table. Upon noticing our approach, the seated man immediately rose, extending his hand towards Haiyang with a fawning expression, exclaiming, "Haiyang, Haiyang, I have long heard of your release from prison, but I have been too preoccupied to pay you a visit. My apologies for this oversight." Haiyang, however, did not reciprocate the gesture, instead taking a seat at the table and casually tossing a peanut into his mouth, remarking, "Xiaodao, looks like you made quite a name for yourself." Sun Xiaodao, visibly embarrassed, withdrew his hand and took a seat opposite Haiyang, ingratiatingly replying, "Haiyang, you flatter me. I will always be your subordinate." As the evening progressed, Sun Xiaodao filled Haiyang's glass with liquor, and Haiyang, without hesitation, downed the drink. He then turned to us, urging Xiaowu and me to sit and partake in the feast. He introduced Xiaowu and me as his brothers, to which Sun Xiaodao cordially acknowledged us, asserting that Haiyang's brothers were indeed his own. However, Haiyang soon probed Sun Xiaodao, questioning if he had anyone hidden nearby. Sun Xiaodao's demeanor shifted, and he earnestly insisted, "Haiyang, you should know who I am. You are my elder brother, and you still are. Whatever you command, I shall comply." Yet, Haiyang, without lifting his gaze, pressed on, "If that is the case, why did you betray Long Ge back then?" Sun Xiaodao's expression faltered, and he stammered an explanation, attempting to justify his actions by claiming he was coerced by threats against his family. Haiyang interrupted, demanding clarity on how he could have been compelled to betray Long Ge. Sun Xiaodao, swallowing hard, revealed that his family was threatened by a group of thugs, leaving him with no choice. Haiyang, visibly agitated, retorted, "You think it's acceptable to betray Long Ge simply because they threatened your family? Have you forgotten how Long Ge treated you?" Sun Xiaodao fell silent. Anxiety etched on his face, struggling to find words in his defense. Haiyang waved his hand dismissively, stating that he would not dwell on past grievances. He then made it clear that he still held Sun Xiaodao in some regard, as he was willing to drink his liquor, but he demanded that Sun Xiaodao reveal who had orchestrated the betrayal. Sun Xiaodao warned Haiyang, urging him to let the past rest, as the mastermind behind the incident had likely grown formidable over time. He cautioned that even Long Ge might not be able to confront this individual. Before he could finish, Haiyang slammed his hand on the table, declaring with fervor, "Long Ge's lack of pursuit does not mean I will let this go. No matter how powerful this person may be, I will unearth them. They must understand that Long Gu's family and my brothers cannot have perished in vain. Struggling to contain his emotions, Haiyang clenched his jaw, his body trembling with intensity. He proclaimed, 5 years. For 5 long years, my sole motivation was vengeance. Some debts must be repaid. Once Haiyang regained his composure, Sun Xiaodao cautiously interjected, I understand, but Haiyang, I'm looking out for your well-being. If you continue down this path, you might endanger your own life. A sorrowful smile crossed Haiyang's face as he confided, Sun Xiaodao, the truth is, Haiyang died 5 years ago. Sun Xiaodao fell silent, lowering his gaze, murmuring, Haiyang, I did my utmost regarding Wanrong. Tears welled in Haiyang's eyes as he nodded, urging Sun Xiaodao to reveal the identity of the mastermind behind their shared past. Xiaowu and I exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the significance of Wanrong. Yet it was apparent that Haiyang's quest for vengeance transcended mere loyalty to Long Gu. It was deeply personal, rooted in a pain he scarcely dared to articulate. Sun Xiaodao, after a cautious glance around, leaned closer to Haiyang and whispered, I don't know precisely who the mastermind is. Not only do I lack that knowledge, but those who conspired with me back then are equally in the dark. We were merely pawns, executing orders without resistance, driven by desperation, some for greed, others for their families. Haiyang, furrowing his brow, pressed, who was the contact person back then? Dusher, Sun Xiaodao replied. Haiyang nodded thoughtfully, inquiring about Dusher's current whereabouts. Sun Xiaodao whispered a few words, and Haiyang acknowledged, I understand. Sun Xiaodao remarked that if Haiyang Gu could locate the Viper, he would gain further insight. For in the past, the Viper was one of the few who had been notably favored. Sun Xiaodao took a sip of his drink and sighed, saying that they had privately discussed and speculated on who the mastermind might be. It was simply a matter of observing who benefited from Long Ji's downfall. He then looked up at Haiyang Gu and stated that there were 3 individuals who could be confirmed as suspects. When Haiyang Gu inquired about their identities, Sun Xiaodao explained that after Long Ji's collapse, the northern part of the city was divided between 2 individuals, the Smiling Tiger, Zhu Deming, and the Mad Wolf, Shui Gui, making them the prime suspects. Another individual, the strategist, had slightly less suspicion attached to him. Upon hearing the mention of the strategist, Haiyang Ji's expression shifted, and he questioned, the strategist? Sun Xiaodao nodded and responded that after Long Ji's fall, the strategist had indeed returned to his hometown. However, within half a year, he had made a comeback, aligning himself with Gao Laoda in the southern part of the city. As it stood, he was second only to Gao Laoda, dominating the southern region. Sun Xiaodao suggested that he believed the strategist was the most likely suspect. Previously, the north and south had been at odds, with Long Gu suppressing the south fiercely. Yet after Long Ji's demise, the south had surged to prominence, becoming a formidable force in the city. Therefore, it was plausible that the south had bribed the strategist, and his return to his hometown for 6 months was likely a ruse. Moreover, the strategist was Long Ji's closest confidant, privy to the innermost secrets of their gang. And given that so many of Long Ji's trusted aides had been captured, the absence of any repercussions for the strategist was rather suspicious. Haiyang Gu appeared taken aback, shaking his head slowly as he murmured, No, it can't be the strategist. Sun Xiaodao reassured him that these were merely idle speculations shared during their downtime, and not to take them too seriously, though he was confident that the 3 individuals he mentioned were indeed the most suspicious. Beads of sweat formed on Haiyang Ji's forehead as he looked at Sun Xiaodao and declared, Once I find the Viper, everything will be revealed. Sun Xiaodao nodded, then suddenly remembered something and excused himself to dash into the restaurant. Moments later, he returned holding a black envelope, which he placed on the table before pushing it towards Haiyang Gu. When asked about its contents, Sun Xiaodao explained that they had discovered in their private discussions that anyone who had been subverted in the past received a similar envelope. Chapter 45. The Trail Goes Cold. Curious, Haiyang Gu picked up the envelope and examined it before inquiring about its contents. Sun Xiaodao elaborated that each envelope contained different items. His held photographs of his family, while others contained checks or evidence of crimes. Haiyang Gu frowned thoughtfully, commenting that it appeared the sender had a keen understanding of psychology, as each envelope contained the recipient's Achilles heel. After scrutinizing the envelope, Haiyang Gu returned it to Sun Xiaodao and stated, Don't think that by revealing all this, your betrayal of Long Gu is absolved. Once I uncover the traitor, Whether I forgive you will depend on Long Ji's stance. Sun Xiaodao nodded, his expression filled with guilt as he replied, I know. I will carry the weight of my betrayal towards you and Long Ge for the rest of my life. Standing up, Haiyang Ge did not utter another word and walked away with me and Xiao Wuge. As we approached the tricycle, Xiao Wuge kept glancing back. Following his gaze, I noticed the direction he was looking was shrouded in darkness. I asked him what he was staring at, and he confessed he felt as if someone was watching us. Startled, I admonished him not to be paranoid, exclaiming, who on earth would be hiding there watching us? A ghost? Xiao Wuge scratched his head, replying, perhaps I am just unusually perceptive. I often have strange instincts. At that moment, Haiyang Ge turned around and playfully slapped Xiao Wuge on the head, scolding, do you think you're Spider-Man or something? Don't worry, whether it's a person or a ghost, I can handle it. For some reason, I felt an inexplicable charm emanating from Haiyang Ge. Whenever I saw him, a sense of comfort enveloped me, and I felt fearless. On our return, Xiao Wuge and I inquired about Wanrong. Haiyang Ge fell silent, puffing on a cigarette, and said nothing. When we pressed him about his reluctance to discuss it, he remained tight-lipped. Xiao Wuge shot me a knowing smile and suggested, I bet Wanrong is definitely Haiyang Ge's girlfriend. I nodded in agreement, affirming, Haiyang Ge must really care for her. Xiao Wuge asked Haiyang Ge, since you like her so much, why don't you go find her? Where is she now? Before he could finish, Haiyang Ge abruptly slammed on the brakes, lowered his head, and shouted, can you both shut up? It's so annoying. Xiao Wuge and I were taken aback, falling silent immediately. This was the first time we had seen Haiyang Ge lose his temper in the 6 months we had known him, underscoring Wanrong's significance in his heart. From Haiyang Ge's reaction, I inferred that Wanrong might no longer be alive, or if she was, they were perhaps destined to never be together again. Previously, I might have struggled to understand Haiyang Ge's emotions, but ever since Dabaidi left, I had come to deeply resonate with such sentiments. After dropping us off, Haiyang Ge lingered, leaning against a nearby utility pole, smoking a cigarette. Xiao Wuge stayed with us for a short while before receiving a call from his mother, prompting his departure, leaving just Haiyang Ge and me. He continued to smoke, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in a multitude of memories, and I chose to remain silent, unwilling to interrupt him. After finishing half a pack of cigarettes, Haiyang Ge sighed deeply, his demeanor reflecting profound despondency. I softly remarked, Haiyang Ge, I can understand your feelings. I too had a girl I cherished deeply, but unfortunately, I never had the chance to express my feelings before she vanished from my life. Haiyang Ge gently patted my shoulder and advised, I urge you to cherish what you have while you still can. Remember, every moment of waiting is worthwhile. Those destined to meet will cross paths again. With a soft sigh, he murmured, it's just a pity that I will never have that opportunity in my life. As he spoke, he mounted his vehicle and leisurely rode away. I watched his solitary figure disappear at the end of the long street before turning back home. Haiyang Ge's words resonated with me, reminiscent of what Xia Shuxian had said to me the previous year. That evening, I returned home and finally watched The Chinese Odyssey, a film I had neglected, feeling profoundly moved, especially by the closing scene of the second part, where Zizunbo watched as the unnamed heroine embraced the sunset warrior, only to turn away in solitude. Listening to Lu Guantang's A Lifetime of Love, I could no longer suppress my emotions and lower my head, weeping silently. To this day, A Chinese Odyssey remains my favorite film, and A Lifetime of Love is a song that deeply stirs my heart, perhaps due to the emotions it conveys that resonate so easily with my own. I wonder if others feel the same. Sometimes, a single song can evoke a flood of memories, reminding one of a time or a person, be it bittersweet or joyous. People often say that one shouldn't listen to overly sad songs during tough times, yet I find myself unable to resist, ultimately ending up in tears. With no one to confide in, so I called Xia Shuxian. Startled by my voice, she asked why I was crying again. I confessed that I missed Dabaidi and felt a bit down, inquiring if she had heard any news about her. Xia Shuxian sighed, revealing that Dabaidi had not reached out to her either. I expressed my sorrow, questioning whether Yao Yao might simply fade from my life, never to be seen again. Xia Shuxian comforted me, assuring that it was certain we would hear from Yao Yao again. She might be unable to contact us for some reason at the moment, but once this period passes, she would reach out. I whispered, but how long is too long? Xia Shuxian suddenly fell silent, as she too was unsure of how to respond. That night, I chatted with Xia Shuxian until I drifted off to sleep. unaware of how our conversation had come to an end. The next morning, Brother Haiyang called me, urging me to hurry as he was waiting downstairs for us to go catch a venomous snake. I quickly climbed out of bed, washed my face, and rushed downstairs. I was eager to accompany Brother Haiyang on this endeavor. It satisfied my curiosity, diverted my attention from troubling thoughts, and I felt honored that he wanted me involved in such matters. By the time I reached the ground floor, Xiao Wu was already there. Brother Haiyang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brothers, come see what I'm riding today." To our astonishment, he had taken Long Ji's tricycle without permission. Brother Haiyang revealed that Long Ge was unaware, and he urged us not to tell him. In high spirits, Brother Haiyang whistled as we rode, likely anticipating that capturing the snake would lead us to the mastermind behind past events. I inquired whether the snake might not be at the location mentioned by Sun Xiaodao. Brother Haiyang shook his head, asserting that it was impossible. He knew Sun Xiaodao well enough not to deceive him. He explained that they had arrived early to prevent the snake from escaping. The area described by Sun Xiaodao was an old residential building, where the inhabitants were a mixed bag, close to a noisy, foul-smelling market. As Brother Haiyang pedaled us toward the snake's residence, we suddenly spotted a crowd gathered ahead, with an ambulance and police flashing their lights. Brother Haiyang, growing impatient, grumbled, "What the hell is going on?" Unable to drive through, we dismounted and followed the throng to see what was happening. When Brother Haiyang asked a nearby man about the commotion, he learned that someone had died there the previous night, only discovered that morning, prompting the arrival of the authorities. Brother Haiyang, intrigued, squeezed through the crowd, and Xiao Wu and I hurried to keep up. As we finally reached the front, we heard a police officer shout, "Everyone, step back." At that moment, a group emerged from the hallway, carrying a stretcher with a body covered by a white sheet. A gust of wind lifted the sheet slightly, revealing the deceased's face, prompting nearby officers to quickly cover it again. Xiao Wu, who had been pushing forward, froze in disbelief upon seeing the corpse, murmuring, "Is that the snake?" Chapter 46. A night visit to the rental apartment. Xiao Wu and I were momentarily taken aback by his words. Brother Haiyang, seemingly possessed, rushed toward the stretcher. Before the police noticed, he had reached the front and yanked the sheet away, staring in shock at the body. The officers quickly reacted, rushing toward him, questioning his intentions while their hands hovered near their firearms, ready for anything. I hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xiao Wu back, and explained to the police, "I'm sorry. My brother mistook him for someone else." Seeing the situation, Xiao Wu and I managed to pull Brother Haiyang away from the crowd, walking him a fair distance before stopping. Xiao Wu scolded, "Brother Haiyang, what were you thinking? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" I asked Brother Haiyang if he had truly mistaken the identity, wondering if that person was indeed the snake. Brother Haiyang, his expression grave, nodded, "There's no way I could be mistaken. That was the snake." I questioned the coincidence, wondering how it was possible that he died just as we were searching for him. Brother Haiyang agreed, murmuring, "Yes, why is it so coincidental?" Xiao Wu interjected, "Could it be that someone knew we were coming to find him and decided to silence him?" He continued, pondering aloud, "But we didn't tell anyone about our intent to find the snake. How could someone know in advance and act on it?" I proposed, unless, perhaps, Sun Xiaodao leaked our plans. Brother Haiyang glanced at us and said, "Let us go find Sun Xiaodao." On our way, Xiao Wu turned to me, saying, "See, I told you I had a strange intuition. Do you believe me now? I've always thought Sun Xiaodao was untrustworthy and had ulterior motives." Xiao Wu expressed concern about our impulsive visit to Sun Xiaodao, but Brother Haiyang reassured us that he wouldn't dare harm us. Brother Haiyang led us to the pool hall where the bald man from yesterday worked. Upon our arrival, the patrons were startled, and the once boisterous hall fell silent. Brother Haiyang instructed the front desk to call for the bald man. Shortly after, he arrived, visibly sweating and adopting a respectful demeanor as he addressed Brother Haiyang. "Brother Haiyang, what can I do for you today?" Without wasting time, Brother Haiyang ordered, "Take me to find Sun Xiaodao." The bald man didn't question it, and after a moment of hesitation, he led us to his car. When we arrived at a hospital, Brother Haiyang's temper flared as he questioned the bald man's choice of destination. The bald man, puzzled, replied, "Aren't we looking for Brother Dao?" Brother Haiyang, now agitated, demanded, "Yes, but why are we at a hospital? Has Sun Xiaodao been attacked?" The bald man hesitated, then nodded, "Yes. How did you know, Brother Haiyang?" Now it was Brother Haiyang's turn to be stunned. As we made our way to Sun Xiaodao's hospital room, The bald man informed us that his brother had been targeted on his way home the previous night. He had been rammed off the road, and when he stepped out to confront them, a group emerged from the assailant's vehicle, brandishing knives and launching an assault, though they hadn't killed him. Upon entering Sun Xiaodao's room, we found him still unconscious in the intensive care unit. Brother Haiyang clenched his fists tightly before reluctantly releasing them, instructing the bald man to convey his apologies to Sun Xiaodao once he regained consciousness. After leaving the hospital, Brother Haiyang appeared despondent. I quietly asked him, "Brother Haiyang, we've barely begun our investigation, and already there are injuries and deaths. If we continue, who knows how many more will suffer or perish?" Brother Haiyang gazed into the distance, his expression suddenly cold. "Those who die are simply those who deserve it. There's nothing to lament." I clarified, "My concern isn't for their deaths, but for those close to us who may be affected." Brother Haiyang reassured us, "You needn't worry, it won't reach us. If it comes to that, I can handle it alone." He sighed, "Now I'm all alone. I have nothing left to lose." That night, Brother Haiyang mentioned he would visit the Snake S rental apartment, giving us the option to stay behind if we wished. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu and I chose to accompany him, concerned that going too early might attract attention. We arrived around 11 o'clock, the entire building appearing sinister and foreboding from the outside. Xiao Wu, feeling uneasy, asked Xiao Yu, "Do you think the Snake-S spirit might still linger here since he just died and hasn't he been buried yet?" His words unsettled me, prompting me to retort, "Aren't you Spider-Man? Can't you sense it?" Xiao Wu replied, "I'm too scared to sense anything. I might frighten myself." Upon reaching the Snake-S apartment, we discovered the door sealed with tape. Brother Haiyang gently tore the seal, producing a small metal rod from his pocket to insert into the lock. After a few twists, the door creaked open, revealing an ominous darkness inside. Xiao Wu was utterly terrified at that moment, urging me to walk ahead while he took up the rear. In stark contrast, Haiyang exhibited no fear whatsoever, boldly striding at the forefront. Xiao Wu requested if we could turn on the lights, to which Haiyang scolded him, questioning his intelligence. Turning on the lights would expose us. Afterward, he produced 2 flashlights from his pocket, keeping one for himself and handing the other to me. He then retrieved a pair of gloves, insisting we wear them to avoid leaving fingerprints. Xiao Wu clutched my shirt tightly, cautiously trailing behind me. After surveying the living room, Haiyang commenced his search through the drawers of the television cabinet, but yielded no particularly noteworthy discoveries. We scoured the living room for over 10 minutes, finding nothing of value, and eventually pushed open the door to his bedroom. As the door swung open, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted us, prompting Xiao Wu to gasp in horror. His exclamation nearly startled me to death, igniting my ire. When Haiyang's flashlight illuminated the bed, we discerned a large pool of blood. Evidently, a snake had met its demise there. Xiao Wu clutched me tightly with one hand while covering his mouth with the other. Haiyang scanned the room before his attention fixated on a table beside the head of the bed. He hastily approached, yanked open a drawer, and began rummaging. Moments latte. He extracted a black envelope, identical to the one Sun Xiaodao had shown us. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered it was empty, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. After a brief search, he unearthed the yellowed and worn photograph. Examining it closely with the flashlight, Haiyang's expression darkened as he recognized the individuals captured within. He carefully concealed the photograph in his pocket before resuming his search elsewhere. Ultimately, we ventured into the bathroom and kitchen, yet found nothing of significant worth. Just as we exited the bathroom, Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream, throwing his arms around me, nearly causing my heart to leap out of my chest. I scolded him loudly, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Wu, trembling with fear, pointed towards the living room, exclaiming that someone was inside. Upon hearing this, Haiyang swiftly directed his flashlight into the living room, and in that fleeting moment of illumination, we glimpsed a shadowy figure darting away. Without hesitation, Haiyang dashed out with his flashlight. His departure left Xiao Wu and me in a state of panic, and we hurriedly fled, racing down the corridor until we finally paused in the lower level. Gasping for breath, the experience had felt as though a malevolent spirit lurked behind us, ready to devour me. Xiao Wu glanced down and lamented, "Oh no, I've lost my shoes." I suggested we return to look for them, but he insisted it was futile and refused to go back, expressing his fear. Ignoring him, I continued to catch my breath, still shaken from the fright. Suddenly, Xiao Wu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "We left the door wide open." His words jogged my memory, prompting me to ask how we might rectify this. Xiao Wu nonchalantly replied that he didn't care what happened next, stating he wouldn't dare return. I surveyed our surroundings and noticed that Hai Yang was nowhere to be found. Xiao Wu proposed we wait for his return before heading back to close the door. After deliberation, I agreed, suggesting we find a place to hide in the meantime. We moved ahead and slipped into a nearby convenience store that had yet to close, purchasing 2 popsicles while we waited for Hai Yang. Shortly thereafter, Hai Yang called us, inquiring about our whereabouts. We informed him we were at the convenience store. When he arrived, drenched in sweat, we inquired if he had caught up with the figure. He shook his head, revealing that the individual had escaped. Xiao Wu and I recounted how terrified we had been, too preoccupied with fleeing to secure the door. Xiao Wu led us back to close it. Upon reaching the door, we found it already shut, and the seal Hai Yang had torn was neatly affixed once more. A chill ran down our spines as we urged Hai Yang to leave, fearing it could be the spirit of the snake at play. Unperturbed, Hai Yang inspected the door with his flashlight, retrieving a note affixed to it. He opened it, and curiosity compelled Xiao Wu and me to lean closer. The note warned Hai Yang to cease his investigation, threatening that he would be the next to perish if he persisted. After reading it, Hai Yang scoffed and tore the note to shreds. On our return, both Xiao Wu and I remained on edge, advising Hai Yang to abandon the pursuit, fearing it would lead to our doom. Hai Yang declared his intention to leave for a while, possibly for an extended period, instructing us to focus on our studies. Curious, Xiao Wu and I asked where he was headed and why he wouldn't continue the investigation. Hai Yang replied that it was not our concern, emphasizing that he was leaving precisely to facilitate further inquiries. The following day, Hai Yang departed, and when Xiao Wu and I offered to see him off, he declined. With Hai Yang gone, boredom enveloped me, exacerbated by the sweltering heat that rendered me lethargic. Fortunately, the school year commenced soon after. On that morning, Xiao Wu came to rouse me, inquiring whether I would be boarding at school. He mentioned that he would be sleeping there during lunch to avoid the commute, recommending I do the same. I agreed, planning to seek permission from our homeroom teacher. Typically, I would have been excited at the onset of a new school year, eager to meet new classmates and interact with new girls. However, this year felt different. I lacked any enthusiasm. Without my close friend, I found it hard to muster interest in anyone or anything. On the first day of school, Xiao Wu and I leisurely enjoyed breakfast at a wonton stall before heading to class, arriving to find most students already present. The classroom was abuzz with chatter as students animatedly conversed. Sporting a lackadaisical demeanor, I strolled in with my backpack. Perhaps due to my late arrival, all eyes turned towards me, and the noise abruptly ceased. I paid them no mind and entered the classroom, not out of disdain, but rather an absence of mood, particularly as I recalled that I should have been here with my friend. My aloof demeanor may have given off an air of arrogance, as a few boys whispered, "Wow, this guy thinks he's something." Feeling disheartened, I chose to disregard them, heading straight to an empty desk at the back, where I stuffed my backpack into the cubby and laid my head down to sleep. The boys who had just mocked me continued their hushed discussions, and I found their words increasingly irritating. To clarify, I was attending a vocational high school, which typically meant that students had not qualified for regular high school. Consequently, many in my class were academically challenged, often leading to a rougher crowd. The boys' incessant chatter was bothersome, and I thought that if they didn't cease, I would confront them directly. Truth be told, I felt quite capable of handling myself in a fight now. Over the past months, I had grown taller, now just over 7 meters, and had gained some muscle. Alongside Xiao Wu, I had learned various fighting techniques from Hai Yang, so I felt confident in one-on-one confrontations. Fortunately, the boys soon shifted their topic of conversation and quieted down. At that moment, another individual entered the classroom, drawing the attention of many students. A few boys whistled and called out, "Hey, beautiful, come sit here." I casually glanced up to see a girl entering, but paid her little heed, returning to my slumber. Suddenly, I felt a light poke on my shoulder. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" she inquired. I turned my head to glance, and discovered it was the girl who had entered earlier. I thought to myself that she wasn't particularly beautiful, merely having fair skin and a somewhat innocent appearance. I remarked that there was someone else and suggested she find another place to sit. After saying that, I turned back and resumed my position, resting my head on the table. The girl appeared somewhat awkward, glancing around before saying there were no seats available. as the seating arrangement was just right, implying I should not be alone. I turned my head and curtly replied, "So what if there is no one? I prefer to occupy a table by myself. Is that all right?" Her face flushed with frustration as she retorted, "Why do you get to sit alone? When am I supposed to go?" As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. Seeing this, I reluctantly shifted aside and said, "Fine, you can sit here. Is that satisfactory?" After she settled down, I turned away, choosing to ignore her, as this was merely a temporary arrangement, and we would need to rearrange seats once the homeroom teacher arrived. A while later, our homeroom teacher entered, exchanged pleasantries of welcome, and instructed us to line up outside for seating assignments. I lazily rose from the table and followed the crowd toward the door. Just as I reached the entrance, someone tripped me, causing me to stagger dangerously close to falling. I looked up and saw a boy with slightly yellowed hair casting me a disdainful glance, saying, "Hey, watch where you're going, you clumsy fool." I found him quite irritating, yet with the teacher present, I refrained from retaliating. When it came time to assign seats, I had expected the usual arrangement of alternating genders, but the teacher announced that boys would sit with boys and girls with girls. Many boys seemed disheartened by this, but I was indifferent. I didn't mind who I sat with, as nothing could compare to the joy of sitting beside my previous companion. However, after the seating was assigned, I felt a bit dismayed as my desk partner was a rather hefty boy who took up at least a third of my space, which was quite bothersome. Once the seating was finalized, the teacher departed, allowing us a moment to mingle. After the teacher left, the boy who had tripped me stood up, hands in his pockets, swaggering to the front of the room. He rapped on the desk and cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears." When the room settled, he introduced himself as Zhao Meng and requested to be called Menggu or Ameng. He proclaimed that since we were now in the same class, it was fate, and for us to unite, we needed a leader. He asserted that if no one objected, he would take on the role of our class leader, boasting about his previous popularity and connections in his former school, assuring us that no one would dare bully us if he were in charge. He asked if anyone disagreed. After his speech, several boys cheered in agreement, and when he asked if there were any dissenters, silence filled the room. Zhao Meng declared that since there were no objections, he was officially our class leader. He then shared some motivational words about unity. Noticing me resting my head on the desk, he called out, "Hey, you there, wake up. I'm talking about something important." I feigned ignorance, continuing to rest. He grew frustrated and turned to my desk partner, saying, "Hey, fatty, wake him up." My desk partner called my name, and, out of annoyance, I waved my arm dismissively, retorting, "Get lost. Do whatever you want, just don't drag me into it." After my outburst, I turned back to sleep. This infuriated Zhao Meng, who shouted, "Are you challenging me, classmate? If you're not satisfied, just say it openly." I lifted my head and replied curtly, "Do you annoy me? Whether or not you're the leader has nothing to do with me. I don't oppose you, nor do I need your protection." My words struck Zhao Meng hard, causing his chest to heave with indignation. However, mindful of his peers, he couldn't lash out at me. Instead, he pointed his finger and said, "Fine, you said it. Our school can be quite chaotic. If anyone gives you trouble, don't come looking for me." I was too disinterested to engage further and resumed my nap. Perhaps my earlier dismissal had upset the hefty boy, as he began to mutter incessantly and nudged me with his body, which only served to irritate me further. I elbowed him sharply and cursed, "Can you move over a bit?" The boy turned to glance at me and retorted, "I'm big. I take up space. If you don't like it, then get lost." At that moment, my pent-up frustration erupted, and I stood up, delivering a swift kick that sent him and his chair crashing to the ground. The hefty boy scrambled to his feet, angered, and attempted to strike me. In response, I grabbed a nearby chair and threatened to bring it down on him. He quickly raised his hands defensively and stepped back, exclaiming, "What are you doing? A gentleman uses words, not fists." Realizing he was just a coward, I lost interest in his antics, lowered the chair, and told him, "I'm not looking for trouble, nor do I fear it. Just don't provoke me if you want to avoid a beating." The hefty boy dared not sit back down until I returned to my seat, moving his chair a good half a meter away from mine. In the afternoon, we had a welcome ceremony for new students, during which the principal spoke at length about how our school was an elite institution among vocational schools, urging us to hold ourselves to high standards. He mentioned the prohibitions against mobile phones, dyed hair, early romantic relationships, and fighting. I found this rather absurd, as I glanced around and noticed several students in the audience with dyed hair, both boys and girls. Bored, I turned my head and spotted the girl who had sat beside me earlier. She seemed to notice my gaze and subtly glanced at me, though she remained focused on the principal's speech, appearing quite tense with beads of sweat forming on her nose, as if she were afraid of me. I found her quite amusing, being prone to tears and timid. I secretly nicknamed her Crybaby. After returning to the classroom, we had a brief period of free activity. I wandered around the playground to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Upon returning and reaching into my bag for a magazine, I discovered it was filled with shredded paper. Upon inspection, I realized someone had torn my magazine to shreds and discarded it within my bag, and the bag itself had been slashed open. Furious, I hurled my bag to the floor and confronted the hefty boy who had just entered. "Was it you?" He glanced at my bag, his expression shifting, raising his hands in protest. "Bro, it wasn't me, I swear." I retorted, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" At that moment, a girl sitting in front turned around, saying, "It wasn't him." I saw it happen. It was Zhao Meng and his crew. I looked up and, noticing Zhao Meng was absent, I marched over to his seat, seized his bag, and yanked it out, shaking it upside down. His books and various items spilled onto the floor, which I then stomped on vigorously. Unsatisfied, I picked up a chair and smashed it down on the scattered belongings, breaking and shattering everything beneath. After finishing, I placed his bag on the ground, stepped inside, and yanked on the strap, tearing it wide open. I yanked a few more times, ripping the strap completely off. Once I was done, I returned to my seat. The other students in the classroom were utterly stunned by my actions, watching in silence as I completed my task. Upon returning, the girl in front, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Wow, you're so cool." I ignored her, picked up my bag, and realizing it was beyond repair, I discarded it into the trash can. When I returned, the girl in front extended her hand toward me, saying, "Let us be friends. My name is Zhang Xian." I cast a fleeting glance at her, choosing to ignore her. "Wow, you're so cool," she exclaimed excitedly, leaning in closer and whispering, "Are you this cool with everyone?" At that moment, I was rendered speechless, thinking to myself that this girl must be out of her mind. She inquired about my name, to which I retorted dismissively, "What is it to you?" Surprisingly, she did not take offense. Instead, she chuckled softly and picked up one of my books from the table, flipping through its pages. "Wang Yu, I have a classmate named Xia Yu, though she is a girl," she said. I snatched my book back irritably and replied, "Do whatever you want. Even if it hails, it's none of my concern." She turned to me, a lovesick look in her eyes, shaking her head and saying, "You're just too cool, even when you're angry." I conceded defeat in my thoughts, realizing that our school was indeed, as Xiao Wu had described, a place where every type of person exists. At that moment, Zhao Meng and several of his friends returned, laughing and joking. Upon seeing the tattered book, bag, and pen strewn across the floor, he was infuriated. Slamming his hand on the table, he bellowed, "Who did this?" He then turned to me, pointing and accusing, "Wang Yu, was it you?" I met his gaze calmly and replied, "How do you know it was me?" He was momentarily at a loss for words before asserting, "Of course. I know it was you because you defy me. If you have the guts, then." Before he could finish, I nodded and said, "Yes, it was me." He seemed taken aback, not expecting my candid admission. Cursing under his breath, he advanced toward me, followed closely by his friends. As he drew near, I leaped onto the table, gaining the high ground, and lunged at him, delivering a punch to his face. Caught off guard, Zhao Meng stumbled backward, and I rained down blows on him, causing him to cry out in pain. His companions rushed to assist him, but I raised a finger and warned them, "Get the hell away from me. Anyone who comes closer will get it too." Their hesitation was palpable, yet they still approached, attempting to mediate, saying, "Let it go. We're all in the same class." Sensing my advantage, I ceased my assault, stood up, and pointed at Zhao Meng, declaring, "Listen, I'm not looking for trouble. Whether you want to be the class leader, department leader, or even the school leader, I don't give a damn. But if you mess with me, I will end you." Zhao Meng, still defiant, cursed at me as he stood up. I felt the urge to charge at him again, but his friends quickly restrained me. I pointed at Zhao Meng and challenged him, "You think you're tough? Let us settle this on the playground." He remained silent, only hurling insults my way, claiming I was finished and that he would have me dealt with. I urged him, "Go on, call your friends. If they don't take me down, I'll take you down myself." Just then, our homeroom teacher entered, shouting, "What are you doing?" Zhao Meng and I retreated to our respective seats. After the teacher left, Zhang Xian, sitting in front of me, turned around with an adoring expression, saying idle. I shot her a glare, and she, with a dreamy look in her eyes, exclaimed, "You're just too cool. I've decided to make you my idol." I glanced at her, too apathetic to respond, thinking that she was beyond saving. Honestly, if she were prettier, I might have entertained her a bit, but she was just average-looking, nothing remarkable. At dinner that evening, my chubby deskmate suddenly pushed a cup of milk tea towards me. I asked what he was doing, and he grinned at me, saying, "Bro, you're really something? You're my idol now." I looked at his pudgy face adorned with a lewd grin, feeling an inexplicable shiver. I pushed the milk tea back, replying, "I don't drink milk tea." The chubby boy insisted, "Idol, I apologize for this morning. Don't be mad. I want to stick with you from now on." His calling me idol sent chills down my spine, and I retorted, "Can you not be so disgusting? It's one thing for a girl to call me that, but you're a grown man." He replied, "If you forgive me, I won't call you that anymore. Or maybe I'll add dear in front of it." His suggestion disgusted me further, and I quickly nodded, "Fine, I forgive you. Is that enough?" He chuckled and said, "All right, then I'll just call you bro from now on." I told him he could call me whatever he wanted, but I made it clear that I wasn't looking to join any group. He countered, saying that in this school, one couldn't survive without some backing. Regardless of how honest they were, trouble would inevitably find them otherwise. I asserted that I didn't need anyone as protection, as I could handle myself just fine. I had endured bullying all my life and had managed to get by. After this incident, the chubby boy and I became acquainted, spending our evening study sessions reminiscing about our middle school days. I kept a low profile, only revealing where I attended middle school, but I refrained from mentioning my experiences with Sun Ruyang and Lu Liang during our final year. After class, he dragged me to the playground, claiming that there were many girls out for an evening stroll, suggesting I might find someone to flirt with. While we were at the playground, he informed me that the girls at our school were quite open-minded, many of whom likely lost their virginity in middle school, making them easy to approach. I asked how he knew this, and he replied that his cousin had once attended this school. While I was conversing with him, I noticed 5 or 6 individuals approaching us. My instincts warned me that they were headed my way. The leader was a lanky fellow with a slick-back hairstyle, chewing gum as he marched directly towards me. Just as I was about to inquire about his intentions, he slapped me across the face. How could I tolerate such an insult? I grabbed his hair and retaliated with a swift kick. His companions were taken aback by my unexpected resistance and hesitated before rushing in. The chubby boy quickly intervened, shouting for them to stand down. Several classmates from my class also rushed over to help, pleading for us to stop fighting. As we were separated, the slick-haired guy was furious, hurling the most vitriolic insults at me, cursing my mother and my entire family. Having already been provoked by Zhao Meng earlier, my anger surged. I broke free from those holding me back and confronted him, shouting, "You think you're tough? Come on, don't run away. I'll make sure you regret this." Though I couldn't see my own expression, I could imagine it was terrifying, for it was the first time I had ever felt such rage. My focus was solely on him, and I was determined to take him down. I pushed through the crowd that had tried to restrain me and lunged at the slick-haired guy, delivering a series of kicks. He had some fighting experience, managing to evade some of my strikes while attempting to retaliate. However, I had years of experience being bullied and had learned a thing or two during my summer break. So it didn't take long before he turned tail and fled. His friends attempted to assist him, but the chubby boy and others held him back. Seeing him run, I pursued him relentlessly, driven by a singular determination. I would not let him escape. As the boy with the slick-back hairstyle turned around and noticed me trailing behind, he quickened his pace, sprinting towards their academic building. By the time we reached the base of the building, the class bell had already rung, and the corridor was filled with students entering their classrooms. He dashed into the hallway, momentarily believing I had given up the chase, only to slow down. I, however, paid no heed to the fact that classes were in session and surged into the corridor after him. Upon seeing me closing in, he was startled, stumbled, and nearly fell. I charged at him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling onto the corridor floor. He scrambled to his feet and dashed towards his classroom, and I followed closely behind. Upon reaching the classroom door, I noticed a teacher standing inside, vociferously questioning why the boy was running. As I approached, the teacher spotted me, turned, and pointed, asking, "What are you doing? Which class are you in?" Realizing that their homeroom teacher was present, I refrained from entering, merely gesturing towards the slick-back boy before turning and leaving. Upon returning to my classroom, our homeroom teacher was there and inquired about my whereabouts. I replied that I had a stomach ache and went to the restroom. As I settled back into my seat, my stout classmate gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Yuga, you are truly remarkable. You even chased him into another department. That's sheer tenacity." I took a moment to catch my breath and said that anyone who dared to insult my mother would face dire consequences. if he had escaped this time. It was merely luck. Should I encounter him again, I would not let him off so easily. My stout friend then asked if I had noticed which vocational class they belonged to. I pondered for a moment and replied that I wasn't entirely sure, but it was likely either vocational class 2 or 3. He remarked that regardless of which it was, it wouldn't bode well, and they would surely seek retribution against us. I remained composed, declaring, "Let them come. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is. I have acquaintances in vocational class 3 who can back me up." Upon hearing this, my stout friend gained newfound confidence and inquired whether I was serious and how influential my connections were. In truth, the individual I referred to was Brother Wu, who had mentioned that he was faring well in vocational class 3 and that no one dared to cross him. If I ever found myself in trouble, I could seek his assistance. I thought to myself that if Brother Wu could assert such confidence, it indicated his substantial standing. And so I boasted to my stout friend, "I know him well. He is my neighbor's older brother, quite possibly one of the top figures of vocational class 3. My stout friend was taken aback and exclaimed, "No way, really? That makes him the top dog at school." I replied that while I wouldn't label him as such, he had a close relationship with the top dog, often seen with his arm around him. This revelation further excited my stout friend, who said, "No wonder you are so formidable, Yuga. You have such a powerful ally." I affirmed that this ally was indeed not insignificant, but the true powerhouse we followed was even more impressive. He then asked who it was and whether he could meet him. I assured him that would pose no issue. To be honest, I felt a surge of confidence during my time with Brother Haiyang. In the past, I would never have dared to pursue someone to the classroom door, but now I felt invincible, emboldened by the protection of Brother Wu within school and Brother Haiyang outside of it. That evening, as I left school alongside Brother Wu, we noticed a large group of people gathered at the entrance. Brother Wu approached them, exchanging greetings and inquiring about the absence of Brother Hua. The group replied that Brother Hua would be out shortly. Brother Wu expressed his disappointment, stating that if not for family matters, he would have joined them to confront the new arrival and deliver a few blows. After we walked away, I asked Brother Wu what the group was doing there. He replied, "Waiting for someone." I remarked how chaotic the school was, as on the very first day of the term, they were already waiting for someone. Brother Wu confirmed this, saying he had heard that a particularly impressive new student had joined vocational class 1. I inquired further, and Brother Wu explained that this student had relentlessly chased their leader to the classroom door during evening study sessions, even threatening to end him. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine as I cautiously asked Brother Wu if their leader was a tall, lanky boy with a slick-back hairstyle. Brother Wu looked at me in surprise and nodded, saying, "Yes, how did you know? We all call him Brother Hua." I remained silent for a moment before telling Brother Wu, "Listen, you mustn't get upset. Brace yourself for what I'm about to say." He nodded, indicating his readiness. I scratched my head and explained that on the first day of school, a boy in our class had attempted to assert dominance, and in the ensuing altercation, I had responded in kind. Brother Wu remarked that this boy was quite audacious and wondered why I hadn't told him sooner, so he could have dealt with it. I swallowed hard and continued, "The crux of the matter is that while I had the upper hand during our fight, the boy was not pleased. Later, when I was at the playground, a few of his friends approached me and, without a word, slapped me across the face. I suspect they were sent by that boy." Brother Wu was incensed, exclaiming, "Who dares to strike you? Don't just stand there. Retaliate." I nodded in agreement, saying, "I felt the same way. I couldn't let that slide. I would have kicked him senseless and pulled his hair, giving him a good beating." Brother Wu commended my resolve, asking why I hadn't finished him off. I explained that fortunately, my classmates had intervened, preventing me from escalating the situation. However, this boy had not only insulted me, but he had also spoken ill of my mother. Given her significance in my life, there was no way I could overlook that. Brother Wu was furious, stating, "Forget about holding back. If I'd been there, I would have ensured we both took him down. Insulting your mother is akin to insulting mine." I nodded in agreement, recalling how enraged I had been at that moment, breaking free from those who held me back and charging at that boy. He was competent in a fight, but no match for me, and after a thorough beating, he fled. I lamented, "Yet he thinks he can escape unscathed after insulting my mother." Brother Wu declared, "He can't just run away. Pursue him and make him pay." I clapped my hands and exclaimed, "Brother Wu, you truly understand me. This temper of mine won't let him slip away." I took off after him, and he, terrified, ran towards their vocational building with me hot on his heels. At this point, Brother Wu was fully engrossed in the tale, his fists clenched in anticipation as he asked, "Did you catch up to him?" I explained that just as the class bell rang, he dashed into their classroom, and I followed suit. Brother Wu, anxious, inquired, "So, did you catch him?" I shook my head in disappointment, explaining that their homeroom teacher was present and had called me to a halt, and I couldn't risk confronting the teacher, so I had to leave. Brother Wu sighed in frustration. What a stroke of luck for him, having made it to the classroom just in time. I concurred, saying indeed. He insisted that we would have to seek revenge the next day. But just as he finished speaking, he paused, turning to me with a puzzled expression. "Wait a minute, something feels off here." I asked him what seemed wrong. Xiao Wu's expression changed as he said, "Tonight, our class leader was chased from the playground all the way to the classroom door, and you too, chased a kid to the classroom door." I scratched my head and replied, "What a coincidence indeed." Xiao Wu's face was almost in tears as he exclaimed, "The person you fought was exactly as you described, skinny with a slick-back hairstyle." I nodded in agreement, and Xiao Wu's complexion grew even worse, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. I retorted, "I had no idea he was your class leader. If I had known, I wouldn't have chased him to the classroom. Besides, he started it by acting all tough and slapping me." Xiao Wu, with a pained expression, mused, "You were just lucky today. If you hadn't caught him at the bell when classes were starting and everyone had gone inside, you might not have made it out of our building." He sighed, adding, "I was wondering who was so bold as to chase after our school as top boss and confront him at the classroom door. Turns out it was you." I said there was nothing to be done now since the fight had already occurred. I suggested we see what could be done. Xiao Wu fell silent for a moment, then looked at me and said, "Today was indeed close. Luckily we left early. If Wu had been around, we wouldn't have made it out tonight." He concluded that since the situation had escalated, he would have to buy a good pack of cigarettes tomorrow to apologize. I stated I would not partake in the apology. Xiao Wu quickly urged me, "Xiao Yu, this is serious. You've offended our school as top boss. I'm not exaggerating. His word could make our lives miserable here." I replied, "If that's the case, I might as well drop out. I can make things difficult for him too. I'll wait outside the school every day and confront him whenever I see him." I refuse to believe he won't be alone at some point. Xiao Wu, at a loss for words, said, "Why go through all that? Think about your mother. She would be heartbroken if she knew you were dropping out." Upon hearing him mention my mother, I fell silent. Honestly, if I dropped out of vocational school, I would have nowhere else to go. Seeing my silence, Xiao Wu persuaded me, "All right, brother, just this once, do it for my sake." Since Xiao Wu and the slick-haired guy were from the same class, I didn't want to make things hard for him, so I nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu assured me that after the apology, everything would be fine. He was quite familiar with the slick-haired fellow, and his words would carry weight. The next day, I followed Xiao Wu's advice, purchasing a pack of cigarettes before school and bringing along. Upon arriving at school, I noticed the chubby guy had a swollen lip and a black eye, so I asked him what had happened. He explained that he had been cornered by some students from the third vocational class after school, and that those trying to mediate received quite a beating. I felt guilty and said, "I dragged you into this." The chubby guy replied, "It's nothing. I'm his older brother. It's only right for him to take a few hits for me." He then nervously asked if I knew who I had fought last night. I didn't answer and asked him who it was. He said he heard it was the top boss of the third vocational class, also our school S leader. The chubby guy worriedly said, "Brother, you fought our school S top boss. What will you do now?" I reassured him, "It's fine. I've told you before, my brother knows him. I'll buy him a pack of cigarettes, and once my brother takes me to apologize, this will all be over." Hearing this, the chubby guy finally relaxed, saying, "Brother, you've become quite famous in our school. Everyone knows there's a formidable person in the first vocational class." I chuckled softly, but said nothing further. After the second class, I skipped out, clutching the cigarettes, and went to the third vocational class to find Xiao Wu. He led me to the restroom and told me to wait while he went to fetch the slick-haired guy. Shortly after, they returned, and the slick-haired guy grumbled, "What has to rush to call me over?" Upon seeing me, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Where have you been?" Xiao Wu hurriedly intervened, blocking him, but the slick-haired guy cursed and pulled out his phone, saying he was at the second-floor restroom and needed backup quickly. Xiao Wu attempted to grab the phone, but failed and explained, "Huge, let me explain. He doesn't know you. I brought him here to apologize." The slick-haired guy shoved Xiao Wu aside, growling, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost." "Si à vous, smiling amiably, chimit in, huye, huye." "Yes, my brother. He didn't know it was you. If he had, he wouldn't have dared." The slick-haired guy retorted, "I don't give a damn who he is. This is the first time I've been humiliated like this in my life." Just then, The restroom door was kicked open, and a wave of people surged in, surrounding the slick-haired guy, asking, what is going on? The slick-haired guy pointed at me, saying, "This is the kid who chased me last night. Handle it as you see fit." Upon hearing this, the group erupted into shouts and charged towards me. But Xiao Wu quickly stepped in front of me, arms outstretched, saying, "Hold on, let me explain." Those behind the slick-haired guy recognized Xiao Wu and asked Xiao Wu, "What are you doing protecting this kid?" Xiao Wu replied, "He is my brother. Let us talk this out." Before he could finish, the slick-haired guy kicked Xiao Wu down, cursing, "Get lost, or I'll take you down too." Seeing him attack, Xiao Wu ignited my anger. I rushed over and kicked him squarely in the groin, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground. His companions, seeing me retaliate, charged at me. Aware of the numbers against me and the confined space of the restroom, I wisely chose to retreat. I opened the window and jumped down. It was the second floor, not too high, and with the soft ground below, I managed to absorb the impact, only slightly twisting my ankle. The crowd above peered down, likely scared, and none dared jump down, shouting for me to come out instead. The students in our class were somewhat displeased with their commotion and felt it was unfair, leading some to shout back at them. The group from the third vocational class retaliated, calling us arrogant. The commotion attracted several homeroom teachers, who reprimanded the third vocational students, ordering them to leave. After they departed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and made my way back to class. I was somewhat concerned about Xiao Wu, but knowing he was acquainted with those students, I felt reassured he would be fine. Upon my return, the chubby guy noticed my limp and asked what had happened. I said I had twisted my ankle, but would be fine soon. He inquired about the apology and whether it had been accepted. I replied dismissively, "Accepted? It doesn't matter. They just want to get me." The chubby guy was extremely worried, saying I wouldn't stand a chance against them, suggesting we unite the first vocational class against the third. I shrugged and said it was unlikely anyone would follow me. The chubby guy insisted, "How would you know unless you try? We could inform all the class leaders and challenge anyone who disagrees with you. Those who win could be the leader, and those who lose must recognize you." I felt exasperated and replied, "What am I yet, man? 1 against 10? The chubby guy reassured me it wouldn't matter if I lost, as long as we could band together against the third vocational class. I said I would consider it. After class, I found myself quite anxious about the potential trouble that the third-year vocational students might bring my way. Fortunately, I had not disclosed my class to Xiao Wu, so they would undoubtedly be unable to extract any information from him. Just then, a group of individuals appeared at the door, and upon seeing them, I quickly crouched beneath the desk, urging the stout fellow beside me to provide cover, insisting he claim I was not present. The stout boy, displaying some quick wit, positioned himself like a statue to shield me. The people outside called for my classmates to summon me, to which the stout boy bellowed, "Wang Yu is not here." The outsiders retorted, "Don't lie. I can see him crouching under the desk." Upon hearing that I had been spotted, I felt a wave of cowardice wash over me and quickly stood up, feigning to wipe the sweat from my brow, cursing, "Damn, this situation is truly difficult to navigate." The group outside called out to me, "Wang Yu, we need to talk. Come out." I took a closer look and realized they did not appear to be from the third-year vocational class, which relieved me. I stepped outside and asked, "What is the matter? Why such a large crowd?" The leader of the group, a young man with somewhat dark skin, scrutinized me skeptically and said, "You are Wang Yu?" I nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, I am Wang Yu. What is the issue?" The young man chuckled and remarked, "It's just a bit surprising that you managed to send the leader of the third-year vocational students to the classroom door." I felt a twinge of irritation at his tone, which seemed to belittle me, and retorted, "What the hell do you mean by that?" The young man replied, "Don't take offense. I'm from the first-year class, class 16. You can call me Hey Z." I assessed him for a moment and said, "Well, your name suits you. It's fortunate it's daytime. Otherwise, if you weren't smiling, I might not even see you." A few of Hey Z's companions appeared displeased and cursed at me, but Hey Z raised a hand to halt them, saying, "Wang Yu, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause you trouble, but rather to offer assistance." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Assistance? How so?" Hey Z explained, "You've thoroughly offended the third-year vocational students, and if you rely solely on your strength, you won't be able to handle it. Therefore, if you associate with me, I will help you deal with them." He casually scratched his head and added, "By the way, I forgot to mention that I'm currently the leader of the first-year class." I regarded him with a bemused expression and replied, "The leader of the first-year class? Did you appoint yourself?" Hazy responded, "No, it's a consensus. I've already subdued most of the classes. I've spoken to the leaders of each class, and only a few remain defiant. I've decided to bring them under my control by force. He told me that in our class, I was the leader, and as long as I agreed, it would be so. I chuckled and said, I'm not the leader of our class. That title belongs to Zhao Meng. Hazy shook his head, insisting, he doesn't deserve it. Only you do. So let us team up. In our year, I'm the boss, and you'll be my second in command. No matter how formidable the third-year students are, they won't dare touch you. His tone was rather arrogant, which annoyed me. I smiled, met his gaze, and said slowly, what if I refuse? Hazy paused for a moment and replied, why would you refuse? If you do, the third-year students will undoubtedly not spare you. I narrowed my eyes, suddenly struck with an idea, and said, actually, discussing this with me now is a bit premature. After all, there are still several classes that do not submit to you. So, let us revisit this conversation once you've subdued them and truly become the leader. Hazy asked, if I manage to do that, will you agree to join me? I smiled and said, let us not rush into that. Focus on conquering the remaining classes first. Hazy nodded. All right, give me a day, and I'll come back to find you. By midday, Xiao Wu texted me, advising me to take a leave of absence for a couple of days and to avoid school. As the big-headed guy was furious about my earlier actions and threatened to hunt me down class by class, I responded that I wouldn't go home and challenged him to come and confront me if he dared. Xiao Wu, in a pleading tone, said, brother, I call you brother. Will you please listen to me this once? Just hide for a bit, and I'll handle it. Eventually, I reluctantly agreed and returned home, taking a few days of sick leave from the homeroom teacher. The next day, Hazy somehow acquired my phone number and inquired about my return home and why he had found me the previous night. He asked if I was afraid of the big-headed guy, suggesting that if that were the case, I could return now as he had subdued the entire first-year class and was now the undisputed leader, inviting me to join him. I laughed and said I can return, but I have one condition. Hazy asked what that condition was, and I calmly replied, I want to be the leader of the first-year class. Chapter 52. The challenge on the other end of the line. Hazy was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, asking, did I hear you correctly? I replied, whether you heard correctly is up to you. I know I didn't misspeak. Let me reiterate. I want to be the leader of the first-year class. Hazy's laughter suddenly took on a mocking tone as he questioned, you want to be the leader? On what grounds? I asserted, because I can defeat you. Without waiting for his response, I continued, I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. If I win, I become the leader of the first-year class, and you will follow me. Hazy fell silent. I chuckled and added, I'll force you. If you're unwilling to accept the challenge, that's fine. You can continue your way, and I'll go mine. Your affairs are no concern of mine. Hazy suddenly burst into laughter, stating, no way. I must accept because I need an ally like you. I couldn't help but laugh as well, replying, you are rather confident in yourself, aren't you? Hazy responded, confidence or not, just come tomorrow. The following day, I returned to school. Upon seeing me, the stout boy exclaimed in surprise, you go. What brings you back? The big-headed guy is threatening to kill you. The whole school knows. I smiled and replied, let him come. Anyone with guts can try. Starting today, I am the leader of the first-year class. The stout boy was momentarily confused. What do you mean? How does he not know I'm the leader? I explained. Not yet, but starting this afternoon, it will be so. Join me for lunch so you can witness firsthand how I become the top dog of the first-year class. The stout boy looked bewildered as I recounted my duel with Hazy. I had expected him to be excited, but instead, he looked worried and said, brother, I mean no disrespect, but I've heard that Hazy is quite formidable and was a notable figure in his previous school. His words stirred a bit of uncertainty within me. Initially, I had been overly confident, believing that although Hazy was physically imposing, my experience in fights, especially the techniques I learned from Brother Haiyang, would give me the upper hand. However, now that the challenge was set, I couldn't back down. Even if I lost, it wouldn't be shameful, as many class leaders had yet to defeat him. At noon, we skipped lunch and headed straight to the playground. Several classmates, having learned about the duel, followed along. Zhao Meng, hearing something from someone, also joined us, not to support me, but rather to witness my potential embarrassment. Upon arrival at the playground, I noticed a sizable crowd gathered. Hazy was leading a group of both boys and girls, resembling a gathering for a brawl. I approached them with a smile, asking, what is all this? A pep rally? Hazy replied, no, I merely notified the leaders of each class, and everyone wanted to come and watch. As he spoke, several voices from the crowd shouted, Wang Yu, we support you. I initially thought they were all supporting Hazy, but realizing that many were my fans filled me with excitement. I quickly waved at them, thanking them for their support. Hey, Z asked, so shall we begin? I nodded, and then walked with him to the center of the playground. The crowd cooperatively parted to form a circle around us, watching intently. He adjusted his wrists and ankles, warming up while I twisted my neck and waved at him, saying, come on. He wiped his nose, bent his body, and charged at me in an instant. I noticed his ferocity and quickly assumed a defensive stance. As he rushed towards me, I twisted my body and evaded his attack. After stopping, he charged at me again, and I swiftly dodged once more. I thought to myself that he was taller and stronger than I was, and I couldn't afford to engage him physically. If he managed to grab me, I knew I would be in serious trouble. Thus, I kept evading, observing his fighting techniques, hoping to identify his weaknesses and turn the tide in my favor. We circled each other several times. He had yet to catch me, and I could see he was getting winded. He taunted me. Is this how you managed to push our school's top fighter to the classroom door that night? It seems our school's champion has the fighting skills of a primary school student. I chuckled and replied, regardless of the level, it's sufficient to deal with you. He responded, all right then, if you're so brave, stop dodging. With that, he lunged at me once more, and I quickly sidestepped. This time he was infuriated, panting heavily, and began to curse, trying to provoke me. I feigned ignorance, continuing to circle him and teasingly kicked him a couple of times. Eventually, he realized my strategy was to exhaust his stamina, so he ceased his charges and began to conserve his energy. Just as he paused, I took 2 quick steps forward, leaped up, and drove my elbow down forcefully toward his head. This move was one that Brother Hai had taught me. He had explained that the elbow and knee are the hardest parts of the human body, making the elbow strike significantly more powerful than a punch. As I struck down with my elbow, he quickly raised his arm to block, but the force was too great. My elbow not only broke through his guard, but also collided with his face, causing him to stagger back a couple steps, dazed. A cheer erupted from the crowd, praising my prowess. Without giving him a moment to recover, I charged forward and delivered a series of powerful punches to his head. Initially, he absorbed 2 of my punches, but as he regained his composure, he managed to seize my arm. A wave of alarm washed over me as I realized the immense strength he possessed. His left hand gripped my right arm tightly, and no matter how I struggled, I could not escape. In a moment of panic, I swung my left fist at his face, but he blocked it with his right hand. Then he yanked my arm backward with force, and his right elbow struck my face. His elbow was far more brutal than mine had been, and it left me momentarily dazed, causing me to stagger back. Taking advantage of my disorientation, he executed a swift trip that knocked me to the ground. Blackie lunged at me, his left hand gripping my throat, while his right delivered 2 punishing punches to my face, rendering me nearly unconscious. He repeatedly demanded to know if I surrendered, and through gritted teeth, I shouted, I want T, give in. I want T. He landed 2 more punches, and as I raised my hands to defend myself, I felt the impending sense of defeat. Frantically, my mind raced as I recalled Brother Hai's teachings. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I clenched my right fist and thrust my middle finger into the open space of his exposed ribs. I poured all my strength into that strike, and he immediately softened, releasing his grip on me as he curled protectively around his ribs. Brother Hai had informed me of the body's most vulnerable areas: the ribs, armpits, collarbone, and lower back, all of which are pressure points. A well-placed blow to these spots can incapacitate an opponent swiftly. Blackie, evidently unaware of this, had left his ribs wide open during his attack. Seizing the opportunity, I rolled over and pushed him down, quickly getting to my feet before he could recover. I grasped his hair, driving my elbow into his face twice with force. Then, I pressed his head down and delivered a powerful knee strike, instantly robbing him of his fighting spirit. When I released him, he collapsed onto the ground, cradling his face and rolling slightly in pain. The crowd erupted in cheers, especially those who had supported me, chanting my name, Wang Yu, Wang Yu, Wang Yu. In that moment, pride swelled within me, and I felt like a triumphant general after a hard-fought victory. Blackie, seemingly dazed, took a while to loosen his grip as blood streamed from his nose. I glanced at him and said, so, are you still alive? Then I reached out my hand, offering to help him up. His gaze towards me was complex, hinting at a mix of reluctance and acceptance, and he did not take my hand. I smiled at him and said, this victory was fortunate. If you're not satisfied, we can arrange another match anytime. Regardless of who reigns as the leader, you're my brother now. I kept my hand extended, waiting for him, After a moment of internal conflict, Blackie finally licked his lips and grasped my hand to stand up, saying, "You're my brother too. From now on, you are the leader of our group, but mark my words, when the day comes that I defeat you, you must relinquish the title." Chapter 53. Striking first after today's battle, I officially became the leader of our group, forging a friendship with Blackie. He admitted that his loss was due to not performing at his best and expressed a desire to challenge me again in the future. We chatted for a while, and he inquired about the events of that night, which I explained were triggered by Xuemeng. Just as we finished, someone shouted, "Xuemeng is over here." Several individuals pulled him forward, one kicking his rear and scolding, "This kid thinks he can run?" Blackie approached, seizing him by the collar and pulling him forward, executing a swift trip that sent him to the ground. Xiaoming looked up at Blackie with an innocent expression, saying, "Brother, I was wrong, I was wrong." Blackie slapped him a few times, asking, "What is your connection to Big Backhead?" Xiaoming insisted he didn't know Big Backhead. Blackie retaliated with another slap, exclaiming, "Who are you trying to fool?" Xiaoming maintained he genuinely did not know Big Backhead, explaining that after I had dealt with him, he had gone to find his cousin from the third group, who suggested seeking out our school's top fighter to confront me. He thought his cousin was boasting and didn't take it seriously. He then turned to me, saying, "Brother, I'm telling the truth. After this incident, I even told my cousin talk to Big Backhead about letting it go, but Big Backhead wouldn't listen, insisting it was now a matter between him and you." Blackie slapped him twice more, and Zhao Ming attempted to shield himself while pleading, "Brother, please don't hit me anymore. I won't dare again." I interjected, "Let it go. After all, he is from our class." Blackie asked what my next plan was, noting that with my return, Big Backhead would likely come looking for me either this afternoon or evening. He added that as long as I stayed in the division, they wouldn't dare approach me. I remained silent for a moment, then turned to the crowd and shouted, "Brothers, I ask you, do you have the courage to stand with me against the third group?" After my declaration, Blackie rallied the crowd, shouting, "We dare." The enthusiasm spread, and the others echoed, "We dare." I kicked Zhao Meng lightly and asked, "Do you want to stay in our group?" He quickly nodded yes. I offered him an opportunity to redeem himself. "Do you want this chance?" He nodded eagerly yes. I said, "Big Backhead is staying in the dormitory. Find out which dorm he is in, and we will go confront him now." Zhao Meng's face showed hesitation as he admitted he didn't know. I replied, "If you don't know, you can ask your cousin. Whether you want to join us in the first group depends on your performance this time." Zhao Meng contemplated, remaining silent. I inquired whether he feared offending them, urging him to reflect on the matter. With the graduation of the third-year students approaching next year, if he wished to remain at the school, it would be prudent to align himself with us, allowing him to choose his side. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Meng bit his lip and replied, "All right, I will ask." He then took out his phone and called his cousin. Once connected, he played his part convincingly, asking if his cousin knew which dormitory the one with the pompadour resided in, expressing that he still owed him thanks for the previous incident and intended to bring 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of gratitude. His cousin, unsuspecting, provided the information. After hanging up, Zhao Meng stood and declared, "Brother, I'm going with you." I smiled at him and responded, "Good." I gently patted his shoulder and turned to the others, shouting, "Brothers, don't the third-year students enjoy giving us lectures since we entered? If he wishes to find me, let's go. We shall pay them a visit and teach them a lesson." Motivated by my words, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm, shouting as we set off. I urged Zhao Meng, "Lead the way." Instantly invigorated, he energetically marched ahead, swinging his arms. We numbered around 70 or 80, but upon noticing some girls, I suggested they return for now. After their departure, we still had a contingent of 50 or 60 as we swayed towards the boys' dormitory. Zhao Meng guided us straight to the 3rd floor, where we located the Pompadour's dormitory. Given it was nearly nap time, most of them were likely inside, and the hallway was sparsely populated. A few who spotted us looked frightened and hastily retreated to their rooms. I approached the door and kicked it open. The residents inside immediately erupted in anger, turning to shout, "Who the hell is it? Are you looking for trouble?" However, upon seeing the large group gathered outside, they fell silent. The Pompadour, seated on the upper bunk at the far side, was dumbfounded upon recognizing me. I stepped inside, smiled at him, and said, "Brother, all right? I heard you've been searching for me throughout the school. Here I am. What do you want?" I maintained a smiling demeanor as I regarded him. In hindsight, I found my demeanor rather audacious, as he appeared infuriated but dared not respond, maintaining a cold stare. I approached beneath his bunk, looked up, and remarked, Brother Hua, I am here now. Do you wish to confront me or scold me? Make your move. Among the occupants, 2 recognized me from the restroom incident, and 1 shouted, What S with the bravado? Who are you trying to scare with your entourage? Before he could finish, Heisey lunged forward and kicked him onto the bed, seizing a wooden stick and pointing it at him, exclaiming, Shut your mouth. The individual promptly fell silent, lying still on the bed, while the others dared not speak. Noticing the Pompadour's silence, I gently tapped his bed and said, Brother Hua, I'm asking you a question. Don't you want to deal with me? What is it going to be? I then approached Heisey, took the stick from him, and returned to the Pompadour's bunk, offering it to him, saying here, A suitable weapon. Go ahead, strike my head. Give it your all. The Pompadour's gaze was icy, yet he remained silent. I chuckled and said, Brother Hua, what is wrong? You searched high and low for me, yet now that I'm before you, you hesitate to act. Will you strike, or shall we move on? I suggested. Let us do this. I'll count to 3, just 3 counts. I began counting 1. When he remained still, I continued 2. After a pause with no reaction, I concluded 3. With that, I withdrew the stick, stating, You can't blame me. I offered you a chance, and you failed to seize it. I declared, now it's my turn. This isn't unreasonable. You're the school's top dog, right? Call me Brother You, and promise that you will address me as such whenever we meet henceforth, and I will spare you. What do you say? The Pompadour remained silent, so I poked his leg with the stick, insisting, Did you hear me? Will you call me brother? If not, you and your dorm mates might face some consequences. His gaze turned increasingly cold, yet he stayed silent. Heisey, growing impatient, yelled, Damn it, are you listening? Call him brother, do you hear me? Hurry up. The others echoed his demand, urging him to acknowledge me. The Pompadour knew that complying would undermine his standing at school, so he remained mute. As our shouts grew louder, he finally snapped, pointing at us and shouting, You better think carefully about whether you want to continue here. Get lost, or I'll deal with you all. Heisey, irritated, rushed over, leaped onto the lower bunk, and seized the Pompadour's collar, pulling him down. The Pompadour fell hard, nearly injuring himself. After dragging him down, Heisey kicked him a few times and, seizing his hair, demanded, Will you call me brother or not? The Pompadour, initially stubborn, clenched his jaw tightly. Heisey, losing patience, yanked his hair and slammed his face against the nearby bedpost. Unable to withstand it any longer, the Pompadour finally relented, saying, I'll call you. Chapter 54. Breach of trust. Only then did Heisey release his grip, turning to me and saying, Now let me introduce you. This is Wang Yu from Class 2 of the First Year Control Department, the newly appointed leader of all of us in the first year. He cleared his throat and added, But this is just temporary. Who knows, in a couple of days, I might become the leader. This nearly made me laugh out loud, while several others chuckled. I maintained a serious demeanor and admonished them. Let us be serious. Heisey continued. Now that the introduction is complete, it's time to call him. The Pompadour gulped and in a barely audible voice called out, Brother You. His voice was so soft that Heisey forcefully adjusted his head, scolding, Speak louder. Didn't you eat enough? The Pompadour raised his voice slightly, stating, Brother You. Heisey replied, That's more like it. I pointed to Heisey and said, Don't just call me. This is Heisey. You should acknowledge him too. The Pompadour obediently turned his head, saying, Heisey, brother. Heisey added, Remember, I'm Xie Tianyang from the computer department of Class 1. The Pompadour nodded silently. I concluded, All right. Remember to call both me and Heisey brother whenever you see us. The Pompadour again remained silent. Heisey shook his head vigorously, asking, Did you hear me? I'm asking you. The Pompadour finally nodded, confirming he understood. Heisey then released him and asked if I had any further instructions. I said, That's enough. He has already called us brothers. What more can we do? With that, Heisey and I led our group away. On our way, Heisey questioned whether I thought the Pompadour was genuinely submissive or merely pretending. I replied, He is pretending. It's clearly a fade. Heisey concurred, suggesting, That kid will surely try to regain his standing. I remarked that whether he could or not was a future concern, but now that he had publicly acknowledged us, his authority within the school would be diminished. Later that evening, during study hours, while chatting with Fatty and Zhao Meng in the corridor outside, we noticed a large group of people approaching, darkening the hallway. Upon reaching the bottom of our building, they shouted, Wang Yu, get out here. Fatty and Zhao Meng exclaimed, Isn't that the Pompadour leading the charge? I replied, I knew this scoundrel would breach his word. The portly fellow expressed his unease, saying, Rain brother, you should retreat indoors for a while. This time, it's not just the students from Class 3, there are also those from Class 2. I replied, I cannot hide away. My position as the leader of Class 1 is not yet secure. If I retreat now, who will respect me in the future? With that, I raised my hand and called out loudly to the group below, "Little fire, your Rain brother is here. You just said this afternoon that if you see me, you should call me Rain brother. Why does it sound like you're merely passing gas?" Once the crew below identified me, the leading member, sporting a slick hairstyle, began to curse at me, accusing me of playing dirty and sending someone to the dormitory to ambush him. He challenged me to come down if I had the guts. I chuckled and asked, "Why would I go down? Are we to engage in a one-on-one? Do you dare to face me?" The slick-haired fellow remained silent, fully aware that he was no match for me. At that moment, someone beside him pointed at me and shouted, "One-on-one? You wish. If you come down and kneel to call me sir, I might spare you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end." Following that, he directed a tirade at our entire Class 1, shouting, "Damn you, Class 1 brats, daring to rebel upon your arrival. What do you think you are?" I interrupted him, pointing back, "Clean up your mouth. If you dare to insult my brothers again, I swear I will take you down." At this juncture, nearly everyone from our Class 1 on the 3rd floor emerged into the corridor. Upon hearing my declaration, they began to shout and curse at the slick-haired crew below. The slick-haired leader repeatedly urged me to come down and face my doom, insisting that if I had the courage, I should not hide away. I turned to descend the stairs, and someone from our class shouted, "Let us go. We're with Rain brother." Instantly, everyone echoed in agreement, following me down. Once I reached the bottom, they all joined me, with me leading the throng behind. The slick-haired leader likely did not anticipate our solidarity. Though his crew comprised students from Class 2 and Class 3, their numbers were modest, only a little over 100. In contrast, almost all the boys from our Class 1 had come down, surpassing 500 in number. The slick-haired crew immediately fell silent. I approached him and said, "I have come down as requested. What are your orders?" The slick-haired leader remained silent, but did not appear intimidated. Just then, our class supervisor, along with several teachers and class heads, arrived, shouting at us, "What are you doing? What is going on?" After scolding us, one teacher waved his hand, declaring, "Disperse. All of you go back. Otherwise, you will all face expulsion." In truth, his words were merely a scare tactic. Despite threats of expulsion, the school would never act on it, as they relied on us for revenue. However, with the teachers present, fighting was no longer an option. I addressed the teacher, saying, "Sir, they came to provoke us, claiming we from Class 1 are poorly educated and need a lesson." The academic director recognized the slick-haired leader and pointed at him, saying, "Chinhua, hurry up and take your crew back." The slick-haired leader nodded, gestured towards me, and took his crew away. I feigned innocence before the academic director, saying, "Sir, what is going on at our school? Wasn't it advertised that we have a positive learning atmosphere where all classes support one another? Why are the upperclassmen bullying us? How can we focus on our studies in such an environment?" The academic director appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Well, rest assured, student, whether in terms of learning environment or school spirit, our institution is among the best in its category. Today's incident is merely an unfortunate exception. I assure you I will address it." He then called out to our group, "All right, it's fine now. Everyone go back and continue your self-study." Afterward, he patted my shoulder and earnestly said, "Student, your dedication to your studies is commendable. Keep it up, and if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to approach me." I nodded solemnly, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Before the evening study session concluded, a young man approached outside our classroom, calling out for me, "Are you on you? Come out. He needs to speak with you." Upon stepping outside, I inquired about the matter, and he informed me that the slick-haired leader had sent him to relay a message. He wanted to arrange a meeting for a fight at the sports plaza this Sunday afternoon. I asked, "All right, should we bring weapons? Are we calling in schoolmates or outsiders?" The young man replied that either option was acceptable and added that the slick-haired leader mentioned if we were to recruit outsiders. Their numbers were irrelevant, but should ideally have some influence, lest they hesitate to act. I understood the implication. The slick-haired leader sought to ensure that his associates were formidable enough to intimidate me. I said, "Fine, I get it. Just tell him that he should worry about whether his own people will dare to act." Afterward, I contemplated whom to recruit for this fight. With Ocean Brother unavailable, I found myself at a loss. I couldn't possibly ask Dragon Brother for help. I considered reaching out to Binzi, but I felt unworthy of his attention. He might only know of me due to my connection to Dragon Brother, and I would feel uncomfortable involving Dragon Brother in this matter. Consequently, I felt rather troubled. In the evening, I called Ocean Brother to discuss the situation, asking if he could help me find a reliable person. Ocean Brother inquired who I was up against, and I explained it was someone from our school, likely someone who could recruit from the outside. Ocean Brother agreed to assist, promising to make some calls and get back to me. He asked where the fight would take place, and I replied, at the sports plaza. He acknowledged this, saying he would keep me updated. True to his word, the next morning, Ocean Brother called back, stating he had found someone suitable. He provided me with a phone number and instructed me to contact this individual, referring to him as Little Handsome. On Saturday, after classes, I intended to meet with Little Handsome when Heisey asked if I had plans that afternoon. When I said I was free, he invited me to meet one of his impressive associates. Chapter 55, Arranging the Fight. I contemplated declining, but curiosity piqued by his mention of an impressive person compelled me to ask how remarkable this individual was. Heisey, shrouded in mystery, replied, "You will know once you meet him." That afternoon, I followed Heisey to meet his extraordinary associate. He took me by car to the old town, arriving at a residential building surrounded by a unique architectural style. Upon entering, I noticed a spacious courtyard filled with piles of scrap metal, revealing that this was a recycling center, quite conspicuous. Heisey led me directly to the scrap metal area, where I spotted a large, robust man manipulating a steel pipe, pouring in a cement-like substance. Heisey approached him and called out, "Big Bull, what are you up to?" Big Bull turned to glance at him, exclaiming, "Damn, Heisey, you've been MIA for days after school started." He then stood up and embraced Heisey warmly. Upon standing, I was taken aback. He must have stood nearly 6 feet, 3 inches tall, robust and intimidating, an absolute bear of a man. After Heisey introduced me as his brother, Big Bull shook my hand, proclaiming that Heisey's friends were his friends as well. Curious, I asked why he was pouring cement into the steel pipe. He explained that it would make the impact more painful when used as a weapon. I glanced at the pipe, feeling a chill run down my spine, thinking to myself that with his physique, a single swing could easily incapacitate someone. As we chatted, a child dashed into the building, shouting, "Big Bull! Big Bull! Little June was beaten up. You must come see." Upon hearing this, Big Bull's demeanor shifted to urgency. "Where?" "Quickly, lead me there." Heisey and I hurriedly followed suit. The child guided us to a shop where a man was striking a child while cursing at him. Behind that man stood a child, who joined in the verbal assault on the boy being beaten. Upon witnessing this, Daniel's temper flared, and he hurried over, shouting for them to stop. The man turned to glance at Daniel, hesitating momentarily, seemingly intimidated, and dismissed him, insisting it was none of his concern and advising him to mind his own business. Daniel retorted, "Mind your own business? This is my brother." With that, he closed the distance, and without hesitation, he swung a punch. His fist struck like a slap, coming in from the side and landing squarely on the man's face, sending him flying. I swear, it truly felt as though he had taken to the air. Daniel's punch had sent the man's body sideways before he nearly fell backward to the ground. My jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The force was astonishing. After knocking him down, Daniel rushed to embrace the boy who had been attacked, inquiring if he was all right, while Heisey quickly followed suit to check on him as well. The assaulted individual, clearly dazed, took a while to rise, the bruises on his face already swelling and turning a dark hue. Daniel cast a glance at him, and in fright, he led the child away, fleeing the scene. Upon returning home, I praised Daniel for his remarkable strength and asked how he managed such power. He replied nonchalantly, "Just eat more and work harder, and it comes naturally." I then inquired which school he attended. Daniel fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm not in school anymore. I didn't pass the entrance exam for high school and have been helping at home ever since. I can't compare to you high achievers." Realizing my question may have been inappropriate, I quickly flashed him a smile and said, "High achievers, my foot. We're just passing the time. If it weren't for my mom insisting, I wouldn't even be attending." Dania chuckled and replied, "Since we're in school, we should study hard." As our conversation meandered, Heisey began boasting about me, claiming that on the first day of school, I nearly took down the school's top bully, and now the top bully had to address both me and him as brother. Daniel laughed heartily, expressing how wonderful it would be if he could join us in school. I retorted playfully to Heisey, "Nonsense. The gang leader sent word last night, asking me to gather people for a fight this Sunday afternoon." Heisey exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I need to call in some backup." He reached for his phone, but I assured him it was unnecessary as I had already arranged for some individuals from the streets. Heisey seemed surprised, asking if I could really rally streetwise individuals. I raised an eyebrow with pride, of course. Just wait until my brother Haiyang returns. I'll introduce you to a legendary figure. Dainyu, filled with enthusiasm, asked, if the fight is set, can I come along? I quickly replied, absolutely. Your combat prowess will boost by 20%. Dainyu grinned, perfect. I was out a steel pipe, and it's ready for action. After confirming with them, I dialed the number Haiyang had given me. When the person answered, I promptly introduced myself. Hello, I'm Wang Yu, referred by Haiyang. The young man responded, oh, you must be Little Yu. Haiyang mentioned you. What's going on? I explained the details about the planned confrontation, and he agreed, stating, all right, I'll be waiting for you at the 1T Square tomorrow noon. After hanging up, Heisey asked if the individual was reliable, and I reassured him, since he referred by Haiyang, he should be trustworthy. Heisey decided not to seek additional help. The following day, Heisey, Dainyu, and I arrived at 1T Square as agreed, discovering 3 vans parked there. A group of people were chatting and smoking, and I approached, greeting them, brothers, which one is Little Handsome? A young man in a brown t-shirt stepped forward, identifying himself as Little Handsome and asking if I was Little Yu. I quickly responded, yes, that's me. Little Handsome glanced at Heisey and Dainyu, inquiring about their identities. I introduced them as my good friends. Little Handsome then asked, students? I nodded in affirmation. He continued, here's the deal. I'll talk to them first. If we can reach an agreement, great. If not, we'll resort to fighting. At that point, you guys should stay out of it. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. I hesitated, saying, that doesn't seem right, brother. We would feel right about that. Little Handsome dismissed my concern, stating, there's no need for that. Haiyang instructed me to look after you. And if anything happens to you, he'd kill me when he returns. He waved us to get into the van for further discussion. Once inside, I noticed a pile of machetes wrapped in newspaper. Heisey asked why they were wrapped, and Little Handsome explained that they were new, and wrapping them in newspaper would soften the blow when used. After a brief conversation, several vehicles approached from a distance, also vans, but with 2 additional ones. Little Handsome gestured to his crew, instructing them to conceal their knives in their sleeves or behind their backs. The approaching vans stopped a few meters away, and their doors swung open, revealing a group of 30 to 40 individuals. One man, dressed in a flamboyant red checkered short-sleeve shirt and adorned with a large gold chain, appeared to be in his 30s. His crew brandished metal rods and baseball bats. The ostentatiously dressed man stepped forward, with the pompadoured leader following closely. Whispering something to him before pointing in my direction, the flamboyant man shouted, who's in charge here? Step forward for a discussion. Little Handsome glanced at me and instructed me to go. I protested, I can't do that. You should go instead. However, Little Handsome stepped forward, asking the flamboyant man how he wished to negotiate. The man arrogantly replied, which gang do you belong to? I'm called Lazy, and my big brother is the Southern Hammer. Little Handsome paused, asking who? Lazy, noticing Little Handsome's surprise, puffed out his chest. The Hammer, Southern Hammer. Surely you've heard of him? Little Handsome remained silent and instructed me, Little Yu, take your classmates to the van and don't come out. With that, he drew the knife from his sleeve and shouted, brothers, let us go. Attack. He charged forward, leading his crew in a battle. The charming young man remarked, what are we even discussing? They hail from the south of the city, while we are from the north. Historically, these 2 regions have always been rivals. With a friendly pat on my shoulder, he continued, after today, that fellow won't dare to bully you again. Should he trouble you once more, just let me know, and I'll gather some friends to deal with him. Having said that, he beckoned his companions to get into the car and invited us to join them for a ride home. I politely declined, stating that our home was nearby and we could walk. With heartfelt gratitude, I expressed, brother, I could truly appreciate your help this time. He replied modestly, no need for thanks. It's what brother Haiyang instructed. After their departure, Heisey and Dainyu curiously inquired about who Haiyang was. I explained, he is the legendary figure I mentioned. He is not with us right now, but I will introduce you when he returns. The next day at school, the pompadour-haired boy did not attempt to cause me any trouble, perhaps having reconsidered after witnessing my strength. Since he did not come after me, I chose not to provoke him either. Later, a classmate informed me that this was the first time in our school's history that the top bully failed to dominate the first-year students, suffering significant losses in the process, which rendered his claim to power somewhat hollow. I mused, perhaps he is simply too weak. My classmate countered, The pompadour's strength is not to be underestimated. Many have challenged him for leadership and lost. The current situation has arisen solely because of your formidable prowess. I chuckled and replied, "You flatter me. I did not act intentionally. When others bullied me, I simply resisted. That's all there is to it." Henceforth, the students from the first, second, and third years were managed separately. Whenever the two factions crossed paths, there was some tension, occasionally leading to minor skirmishes, but nothing escalated into a serious conflict. I managed to establish my footing within the school. Following military training, we commenced our classes. During one session, the chubby fellow and I were not paying attention, engrossed in our books and chatting. Amidst our conversation, he suddenly asked, "Rain, have you ever been in a relationship?" I puffed out my chest and confidently replied, "What do you mean by been in? Do you know what a romantic sage is?" The chubby fellow shook his head. "No, I don't." I stated, "That's all right. Now you have met one." Pointing to myself with a hint of pride, I watched as his expression shifted to disbelief. "Really? How many girls have you dated, Rain?" He queried. Amused, if I count from elementary school, I can't even keep track on one hand. His face was a portrait of astonishment. "Seriously? You started dating in elementary school? Did you kiss any girls?" I scoffed. "What do you mean by kiss?" "Let me tell you, I lost my first kiss in 5th grade. This revelation left him dumbfounded, repeatedly asking if it was true. I confirmed. Indeed, it was with the school beauty, a 6th grader, my senior. Back then, things were quite different. Many elementary students today are already dating, whereas we were simply playing until middle school when we began to discover our feelings, an entirely different era. Nonetheless, I advise everyone to adhere to the appropriate conduct for their age. There are limits to everything. I was merely boasting, leaving the chubby fellow in a daze as he questioned me about more intimate matters. To maintain my fa ade, I nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I've had experiences. 3 girls. In fact," his eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? Rain, you are unbelievable. You my idol." While we conversed, Zhangxian turned around excitedly, asking, "Idol? So, do you have fan clubs?" I playfully pressed her head down, returning to my banter with the chubby fellow, boasting about my stunning deskmate. She was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, no exceptions. She was my first love, and I shared my first kiss and everything with her. The chubby fellow, skeptical of my claims, asked, "Really? Can someone be that beautiful?" I grew impatient, exclaiming, "No exaggeration. Her looks and figure were akin to a star. Even more stunning than ZY. During our childhood, the television series My Fair Princess was immensely popular, and ZY was universally acknowledged as the goddess among boys." The chubby fellow remained unconvinced, urging, "Then why not bring her out one day, so we can see for ourselves?" His suggestion caused my spirits to plummet. Lowering my gaze in silence, my hands tightly clenched on the desk. Noticing my change in demeanor, he teased, "Look, your boasting has been uncovered. Either she isn't that beautiful, or you never had a chance with her." I sighed softly, murmuring, "Yes, those were merely my fantasies. Perhaps they will remain just that for a lifetime." With that, I turned away, resting my head on the desk, gazing out at the azure sky, my heart heavy with longing as the image of my beautiful deskmate's smile surfaced in my mind. I softly called out in my heart, "Deskmate, where are you? What are you doing now? I miss you dearly." Lost in thought, I felt my eyes welling up. The chubby fellow suddenly tugged at my arm, exclaiming, "Brother, I need to ask you something." He paused, noticing my red eyes. "What is wrong? Why are your eyes so red?" I wiped my eyes and replied, "The wind is strong today. It got in my eyes." He glanced at the closed window and said, "But the window is shut." I raised my hand and gave him a playful smack, retorting, "Is it impossible for sand to slip through the cracks? What is the matter? Speak up." The chubby fellow chuckled, rubbing his hands together, embodying the essence of a cheeky boy. His antics made my hair stand on end, and I thought of our flamboyant classmate. Feeling slightly nauseated, I leaned back, saying, "My respect goes out to your unique crowd, but I must clarify, my orientation is perfectly normal, I swear." He replied, "What are you talking about? I'm normal too. I simply want you to teach me some techniques for wooing girls. I've developed feelings for someone." My interest piqued. "Really? Which class is she in?" The chubby fellow, slightly bashful, responded, "I don't have such high aspirations. Just someone from our class will suffice." I smiled slyly. "Who is it?" He pointed, and I followed his gaze, realizing it was the crybaby. I burst into laughter. "Ah, it's the crybaby." He asked who. I explained, "That's just an affectionate nickname I gave her. You need not worry about it. Leave this to me. I'll get her contact details after class." Chapter 57. Being pursued. Upon hearing this, The chubby fellow became excited. All right, brother, I entrust my lifelong happiness to you. After class, I patted his shoulder, declaring, let me show you what it means to be a romantic sage. With that, I approached the crybaby. She was one of the few quiet girls in our class, preferring to stay seated during breaks rather than run around, returning to chat with classmates after a brief trip to the restroom. At that time, a trend of making friendship bracelets was sweeping through the school, with girls purchasing thin plastic or rubber strings to craft bracelets adorned with beads. Many of the girls in our class would sit and weave these during breaks. The crybaby was no exception. She was seated at her desk, stringing together a bracelet while her deskmate was out. Seizing the opportunity, I sat beside her. She glanced up, startled to see me, and instantly lowered her gaze, turning slightly to feign concentration on her bracelet making. I smiled and said, who is this for? It looks lovely. The crybaby appeared anxious, her cheeks flushed, and remained silent. Finding her nervousness amusing, I playfully tugged at her string. Hey, crybaby, I'm talking to you. Instantly, she became flustered, her breathing quickened, her face burning as she lowered her head, pulling at the string in her hands, her voice quavering. What are you doing? Give it back. With one hand grasping the rope and the other resting gently on the table, supporting my face, I spoke leisurely. You weave tales so skillfully. Why not craft one for me? She cast her gaze downward and tugged at the rope vigorously, mumbling, let go, it's mine, give it back. I retorted, you promised to create one for me, and only then will I return it. Just as I uttered these words, Zhang Xian dashed over to sit behind me, exclaiming, idle, I'll make one for you. How many do you want, and in what color? I shot her an annoyed glance and replied, why don't you go somewhere cool and mind your own business? Zhang Xian, her eyes half closed in delight, shook her head softly and murmured, cool. Ignoring her, I gently tugged at the rope in the hands of the weeping girl, saying, hey, I'm asking you a question. Will you make one for me? If not, I won't let go. The weeping girl pulled at the rope with all her might, insisting she wouldn't make it, urging me to leave as class was about to start. I remained steadfast, leaning on the table lazily, declaring, then I shall not leave. I will attend this lesson right here. Frustrated, she huffed in exasperation, nearly in tears. How can you be so mean? With that, she released her grip, stating she no longer wanted the rope. I examined it in my hand, remarking, it looks rather nice. Fine, you refuse to make one, so I suppose I shall stay for this class. As I spoke, her deskmate returned, pleasantly surprised to see me at their table. Zen, how did you get here? She asked, glancing at the weeping girl with a knowing smile. What's the matter? Have you taken a liking to our Hui Hui? The weeping girl's name was Tan Hui. I chuckled and replied, for this class, I'll sit with her. You can find another spot. Tan Hui hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? I waved my hand dismissively. It's fine, go ahead. If the teacher calls on me, I'll respond. Just then, the class bell rang, and the weeping girl panicked. Pushing me away, you're truly annoying. Who wants to sit with you? Hurry up and leave. I'll make one for you, okay? I couldn't help but laugh. All right. I want two. Remember, I have thick wrists, so we'll make it a bit thicker. Afterward, I asked her to share her contact number, but she shook her head, refusing. Her deskmate nudged me, saying, all right, you can go now. I'll get it to you later. I smiled and stood up to leave, while the weeping girl complained to her deskmate. When I returned, my chubby friend gave me a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. I replied, just wait. Her deskmate will give me her contact number tonight, and I'll ask her to make me a bracelet. The chubby one was super excited, asking what to do next. I advised him to chat first, and then suggest going out for a meal. He asked what to talk about, which irritated me. Is it really that hard to figure out? Talk about things she's interested in. After class, a girl approached me, asking to step outside. Once outside, I realized I didn't know her, and she handed me a letter saying it was from a friend who insisted I open it. I knew without looking that it was a love letter. I had received countless such letters before. At that time, the girls in our school were attracted to those who were well-connected, and after I became the leader, many girls pursued me, writing love letters. However, regardless of their beauty, I remained indifferent because my heart was set on someone else. Upon returning, I tossed the letter into the trash without a second glance. My chubby friend, Zhao being mischievous, retrieved it and read it aloud, discovering it was from Lu Yuanyuan. The two of them exclaimed in disbelief, you tossed a love letter from Lu Yuanyuan? I leaned over my desk and asked, what's wrong? Is she very beautiful? They nodded vigorously. Yes, she's stunning, the recognized beauty of our class. And many boys dream of being with her. Rain, how can you waste such a good opportunity? I sighed dramatically, feigning depth. Brothers, you wouldn't understand. Once you've encountered the right person, everything else feels like settling, and I refuse to settle. Zhao Ming and the chubby one shuddered in disgust, claiming I was becoming increasingly pretentious. Zhao Ming mentioned that Lu Yuanyuan was from the same school as him, and boys had always chased her. I shook my head, feeling a bit helpless. What can I say? Being too handsome can also be a burden. They left in disgust, refusing to acknowledge me further. To be honest, no girl, no matter how beautiful, sparked any interest in me. My thoughts were solely occupied by the one I cherished. In my spare time, I would write Song Yao's name in my notebook, and even though I usually wrote my own name poorly, her name appeared beautifully. After a while of returning home for lunch, I decided it was too far and applied to stay at school, sharing a dorm with my classmates. Eventually, Heisey also applied to stay and moved in with me. We always went to the cafeteria together for lunch. One afternoon, just as I was about to find Heisey after class, someone called out to me from outside, "Wang Yu, come out for a moment." I looked up to see a tall, pretty girl waving at me from the door. Curiosity piqued, I stepped outside and asked, "Do we know each other?" She blinked her eyes, exuding an alluring charm. "You don't know me, but I know you." Initially, I thought she was pretending, but after getting to know her, I realized she was genuinely like that. In ancient times, she would likely be the kind of woman who could bring a kingdom to ruin. Her captivating eyes rendered me momentarily speechless. I asked her name in class, to which she replied she was studying business Korean and her name was Lu Yuanyuan. I assessed her for a moment, smiled, and said, "So you are Lu Yuanyuan." She winked. "Yes, I wrote you a love letter." "Why didn't you respond?" Truthfully, her mesmerizing eyes had a certain magic that could captivate any man, but fortunately, I remained steadfast, not swayed by her beauty. I chuckled. "Why should I respond? I don't have feelings for you." My words seemed to infuriate Lu Yuanyuan. "You don't like me?" I nodded. "Why do you sound so surprised? Is it so strange that I don't like you?" Lu Yuanyuan appeared genuinely upset, her chest heaving in frustration as she placed her hands on her hips. "Are you even a man?" I retorted. "Is that even a question? Have you ever met a woman as handsome as me?" Lu Yuanyuan insisted that no man could resist her charm, recounting how boys had always chased after her. I found it amusing and replied, "Even if the whole world adores you, what does that have to do with me? I simply don't like you." Lu Yuanyuan, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "Wang Yu, do you realize this is the first time I pursued a boy?" I scratched my head. I didn't know. "If you're worried about your pride, I can pretend this never happened. I won't tell anyone." Chapter 58. Why not just give in? After saying this, Lu Yuanyuan fell silent, glaring at me in frustration. I felt a bit awkward under her gaze and said, "If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. I need to find my classmates for lunch." Just as I turned to leave, Lu Yuanyuan stepped forward and grabbed my arm. "Wang Yu, are you seeing someone from our school?" Eruptly, no. She didn't believe me, insisting, "I don't believe you." I reassured her, "I truly have no feelings for you." Lu Yuanyuan squinted her eyes, defiantly stating, "Just wait. One day, I will make you agree to be my boyfriend." With that, she huffed and turned away. I chuckled at her retreating figure, thinking how amusing people can be. During lunch, Heisey informed me that several girls from their class were inquiring about me and asked if he could introduce me to them. I forced a wry smile and said, "Forget it. Recently, I've been rather popular. Numerous girls wish to be my girlfriend, which is quite distressing. It's absurd. Before I became the leader of my group, no one pursued me, but now that I've assumed this position, they suddenly want to be close to me. It's too opportunistic, and I disapprove." He remarked that if I didn't want a girlfriend, I could simply consider them as younger sisters. During that time at school, it was quite fashionable to acknowledge older siblings, and those who were doing well often had several younger sisters. Eventually, some of those relationships led to more intimate encounters. I declared that I would not partake in such acknowledgments. I was deliberately avoiding any misunderstandings. I neither pursued romantic relationships nor engaged in such sibling claims, all in the hope of waiting for Daba to return and assure her that I had remained virtuous all these years, patiently waiting for her. She was exceptional, and so was I. He insisted that since we were already in vocational school, there was no need for hesitation. We ought to pursue relationships before entering university, lest we find ourselves with partners who had been claimed by others. With a lewd grin, he teased, "Bro, you aren't still a virgin, are you?" His words left me feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and I dismissively shook my head, claiming, "What nonsense. I lost that long ago, back in the first year of junior high." He pressed for details about whom I had been involved with, and in a boastful mood, I exaggerated, claiming I had been with the school beauty, a girl from the third year. Immediately, I regretted the embellishment. It felt implausible, as a girl from the second year would have been more believable. Naturally, my friends called me out for bragging, insisting I was still a virgin. Their jests infuriated me. I had maintained my integrity, while they, with their sordid attitudes, dared to ridicule me. During lunch, I mistakenly thought Lu Yuanyuan was just being petulant. However, starting from the afternoon, several girls began delivering chocolates to our class, claiming they were sent by Lu Yuanyuan. The chocolates were from Dove, and for us at the time, a box costing 20 to 30 yuan was quite extravagant. The surrounding students egged me on, and I decided to open the box and share. To my surprise, I found a small note nestled inside, inscribed with a romantic line. Love knows not its origin, yet runs deep. It was signed, Rain and Yuan. I was taken aback, feeling quite embarrassed, and hastily crumpled the note and shoved it into the desk drawer. From that afternoon onward, every morning and afternoon, girls continued to bring me snacks at Lu Yuanyuan's behest. When I requested they take them back, they refused and simply left them with me. Each snack was accompanied by a note, each expressing a different sentiment, and none ever repeated. Zhao Ming urged me, Rain, you should just accept her feelings. She treats you so well. Why not reciprocate? I stood firm in my refusal. The hefty fellow, munching on snacks, chimed in, Rain, hold off on that. If you agree, what will happen to my snack supply? Zhao Ming shot him an exasperated glance and turned back to me. Rain, you must have your reservations. Lu Yuanyuan had a boyfriend in junior high, a well-known, rich, and handsome guy. I don't know if they were intimate, but I do know she has only had that one relationship. I replied that I felt no attraction towards her. Zhao Ming sighed in disappointment, lamenting, what a shame. Why isn't she interested in me? He then dramatically embraced the hefty fellow, who responded with a teasing, don't cry, sweetheart. I'm here for you. Just as class began in the afternoon, the weepy girl unexpectedly approached, slapped her hand on my desk, and turned to leave. I looked down to find 2 braided bracelets adorned with blue beads, which were quite lovely. I picked one up to examine it, appreciating the craftsmanship. When a hefty fellow arrived, I handed him the bracelet, claiming it was a gift from the weepy girl. He was ecstatic, quickly putting it on, though it was a tight fit, digging into his flesh. He beamed, exclaiming, bro, this must have been made just for me. It fits perfectly. After reveling in his joy for a while, he asked, could you help me arrange a dinner with her this Saturday? I've added her on QQ, but she hasn't replied. I nodded in agreement. After school, I followed the weepy girl as she walked outside, and she seemed anxious, asking, why are you following me? I replied casually, just passing the time. I wanted to see if you're free this Saturday. She lowered her head, cautiously inquiring what I wanted. I suggested we go out for lunch together, noting that, after we entered vocational school, our city had Saturdays off, which had started in the second semester of junior high. She declined. I pressed, asking why not. It would just be a meal, and I wouldn't tea-bite. If she refused, I would simply find her at home. This flustered her, and she reluctantly agreed. I couldn't help but smile, thinking how rare it was to encounter such a timid girl. It was rather endearing. The next morning, after our exercise break, upon returning to the classroom with the hefty fellow, we were approached by the weepy girl's deskmate, who rushed over, breathless, and exclaimed, Wang Yu, something's wrong. Tan Hui has been taken away. I exclaimed in disbelief, questioning who would dare do such a thing at school. Her deskmate explained, no, after the break. A few girls dragged her to the girls' restroom on the first floor, claiming they wanted to teach her a lesson. You should go check. I quickly stood up, and the hefty fellow followed suit. We made our way to the girls' restroom on the first floor, where Tan Hui indicated she was inside. I hesitated to enter, but the hefty fellow burst in, shouting, Tan Hui, I'm here to rescue you. I followed him inside to find several girls surrounding the weepy girl, berating her and slapping her. Alarmed, I rushed over and grabbed the arm of the girl striking Tan Hui, only to discover it was Lu Yuanyuan. Frowning, I confronted her. What on earth are you doing? Why are you hitting her? Lu Yuanyuan, both angry and melancholic, replied, Wang Yu, are you rejecting me because of her? I furrowed my brow and forcefully shoved her arm away, asserting, are you out of your mind? She's just a classmate. I then pulled the weepy girl towards the hefty fellow, who quickly stepped forward to support her, comforting her to stop crying. Seeing that the weepy girl was unharmed aside from the slap on her face, I suggested, all right, if you're fine, let's go. Wang Yu, you better stop right there. Lu Yuanyuan suddenly shouted. I turned around, looking at her with irritation, instructing her not to bother me again, as I had already made my feelings clear. Tears glimmered in Lu Yuanyuan's eyes as she implored, Wang Yu, tell me, What does she have that I don't? Before I could respond, the hefty fellow cautiously interfered, saying, sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Rain and Tan Hui are just classmates. I have a bit of a relationship with Tan Hui. His words left Lu Yuan, the weepy girl, and me momentarily stunned. I kicked him, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing? Who are you calling sister-in-law?" The hefty fellow looked awkwardly at me and said, Rain, she has feelings for you. Why not just give a chance? You and T lose anything, and I could benefit from some snacks. I was infuriated, kicking him several times and cursing, "You absolute fool. Whose side are you on?" The hefty fellow ducked away, and after a brief pause, Lu Yuan stopped crying and shouted at him, "Hey, classmate, what did you just call me? Say it again, and I'll treat you to all the snacks you want in the future." Chapter 59, Chaos at the School Gate. I was incensed, rushing over to slap the hefty fellow a few times, shoving him towards the exit. He dodged while calling out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, don't forget about my snacks." Once we returned to the classroom, I plopped down in my seat, ignoring the hefty fellow, seething with anger and refusing to speak to him. I had come to see through the facade of these so-called brothers. They would betray me for a few snacks. What would happen if someone offered them something more valuable in the future? Later, the overweight fellow apologized to me for the matter, but I did not accept his apology. I scolded him for being ungrateful and told him to leave. It wasn't my pettiness. Rather, since that day, the boys in our class seemed to have lost their minds, addressing Lu Yuan as sister-in-law. I couldn't fathom what benefits she had provided them, and it infuriated me. I had come to realize that none of them could be trusted. I was utterly depressed each day, while Lu Yuan appeared to be in high spirits, bringing an abundance of snacks to our classroom. She would call me out, but I couldn't be bothered to respond. I would simply turn my head away and rest on my desk, avoiding her gaze. The boys in my class greeted her with enthusiasm, rushing over to her, inquiring about the treats she had brought. Lu Yuan would cheerfully distribute the food to them, urging them to persuade me to face her, as constantly avoiding her was not a solution. Hearing those words pierced my heart, and I shed tears of humiliation, gritting my teeth and silently lamenting, "Yao Yao, I am sorry for disappointing you." During that time, I was not faring well. I suddenly found myself alienated by those around me, who implored me to reconcile with Lu Yuan, including Heisey. It was evident how much it pained me. Thus, I secluded myself, refraining from speaking with anyone during classes or in the dormitory. The only thing keeping me going was my yearning for the girl with the beautiful legs. I believed she would return. Once she did, I could silence everyone. I often claimed to have someone in my heart, but when they urged me to present her, I could not, leading them to doubt my words, thinking I had fabricated this person. Consequently, I felt quite stifled, thinking to myself that if that girl with the beautiful legs didn't return soon, I might one day find myself ensnared by Lu Yuan's schemes, losing my chastity. During that period, I would walk home alone after school, deliberately avoiding others. To prevent any encounters, I would leave the evening study session a bit early. One evening, after I had exited the school gates, a scruffy-looking fellow approached and tapped my shoulder, inquiring if I knew Wanyu. I sized him up, nodded, and asked what he wanted. He seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting to find me so easily. After a brief glance, he nonchalantly pointed toward the convenience store, claiming that his big brother was looking for me. Given that he was known as the leader of our class, I felt emboldened to question him. "Who is your big brother? Why should I go to him? Does he lack legs?" The scruffy guy became furious, slapping my head and retorting, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" His blow ignited my anger, and I swiftly turned around and kicked him. He cursed and charged at me, spotting a large rock on the ground. I quickly picked it up and raised it, causing him to halt in fear, shouting, "What are you doing?" Seeing him retreat, I decided not to engage further, lowering my hand and demanding he leave me alone. He replied, "If you have the guts, don't walk away. You stole my brother's girlfriend, and you think you have a right to be indignant?" Upon hearing this, I spun around and barked, "Who are you talking about? When did I steal anyone's girlfriend? I'm single. Single. You fools insist on arranging a girlfriend for me. A bunch of lunatics." After saying this, I intended to leave, but the scruffy guy insisted I had taken his brother's girlfriend and dared me to confront him. I tossed the rock aside and turned back, declaring, "Fine, let's settle this." He led me to the convenience store, where several other ruffians awaited. He called out to one of the tattooed thugs, saying, "Bro, Wang Yu is here." I shot him a glance, asserting I came here on my own. The tattooed thug sauntered over, looking down at me, which irked me. I initiated the conversation. "Who is your girlfriend? When did I steal her?" Before I could finish, the tattooed thug slapped me and cursed, "You little punk, trying to steal my woman." Before he could finish, I kicked him in the stomach, retorting, "Who do you think you're hitting?" This infuriated him further, and he ordered his companions to restrain me, delivering several punches to my face and stomach. After they had their fill, the tattooed thug grabbed my hair and growled, "Listen here, Lu Yuanyuan is my girlfriend. Stay away from her. If I hear anything about you too, I'll make you pay." I met his gaze, my eyes icy, and replied, "I have no relationship with her. I will remember this beating and repay it in kind." His anger flared as he kicked me twice in the stomach. He then signaled his henchmen to hold my arms while he charged up for a spinning kick, sending me flying outside the convenience store. At that moment, someone called out my name, "Wang Yu. What are you doing here?" I turned to see Lu Yuanyuan, who had just finished her class. As students began exiting the school, she rushed towards me with excitement. But upon noticing my injuries, her expression shifted. "What happened to your face?" At that moment, the tattooed thug and his gang emerged. Upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan, their expressions changed. Lu Yuanyuan, spotting the tattooed thug, exclaimed, "Son Hao, what are you doing here?" He coldly approached her, saying, "Is it for this guy that you refuse to be with me?" Lu Yuanyuan shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "You're insane." She then turned to me, asking if I was all right, and attempted to pull me away. The tattooed thug lunged forward, grabbing her arm and yanking her back, then kicked me away, insisting, "Come on, we're going to have a proper talk." Lu Yuanyuan struggled fiercely, shouting, "Let go of me." I rose from the ground and yelled at the tattooed thug, "Let her go." Initially, I hesitated, wondering if I should intervene, considering they might genuinely be a couple. However, I quickly decided that regardless of their relationship, I could not allow them to leave. To all the male readers, if you ever witness a conflict between a man and a woman, and you are capable, please intervene, regardless of whether they are a couple. Call the police to handle the situation. At the very least, it can prevent harm to some women. Your moment of bravery might change a woman's life. I shouted again, and the tattooed thug glared at me, saying, "Didn't you claim you had no connection with her? Why are you meddling in my affairs? Do you want another beating?" I maintained a stern expression, clearly articulating, "I said to let her go." The tattooed thug ignored me, signaling his lackeys to move in on me. I stepped back, glancing toward the entrance where many students were exiting. I shouted, "I am Wang Yu. Anyone from Class 1, come here." Despite the commotion at the school gate, many students from nearby shops rushed toward me, asking, "Brother Yu, what's going on?" I instructed them to gather everyone from Class 1. They complied, and initially, 5 or 6 students came, which quickly escalated to a dozen, then 30 or more. In no time, I was surrounded by no fewer than 50 people, and the crowd continued to grow. The ruffians exchanged glances, asking, "Brother Yu, what's the situation? Are they here to cause trouble?" The tattooed thug and his crew immediately panicked and retreated. The thug's face paled, and he gulped nervously. I pointed at him, barking, "Get your filthy hands off her." Terrified, he released his grip, allowing Lu Yuanyuan to rush behind me, gently clutching my arm. The people around me inquired with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Their inquiries left me at a loss for words. The tattooed man hastily feigned humility, raising his hand towards me, saying, "Brother, I believe I must have misunderstood you." I apologized sincerely. I didn't even glance at him, instead turning to Lu Yuanyuan and asking, "What is your relationship with him?" Lu Yuanyuan replied that they had no relationship whatsoever. The tattooed man had merely loitered around her school during middle school, pursuing her due to her beauty. But she had rejected him, leading to his persistent harassment. Nodding, I acknowledged her words, saying understood. At that moment, the tattooed man appeared utterly frightened, stammering, "Brother, please allow me to explain." Before he could finish, I delivered a swift kick to his groin. He let out a yelp, clutching his midsection as he crumpled to the ground, perspiration immediately beading on his forehead from the pain. His companions stood by, visibly terrified, not daring to utter a word. My kick wasn't overly forceful, as I feared I might incapacitate him, yet it was sufficient to ensure he would feel discomfort for several days. Adjusting my pants, I squatted down before him, gently patting his face, and inquired, "Do you understand why I kicked you?" The tattooed man gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and shook his head. I said, "If you don't know, allow me to enlighten you. This kick serves as a reminder. From now on, you are forbidden from harboring any intentions towards Lu Yuanyuan. Do you understand?" He nodded, affirming he understood. I warned him, should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to render you incapable. Rising to my feet, I declared, "Now that this matter is settled, let us discuss your earlier assault on me. The tattooed man, still kneeling and clutching his midsection, pleaded, "Brother, I apologize. Please show mercy and forgive me this once." I chuckled derisively, retorting, "Forgive you? When you were using me as a target, did you consider sparing me?" After a moment's reflection, I suggested, "Fine, I want team make this difficult for you. Each of you shall slap yourselves 50 times, and I will allow you to leave." The tattooed man's companions exchanged glances, hesitant to comply. My annoyance flared up, and I asked, "What is wrong? Do you need my friends to assist you?" As my companions prepared to intervene, the tattooed men quickly raised their hands to their faces, the sound of slaps echoing in the air. Noticing the tattooed man still kneeling motionless, I called out, "Hey, doesn't that include you?" Only then did he extend his hand and begin to slap his own face. Due to the feeble sound, one of my companions shouted, "Have you not eaten today?" At this, he began to slap himself with fervor. Suddenly, an odd voice interrupted. I turned to see a boy in a white tracksuit pushing his way to the front, flanked by two others. The boy with the tracksuit had long hair styled in a side part, a cup of cola in hand with a straw between his teeth, and he regarded me with palpable disdain. I felt perplexed, but his demeanor irked me, prompting me to return a dismissive expression without uttering a word. The boy with the tracksuit, still chewing on the straw, sneered, "So you're Wang Yu?" I met his gaze unflinchingly, coolly nodding, "Yes, I am Wang Yu." "What of it?" He scrutinized me from head to toe, saying, "Nothing much, just that you seem rather impressive lately, fighting this and that, now posturing at the school gate. Do you really think so highly of yourself?" His tone was laden with provocation, igniting my ire, yet I managed to suppress it, replying, "Brother, do you harbor any misunderstanding? I don't believe I have wronged you." He arrogantly replied, "No, I simply find you displeasing." With that, he flung his cola at me. I dodged, but not entirely, and the drink splattered over my clothing. Infuriated, I pointed at him, cursing, "What the hell? Are you out of your mind?" I lunged toward him, but someone behind me seized my arm, urging, "Rain brother, don't engage, don't engage." The grip was too strong for me to break free. He then called to the others behind me, "Everyone, don't escalate. We're all from the same school. We don't want to be a laughingstock." The boy with the tracksuit scoffed, glancing around at us, before turning with his entourage to leave. I glanced back at the person who had restrained me, the leader of my computer class, and, irate, I scolded, "Why the hell did you stop me?" He whispered, "Rain brother, I know this guy. He has a powerful background. We can't afford to offend him. Let it go." I remained silent, seething with frustration. The tattooed man and his group, sensing my calming demeanor, cautiously asked, "Brother, we've slapped ourselves. Can we leave now?" I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Get lost." They hurried away, and I allowed the others to disperse. However, I seized the boy who had restrained me and inquired about the tracksuit boy's affiliation and background, as I had never encountered him before. The boy explained that the tracksuit fellow was not associated with any gang and did not mix with those in the school. Yet, everyone treated him with respect, including those from rival groups, as it was rumored that his father was a notorious figure in the southern part of the city. I nodded, absorbing this information in silence. He continued, "Rain brother, just let this matter rest. We can't compete with him, and besides, you didn't suffer any significant loss. He has simply a show-off, likely irked by your recent prominence. Remember the saying, the taller the tree, the greater the wind. You should be cautious around him." After a moment of contemplation, I ultimately agreed, saying I understand. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Yuanyuan and added, "Well, Rain brother, I'll take my leave now and not interrupt your time with your sister-in-law." It was then that I realized Lu Yuanyuan had been following us the entire time. Infuriated, I kicked the boy and scolded, "Get lost." With him gone, only Lu Yuanyuan and I remained. I asked why she had followed me. She, sensing my displeasure, retorted, "Wang Yu, why do you change so much? You're no longer the same person who risked his life to save me." I was taken aback, nearly sputtering. "When did I ever risk my life for you? I assure you, I'm not that noble." Lu Yuanyuan huffed, "You still want to admit it? With so many witnesses. You must like me, but you're too proud to admit it." Her words momentarily left me in a daze, as her huff reminded me of someone from my past, stirring a familiar sensation within me. I recalled how that person used a huff, and now Lu Yuanyuan seemed to share that trait. The tenderness of her earlier demeanor and the subtle turn of her head momentarily made me feel as though I were standing before that familiar figure, igniting a desire to embrace her. However, I quickly suppressed that impulse, startled by the thought. Noticing my gaze, Lu Yuanyuan blushed and lowered her head, asking, "What are you staring at?" Am I really that good looking? I felt exasperated and replied, "It's not what you think. I would have saved any girl in that situation." Lu Yuanyuan lifted her head, her expression softening as she said, "Wang Yu, your kindness makes my heart ache. You took a beating for me, and now you're trying to downplay it to spare my feelings. You are truly too kind." At that moment, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, thinking that she must have watched too many melodramatic Korean dramas. I was too weary to explain myself to this eccentric individual, and, without any forewarning, I turned on my heel and fled. Lu Yuanyuan stood behind me, calling out loudly, "Hey Wang Yu, why are you running? You're acting all shy like a girl." Chapter 61. Brothers. The following afternoon, as I accompanied Heizi and others to the cafeteria for lunch, Heizi inquired if I had truly become involved with Lu Yuanyuan. I scoffed. "What nonsense! I've never had anything with her." Heizi mentioned that he had heard about the incident from the previous night, claiming that the prince had come looking for trouble with me. I was taken aback and asked, "The prince?" Heizi explained it was the person who had doused him with cola last night, the one with the distinctive hairstyle. Upon hearing the mention of the hairstyle, I felt a surge of anger and remarked that he seemed quite deranged. Heizi cautioned me to endure, suggesting that the boy came from a powerful family and it would be best to let things be. He revealed that he knew the prince from their shared school days. There had been an incident in middle school where someone had crossed him, leading to that individual mysteriously disappearing. I asked incredulously, "What do you mean disappeared?" Heizi replied that it was as if he had vanished without a trace, despite the family reporting it to the police, who searched for a long time without success. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity. I could hardly believe it, exclaiming that such lawlessness was terrifying. Heizi nodded gravely, indicating that the prince's father was quite influential in the southern part of the city, having connections in both legitimate and illicit circles. His words instilled a deep sense of fear within me. I thought to myself that without my brother, Ocean, around, if I were to encounter any serious trouble, there would be no one to rescue me. After finishing lunch with Heizi, we proceeded to the supermarket to buy some instant noodles and ate treasure porridge for dinner later. As we exited the store, I heard someone shouting from behind, "Wang dog! Wang dog!" Initially, I ignored it and continued walking, but suddenly I felt a kick to my backside. I whipped around in anger to see the prince standing there, hands in his pockets, looking at me with disdain. "I'm talking to you, you deaf." He sneered. Fury surged within me, and I contemplated confronting him, but Heizi gestured for me to hold back, so I remained silent. Heizi stepped forward and asked the prince, "Donggu, what is going on? What did my brother do to you?" The prince glanced at him and, with an air of superiority, remarked, "Heizi, long time no see. Still breathing, I see." Heizi chuckled nervously. "Thanks to you, I'm doing just fine." The prince nodded dismissively. "All right, it's not your business today, so get lost." He then approached me and kicked my leg, causing me to stumble back, with his hands still in his pockets. He strode a couple of steps forward and taunted, "Wang dog, you were quite bold yesterday, weren't you? You thought you could take me on with your gang. Come on, show me what you've got." He kicked my leg again, and I staggered, feeling a sharp pain in my knee. I remained silent, glaring at him, wishing my gaze could obliterate him. Seeing this, Heizi quickly stepped in, trying to mediate. Donggu, let us talk this out calmly. Give me some face." The prince swatted Heizi on the head, barking, "Get lost. You think you're important enough to demand respect? Move aside, or I'll take you down too." Heizi maintained his composure, chuckling weakly, "Donggu, come on, we're old acquaintances." The prince, clearly agitated, punched Heizi twice on the head, insisting I said move. "Are you deaf? You want to die?" Watching Heizi get hit made me seethe with anger, and I yearned to retaliate, but Heizi continuously signaled for me to stay calm. Despite the situation, Heizi wore a smile, persistently pleading with the prince. The prince, now furious, grabbed Heizi by the neck and shoved him against his stomach, then ordered his two lackeys to pull Heizi away. I realized that the prince was not particularly skilled in fighting. He merely had an air of bravado. I could easily handle him alone. Once Heizi was separated, the prince turned his attention to me, delivering a slap to my face while his other hand remained casually in his pocket. He then snatched the 8 treasure porridge from my arms, inspecting it with mockery. "Oh, so you're drinking 8 treasure porridge? Wang dog, you're living quite well." Before I could respond, he smashed the porridge over my head, the impact striking my temple and momentarily clouding my vision. I nearly lost my balance, staggering as he delivered a kick that sent me sprawling to the ground. A crowd had gathered outside the supermarket, and their presence only fueled his bravado. He approached, opened the porridge, and began pouring it over my face, taunting, Aren't you all high and mighty? Where's that bravado now? Before he could finish, someone kicked him away. Heisey rushed to help me up, asking if I was all right. I felt dazed, unable to articulate a response. The prince regained his footing and, upon seeing the crowd, erupted in rage, shouting, "You dare touch me, Xie Tianyang? You must be tired of living." He lunged at Heisey, but Heisey stood firm, causing the prince to hesitate. He pointed angrily. "You think you can lay a finger on me? I'll make sure you regret it." Heisey coldly replied, "You can insult me all you want, but if you dare to insult my brother, you'll have to go through me first." The prince, infuriated, retorted, "All right, Heisey, you've got guts. Just wait." With that, he stormed off with his lackeys. Once Heisey helped me to my feet, he asked if I was okay. I still felt dizzy and took a moment to regain my composure before saying, "Why did you confront him? Let him have his moment of bravado." Heisey looked up at me, momentarily seeming as if he had something to say, but then fell silent, letting his head droop in resignation. "Let us go," he finally said. Back at school, I urged Heisey not to return that afternoon, fearing the prince would seek revenge. Heisey dismissed my concerns, asserting that the prince might have connections outside of school, but here he was nothing. If he dared to bother Heisey, he would face consequences. I sighed. You really shouldn't have intervened. We've endured so much already. Let him have his fun. Otherwise, we'll be dealing with a mad dog. Heisey, with his head bowed, slowly replied, "Wang Yu, 2 years ago, I vowed that while I, Xie Tianyang, could endure humiliation, I would never allow my brother to be disrespected." Seeing his emotions stirred, I gently encouraged him to share his past experiences. He sighed, recounting a time 2 years prior when he had a best friend, so close that they were practically inseparable. When that friend developed feelings for a girl, Heisey assisted him in pursuing her. However, another suitor, whose relative wielded considerable influence in their area, also sought the girl as affection. This rivalry led to Heisey's friend being captured and publicly humiliated before the girl. Bound and powerless, Heisey could only watch as his friend suffered. Ultimately, they were released, but the next day, his friend committed suicide by jumping into the river. When Heisey spoke these words, he was deeply moved, his voice tinged with sorrow, and his body trembled involuntarily. Choking back tears, he lamented, "It's all because I am useless. I couldn't help him, and that's why he." I approached and sat beside him, gently resting my hand on his shoulder, saying, "I truly do not know how to comfort you. The past is indeed behind us. Do not dwell on it. In this world, how can one live without regrets or remorse? I believe he knows that a good brother like you is thinking of him, and that must bring him some solace. From now on, I will be here with you." After a moment, Heisey's emotions began to settle, and he slowly addressed me. "Wang Yu, rest assured that regardless of the time or situation, no matter who we face, I will steadfastly stand by your side. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over my dead body." Chapter 62. Conditions after waking up in the afternoon. I still felt uneasy and advised Heisey to skip school and return home instead. He did not insist, agreeing to go back and tidy up his things. I accompanied Heisey to his classroom, and once he had gathered his belongings and left, I finally felt relieved, allowing his classmates to inform their homeroom teacher of his absence. Upon returning to my classroom, I noticed Lu Yuan standing at her door. Instinctively, I turned to flee, but she chased after me, grabbing hold of my arm, saying, "Oh, why are you so shy? I'm a girl, and I'm not shy at all. Why should you be? Besides, everyone knows about us now." I felt utterly helpless and turned back, looking at her with a pleading expression. "Sister, I beg you, please let me be, all right?" Lu Yuan nodded, saying, "All right." I responded with excitement, "Really?" She confirmed it, adding, "Yes, but since the National Day holiday is coming up, you must take me on a trip, and then I will let you go." I was at a loss for words, replying, "That's impossible. I have no money and no time." She countered that she had money and could make time. To brush her off, I said, "Let us postpone this for now. There are still several days until October 1st. I need to think it over, and please don't come looking for me these days. It's really affecting my studies." Lu Yuan agreed, stating she would look for suitable travel destinations for couples. After saying this, she bounced away happily, leaving me exasperated, rolling my eyes and muttering under my breath about her being a lunatic. During the afternoon break, I went to the second-level vocational department to inquire about the class known as Chi Shifun before heading toward their classroom. As I walked down the corridor, many of the troublemakers I had previously clashed with recognized me and regarded me with hostility. I maintained a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor intimidated. None dared to lay a hand on me. Upon reaching the entrance to the Chi-Shurfen classroom, I called out to someone to help summon them. Inside, Chi-Shurfen was sitting on a desk, teasing a girl. When called, he glanced at me, chuckled, and said, "Wong dog." As he stepped outside, he playfully pressed his hand against my face, asking what I wanted, implying I was unhappy about his earlier actions. I smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "Dong-gu, I came primarily to apologize. Earlier, my brother Heisey was too impulsive and offended you. Please, as a person of great stature, do not hold it against him. Let go this time." He laughed, pressing his hand harder against my face, saying, "Interesting, huh? You, the leader of the first vocational class, are here to plead with me? As if I care about being the school's top dog or the second vocational class leader. Why should I listen to you?" With feigned humility, I replied, "Dong-gu, please do not be so harsh. I have made mistakes before that offended you. My brother was simply out of control today, and he regrets it. If you're still unsatisfied, feel free to hit me instead." Chi-Shurfen tightened his grip on my face, saying, "Wong dog, you really do look like a dog begging for a treat. Given your state, I feel compelled to agree to your request. However, I heard you have a rather beautiful girlfriend. If you let her spend a night with me, I will spare you and Heisey. What do you say?" I laughed nervously, saying, "Dong-gu, there's been a misunderstanding. I currently do not have a girlfriend. That girl is not my girlfriend. We are just being teased." Chi-Shurfen chuckled. "Is that so? I don't care what your relationship is. I'm stating it clearly. As long as you spend a night with me, I will let you and Heisey go." I forced a laugh, saying, "Dong-gu, she truly isn't my girlfriend. Can we perhaps negotiate other terms? I'm willing to do anything." Chi-Shurfen scoffed, "What can you do? You're just a dog. Now get lost. Remember my terms. Nothing else will suffice." He turned away, returning to his desk to continue chatting with the girl, pointing at me and saying, "Here, our school's notable figure, Wong Yu. In front of me, he's just a dog." Fists clenched tightly. I turned to leave, my heart heavy with frustration, but I had to endure for the sake of my brother. During dinner, feeling downcast, I chose not to join them and sat in the classroom lost in thought. Suddenly, someone called for me at the door. It was Lu Yuanyuan, holding something in her hands, waving excitedly. "Wong Yu, come out." I stood abruptly and walked toward her. With great enthusiasm, Lu Yuanyuan opened the box in her hands, exclaiming, "Look, I made sushi for you." Before she could finish, I snatched the box from her hands and slammed it to the ground, scattering sushi everywhere. Lu Yuanyuan stood frozen, and I shouted at her with great anger. "Why are you so shameless? I told you I don't like you. I don't like you. Why do you keep bothering me? Are you that desperate for a man?" Lu Yuanyuan, taken aback by my outburst, froze with her hands in the air, staring at me in shock. I glared at her, yelling, "Get lost, all right? I'm begging you. Don't come bother me again." When she remained still, I impatiently reiterated, "I said get lost, please. Can you do that?" Tears filled her large eyes, cascading down her cheeks. I chuckled coldly. "You're just a cheap woman. One word describes you, cheap." Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she burst into tears, crying out, "Wong Yu, I hate you." After which, she turned and ran away. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me, but to protect her, I had to distance myself. I crouched down to pick up the box, gathering the scattered sushi and carefully placing them back inside before softly whispering, "I'm sorry." The entire afternoon and evening had been unbearable. Lu Yuanyuan did not seek me out, which relieved me somewhat. Yet I remained troubled over Heisey's predicament, as Chi-Shurfen was notoriously unyielding. Eventually, I called Brother Haiyang, inquiring when he would return. He mentioned it might take some time and asked what was the matter. I replied that it was nothing serious. I was just checking in. He advised me to reach out to Xiao Shuai if I needed help, or if all else failed, to contact Long-gu. After school that evening, I waited for Xiao Wu to leave together. I asked him if he knew about the notorious figure in the second vocational class. He immediately recognized the name and urged me to avoid provoking him, asserting that in front of Chi-Shurfen, the troublemaker was nothing. I sighed, saying, "Well, I've already got myself into trouble." Xiao Wu stared at me in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth? How did you manage to irritate all the big shots right off the bat?" I did not provoke anyone. Rather, it was they who instigated me. This is the matter at hand, so please help me ponder a solution. Xiao Wu wore a worried expression and admitted he was uncertain about the background of Sankofen. Yet he was certain that he was a formidable figure from the southern part of the city. He suggested we seek out Long-gu, although he feared that even Long-gu might not be able to resolve this issue. I agreed and decided to skip school the next day to visit Long-gu. After returning home that night, I had been settled for quite some time when Dainyu suddenly called, inquiring if Heisey was with me. I replied that he had gone home in the afternoon. Daniel exclaimed, "He went home in the afternoon? Then why on earth did he call me saying he hadn't seen anyone? I can't reach him by phone." I thought for a moment and recalled that Heisey had mentioned he was heading to an internet CAF to play games, likely becoming engrossed and staying up all night. After all, he also took a leave of absence for the next day, and if he couldn't be reached by phone, it was probably due to a dead battery. I speculated that he would return home the next day. Daniel agreed and suggested we wait. The following morning, around 6, Daniel called me again, his tone filled with urgency. "It's bad, won't you? Heisey is in trouble." I sat up abruptly, asking him what had happened. Daniel explained that just before dawn, someone had called Heisey's father, providing a location and informing him that his son was there. Consequently, Heisey's father rushed over, only to find Heisey in a severely beaten state. Daniel's voice trembled as he spoke, and I inquired about Heisey's current condition. Daniel informed me that he was in the hospital. I hastily dressed and headed to the hospital. Upon arrival, I found Heisey's parents and some relatives present. His mother was seated and weeping profusely. Heisey was in the intensive care unit, and I was unable to see him. Daniel relayed that the doctor had stated Heisey was in a critical state, but if he could survive the day, he would be fine. As Daniel spoke, tears glistened in his eyes. He pulled me outside the inpatient building and demanded to know what had transpired, asking who Heisey had offended to warrant such brutality. I recounted the events involving Heisey and Sankofen to Daniel. His expression turned grim as he clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "If anything happens to Heisey, I will ensure that he pays dearly." That day, Daniel and I spent the night at the hospital, not sleeping a wink, simply to be there for Heisey. It was the first time in my life I experienced the passage of time as agonizingly slow and felt the fear of loss. Though my time with Heisey had been brief, it felt as if we were brothers bonded over many years, akin to the ancient saying of camaraderie formed through shared experiences. We waited until dawn the next day, and after the doctor assessed Heisey's condition, we were informed that he had passed the critical phase. Both Daniel and I exhaled in relief, while Heisey's mother continued to cry, her heart heavy with anguish. Once we knew Heisey was stable, Daniel insisted we leave to get some rest, asserting that the sleepless night had taken its toll on him. Since it was Monday, we informed our classmates to excuse us from class, citing illness. After returning home, I slept until the afternoon when Daniel called to rouse me, asking if I had rested well. I replied affirmatively, and he suggested we go out for a meal. We visited a noodle shop where Daniel ordered 2 servings of fried noodles and 1 of fried rice, also getting me a serving of each. I protested that it was too much, but he insisted I eat, pointing out that we had hardly eaten the previous day. Seeing him enjoy his meal made it all the more appetizing, and I joined him in devouring the food. After we finished, Daniel ordered 2 bottles of drinks. Once I had consumed everything, he asked if I was satisfied, to which I replied that I was. "Good, then let's go," he said. I inquired about our destination. Daniel looked at me and stated, "To take revenge for Heisey. You won't need to lift a finger. Just help me identify that scoundrel." I hesitated for a moment and asked him for a steel pipe. Daniel chuckled, saying, "This time, we won't need a pipe. They used their fists to do this to Heisey." I asked if that was true, and he confirmed, stating that the doctor had said the injuries were caused by punches and kicks. "Just think about how ruthless they must be," he lamented. As we stepped outside, Daniel took a cloth strip from his pocket and began wrapping it around his hand, murmuring, "They are ruthless, but I am even more so." After I escorted him to the school gate, I cautioned him to be careful and not to overdo it, lest it lead to a tragedy. Daniel nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the entrance, the security guard barred us from entering, questioning our purpose. I explained my class and teacher, and only then did he allow us entry. We proceeded to Sankofen's classroom. As it was the last period of the afternoon, the students were engaged in self-study, with few teachers present. Daniel strode into the classroom, scanning the room before calling out, "Who is the young master here?" All eyes turned to him, including Sankofen's, who stood up, hands in pockets, adopting an air of arrogance as he addressed Daniel. "You big fool. What do you want?" Noticing me, he added, "Wang dog." Daniel frowned and retorted, "What did you just call me, brother?" Sankofen replied, "Dog, are you deaf?" Daniel shook his head and said, "Your mouth is too foul. I will help you with that shortly. Now tell me, were you responsible for Heisey's situation?" Sankofen shrugged and said, "Heisey, you should be in the hospital now. How is he? Is he dead? I heard about it, but it's not my concern." Daniel did not respond, but advanced towards Sankofen. Alarmed, Sankofen shouted, "What are you doing?" Some classmates attempted to defend him, standing between Dainyu and Sankofen. Dainyu brushed them aside, asserting, "This is none of your business. Step aside." In an instant, Dainyu reached Sankofen, seized his collar, and yanked him out, gripping his throat and pushing him backward. Sankofen, frightened, protested loudly, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Dainyu replied, "I don't care who you are. All I know is that anyone who bullies my brother will pay the price." With that, he pushed Sankofen against the wall and landed a punch to his face, nearly knocking him out. Dainyu showed no mercy, raining blows upon Sankofen, who crumpled against the wall, as the girls in the classroom shrieked in fear. Some attempted to summon a teacher, but I shut the door and warned, "If anyone dares to leave this classroom, I will deal with them." None of them dared to utter a word. Once Dainyu had delivered a sufficient beating, I called out to him, prompting him to cease. His hands were covered in blood, and the cloth wrapped around his hand was soaked, unsure whether it was his or Sankofen's. By the time we departed, Sankofen lay lifeless on the floor, resembling a puddle of mud, nearly devoid of consciousness. After leaving the school, I asked Dainyu where he was headed. He replied, "Home." I countered, "What home? If he goes home, either Sankofen's father or the police will come looking for him. He should avoid going there." With an air of indifference, Dainyu said, "Come on, I'm not afraid." I was momentarily speechless, replying that his lack of fear was not the point. We should first avoid confrontation. I suggested that going to my house was not safe either, so I would take him to a different location. Ultimately, I led Dainyu to Long Ji's place. Upon seeing me, Long inquired about my recent whereabouts, expressing that he hadn't seen me for a while. I explained that ever since school started, I had been plagued by misfortunes, with someone constantly causing me trouble. As I recounted the recent events to Long, he admonished me for being too impulsive. Although he acknowledged that the gang led by Debetu and Sankofen had indeed been excessively oppressive, Long glanced at Dainyu and remarked on his impressive physique, noting with a sigh and a hint of nostalgia, "Ah, to be young again." He then invited us inside, suggesting we stay there for a while, as he intended to devise a plan to ascertain the situation before negotiating on our behalf. Later that evening, I received a call from Pongzi, who exclaimed, "Wow, Yuga, you're incredible. You've taken down the young master." I felt a rush of anxiety and immediately asked about the young master's condition, fearing the worst. Pongzi reassured me that he was alive, but had sustained serious injuries, which relieved me somewhat. He cautioned me to find a secure hiding place, warning that the young master's father had gone mad and was threatening to kill me. Chapter 64. Encirclement. Pongzi informed me that numerous individuals had gathered that evening, all of whom were from the underworld, causing quite a commotion. I learned that they had even assaulted the director of our department and were inquiring about my whereabouts in our class. I asked Pongzi if he had been implicated, to which he replied in the negative, explaining that the school authorities had called the police, dispersing the unruly crowd. He urged me to stay hidden, as being caught would spell disaster for me. He suggested that if things worsened, I should discuss moving with my mother or perhaps seek refuge with other relatives elsewhere for my studies. I assured him that I could manage the situation and that he need not worry. Before hanging up, Pongzi stressed that I must not disclose my location to anyone. I called my mother, informing her that I would be staying at a friend's house for the next few days instead of returning home. After that, I contacted Xiao Wu, asking him to fetch some clothes from my house and bring them to Long Ji's place. Upon learning of my conflict with Sankofen, Xiao Wu became anxious, admonishing me that even Long might struggle to resolve the situation, as Sankofen's influence stemmed from Shurinan, directly opposing Long Ji's former power in Shubei. Thus, it was possible that Long could get entangled in this mess. Dainyu mentioned that he needed to return home briefly to retrieve some clothes, as he was covered in blood from the fight. Long advised him to wait until after midnight to go home for safety reasons. At midnight, I suggested accompanying Dainyu, but he insisted he could manage alone. I cautioned him to be vigilant and avoid being seen or followed. He assured me he would be careful. Fortunately, Dainyu returned shortly, carrying a large bag of clothes. I inquired if he had been followed, and he replied he had been cautious, although he noticed someone from a neighboring store watching him curiously on the way back. I reassured him that it was likely nothing to worry about, as the person did not know him. That night, Dainyu and I slept in the fruit shop while Long went home, instructing us to call if anything arose. As we lay in bed, we chatted, and Dainyu shared stories from his past. He recounted growing up with Haizi, who had always protected him during their childhood when he was small and frail. Dainyu had blossomed during his later years, eventually dominating their school alongside Haizi. While he appeared somewhat slow-witted, he spoke animatedly about Heisey, concluding with a sigh, if only I could take his injuries in his stead. I comforted him, suggesting that if he felt that way, Heisey would likely think the same if their roles were reversed. We shifted the conversation to relationships, and Daniel admitted he had never been in love. I confessed I had not experienced romance either. He expressed surprise, commenting that my personality should attract interest from girls, especially considering my social standing at school. I explained that it was only after enrolling in vocational school that I garnered attention. But it was not truly me they were drawn to, it was the title of leader of the first vocational school. Daniel challenged my perspective, suggesting that if I did not engage with anyone, how could I determine whether their interest was due to my title or my character? He added that my initial popularity was entirely normal. With a sigh, I revealed my lingering affection for someone from my junior high days, a sentiment that had persisted and left no room for others in my heart. Daniel asked if she was beautiful and encouraged me to confess my feelings. I agreed that one should indeed express their affections, but I lamented how people often realize their feelings too late, mistakenly believing that circumstances would remain unchanged. Daniel laughed, remarking on the complexities of how intellectuals express themselves. He inferred that the girl must have left my life, encouraging me to seek her out. I sighed softly, reciting, to send a colorful note and a letter, with mountains high and waters wide. Where will we meet? Daniel, with his eyes closed, murmured faintly that those destined to meet would surely cross paths again before drifting into slumber. Once Daniel fell asleep, I found myself restless, consumed by thoughts of my beloved, imagining what she might be doing and envisioning the moment we would reunite. As fatigue began to overtake me, I was suddenly jolted awake by the loud roar of an engine outside, followed by the sound of air brakes releasing. Startled, I sat up, peering through a small gap in the curtains. What I saw sent a chill down my spine. 3 heavy-duty trucks parked outside, arranged in a fan shape, all facing the entrance of our fruit shop. These trucks, towering at about 3 meters high, were filled with men who leaped out, wielding iron rods as they advanced toward the shop. Fear coursed through me. If they entered, Daniel and I would surely face dire consequences. I hurriedly shook Daniel awake and called Longa to inform him of the impending danger. He assured me he would come immediately. Just as I ended the call, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door. I quickly dialed the police, explaining our predicament, but the operator dismissively told me not to make such nuisance calls before hanging up. When I attempted to call again, I found I could not get through. A sense of dread enveloped me, realizing that the police may have been compromised. Daniel, still groggy and bewildered, glanced at me and asked who was knocking at such a late hour. As I cautiously lifted the curtain, I was nearly petrified to find a face pressed against the window. My hand trembled as I quickly pulled back. Outside, the person shouted, "Is anyone in there? Break it down." Instantly, a cacophony of noise erupted as the glass shattered, sending shards flying into the shop, prompting Daniel and me to leap from the bed to the floor in alarm. Fortunately, the window was shielded by a security grill, so although they shattered the glass, they could not gain entry. Someone reached in and tore down the curtains, and in an instant, we found ourselves face to face with them. They pointed at me and Daniel, hurling curses and demanding that we open the door, threatening to come in and kill us if we did not comply. To be honest, I felt a surge of panic in the presence of so many, but Daniel remained remarkably calm. He grabbed a pair of shoes and urged me to put them on. We had not changed out of our clothes when we went to sleep, so slipping on the shoes was all that was needed. Seeing that we would not open the door, the mob began to pound on the door and windows, throwing stones at us through the shattered glass. Daniel and I quickly fled the bedroom to hide in the store. Daniel glanced around, grabbed a wooden frame that typically covered fruit crates, and, with one foot, stepped on it, pulling with both hands until it fell apart. He handed me a piece and said, "Take this. See those nails on top? When they break in, just smack them in the face with it. If we must die, we'll take someone down with us." I gripped the wooden stick tightly, listening to the cacophony of noise and the thuds against the iron door, my body drenched in sweat as I pressed closely against Daniel. I could hear the tremor in my own voice as I asked, "Daniel, are you afraid of dying?" Daniel, still composed, kept his gaze fixed on the door and replied, "Yes." After a brief pause, he continued, "But everyone must die someday. I would rather be beaten to death than die from fear." As soon as he finished speaking, we heard a loud crash followed by a voice shouting, "The window is down. They're coming in through the window." Moments later, a throng of people poured in through the window, kicking open the inner door and rushing towards us like a tidal wave. Chapter 65. The strategist. After the crowd surged forward, Dainyu yanked me behind him, shielding me as he wielded two wooden sticks, striking out fiercely. Initially, his efforts were somewhat effective, causing the mob to retreat momentarily. However, they soon regrouped, and despite Dainyu's strength, the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed him. In a matter of moments, they wrested the sticks from his grasp. Dainyu resorted to throwing punches while I joined him, brandishing my stick to fend off our assailants. But it wasn't long before my stick was snatched away as well. We found ourselves encircled by the throng, and soon we could no longer withstand their relentless kicks and blows, collapsing to the ground, just as they were about to inflict further harm. The roller shutter of the fruit store was raised with a loud clang, causing the crowd to halt and look towards the entrance. There stood Long Gu, his expression stern, shouting into the crowd, "I am Hu Hanjun. Who is your leader?" The mob seemed unimpressed by Long Gu's name, their faces showing irritation. Yet, amidst the crowd, a tattooed man in his 30s stepped forward, casting a complex glance at Long Gu. Bowing slightly, he approached and said, Long Gu. Long Gu looked at him, frowning. Howsy? Howsy nodded, a hint of respect in his smile. Long Gu, it's been a while. Indeed, it has. I didn't expect to see you here in the south of the city, Long Gu replied. Howsy awkwardly chuckled, just trying to make a living. Long Gu surveyed the people behind Howsy and remarked, "These are all your men? Quite impressive. Even the double-bridge trucks have come." Howsy scratched his head. Long Gu, what are you doing here? This fruit store is mine, Long Gu stated. Howsy's eyes widened in surprise. Long Gu, this store is yours? He then glanced at Dainyu and me, asking, "What about these two?" Long Gu replied, "They're my little brothers." "What do you want with them?" Howsy's expression soured, clearly troubled. He helplessly said to Long Gu, "Long Gu, don't misunderstand. I genuinely did not know this was your store. I was merely following our leader's orders, which were to bring these two back and deal with them." He pointed at us, continuing to explain, "They severely injured our leader's son. He was almost beyond saving." I shouted back, "It was your leader's son who injured our brother first." Long Gu, hand behind his back, solemnly asked Howsy, "Who is your leader?" Howsy swallowed hard and replied, "Song Jun, one of the 3 tigers under Gao Lauda." Long Gu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Howsy continued, "Well, Long Gu, you've washed your hands of this life. You shouldn't team meddle in these matters. Just let me take them away." Long Gu stood firm, declaring, "As long as I am here, no one will take them away." Howsy's face showed his distress. "Long Gu, you're making this difficult for me. Jungu ordered that these two must be brought back. If I fail, I will face dire consequences." His followers grew impatient, hurling insults at Long Gu. He retorted, "That's your problem. I, the River Dragon, have never let anyone steal from me." The crowd's insults grew louder, but upon hearing River Dragon, they fell silent. Some murmuring cautiously, "Is he really the River Dragon?" Howsy chuckled awkwardly. "Long Gu, please show some leniency." He stepped forward, softly urging, "Long Gu, heed my advice. In the past, you could disregard Song Jun, but times have changed. The southern city's power is rapidly expanding, and you have retired from this life. You cannot contend with him. If you persist, you may bring trouble upon yourself." Crack! The moment he finished, a sharp slap echoed as Long Gu struck Howsy across the face. Howsy, stunned, stared at Long Gu in disbelief. Long Gu withdrew his hand, his gaze turning icy. "Howsy, when did it become your place to teach me a lesson?" Howsy's eyes bore resentment and reluctance, yet he dared not retaliate or speak. His followers remained silent, not one daring to utter a word. Howsy coldly warned Long Gu, "Fine, I'll leave, but next time it may not be me. You should consider the consequences." With a wave, he called his men to depart. After they left, Dainyu and I stood up, and Long Gu asked if we were all right. We assured him we were fine, just with minor injuries. Watching the 3 double-bridge trucks drive away, I turned to Long Gu and said, "I'm sorry. This may have implicated you." Long Gu raised a hand to interrupt me, then sighed, gazing at the darkening sky. "Yes, you are right. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. There is no escaping it." Initially, I thought he was speaking to me, but soon realized he was not. Dainyu and I remained silent. I suggested calling Brother Hai back, but Long Gu replied that he did not know where Hai was and would not return soon, advising against informing him to avoid unnecessary worry. Long Gu then told us to rest a bit longer while he stepped outside to make a phone call. Dainyu and I could not sleep, so we sat there until dawn. Before long, a luxury car pulled up in front of the fruit store. When the door opened, I saw it was Binzi and Dawei. Binzi, clutching a small bag under his arm, surveyed the disarray outside with surprise and walked in to ask Long Gu, "What happened?" Long Gu exchanged glances with Daniu and me before leading Binzi and Dawei outside to discuss something privately. Daniu, curious, asked me what Long Gu did to command such fear from Haozi. I recounted Long Gu's reputation, and Daniu, astonished, exclaimed, "Is that true?" He then expressed a keen interest in why Long Gu had chosen to retire from that life. I gazed at Long Ge's silhouette, gently shaking my head as I told Inyo that I was uncertain. Long Gu had never mentioned anything to anyone. As they conversed, several vehicles approached the entrance, all Land Rovers, which left me utterly astonished. At that time, Land Rovers like BMWs had not yet been domestically produced. They were solely reliant on imports, resulting in their scarcity on the streets, a stark contrast to the present day where they abound. I counted 5 Land Rovers lined up neatly at the entrance. The central vehicle's door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and polished shoes, his eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, a cigar clasped in his hand. After he exited, another individual emerged from the vehicle behind him, dressed casually yet sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. The man in the black suit approached Long Gu, calling out to him, "Hey, Long Gu!" Long Gu and Binzi regarded him with an air of calm, their expressions inscrutable. The man in the black suit, puffing on his cigar, reached out his hand to Long Gu with a smile, saying, "Ah, Long Gu, it's been ages. Still selling fruit, I see." Long Gu remained silent, not reciprocating the handshake. The man retracted his hand, laughing heartily. "Ah, Long Gu, you still maintain that dismissive demeanor." Binzi scoffed, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Song Jun, don't let a bit of wealth deceive you into believing you hold any significance. Don't forget your origins." Song Jun adjusted his sunglasses, peering over them at Binzi. I wondered who had such a foul mouth. "Turns out it's you, Binzi." Binzi ignored him, gazing in surprise at the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, exclaiming, "Military advisor?" The individual referred to as the military advisor smiled faintly and turned to Long Gu, saying, "Long Gu, it's been a while." Chapter 66. Brotherhood is a lifelong affair. Long G's expression was a complex amalgamation of emotions, neither fully displeased nor entirely joyful, perhaps tinged with nostalgia. I focused intently on the man dubbed the military advisor, realizing he was indeed the strategist's son Xiao Dao had mentioned, who had defected to the southern faction. Binzi appeared oblivious to the fact that the military advisor was now under Gao Lao Da's command, and with a bewildered expression, asked, "Military advisor, didn't you return to your hometown? How did you end up with Song Jun?" Song Jun interjected, "Allow me to formally introduce him. The military advisor, whom we still call the military advisor, has officially been reclaimed by our Gao Lao Da and is now at our service in the south." Binzi seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming, "So you are the legendary strategist of the south that we've heard about all these years." Long Gu remained silent, while the military advisor regarded him calmly, offering a slight smile. "Long Gu, after such a long absence, do you have nothing to say to me?" Long Gu's demeanor softened as he replied, "How have you fared these past years?" The military advisor smiled, "Not too bad. And yourself?" Long Gu nodded, "I am well." The military advisor continued, "I heard you were here and wanted to see you. Knowing you are well brings me peace." At that moment, Song Jun stepped forward, saying, "All right, you two old friends have exchanged pleasantries. Now it's time for serious matters." His expression hardened as he turned to me and Dinyo, pointing at us. "You two little brats, come out. Who injured my son?" Neither Dinyo nor I uttered a word or moved. His anger flared as he shouted, "Are you deaf or what?" He attempted to stride inside, only to be halted by Long Gu's outstretched arm. Frowning, he turned to Long Gu, annoyance evident in his voice. "What is the meaning of this?" Long Gu, unperturbed, responded steadily, "This is my establishment. Did I permit you to enter?" Song Yun chuckled. "Hu Hanjun, is this how you repay my patience?" Before Long Gu could respond, Binzi and Wei surged forward, with Binzi pointing at Song Jun. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Long Gu like that?" Song Yun scoffed. "You two lunatics actually think he's still the overbearing figure of the past? He's merely a fruit vendor now." He leaned in, glaring at Long Gu. "You cripple. If it weren't for that old man's protection, you wouldn't even know where you'd be buried." Upon hearing this, Long Gu remained calm. But Binzi and Wei could no longer contain themselves and charged at Song Jun, only to be restrained by Long Gu. The entourage Song Jun brought surged forward, but the military advisor raised a hand to halt them. Song Jun licked his lips and twisted his neck, addressing Long Gu. "Hu Han Jun, I'll tell you this. Today, you have no say. I'm here to take these two little brats away. They nearly harmed my son. I'll bury them alive. Longo firmly replied, as long as I'm here, you won't take either of them today. Song Jun, infuriated, pointed at Longo, cursing, you're testing my patience, aren't you? Should I bury you first? Longo's gaze remained steady as he stated, you can certainly try. Just as Song Jun was about to explode, the military advisor interjected, Longo, what is your relationship with these two? Is it worth it to act this way? Longo looked at him and replied slowly, they are, like you once were, my brothers. The military advisor chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Then turned to Song Jun, we're leaving. Surprised, Song Jun glanced back at the military advisor, who nodded affirmatively, urging him to depart. Song Yun, editit, platistit. Military advisor, they nearly kill my son? The military advisor's tone was firm. I said we are leaving. This is the last time I'll say it. It was evident that Song Jun feared the military advisor. Upon hearing this, he fell silent, muttering a curse under his breath before sulking back to the Land Rover. The military advisor maintained his composed demeanor, smiling at Longo. Let us consider this matter settled. I've repaid my debt to you, and we shall owe each other nothing moving forward. Longo replied expressionlessly, thank you. The military advisor bid farewell, take care, and turned to leave. Bin Zi spat on the ground, addressing Longo, you want to scold that traitor? Longo remained silent, turning to me and Dinyo. You two are fine now. Head back, it's time for school. Dinyo and I hesitated, but Longo assured us it was all right. The military advisor would honor his word. We expressed our gratitude to Longo and took our leave. Once home, Dinyo inquired about the earlier events, expressing his confusion regarding the back and forth between the southern and northern factions and the matter of betrayal. I recounted the situation to him, and Dinyo shook his head, stating, that military advisor isn't worthy of being Longo's brother, for brotherhood is a lifelong commitment. At noon, we visited the hospital to check on Zi, who had yet to regain consciousness. The doctor assured us that his condition had stabilized, but when he would awaken remained uncertain. After leaving the hospital, I parted ways with Dinyo. A few steps later, I heard someone calling my name. Turning around, I was surprised to find it was Xia Shuxian. I inquired about her presence there, and she approached with a smile, waving a book she had purchased, explaining she saw me as she exited and wanted to know where I was headed. I replied that I had just visited a friend at the hospital. Xia Shuxian inquired about my life in vocational school, commenting that since I enrolled, there had been no news from me. She teased whether I had found a girlfriend. Embarrassed by her remarks, I downplayed my situation, saying it's just like that. I then asked her how it felt to attend the best high school in our city. Xia Shuxian replied that it felt rather mundane, as the people around her were solely focused on their studies, lacking the interesting demeanor I possessed. However, she had grown accustomed to such an environment, having been raised in it all her life. I remarked on her beauty, suggesting that she must have many admirers. Xia Shuxian smiled but remained silent, suddenly recalling someone and asking if I knew a certain person. Upon realizing she meant the bespectacled boy, I felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, of course. He was my best friend in middle school. I was just planning to invite him out to hang out. She mentioned that they were now in the same class, although they hadn't spoken much. Nevertheless, the bespectacled boy often mentioned me in front of their classmates. I expressed disbelief and asked what he said about me. Xia Shuxian recounted how he would share anecdotes from our middle school days, recounting tales of rivalry and challenges. As she laughed, she commented, Wang Yu, you two are indeed brothers. You boast well, and he can too. Sensing her skepticism, I insisted that the bespectacled boy's accounts were true. Xia Shuxian dismissed my claims, saying, come on, back in middle school, you weren't that tall or impressive. I felt speechless and refrained from arguing further, instead asking about the bespectacled boy's current situation. She informed me that he was doing well academically, but was often troubled by bullies. I expressed disbelief, asking who was bothering him. Xia Shuxian explained that a certain boy in their class, who seemed to have connections, frequently picked on him, particularly enjoying tormenting the bespectacled boy. Although I knew the bespectacled boy was intelligent, he wasn't particularly skilled in fighting. Angered by this revelation, I inquired about the bully's class. After she told me, she asked what I planned to do. I casually replied that I was just curious. After our conversation, we parted ways as she had to head to school. Once I returned to my school, I left during evening study, telling my friend Xiao Peng to say I was in the restroom if a teacher asked. After exiting the school, I took a taxi to Xia Shuxuan's school. Upon arrival, I found that they were engaged in self-study. At the entrance, the security guard questioned which class I belonged to, and I mentioned Xia Shushuan's class. He then asked for my homeroom teacher's name. Frustrated and unsure, I fabricated a name, claiming it was Long Ge, Huhanjun. The guard, perhaps pretending to be knowledgeable, let me in. Once inside, I explored the school, noting the distinct atmosphere. Students in a prestigious school diligently focused on their assignments, contrasting sharply with my own school's environment, where chatting and daydreaming prevailed. Unsure of which building housed the first-year classes, I wandered into one and soon realized it was for third-year students. Inspired by their dedication, I pretended to be a patrolling teacher, strolling through the corridor. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey student, what are you doing?" Startled, I turned to see a teacher and quickly ran away. It was clear that the conduct of teachers at their school differed vastly from ours, where teachers likely wouldn't intervene at all. After locating the first-year building, I approached Xia Shushuan's classroom. Peering through the window, I spotted both her and the bespectacled boy, seated at a distance from each other. I attempted to catch the bespectacled boy's attention by making a hissing sound. Then he turned to look, and upon noticing me, his eyes widened in excitement. I gestured for him to come outside. Once he joined me, we chatted near the staircase. He asked how I had come to know of his class, and I explained that Xia Shuxian had informed me. He expressed surprise, stating he even recognized her. Feeling a bit shy, I admitted that she had once liked me, but I had turned her down. The bespectacled boy gave me a thumbs up, remarking that my boasting skills had evidently improved during our time apart. We exchanged updates about our lives, both of us deliberately focusing on the positive aspects. After a while, I noticed a bruise at the corner of his eye and asked about it. He absent-mindedly touched it and dismissed it, claiming there was nothing wrong. However, I pressed him to explain, knowing that the area was prone to being struck. Eventually, he revealed that he had been in a fight. I scolded him, suggesting he should learn to defend himself, and urged him to share who was bullying him. After some hesitation, he revealed that several boys in their grade were picking on him, particularly one notorious boy from their class. I insisted that he take me to confront the bully, but he hesitated, suggesting we wait until after class. Once the bell rang, he led me to their classroom. I knocked on the desk, calling for silence. When the class quieted, I put my arm around the bespectacled boy's shoulders and introduced myself, stating, "I am Wang Yu from vocational school, and this is my brother. I hope you all will treat him kindly." Though he may seem timid, his friends are not to be trifled with. Noticing Xia Shuxian watching, I winked at her. Upon hearing my words, several boys in the class looked displeased, one in particular challenging, "Who do you think you are?" I was struck by how different this environment was. In my class, such bravado would have prompted an immediate confrontation. I smirked at the most arrogant boy, wearing a Nike shirt, and said, "Please speak respectfully." The Nike boy retorted rudely, and I leaned closer to the bespectacled boy, quietly asking if this was the one who bullied him. He nodded. I pointed at the Nike boy, saying, Do you have a problem with me? Stand up." Without hesitation, he rose, appearing contemptuous and asking, "What do you want?" Before he could finish, I grabbed a chair from the teacher's desk and hurled it at him. He dodged swiftly, and the chair crashed against the desk, causing chaos as students scattered. After throwing the chair, I charged off the platform. The Nike boy, startled by my actions, turned just as I reached him, seizing his hair and yanking him backward, causing him to stumble. As he fell, he cursed and attempted to get back up, but I delivered an elbow strike to his face, knocking him down again and forcefully slamming his head against the ground until he lay subdued, his voice choked with tears. I observed several boys approaching, eager to assist. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet, seizing a nearby stool and brandishing it. I shouted, "Come on, who dares to step forward? I'll make them regret it." The group was instantly struck with terror. None dared to advance. I threw the stool aside and crouched down, gripping the head of the Nike-clad boy, saying, "So you enjoy bullying others, do you? Today, you'll experience the taste of being bullied yourself." With that, I reached for a handful of pens from a pencil case on the nearby table, clenching them tightly as I commanded the Nike boy to open his mouth. He hesitated, expressing his fear. I retorted, "It's too late to back down now." When he refused to comply, my anger flared. I jabbed at his face with the pens, some of which had pointed tips that broke the skin. The boy winced in pain, his voice tinged with a whimper as he pleaded. "Open your mouth." I insisted. After a couple more jabs, he finally complied, and I forcefully stuffed the pen into his mouth. Releasing him, I stood tall and surveyed the onlookers, declaring, "Let me remind you all, should anyone dare to bully my friends in the future, I will not hesitate to deal with them. If any of you have a problem with me, find me at the vocational high school. My name is Wang Yu. I am well known from the first to the third years. I await your challenge." With that, I patted the shoulder of the bespectacled boy, bid him farewell, and walked away with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Later that evening, Xia Shuxian called me, reprimanding me for my actions. She remarked how, despite my slender appearance, I harbored such fierceness, advising against resolving issues through violence and urging the importance of reasoning. I mused that if reasoning were always effective, I would have been long gone. However, I kept my thoughts to myself, agreeing with her without protest. After a while, she inquired about any news concerning the Baitoe. I replied in the negative, and she mentioned she had no updates either, questioning whether I intended to wait indefinitely. I affirmed my commitment. There was a brief silence on her end before she solemnly suggested that I might want to reconsider waiting. Confused, I asked why. She replied, "Haven't you heard the saying? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Is it worth it to wait for someone who may never return?" Pausing, she added softly, "And can you truly be sure she thinks of you as you think of her?" Her words struck a chord within me, and I gently caressed the jade pendant left to me by Baitoe, whispering, "Perhaps she does." Chapter 68. Where the waters are deep, where are the fish? Since the incident with Sanchi Fun, I have been plagued by unease, fearing that his father might seek retribution against me and Inyo, especially considering Sanchi Fun's severe injuries and prolonged absence from school. However, my worries proved unfounded. His father did not trouble us again. Yet, trouble continued to brew at Brother Long's fruit stall, with disturbances occurring frequently. Though not severe, the nighttime vandalism of glass and stone throwing was quite bothersome. Nevertheless, Brother Long had the patience to endure it. I felt powerless to assist him and thought to wait for Brother Haiyang to return and handle the situation. Time passed, and a month slipped by, ushering in late autumn. Yet Brother Haiyang had not returned, nor could I reach him by phone, leaving me anxious about his well-being. During this time, Hei Zi had recovered well and was expected to be discharged soon. My mother also found a new job as a caregiver for a wealthy family, requiring her to stay at their residence, but the pay was substantially higher than her previous job. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, except for the lingering absence of Da Baitoe. I attended classes listlessly, often lost in thoughts of her. One day in class, Fatty nudged me conspiratorially and said, "Hugo, you're lovesick." I retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm perfectly healthy." He shook his head and pointed to his head, implying something deeper. Angered, I shot back, "Get lost." Fatty insisted, "No, I mean you have a case of longing." I scoffed. "Isn't longing supposed to be about the heart? This is the first time I've heard it refer to the head." He pressed on, "Brother, admit it, ever since Lu Yuanyuan stopped coming to see you, you've been moping about. Are you in love with her? If you like her, just say it. There's no shame in it." I was at a loss for words. Fatty continued, "I saw what happened that day. You were so rude to her when she kindly brought you sushi. Even if you didn't want it, your attitude was hurtful. She used to like you so much. Now she doesn't come around anymore. Think of how heartbroken she must be." His words irked me, and I snapped. "I had my reasons. You wouldn't understand." He pressed for clarification, which only made me more frustrated. Eventually, I relented and shared the whole story. Fatty's eyes widened in realization, and he gave me a thumbs up, saying, "I knew it. You really showed some guts, Hugo." I shot him a glare. He remarked that since Sanchi-fan was no longer at school, I should talk things out with Lu Yuanyuan. I replied that it was unnecessary. Things were fine as they were. At lunch, as I headed out with the boys from my class, I heard someone calling my name. Turning around, I was surprised to see Lu Yuanyuan. I scratched my head, asking what she needed. Perhaps feeling shy with others around, she remained silent. The boys nudged me and then dashed off. Lu Yuanyuan and I stood there in silence, which made me uncomfortable. Finally, I broke the ice, softly saying about last time, "I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood that day." As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed her eyes brimmed with tears. Alarmed, I stuttered, "What's wrong?" She replied, "You don't need to explain. Fatty has told me everything. I never imagined you cared for me so deeply, willing to hurt yourself to protect me from harm." I was taken aback. Her interpretation seemed exaggerated, as if I had robbed a bank for her sake. Lu Yuanyuan approached and gently took my hand. I instinctively recoiled, but she held on tightly. "Be my boyfriend, Wang Yu," she declared. Shocked, I exclaimed, pulling my hand away and stepping back, my expression one of disbelief. "Well, if there has been a misunderstanding, I apologize. I really don't feel that way about you. You're great, truly great, but I like someone else." Let's just be friends, all right? Lu Yuanyuan gazed at me with soft affection, placing a finger over my lips, whispering, "You don't need to say anything more. I understand. You might think it's sudden, or you may feel you don't know me well enough, but I can give you time. Remember you promised to travel with me? It has been quite some time, so I thought it best to let it go. Besides, there is little time left, and we aren't taking any breaks." Lu Yuanyuan reassured me that it was fine to take time off. I firmly declined, asserting the importance of diligent study and not wasting my precious youth. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Who doesn't he know you? You claim to study hard, yet you must score within the top 40 in this month's exam. Otherwise, you'll have to accompany me on outing." I was infuriated upon hearing this. After all, our class consists of only 54 students. I scratched my head and suggested, "How about 45? Lu Yuanyuan scoffed, "Have you no shame? You claim to be hard-working, yet end up in the bottom 10. I felt a pang of anger, clenched my fists, and replied, "Fine, 40 it is. This time, I shall show you what a good student is capable of." Lu Yuanyuan extended her pinky and said, "Come on, let's make a pinky promise." As I gazed at her slender, delicate fingers, I found myself momentarily entranced, as if struck by a sudden realization. The girl I once made a similar promise with had not fulfilled her commitment either, and I had failed to meet my own expectations. It wasn't that I didn't want to find her. Rather, the world is vast, and the quest for her seemed daunting. Lu Yuanyuan, noticing my distraction, nudged me and pouted, "You little deceiver, are you trying to trick me?" I snapped back to reality, quickly extending my hand to intertwine our pinkies. She chuckled and said, "Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever breaks, it is a little fool." I inquired why the consequence was being a little fool, to which Lu Yuanyuan mischievously replied, "If you prefer, you could be a little black dog or a little white dog instead." I was at a loss for words and advised her to abandon any expectations. I believed I could secure a spot in the top 40 with half my wit. Lu Yuanyuan merely scoffed, claiming victory was assured. Upon returning to class that afternoon, I playfully shoved my friend Fatty while chiding him. "What with that incessant chatter? You sound like an old nagging wife." Fatty chuckled. "What's going on? Did your crush contact you? You're too shy to admit it, so let me help you out. That's what brothers are for." I retorted, "Get lost." From that day on, I resolved to study diligently. I had been hovering around the 50th position in class, but with 2 weeks of effort, reaching the top 40 seemed attainable. However, the process of studying proved to be excruciating. By the 3rd day, I gave up, exclaiming to hell with it. Even if I lose my way, I refused to study anymore. When a monthly exam results were released, I found myself ranked 49, which left me despondent. During the break, Lu Yuanyuan rushed to our classroom to inquire about my results, and I quickly pulled her aside. With an eager grin, she asked for my rank, and I replied with a fabricated 35. She seemed surprised, exclaiming, "Really? You must be joking. I need to see the rankings on the board." I pulled her back and insisted, "No need to check. I truly scored 35. But don't worry, I'll still take you out." Chapter 69. A Dual Adventure. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Really?" I nodded in affirmation. She grinned mischievously, saying, "I knew you liked me. See, you made it into the top 40 and are willing to spend time with me. If you didn't like me, how could you explain that?" I felt a silent struggle within, yet I maintained my facade, casually stating, "Well, it's not bad. I thought I might make it into the top 30, but I didn't perform as expected." Lu Yuanyuan gave me a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive. I heard you usually scored around 50, but now you've made such progress. Wang Yu, you must keep studying. You're bound to achieve greatness." I felt a bit bashful and replied, "You flatter me." At that moment, our class leader approached, informing me that the homeroom teacher wanted to see the bottom 10 students for a lecture. I was infuriated. All my posturing had been in vain. Ultimately, I followed the class leader to the office amidst Lu Yuanyuan's laughter. After the exams, I took 3 days off with Lu Yuanyuan, combining them with the weekend for a total of 4 days, embarking on a 3-day, 2-night trip to the southern region, specifically the Yangtze River Delta, through a tour group Lu Yuanyuan had arranged. Truth be told, I was quite pleased with the tour she chose. The south, particularly the Suzhou and Hangzhou area, had always captivated me with its charming landscapes of small bridges and flowing waters. To me, it felt as though many literary figures emerged from such enchanting places. We flew there, arriving around noon. After lunch, our tour guide took us to Shitong, a quaint town that we quickly explored before heading to Shanghai for the night. After a long day of wandering, I was utterly exhausted, but Lu Yuanyuan insisted on shopping, which proved to be quite bothersome. With no choice, I accompanied her as she gleefully browsed, exclaiming that these trinkets were unavailable back home. She bought a few items, clearly delighted. Eventually, she dragged me to the bund, where I took numerous photos of her, and in turn, she insisted on capturing moments with me as well. I must admit, Lu Yuanyuan possessed a certain charm, particularly illuminated by the night scenery of the bund. However, my thoughts were elsewhere, filled with regret as I wished I were with someone else instead. Upon returning to the hotel, I was surprised to learn we were sharing a single room. I questioned the tour guide, "Are you serious? How can it be just one room?" Before I could finish, Lu Yuanyuan tugged at my arm, explaining, "You're such a child." I specifically requested to save money by sharing a room. I was left speechless, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration for her cunning. Thankfully, the room had 2 beds. After placing her belongings down, Lu Yuanyuan shyly asked, "Wang Yu, should I shower first, or will you?" I was utterly fatigued and replied, "You go ahead. I'll rest for a bit." As I flopped onto the bed, I soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, I awoke to find myself nestled in the blankets, alarmed to discover my clothes were missing. I quickly checked and found my underwear still intact, which relieved me. Just then, Lu Yuanyuan emerged from the bathroom, fixing her hair. I inquired about who had undressed me, and she shot me a look, saying, "Who else but me?" I retorted in irritation, "You could have woken me up to do it myself." Lu Yuanyuan retorted, "I did call you, but you slept like a log. I even poked your feet, and you didn't budge." At a loss for words, I said, "Well, can you step aside? I need to get dressed." Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, remarking, "What is there to hide? You've seen it all." I was furious and labeled her a rogue. The following day, we spent the morning exploring Shanghai before boarding a bus to Hangzhou. I complained to Lu Yuanyuan about the tour, grumbling that we spent too much time traveling without enjoying the sights. Lu Yuanyuan replied that there was no choice. Time was limited, and she wished to visit more places. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, we visited Westlake, a site that could move anyone, especially someone like me, who valued depth and emotion. Lu Yuanyuan and I were both exhilarated, as she mused about her father buying a house there for family vacations. I remained silent, suddenly aware of the disparity between us. Her family was prosperous, while I felt a sense of inferiority in comparison. We spent an entire day there, and in the evening, Lu Yuanyuan insisted that I accompany her to the renowned Luolu for dinner, claiming that if we didn't dine there, it would be better not to have come at all. I felt there was nothing particularly appealing about the food. Perhaps it was the southern cuisine that I found unpalatable. Nevertheless, Lu Yuanyuan maintained it was satisfactory. After our meal, she insisted on paying the bill, and I hurried to contest her, but she would not allow it. Once she settled the payment, I was nearly taken aback. Our meal had cost nearly 1,000 yuan. I was infuriated as we exited, muttering curses under my breath, declaring it a rip-off, worse than the notorious Sun Earnyang's establishment, vowing never to return. Lu Yuanyuan merely chuckled, remarking on my adorableness. Later that evening, we strolled by the lakeside, but Lu Yuanyuan suddenly expressed fatigue and insisted on returning. I protested, stating I hadn't had enough of the outing, questioning her stamina. Yet she was resolute, dragging me back to the hotel. Upon our return, I was taken aback to find a large bed in our room, questioning why the tour guide had arranged for a king-size bed. I intended to confront the guide, but Lu Yuanyuan stopped me, stating that it was merely a bed, and given the hour, it would be unkind to disturb the guide. After pulling me back, she urged me to take a shower first. I complied, emerging in shorts and a tank top, to which Lu Yuanyuan complimented my physique. I, feeling a sense of pride, responded that while I might not compare to my face, I was still presentable. She teased me about being shameless before heading to shower herself. When she emerged, she wore only shorts and a tank top, exuding an alluring charm. Clearing her throat, she bashfully remarked on her own attractiveness. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed me crouching on the floor preparing to sleep, and her frustration flared. "Wang Yu, what do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed. I looked up at her, bewildered, and replied, "Setting up a bed on the floor? What are you thinking?" She retorted, kicking me lightly. "Get onto the bed, quickly." Seeing her anger, I conceded and retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, wrapping myself in it as I lay on the bed, cautiously glancing at her. Lu Yuanyuan, bemused, asked if I found her frightening, fearing I thought she might harm me. I shook my head, insisting that it was not her that frightened me, but rather my own self-awareness of my allure, fearing she might not be able to resist. Lu Yuanyuan, dismissing my words, climbed onto the bed, wrapping herself in a blanket as well, and began to converse with me. Lying down made the conversation comfortable. So I faced her, albeit cautiously ensconced in my blanket. My precautions were not solely for her benefit, but for my own. I was not made of glass, and I would undoubtedly react to her presence. She looked at me, blinking, and asked, "Wang Yu, is there something wrong with you in that regard? Be honest. I want to laugh at you. If you need to see a doctor or take medication, it will get better." I retorted defensively, asserting my strength. Lu Yuanyuan inquired if I had ever been intimate with a girl before, to which I replied in the negative, claiming my innocence. She expressed her belief in me and then shared that she had never been touched either, asking if I believed her. I hesitated, recalling Zhao Meng's words about her having a boyfriend in middle school, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. Lu Yuanyuan smiled, asking why I hadn't made a move on her, assuming I found her unattractive. Her expression shifted as she calmly inquired if it was because of Song Yao. Upon hearing her mention the name of the girl, I was momentarily stunned, questioning how she knew. She explained that I had been calling out that name all night. I fell silent, uncertain of how to respond, as I had no recollection of the dreams I had experienced. In a gentle tone, Lu Yuanyuan remarked, "It seems what you said is true. There is someone in your heart. You must care for her deeply to utter her name, even in dreams." I remained silent, noticing Lu Yuanyuan's disappointment. Her voice tinged with sorrow as she continued, "Wang Yu, please tell me about her. I am eager to understand the person who holds your affection. She must be extraordinary." I scratched my head, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yuanyuan patiently awaited my response. After gathering my thoughts, I recounted my experiences with the girl, from our first meeting to our shared moments and her eventual departure, leaving me without any news. As I narrated, my emotions fluctuated, at times joyous, at others melancholic, reliving those events as if they were unfolding anew. Lu Yuanyuan listened intently, her expression reflecting a mix of contemplation and sadness as I concluded my tale. After a brief silence, she looked at me and said, "She truly sounds wonderful. If I were a boy, I might even fall for her myself." Pausing, she added softly, "But after all this time, do you think she will return?" I turned over, gazing at the ceiling, responding, "I don't know." Lu Yuanyuan continued, "If she never returns, will you spend your life waiting for her?" I replied, "Perhaps not. Maybe I just need time. After a year, 2, or 3, I might forget her." Lu Yuanyuan reached out, slipping her hand beneath my blanket to gently hold mine, whispering, "I believe one day you will forget her. You wait for her, and I will wait for you, all right?" Her words stirred something within me, and I turned to look at her, finding her gazing at me with deep affection, tears shimmering in her eyes. In that moment, I felt a pang of sympathy for her. I leaned forward and gently caressed her face, asking, "Why would you like someone like me?" Lu Yuanyuan confessed she didn't know. Initially, she sought to conquer me, but eventually found herself genuinely enamored, unable to extricate herself from her feelings. She admitted she had never experienced such emotions for anyone before. I sighed, explaining, "My kindness toward you is feigned. The tenderness I inadvertently display is unintentional, for at times, you remind me of her, and I merely see you as a substitute." Tears brimmed in Lu Yuanyuan's eyes as she shook her head, her voice choked. "It's all right. I believe one day you will come to like me." At that moment, I felt a profound sadness. I'm not one who can bear to see a girl cry. To claim I harbored no feelings for Lu Yuanyuan would be disingenuous. Her actions over time had indeed touched me. Yet, I was acutely aware of the depth of my feelings for the girl I truly loved. I found myself torn between not wanting to abandon her and not wishing to cause Lu Yuanyuan pain. Suddenly, I recalled a piece of advice from Xia Shuxian, who had once urged me not to wait for the girl, suggesting she might never return, and asking if I could truly wait a lifetime for her. The most challenging thing in this world is to cherish the person before you. I exhaled softly, tenderly brushing away Lu Yuanyuan's tears, leaning forward to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise, her demeanor shifting to one of nervousness. I quickly withdrew, pulling her hand from beneath my blanket, wrapping myself tightly in it, closing my eyes, and declaring, "Let us sleep." Lu Yuanyuan remained silent, but after a moment, I felt warmth near my ear, followed by a soft, warm kiss on my cheek. Then the lights went out, and I heard Lu Yuanyuan softly say, "Sleep?" That night, nothing transpired between us. In hindsight, I cherished that feeling, a beautiful emotion transcending mere physicality, so rare and precious. The haze of budding affection was enviable. Yet I fear that such feelings may never grace my life again. The following day, we ventured to Wuzhen, which I found to be significantly more appealing than Shitong. Though both towns share a similar aesthetic, Wuzhen is divided into eastern and western sections, making it considerably larger. Therefore, for those wishing to visit but only have time for one destination, I would recommend Wuzhen. During our journey, Lu Yuanyuan and I refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night, as if they had never occurred. She no longer insisted that I become her boyfriend. Rather, she simply expressed her willingness to wait, assuring me that when the time was right, she would be just a turn away. A couple of days after returning to school, Brother Hai called me while I was studying. Upon seeing his name flash on my phone, I was filled with excitement and hastily retreated to the restroom to answer. I inquired about his whereabouts during our recent lack of communication, and he explained that he had been in the mountains without signal, asking where I was. I replied that I was in class, to which he informed me he had returned and was at Long Ji's place, urging me to come find him after school. Dismissing the notion of attending class, I decided to skip and head straight to Long Ji's. As I entered the establishment, I spotted Brother Hai engaged in conversation with Long Ge. The moment I saw him, my excitement surged, and I called out his name. He rose abruptly, arms outstretched, and enveloped me in a bear hug, exclaiming, "You rascal! I've only been gone a few days, and you've already stirred up so much trouble." I felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing Long Ge had likely informed him about my situation with Sanchi, and I scratched my head sheepishly, remaining silent. Brother Hai playfully slapped my shoulder and said, "All right, I'll ask you more about it later. For now, take a seat. Let me introduce you to some people." Only then did I notice that, aside from him and Long Ge, there were two others present. One had neatly cropped hair and appeared to be of similar age to Brother Hai, clad in camouflage attire. The other was tall and robust, with an extremely short, nearly shaved head. Brother Hai introduced them to me, instructing me to call the one in camouflage Chun Ge and the other Taitu Ge. I promptly stood up and politely greeted them. "Hello, Chun Ge. Hello, Taitu Ge." They both smiled kindly, giving off an honest vibe. Brother Hai then addressed Long Ge, saying, "Let them find some work in the factory. They've come to seek me out, so I need to look after them." Long Ge, with a composed expression and a knowing look, replied, "Since they're here for you, it's your responsibility to keep an eye on them and make arrangements." Brother Hai nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more words, he invited Long Ge to join us for drinks later to welcome his two brothers. Long Ge declined, suggesting that Brother Hai and his companions enjoy themselves. He then glanced at me and added, "Bring Xiaoyu along. It's been a while since we've seen you both." Brother Hai agreed, as Brother Hai took his new companions to arrange their accommodations. Long Ge stood by the door, watching their retreating figures with a contemplative expression. He sighed and called me over. When I approached, he asked, "Do you know what Brother Hai has been up to these past few months?" I shook my head, genuinely perplexed. Long Ge frowned and remarked, "Even you are deceived." I insisted that I truly had no idea what Brother Hai had been doing, as he had never confided in me. Seeing that I seemed sincere, Long Ge expressed his trust in me and explained that the two men were brought back by Brother Hai. I nodded, recalling that they had indeed come to seek work. Long Ge probed, "Do you really believe that?" I responded, "Why not? Is Brother Hai lying?" He replied with a hint of skepticism, "Do they look like they're here to work?" I had never encountered individuals so robust in physique. Long Ge cautioned me to pay attention tonight, as I had a task to uncover the backgrounds of those two and report back to him. I was somewhat baffled by Long Ge's words and asked for clarification, wondering if he suspected Brother Hai. He instructed me to simply listen to what he said and focus on completing my assignment for the evening. I nodded in agreement. Once Brother Hai and his companions had settled, he called me, informing me of our destination, a particular food stall. Upon my arrival, I found them already there, and Brother Hai motioned for me to sit next to him. Feeling somewhat anxious, I glanced at Chun Ge and Tai, two across the table. Brother Hai noticed my discomfort and playfully nudged me, saying, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Have you grown distant after a few months? They're my good brothers. You needn't be nervous." He introduced me to them, explaining that Chun Ge was a comrade from his military days, while Tai Tu was an old prison mate. I expressed surprise at Brother Hai's military background, to which he replied that it was a brief stint, after which he had leveraged family connections to be released and subsequently followed Long Ge. Brother Hai then put his arm around my shoulder, introducing me as his younger brother, Wang Yu, and praised my capabilities despite my youth, claiming that Long Ge held me in high regard and saw great potential in me. Feeling a bit bashful, I chuckled and remarked that without his and Longu's protection, I might have met a less fortunate fate. We indulged in a considerable amount of beer, during which Chungu and Tai Tu were rather taciturn, especially Tai Tu, whose words I could count on one hand. As I observed them, I noted that their hands were indeed more developed than the average person's. After a while, recalling Longu's earlier task, I turned to Brother Hai and asked, "Are Chungu and Tai Tu here to work?" Brother Hai scoffed. "Nonsense, that's what he told Longu." Confused, I inquired why he would deceive Longu. He merely replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Then he asked if I was full. Upon my affirmation, he declared it was time to attend to business. After settling the bill, Brother Hai hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take us to a bar. During the ride, I scrutinized Chungu and Tai Tu, observing their impassive expressions. Tai Tu carried a duffel bag and stared silently out the window. Upon arriving at the bar, Brother Hai led us inside. The establishment was loud, almost overwhelming, and, truthfully, it was my first time in such a venue. We could categorize the atmosphere into two distinct types. One was a lively bar with pulsating lights, a DJ, and deafening sound systems where conversations were nearly impossible. Such places usually featured a stage for anyone to dance, often showcasing women in revealing outfits or inviting low-tier celebrities to perform, though regulations appeared strict. The second type was a quieter bar, offering a more subdued ambience with music and occasional performances, where one could engage in games like billiards while still being able to converse. Personally, I preferred the former for its vivacity. Upon entering, we were subjected to a security check, and bags were not permitted inside, requiring Tai Tu to leave us at the front desk. He hesitated, but upon Brother Hai's subtle cue, he complied. Once inside, Brother Hai secured a table and ordered a couple of bottles of drinks, suggesting we enjoy ourselves for a while. Captivated by the novelty of my surroundings, I scanned the room and noticed several attractive women, clad in revealing attire, their figures striking. Brother Hai left to attend to something, while I turned to see Chungu and Tai Tu sitting stoically, seemingly immune to the infectious energy of the environment. At that moment, two long-haired beauties in fitted white dresses approached me, suggesting we all enjoy a drink together, inquiring if there were any women at our table. I replied in the negative, inviting them to join us for drinks instead. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It seemed true what they say. Handsome individuals find favor in such places, with women naturally gravitating towards them. I was confident these two ladies were specifically drawn to me, rather than a Chungu or Tai Tu. However, after we began drinking, I quickly grew disheartened as the two women incessantly urged me to purchase champagne, which infuriated me. It felt as though I was merely a target for sales in the bar. I explained that it was my friend treating, and that I hadn't brought any cash or cards, but promised to buy 10 bottles another day. The two women fell silent, turning on their heels and walking away, leaving me quite vexed. Shortly thereafter, Brother Hai returned, shared a few drinks with us, and casually draped his arm around my neck, leaning in to ask loudly if I had ever been to such a place before. I admitted it was my first visit. He gestured around the venue and remarked that I could choose any woman I fancied. They were all easy to charm. I chuckled softly and shook my head. Brother Hai then inquired if I was still a novice. Feeling somewhat bashful, I nodded. He lit a cigarette and playfully suggested that I should find a girl tonight to lose my virginity, not to waste a bottle of wine he had brought. I lowered my head, feeling even more embarrassed, while Brother Hai chuckled heartily. We sat there for a while, and several women approached Brother Hai to flirt with him. Some selling drinks, others not. He waved them off dismissively. I couldn't help but feel envious of Brother Hai. He exuded a natural charisma that was undeniably attractive, an aura cultivated through the passage of time and life's experiences, not something one could feign. I pondered why he, a man of such allure, would even need to come to a place like this. He casually smoked, occasionally glancing at his watch, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a bartender approached us, whispering something in Brother Hai's ear. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and he patted the bartender on the shoulder, signaling to Brother Chun and Ironhead. He instructed me to wait, but I quickly rose, insisting I join them. So I followed. The bartender led the three of us through the hall, making several turns until we arrived at the restroom. He glanced around, then discreetly pulled a knife from his sleeve and handed it to Brother Hai. Brother Hai took it and passed it to Ironhead, then patted the bartender again before we entered the restroom. To my surprise, we had entered the women's restroom. Upon stepping inside, I heard an unusual sound that I couldn't immediately identify. Brother Hai guided us deeper into the restroom until we reached the last stall where the door was tightly shut. Muffled moans of a man and the cries of a woman echoing from within. In an instant, I realized what was happening. These two were engaged in a tryst in the restroom. Brother Hai approached and gently knocked on the door, instantly silencing the sounds within. He knocked again, and a female voice called out, "Is anyone there?" Brother Hai, unfazed, lit a cigarette and replied, "I know someone else in there. Hurry up and come out." The woman's tone shifted, now alert, as she asked, "Who are you?" "This is the women's restroom." Brother Hai retorted, "You know it's the women's restroom. If you want to do such things, do them at home. What are you doing in here?" I nearly burst into laughter at his words. Suddenly, the man inside called out, "Who are you guys?" Brother Hai, still smoking, replied, "We're looking for you. Open the door quickly, or we'll kick it down." The man continued to question, "Which crew are you with?" Brother Hai, growing impatient, signaled to Ironhead, who kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The couple inside was startled. The woman screamed, hastily trying to cover herself with her clothing. Yet, her fair thighs clad in stockings were exposed, and from my angle, I could see half of her backside on the toilet. My mind flashed with a single thought, exhilarating. The man, cowering in the corner, hastily pulled up his pants. But Ironhead yanked him out, sending him sprawling to the floor. Terrified, the man pleaded, "Brothers, let us talk this over." Brother Hai squatted down, exhaling a ring of smoke, and asked, "Where's the Viper?" The man's expression turned to one of horror as he stammered, "The Viper was killed recently." Brother Hai took a drag from his cigarette, declaring, "You're not being truthful." He stood up and signaled Ironhead, who brandished the knife menacingly as he approached the man. The man's face paled at the sight of the knife, and he hastily exclaimed, "Brother, the Viper is truly dead. You can verify this." Before he could finish, Ironhead was upon him, twisting his arm and plunging the knife into his palm. A piercing scream erupted from the man as Brother Hai coolly observed, "Well, are you going to speak, or is your hand going to be rendered useless?" The man, drenched in sweat, stammered, "I swear I'm not lying." Ironhead yanked the knife, eliciting another scream, and warned, "If I pull this back any further, your hand will be irreparably damaged." With that, he pretended to lunge again, and the man quickly acquiesced, "No, I'll talk." Ironhead halted his advance. The man, gasping for breath, divulged, "The Viper has changed his name. He is now called the Great Pung." Brother Hai pressed further, "Do you know where he is now?" The man shook his head, replying, "I don't know. He might be here or out, but after 3 in the morning, if he is not outside. He'll be at his mistress' place." He then provided Brother Hai with her address. Brother Hai remained silent, staring intently at the man. The latter gulped nervously, insisting, "Brother, I'm telling the truth. I'm not deceiving you." Brother Hai continued to gaze at him, not uttering a word until he finished his cigarette. Finally, he said, "All right, I'll take your word this time. But let me warn you, I know all your secrets. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found my way here. So if you deceive me or tip off the Viper after we leave." Before he could finish, Ironhead pressed the knife against the man's neck, causing him to grit his teeth and gnawed vigorously, exclaiming, I understand, brother." Brother Hai signaled, and Ironhead and Brother Chin followed him out, while I quickly trailed behind. Once outside the bar, we wasted no time and hailed a cab to the Viper's mistress's residence. I glanced at my watch and noted it was nearly 2 in the morning. Guided by the information the man provided about the floor and room number, we swiftly located the mistress's home. Brother Chun gestured for us to hide beside the wall next to the door while he leaned against it and lightly knocked. A woman's voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" Brother Chun furrowed his brow and whispered to Brother Hai that the lack of response indicated the Viper had instructed her not to open the door casually. Brother Hai contemplated for a moment, then feigned urgency, calling out, "Sister-in-law, it's bad. The Viper has been ambushed and is badly injured. He sent us to get you out. Hurry, open the door." He knocked forcefully again. The woman, startled, asked what had happened to the Viper. Brother Hai, maintaining his anxious facade, urged, "Sister-in-law, it's not the time for questions. We need to leave now. If you don't hurry, those people will come for you. They want to use you to threaten the Viper." The woman hesitated, saying she needed to gather her things. Brother Hai insisted, "Forget packing. Just grab what's valuable and come quickly. Open the door, and I'll help you." Suddenly, there was silence from within for a moment before the woman cautiously asked, "How do I know you're sent by the Viper?" Brother Hai froze, and we all tensed up. Ironhead quietly suggested, "Should we just break down the door and rush in?" Brother Haiyang gestured for Taitu to refrain from acting impulsively. At that moment, the woman inside the room spoke up. I can't see you. Come to the peephole so I can take a look. I know a few brothers close to the Viper. Haiyang hesitated for a moment, then called Taitu and Chinga over to the peephole and shouted to the woman, Sister-in-law, you may not know me, but the brothers with Brother Viper today are all injured and cannot come over. After Haiyang finished speaking, silence enveloped the room. Fearing that the woman would call Viper, Haiyang quickly knocked on the door, saying, Sister-in-law, please open the door. I heard some commotion downstairs. Someone might be coming to capture you. Let me prove my identity. Brother Viper has a blue skull tattoo on his back. If I were not one of his men, I wouldn't have seen his back. He added, Brother Viper usually comes here around 3 in the morning. Very few people know this. The woman inside said not to rush and that she would call Viper to confirm. Furious, Haiyang cursed under his breath. This woman is really clever. He then turned to Taitu, instructing him to find something to pry the door open, suggesting they should kidnap the woman and see if Viper would come to rescue her. Taitu nodded, rummaged through his large plastic bag, pulled out a wrench, glanced at the security door, shook his head, and put it back. He then produced a hammer, weighing it in his hand before nodding. Since the woman's security door had a handle, Taitu intended to smash it open with a hammer. I was momentarily speechless, realizing that this bag contained such items. The thought of him carrying such tools sent shivers down my spine. Just as Taitu prepared to act, the woman suddenly exclaimed, Why can't I get through to Viper? Haiyang quickly raised his hand, signaling Taitu to halt, and feigned anxiety, saying, Sister-in-law, Viper's phone must be lost. You need to hurry. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to. Upon hearing this, the woman finally believed him and hurriedly opened the door, allowing us to enter. She peeked outside, saw no one, and quickly shut the door behind her. After returning, she asked us to wait while she gathered her things. Haiyang locked the door and told us to sit down. We each found a place to sit as the woman frantically collected her belongings, rushing over to us, saying, Let's go. I'm ready. After she spoke, we remained still, her confusion evident as she asked, Why aren't we moving? Didn't we say we were in a hurry? Haiyang, with his leg crossed casually, smiled and replied, Go? Where to? The woman responded, To find Viper. Haiyang said, No need to look for him. He will come himself shortly. The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, But Viper is injured. Are you lying to me? Haiyang reassured her, I am not deceiving you. He will be injured shortly. At that moment, the woman finally realized, pointing at Haiyang, You are not Viper's man. With that, she dashed towards the door, but Taitu abruptly stood up, grabbing her arm and throwing her to the ground. The woman immediately screamed, Help! Help! Chinga approached her calmly, crouching down and drawing a dagger, pressing it against her neck, causing her to freeze in terror, her eyes wide with fear. Chinga looked at her and said, Go ahead, scream. The woman, no longer daring to shout, pouted and began to cry, pleading with Chinga, Please spare me. I only have a romantic relationship with him. I don't know anything, truly. At this point, Haiyang interjected, Do not be afraid. We are here for Viper, and you are of no concern to us. As long as you cooperate with us, I will not harm you. Suddenly, a phone rang within the room, causing Haiyang to glance around before picking up the phone from the table. He looked at it and said to Viper's mistress, It's Viper's. You know what to say, right? Act like nothing has happened and tell him to come over quickly. The woman stopped crying and said, Big brother, he will kill me afterward. Haiyang chuckled and replied, If you do not cooperate, I will kill you right now. Besides, whether he survives the night is still uncertain. With a cold expression, he passed the phone to the woman, saying, Answer it, and mind your emotions. The woman took a moment to compose herself before answering the call, sweetly saying, Oh, why haven't you been answering your phone? It's so late. Why aren't you here yet? You're so annoying. I was utterly taken aback, thinking, this woman is truly an actress. Even I, with my acting skills, feel a bit inferior. After some conversation on the other end, the woman reluctantly said, All right, just hurry up once you're done. After hanging up, she informed us that Viper was quite busy and might take some time to arrive. The woman also recognized that Haiyang was in charge and flattering him, said, Handsome guy, why don't you let me go? He'll be here soon. Haiyang shot her a look of disdain and ignored her, telling her to be quiet while he took a nap. Leaning back in his chair, Haiyang closed his eyes, and I too felt drowsy, eventually succumbing to sleep. When I next awoke, I found that the woman's hands and feet were bound, and one of her stockings was missing, stuffed into her mouth. Haiyang had also awakened and asked what was happening. Chinga explained that the woman was being uncooperative, so they decided to tie her up. Not long after, there was a knock at the door, followed by a drunken voice calling, "Baby, I'm here, baby." Instantly, we became alert. Shingo approached the woman, warning her, "Remember, do not scream or say anything, or I will take your life." The woman nodded, and Shingo removed the stocking from her mouth, untied her hands and feet. Once we hid behind the door, the woman smoothed her hair and opened the door. Viper burst in, immediately embracing the woman, burying his face in her chest, mumbling, "I thought I was going to die, baby." Haiyang swiftly closed and locked the door. Viper, startled by the sound of the door, turned around and, upon seeing us, released the woman, pointing at us and shouting, "Who the hell are you? Get the hell out." Before he could finish, Taitu charged at him, kicking him to the ground. Shingo remarked, "This guy is really drunk. Let us wake him up." Taitu yanked Viper up, dragging him toward the bathroom. Viper flailed, hitting Taitu's arm while cursing, "Let go of me, you bastard." Shingo gestured for the woman to stay put in the living room. But upon second thought, he returned to tie her to a chair before heading back to the bathroom. Taitu forced Viper into the bathroom and pressed his head into the toilet. Haiyang found a sponge, stuffed it into the toilet, and flushed it, causing the bowl to fill with water, submerging Viper's head. Viper struggled to lift his head, but Taitu's grip was too strong, keeping him firmly submerged. After a while, Taitu pulled him out. Viper sputtered and mumbled curses, "You bastards, do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, Taitu shoved him back in the toilet, the sound of gurgling echoing. Viper fought desperately to escape. After a sufficient amount of time, Taitu pulled him out again, and Viper gasped for air, palms up, pleading, "All right, brothers, let us talk this over calmly." At that moment, Haiyang approached, squatting down in front of him and patting Viper's face, asking, "Are you sober now? Do you recognize who I am?" The venomous serpent dabbed his face, squinting at Ocean Brother, murmuring, "You are." Suddenly, his eyes widened, pointing at Ocean Brother, exclaiming, "Ocean." Ocean Brother smiled lightly and replied, "Well, you still recognize me." The serpent threw his arms around Ocean Brother's neck, exclaiming, "Ah, Ocean, my brother, I've missed you dearly. I heard you were released from prison. Why didn't you come find me?" Just as he finished speaking, he let out a muffled groan, releasing his grip and clutching his abdomen, gazing at Ocean Brother in confusion. "Ocean, what are you doing?" Ocean Brother retorted, "Enough of the act. Do you think you can fool me by finding a scapegoat who resembles you?" As he spoke, Ocean Brother produced a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and said to the serpent, "Let's not beat around the bush. You know what I want to hear? Why did you betray Dragon Brother? And who is the person above you?" The serpent feigned ignorance, replying, "Ocean, I don't understand what you're saying. When did I betray Dragon Brother?" Ocean Brother chuckled derisively, signaling to Iron Head, who once again forced the serpent's head into the toilet. This time, the duration was prolonged, until the serpent was unable to endure it any longer, desperately banging on the toilet to signal his capitulation. Iron Head finally released him, and the serpent slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. After wiping his face, he suddenly laughed, saying, "Ocean, do you know the saying? Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Listen to my advice. Now that Hu Hanjun has fallen, if you stick with me, I'll ensure you live a life of luxury." Ocean Brother remained silent, rising to stretch, then abruptly seized a metal canister resembling hair gel from the sink, smashing it over the serpent's head repeatedly, causing blood to flow as the serpent curled on the ground, clutching his head. Ocean Brother squatted down, gripping the serpent's head, and warned, "Don't test my patience. You know how I operate. If you don't want to suffer, quickly reveal who your superior is." The serpent, bloodied, lowered his head and began to laugh maniacally, saying to Ocean Brother, "Ocean, do you think I could say anything?" Ocean Brother replied, "If you don't speak, it's death for you." As he said this, he reached out to Morning Brother for a dagger. The serpent nodded, chuckling, "If I spoke, it would just be me who dies." He then raised his head, grinning at Ocean Brother, blood trickling into his mouth, making his smile grotesquely horrifying. Laughing, he said, "Ocean, sometimes in life, one is not in control of their own fate." With that, he seized Ocean Brother's hand and abruptly thrust the dagger into his own neck, releasing a gurgling sound, his expression twisting grotesquely, ultimately collapsing sideways onto the toilet, lifeless. Ocean Brother stood there, shocked, as Iron Head reached to check the serpent's neck, shaking his head at Ocean Brother, signaling he was dead. Ocean Brother sighed, rising to his feet, contemplating the serpent's body. I was utterly frightened, rooted to the spot. It was the first time I had witnessed a living person cease to breathe in an instant. The shock was something only those who have experienced it could understand, as many people reach 17 or 18 without ever encountering a real corpse. Ultimately, Ocean Brother searched the entire room but found no useful information. Infuriated, he kicked a chair aside, then, along with Morning Brother, interrogated the woman thoroughly, nearly throwing her off the balcony out of frustration. The woman cried, claiming to know nothing. In the end, Ocean Brother concluded there was no choice but to withdraw. Morning Brother pointed at the serpent's corpse in the bathroom, asking what to do. Ocean Brother replied dismissively, "No need to worry. The serpent's subordinates will come to handle it. They certainly won't report it." He then instructed the woman, "You wait and call the serpent's subordinates. Have them come to deal with the body. If they ask who I am, tell them I am Shanghai Yang." Until Ocean Brother escorted me home, my mind was still in a daze, feeling utterly stiff, unable to shake off the shock I had just experienced. I washed my face and fell asleep immediately. Since I returned home just before dawn, I went to school, sleeping through the entire morning, only to be awakened by a phone call in the afternoon. I assumed it was a classmate or our homeroom teacher, but upon checking, it was the bespectacled guy calling. Yawning, I asked him what was going on, saying I was sleeping. The bespectacled guy exclaimed, "Stop sleeping. Get up. Tremendous news. Song Yao is back." Chapter 74. Long time no see. I shot up from the bed, pinching myself hard to confirm I wasn't dreaming, then glanced at my phone and said to the bespectacled guy, "What did you just say? Repeat that." He raised his voice, declaring I said, "Song Yao is back." My excitement surged. Feeling as if my brain was about to burst from the exhilaration, trembling slightly, I asked, "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" The bespectacled guy paused, saying, "As for the truth, I'm not entirely sure. It was the effeminate guy who told me, saying he ran into Song Yao this afternoon, and it seems she's going to attend their school." When he mentioned the effeminate guy, I recalled the one who had helped Sun Mingqi give money to Sun Ruiyang back in middle school. The bespectacled guy continued, "The effeminate guy heard you've been inquiring about Song Yao, so he hurried to call me to let you know." Upon hearing this, I believed it might indeed be true and quickly asked the bespectacled guy, "Which school is the effeminate guy at? Is Song Yao still there?" He replied that the effeminate guy was now at the second middle school. He then gave me the effeminate guy's number, instructing me to call him myself, saying he couldn't accompany me because he was in class. I assured him it was fine, I would go alone. With that, I jumped out of bed, washed my face, and headed outside, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. I hurried back to my bedroom, changed into what I deemed my most handsome outfit, checked myself in the mirror, feeling somewhat unsatisfactory, then washed my hair again and blow-dried it for a while. Feeling much better, though still not particularly handsome, I decided it would have to do. I stepped out, hailed a taxi, and went directly to the second middle school. Upon arriving, I found them in class. Disregarding the situation, I tricked the security guard and ran to the playground to call the effeminate guy. Perhaps due to class, he hung up on me, so I sent him a text, introducing myself as Wang Yu, waiting for him on the playground, warning that if I didn't see him in 10 minutes, I would reveal his past with several boys at school. The effeminate guy texted back, cursing me, telling me to wait, that he would be right over. I idly strolled around the playground a couple of times, and halfway through the third lap, I spotted a graceful figure swaying towards me from afar. Describing him as graceful was an understatement. Aside from lacking breasts and having a male appendage, his figure was superior to that of most women. When he approached, I noticed he was even more alluring than during middle school, arms crossed, giving me an annoyed glare, saying, "Ugh, how annoying. I was in class and you called me out." I was somewhat anxious, grabbing his arm, saying, "Bro, I'm sorry. Let me apologize later. Let's get to the point. Didn't you tell the bespectacled guy that Song Yao came to your school? Where is she now?" The effeminate guy glanced at my hand, gripping his arm, lightly brushing my hand, saying, "Why the rush?" At that moment, I was utterly disgusted, feeling goosebumps all over. But I endured it for the sake of information about Song Yao. As the effeminate individual caressed my hand, he informed me that he had inquired about the admissions process and that Da Bai Tue had completed her enrollment this afternoon, stating that she would commence classes tomorrow. He mentioned that she had already left. He urged me to arrive early at the school gate the next morning, assuring me that I would surely encounter her. I asked him if that was all he knew, to which he nodded affirmatively. Lowering his gaze toward my hand, he remarked, "Wang Yu, your hands are truly fair." My irritation flared, and I retorted, "What nonsense! I want to make it clear that my orientation is perfectly normal. If you dare tarnish my reputation, I will end you." The effeminate individual, unfazed, blushed and replied, "Really? I was revolted at the thought of looking at him any longer and turned to flee. After leaving their school, I headed directly to by 2A's residence, convinced that since she had returned, she would undoubtedly be home. The excitement bubbling within me was indescribable. The thought of soon seeing the person I had longed for filled me with exhilaration, causing me to leap with joy as I walked. Upon arriving at by 2A's home, I straightened my attire and knocked gently on the door. When no response came, I knocked more forcefully, believing they had not heard me. After a prolonged silence and calling out, "Yao Yao, it's Wang Yu," with still no reply, I began to wonder if she and her mother had yet to return home. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was past 6 in the evening and surmised they might have gone grocery shopping. Thus, I settled in the corridor to wait. Humming a tune, I found myself singing Nyo's Peach Blossoms Bloom, reminiscing about waiting for her return, eagerly anticipating the moment when I would present her with a gentlemanly smile, only for her to rush at me, tears of joy streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Wang Yu, I missed you so much." This thought made me chuckle. Truly, given my charm, such a scenario was not far-fetched. I lost track of how many times I hummed that song, and as twilight descended, I still had not seen by 2A. Perhaps she had just returned and was visiting relatives, caught up in a meal she could not refuse. This thought calmed me, and I continued to wait, still humming, though my song gradually dwindled and feelings of disappointment began to wash over me. Slowly, I leaned against the wall for support, as my legs had grown numb. As the clock approached 10, I realized that by 2A would not be returning, leading me to conclude that the effeminate individual had deceived me. As I had previously expressed, giving someone hope only to let them down is truly hurtful, and I felt a wave of anguish wash over me. Unable to contain my frustration, I called him, berating him as a deceitful trickster, wishing him ill and vowing to confront him with a mop if I ever saw him again. The effeminate individual insisted he had not lied, claiming he had indeed seen by 2A earlier that day and urged me to arrive early the next morning, assuring me I would meet her. He said that if I didn't tea, I could do whatever I wished to him. Sensing sincerity in his words, I agreed to wait for her the next morning, threatening him with dire consequences if I did not find her. The following morning, I arrived at the school, purchased some bread and milk from a nearby supermarket, and waited while enjoying my snack. However, after half the morning had passed without a sight of her, I was incensed, feeling played by the effeminate individual. Was he infatuated with me, using by 2A as bait? I resolved to wait just one more hour. If she did not show, I would leave, valuing my well-being and keeping my distance from the effeminate individual. Not long after, a sleek black car approached, a luxurious BMW 7 Series. I dismissed it initially, but as the driver exited and opened a rear door, a young woman stepped out. My curiosity piqued. I glanced over, only to be frozen in place upon recognition. The familiar figure, tall and beautiful, appeared just as she had a year and a half ago, albeit now radiating an air of elegance that felt almost alien. I swallowed hard, extending my hand to call out to her, but just then, a well-dressed young man emerged from the other side of the car and gently took her hand, leading her towards the school. My voice caught in my throat, and my hand hung limply in the air. Chapter 75. Long time no see. I stood there, stunned, watching them stroll hand in hand into the school until they vanished from sight. Only then did I regain my senses, letting out a bitter smile, suddenly understanding why by 2A had not informed me of her return. Sitting on the steps in front of the supermarket, I gazed at the sky, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, I rose, realizing it was now midday. Glancing back at the school, I turned and walked away. I yearned to confront by 2A about the identity of that young man, to inquire where she had been for the past year, why she had not reached out to me, and why she had failed to contact me upon her return. Yet, I restrained myself, aware that my emotions were unstable and that approaching her might yield undesirable results. I resolved to adjust my mindset, intending to have an earnest conversation with her, hoping that perhaps the situation was not as I had perceived and that the young man was merely a friend of hers, or that she had her own reasons for remaining silent. Yes, she must have her own unspoken burdens. I repeated this to myself, only to find my eyes misting over, possibly due to the brisk wind outside. I chose not to return to the school, opting instead to sit in a nearby KFC, lost in contemplation. After a while, I called Xia Shuxian to share the news of by 2A's return. She was unaware and asked if it was true. I confirmed it, explaining that I had seen her that morning, unchanged yet matured. Xia Shushuan's tone shifted to one of excitement as she asked how Bai Tue had reacted upon seeing me. I replied that she had not seen me. Surprised, Xia Shuxian quickly grasped that something was amiss and inquired further. I hesitated, but decided against revealing the identity of the young man, saying instead that Bai Tue had been in a hurry for class and had not heard me calling, and that I planned to wait until the evening to find her. Xia Shuxian acknowledged my explanation and suggested I call if anything else arose, asking me to obtain Yao Yao's phone number as she wished to invite her for a meal. After our call, I sent a text to the effeminate individual, informing him to relay that I had seen Bai Tue and to arrange for her to meet me that evening at a designated CAF. He replied with an okay, but I remained uncertain if Bai Tue would actually come. That evening, I arrived at our agreed-upon location, ordering a matcha latte, her favorite, and sipped it slowly while waiting alone. Despite not understanding her fondness for matcha, I appreciated it simply because it pleased her. Time passed, and suddenly, the CAF doors swung open, revealing a tall, stunning figure. I sprang to my feet in surprise. A glance from the graceful figure caught my attention as she approached me. I scrutinized her closely and perceived that she had become considerably more refined compared to a year ago, exuding a gentle aura reminiscent of Xia Shuxian. I had always believed that this was the type of girl I admired, thinking that if she could embody the same grace as Xia Shuxian, it would be perfect. However, now that she truly possessed that quality and stood before me, I felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. It dawned on me that what I actually cherished was her original self. Upon reaching me, she offered an elegant smile, devoid of the tears I had envisioned. Instead of rushing to embrace me, she simply smiled while appraising me, softly uttering, "Long time no see." My heart felt constricted, and I forced a smile in return, saying, "You become more beautiful." She took a seat opposite me, and I ordered a matcha latte from the waiter. She mentioned that she no longer enjoyed lattes and preferred a glass of plain water. Ultimately, I ordered a matcha latte for myself and plain water for her. She remarked that I had changed during the long separation, having grown taller. I chuckled, replying, "You have changed too. You've become more beautiful and graceful." As we conversed, my heart bled, our dialogue resembling that of two acquaintances with little connection, merely sharing a moment together. Unable to contain myself any longer, I directly inquired about her whereabouts over the past year. She replied that she had been visiting her mother. I asked why she hadn't contacted me, to which she explained that she had lost my contact information. Anger welled up within me, and I retorted, "Did you lose my contact as well as Xia Shushuan's? What a coincidence." She looked at me in silence. My voice trembled with irritation as I pressed on. "Do you have any idea how I spent this past year? Do you know how much I missed you? Do you know what it feels like to close your eyes every night and see someone?" Suddenly, she lowered her head and softly replied, "I know." I halted, my throat tightening, and gently said, "Yao Yao, I understand that your silence might stem from difficulties, but let the past remain in the past. Now that you are back, let's cherish our time together, shall we?" As I spoke, I reached out, delicately grasping her hand, and continued, "There is something I never expressed a year ago. Now that you are before me, I must say it, lest I regret it for a lifetime." I paused before softly confessing, "Yao Yao, I like you." With her head bowed, she suddenly trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks as her voice choked. "Wang Yu, I'm so sorry. So sorry." I reassured her that it was okay, that I held no grievance as long as she returned. However, she withdrew her hand, crying even harder, saying, "I'm sorry, I cannot be with you." I stood frozen, feeling as though I had been struck, my mind swirling as I asked why. Squinting, I demanded, "Is it because of that boy at the school gate this morning? What is your relationship with him?" Upon hearing my question, she shot me a startled glance. I let out a self-deprecating laugh, extending my hand, and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" She did not deny it, bowing her head and gently wiping away her tears. I clenched my fists tightly, trembling with anger, but soon regained my composure, releasing my grip and shaking my head with a bitter smile. "A year has passed. You were gone for a year, a duration long enough for someone to fall for another." I looked up at her with tenderness, softly stating, "Yao Yao, I do not blame you." As I spoke, my voice quavered, and after a pause, I added, "After all, you are someone I cherish deeply." Rising from the table, I told her, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, I lowered my head and walked out. "Wang Yu." At that moment, she called out to me. I composed myself and turned back to her, managing a smile. She sniffed, softly saying, "I'm sorry." I smiled, said nothing, and walked away. Once outside, I could no longer contain my emotions. Tears streamed down my face as I walked briskly, feeling a profound ache within me, as if my entire being had been hollowed out, as if I had lost the world. It was the first time I had cried so sorrowfully in my life, attracting curious stares from passers-by, but I paid them no mind, continuing to weep as I made my way home. Upon returning, I didn't go upstairs. My mother was not home. Alone, I sat on the steps outside, weeping. Someone from the nearby convenience store shouted, "Who the hell is out so late?" It was Xiao Wu, who came out wearing a jacket. Upon seeing me, he was taken aback and asked, "What happened, Xiao Yu? Did someone hit you?" I ignored him, clutching my head and sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Wu, alarmed by my state, kept asking what was wrong, but I remained unresponsive. He sat beside me and asked, "Did you suffer a heartbreak?" He seemed a bit distressed and pulled out a cigarette, lighting one and smoking in silence beside me. When I finally cried enough to feel exhausted, he asked, "Are you done crying?" and offered me a cigarette. I accepted it, coughed violently from the harshness of it. It was my first time smoking, and I was unaccustomed. Xiao Wu encouraged me, saying, "Just take a couple more puffs. You get used to it." He remarked, "Is it worth it to be so distraught over a girl?" He expressed his bewilderment at those who were heartbroken over a woman, noting that there were countless beautiful women in the world, questioning why one would fixate on just one. I was too weary to argue, staring into the distance as I smoked silently. Xiao Wu threw an arm around my shoulder, saying, "There are plenty of beautiful girls in our school. If you don't believe it, I can introduce you to someone from our department. I guarantee you'll be pleased." While Xiao Wu rambled on, I remained lost in my thoughts, gazing into the distance. We sat in silence for an indeterminate time until he urged me to return home, stating it was already late. That night, I hardly slept, contemplating my decision to confront that boy. The next morning, I rose early and went to school, but during class, I couldn't focus and ended up dozing off at my desk. While I slept, my friend suddenly poked me, announcing someone was looking for me outside. I glanced up to see Lu Yuanyuan waving at me, beckoning me to come out. I wiped my face and stood to greet her. Lu Yuanyuan looked excited as she handed me a box, saying, "I brought you sushi made by me. Eat it when you're hungry." Then she seemed to remember something, adding, "Just for you, don't share it with anyone else." I opened the box and remarked, "More sushi?" Lu Yuanyuan blushed slightly, explaining, "It's the only thing I know how to make right now. I'll cook other dishes for you once I learn." Seeing her bashful demeanor warmed my heart. I genuinely appreciated her thoughtfulness during such a difficult time in my life. I asked her to wait a moment, turned, and retrieved the sushi container I had knocked away from her last time, offering it to her. She seemed surprised, saying, "You kept this?" I must express my formal apologies for my previous behavior. However, to be honest, I sampled the sushi after rinsing it with water, and it was surprisingly delightful. "Really?" Lu Yuanyuan's face radiated excitement, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Her expression vividly conveyed her happiness. For the first time, I realized that aside from my mother, there exists another person who could smile so joyfully at my words. Suddenly, she noticed something and inquired about the redness in my eyes and the swelling around them. I explained that I had suffered from insomnia the previous night. Lu Yuanyuan simply acknowledged this and advised me to rest well, after which she mentioned she had to return to class. As she turned to leave, I called out to her. She glanced back at me, and I managed to muster a smile, saying, "Thank you." Lu Yuanyuan playfully stuck out her tongue before running off. At noon, I called my friend, asking if he knew of a boy who was often seen with the girl known as Big White Legs. He confirmed that he did, and I requested him to find out which class the boy belonged to and send me a message. In the afternoon, I skipped school and went directly to the second high school, following the information my friend had provided to locate the boy's class. I initially assumed he attended the same school as Big White Legs, but my friend informed me they were not in the same class, though their classes were adjacent. He diligently uncovered the boy's name, Li Yuan, who seemed to be from out of town. Upon arriving at Li Yuan's class, the lesson had not yet commenced, so I asked someone to bring him out. Li Yuan appeared, dressed in a white shirt, and his handsome features gave him an air of sophistication. Upon seeing me, a look of confusion crossed his face as he asked, "Are you looking for me?" I nodded, indicating that it was not convenient to talk there and suggested we move to the stairwell. He politely followed me and inquired, "What can I do for you?" Once we were out of earshot, I looked him in the eye and asked, "What is your relationship with Song Yao?" At the mention of Song Yao's name, he paused, scrutinizing me before replying, "Do you know Song Yao? May I ask who you are?" I introduced myself as Wang Yu a classmate of Song Yao's. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he said, "So you are Wang Yu?" I was taken aback and asked, "You know me?" He chuckled lightly, stating, "Yao Yao mentioned you, saying there was a rather bothersome individual in high school who constantly harassed her. Turns out that was you." My expression darkened instantaneously, and I stepped forward, seizing his collar, and cursed. "What did you just say?" He maintained a calm smile, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, and warned me, "As Song Yao's boyfriend, I advise you to keep your distance. Your feelings for her would only be a disgrace to her." Fury surged within me, prompting an expletive-laden retort, and I swung my fist toward his face. However, before my punch could connect, he caught my hand midair, still smiling. He then twisted my fist downward with force while delivering a sharp elbow strike to my face, sending me crashing to the ground. He straightened his posture, looking down at me with an air of superiority, and slowly stated, "I have heard of you from others. They say you are quite formidable." At this, he scoffed disdainfully, adding, "Yet to me, you are inconsequential, merely an insignificant insect." My frustration boiled over. How dare he compare me to an insect? I pushed against the ground, striving to rise and charge at him again, but he skillfully dodged, delivering a kick to my back that knocked me down once more. It dawned on me that this boy was indeed trained in combat. As I attempted to rise again, he rushed at me, delivering a knee strike to my abdomen that caused me to curl up in pain. He did not relent, following up with a kick to my head that slammed me against the wall, leaving me momentarily dazed and clutching my stomach on the floor, my head ringing incessantly. Li Yuan approached, crouching beside me, and spoke in a low voice, "Wang Yu, let me make this clear. I am unlike anyone you have faced before. No matter who stands behind you, I am someone you cannot provoke." He gently pressed against my cheek, warning, "Remember this. If you wish to remain unharmed, keep your distance from Song Yao. You two belong to entirely different worlds. Should you dare pursue her again, I will ensure both you and your mother vanish from this existence." Nothing irks me more than threats against my mother. I glared at him fiercely. He chuckled, standing up and cracking his knuckles, declaring, "Take my words to heart. Never appear in front of me or Song Yao again. To me, you are nothing but an insect, easily crushed." With that, he walked away, leaving me to steady myself against the wall, watching his retreating figure. A smile crept onto my face as I whispered, "Is that so? I am curious to see just how formidable you are. Do you not know that even the mightiest dam can be brought down by an ant?" You ignorant fool. After leaving their school, I felt a surge of indignation. How could I allow a local to bully me? I decided against returning to school and headed directly to Daniel's place. When I arrived, he was outside sorting through some scrap. Upon seeing me, I shouted, "Daniel, Daniel, I am nearly beaten to death." Chapter 77. Surrender. Daniel turned at my voice, immediately rushing over with concern, asking, "What happened?" I put on a woeful expression, replying, "If I hadn't run fast, I might not have lived to see you." Daniel examined me, relieved to see I bore no significant injuries, and inquired about the incident and who had attacked me. I explained it was just one person, my romantic rival. Daniel questioned, "Your romantic rival? Who is it?" I thought the girl you liked had gone off the radar. I found myself at a loss for words. The term "gone off the radar" felt a bit off, but I let it slide, saying, "Yes, she has returned, and she brought along a boy I don't know, claiming to be her boyfriend." Daniel nodded, understanding. I asked, "If you were in my shoes, having waited so long for a girl to return only for her to bring a male companion, what would you do?" Daniel replied decisively, "I'd confront him." I nodded vigorously, affirming, "Exactly. We are brothers, after all." That was my thought as well, and that's precisely what I attempted. Daniel, intrigued, asked, "And then what happened?" I replied, "Then I was overpowered." Daniel exclaimed, "Just him alone?" I confirmed, "Indeed, just him." Daniel remarked incredulously, "That can't be right. In a fair fight, few could match you." I sighed, adopting a somewhat melancholic tone. "That is what I believe too, which is why I confronted him alone. Unfortunately, I fell victim to his treachery. This fellow is far more skilled than I anticipated, clearly trained. Had he not ambushed me, I could have held my own against him. To preserve a semblance of dignity, I insisted that I had been outmaneuvered by Li Yuan's treachery. Daniel cursed, declaring he would seek revenge for me. I agreed and asked if he was free that evening. If so, we could confront Li Yuan after their evening study session. Daniel affirmed he had no plans, stating that avenging a brother was paramount. I then called my friend, instructing him to issue a challenge to Li Yuan, insisting he not leave after school, as I would be bringing company for a duel. My friend quickly replied that Li Yuan accepted, saying he would wait for me after class. That evening, Daniel and I went directly to the school. Upon arrival, the students had not yet concluded their study session, so we waited on the playground. Daniel asked whether I intended to go easy or hard on Li Yuan, and I hesitated momentarily before he suggested I should decide for myself. I suggested that we should not be too harsh. A lesson would suffice without going so far as to cause serious harm. Daniel nodded, indicating he understood the gravity of the situation. After the class bell rang, we waited briefly before we spotted someone entering the playground, easily identifiable in a white shirt. Daniel inquired if that was him, to which I affirmed. He leaped down from the horizontal bar, instructing me to wait as he would handle it in 5 minutes. Ignoring his directive, I hurried down to accompany him. Upon encountering Li Yuan, he smirked at me with disdain, remarking that I was indeed as reckless as others had described. He warned me that his words that afternoon were not mere threats. He then assessed Daniel, commenting that he appeared formidable enough to endure a prolonged scuffle. Daniel, expressionless, retorted that he was there to fight, not to listen to Li Yuan's nonsense. Li Yuan dismissively gestured for us to begin, and as he spoke, Daniel threw a punch that startled Li Yuan into a defensive position. However, the force of Daniel's strike sent Li Yuan sprawling backward, causing him to shake his hand in pain, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he acknowledged Daniel's strength. Daniel remained steadfast, beckoning Li Yuan to attack. With a sudden movement, Li Yuan lunged at Daniel, executing a fierce side kick aimed at his waist. Daniel raised his arm in defense, leaving his waist exposed, and Li Yuan's kick connected solidly, yet had no effect on Daniel, who stood unyielding, even ungrunting. Li Yuan's expression quickly shifted as Daniel's hand descended swiftly, pinning Li Yuan's arm. Li Yuan struggled in vain to break free, cursing in frustration, and then attempted a jump kick, but Daniel evaded him, leaving Li Yuan to crash to the ground, his body awkwardly inverted. Daniel, clearly deliberate in his actions, closed the distance swiftly, grasped Li Yuan's arm, and with a sharp tug and a knee strike, a sickening crack echoed, prompting Li Yuan to scream in agony. I could empathize with that sensation, my own right arm tingling in phantom pain as I watched his grotesquely contorted limb. In shock, I realized that Daniel's intention to teach him a lesson had resulted in a broken arm. Overcome with fear in the school setting, I called out to Daniel, urging him to flee with me. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, calling for Li Yuan. A figure sprinted toward us, and, even from a distance, I recognized the unmistakable silhouette of Bai 2A. Upon reaching us and seeing Li Yuan writhing on the ground, she gasped and rushed to his side, concerned. Upon realizing the severity of his injury, she screamed, evidently startled. She hesitated to touch him, merely placing her hand on him while glancing at me, exclaiming that I had gone too far. It was clear she was genuinely angry and concerned for Li Yuan, which pierced my heart. I recalled how she had been by my side when my arm was broken, and now she was with someone else. Bai 2A mistakenly believed I had been the one to inflict the injury, her voice tinged with a quivering accusation. In that moment, my heart turned to ice. It was evident that her feelings for me had faded, and she truly cared for Li Yuan, just as she once cared for me. Bowing my head, I fought back tears, clenching my fists tightly, whispering, Song Yao, with this broken arm, our friendship is irrevocably severed. I will no longer compete for your affection. I wish you happiness. After uttering those words, I turned and left with Daniel. As I pivoted, tears streamed down my face once more. I realized that relinquishing someone is far more painful than acknowledging their lack of affection for me. In that moment, I forsook not only my feelings for her, but also all the dreams I had once envisioned with her. We walked a considerable distance when Li Yuan's voice, hoarse with rage, echoed behind us, threatening me with dire consequences. After exiting the school, I remained silent, tears falling silently. For reasons inexplicable to me, I could not cry out loud as I had done before. Daniel followed closely, nervously scratching his head, and with an apologetic tone, he said, "Hey, brother, did I do something wrong? Did I cause you trouble?" I reassured him that he had done well, venting my frustration about women, asserting that the only reliable companions in this world are brothers. Daniel gently patted my shoulder and suggested we go out for drinks. We headed to a local eatery, consuming copious amounts of alcohol until I eventually lost consciousness. When I awoke the following day, my head felt heavy and the surroundings were unfamiliar. Exiting the room, I discovered I was at Daniel's recycling station. Upon seeing me, he asked if I was finally awake. I chastised him for not waking me, claiming it had made me late for class. Daniel chuckled, reminding me it was Saturday and there were no classes to attend. With nothing pressing to do, I spent the morning at Daniel's, helping him sort through recyclables. He informed me that in a couple of days, Z would be discharged from the hospital, and we planned to pick him up together. Throughout that morning, my mind remained clouded, consumed by thoughts of the previous night, hoping Tue might call, even just to scold me, so I could offer an explanation. However, the morning passed without a word from her. Just as I was lost in thought, my phone rang at noon, causing a wave of excitement. Upon checking, I realized it was Lu Yuanyuan calling. Chapter 78. Do you still like me? Lu Yuanyuan inquired about my absence from school the previous day, mentioning she had looked for me, but found me missing. I explained that I had been unwell and asked what she needed. She giggled and mentioned that her father's birthday was approaching, and she wanted me to accompany her to the mall to buy a gift. I hesitated, admitting I lacked the insight to help since I had never had a father, but she insisted I join her. Daniel, overhearing, urged me to go, suggesting it would lift my spirits, as I had appeared lost all morning. I agreed to meet Lu Yuanyuan at the mall entrance. When she arrived, she seemed excited and instinctively linked her arm with mine, quickly realizing her action and withdrawing. Lu Yuanyuan, possessing a high emotional intelligence, was considerate of others, which was both admirable and somewhat heartbreaking. We browsed for a while, and ultimately, she decided on a wallet for her father, during which I offered no input. I was perplexed as to why she had wanted me there in the first place. After she made her purchase, I signaled my intention to leave, but she pulled me back, asking why I was in such a hurry, implying I didn't want to spend time with her. I scratched my head, explaining that I hadn't slept well lately and was simply tired. She insisted we finish dinner before I left. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, I acquiesced. She led me to a quaint restaurant that exuded a certain charm, and later I discovered it was a local establishment with a rich history of over 100 years, though I suspected much of that was embellishment. Once seated, Lu Yuanyuan asked if I was hungry, to which I replied in the negative. She suggested we wait a bit longer for someone else to join us. I inquired who it was, joking that if it was a beautiful girl, I would wait, but if not, I would leave. My attempt at humor seemed to lighten the mood, and I was grateful to her for distracting me from my inner turmoil. Lu Yuanyuan blinked and said, "Yes, there is a stunning beauty who looks just like me." At that moment, I thought she was merely joking. After all, how could there be someone who looks exactly the same as another? However, when I finally met the person, I was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed as she had described, almost an exact replica, albeit a bit older. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. Lu Yuanyuan happily rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, you're here." I was in the midst of drinking water and nearly spat it out upon hearing her words, instantly standing up from my seat. To my surprise, I initially thought they were her sister and someone else, and this revelation made me feel rather anxious. I quickly approached them, politely greeting her parents, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Lu Yuanyuan's parents were quite amiable, smiling at me and saying, "You must be Wang Yu. Our Yuanyuan mentioned you." I responded with a slight gasp, turning to glance at Lu Yuanyuan, wondering why she had brought me up to her parents. After they settled down and ordered some dishes, they inquired about my personal background and then asked about my family. Upon learning that I no longer had a father, they continuously expressed their apologies, to which I hurriedly reassured them that it was no trouble at all. I felt rather strange throughout the meal, especially under their scrutinizing gaze, making the whole dining experience somewhat uncomfortable. After returning home, Lu Yuanyuan called me, asking about my impressions of her parents. I replied that they were quite pleasant. I then questioned her whether she had intentionally arranged for me to dine with her parents, to which she clarified that it was just a family dinner on the weekend, and she had simply included me, telling her parents that I was someone she liked. Upon hearing this, I nearly choked, exclaiming, "Really?" Lu Yuanyuan, with utmost seriousness, confirmed, "Of course it's true. My family is quite open-minded about this." At that moment, I realized why her parents had looked at me in such a manner. Those were clearly the discerning eyes of someone assessing a prospective son-in-law. Curiosity piqued. I inquired how her parents viewed me. Lu Yuanyuan replied that her parents held a favorable impression, praising my thoughtfulness and politeness. I remarked surprisingly, "Your parents have quite the discerning eye." Lu Yuanyuan laughed, "Just bask in your glory." We chatted for a while longer, and I felt my spirits lift significantly during our conversation, often eliciting hearty laughter from her. Eventually, it grew late, and, as we ended the call, Lu Yuanyuan seemed reluctant to hang up, softly saying, Wang Yu, I wish you could chat with me like this every day. I paused for a moment and replied, all right, if you like, I will talk to you every day. Lu Yuan agreed, adding, whoever lies will be a little dog. Not long after hanging up, Xia Shuxian called, asking what was happening and whom I had been talking to, as the line had been busy for quite a while. I mentioned I was talking to a classmate and asked her what was up. She then told me that Bai Tue had called her, discussing the events of the previous night. With a serious tone, Xia Shuxian asked, why did you do that? I was too tired to explain, replying that his injury was well-deserved. Xia Shuxian scolded me a bit, saying that Bai Tue had asked her to tell me not to go to school for the next few days, advising me to find a place to hide, as the Yuan's background was not ordinary. Hearing this made me quite happy, as it indicated that Bai Tue still cared about me. In reality, I didn't have Bai Tue's phone number, and the effeminate friend I asked for help had failed to find it. Thus, I asked Xia Shuxian to provide me with Bai Tue's number, stating that I wanted to hear her say it in person. After some hesitation, Xia Shuxian eventually relented and gave me the number, cautioning me to speak kindly to Bai Tue and avoid arguing. After hanging up, I called Bai Tue, but no one picked up. It could have been too late, or perhaps Bai Tue recognized my number and deliberately chose not to answer. I tentatively tried again, and after a prolonged ring, she finally picked up, though no words were spoken on the other end. I felt a surge of excitement and softly called, Yao Yao. Yet there was still silence. I pleaded, please say something. I know you still think of me and that you must have your reasons for being silent. Can you explain it to me? At that moment, Bai Tue slowly spoke, her voice soft. Wang Yu, it's impossible for us. You should give up on this. Also, I will try to intercede for you with Li Yuan's family, but you should stay away from school for the next few days. Hearing her say this made me somewhat angry, and I retorted, that's unnecessary. Let him come. If he has the guts, he can kill me. Bai Tue raised her voice sharply, saying, Wang Yu, could you please act your age? Don't think that just because Long Gu is protecting you. You have nothing to fear. There are many people in this world far more formidable than Long Gu, and even he may not be able to help you this time. I remained silent, listening intently to her words. She gradually calmed down and continued, Wang Yu, now that you're older, stop being childish. I used to be just as simple and naive as you, but it's only now that I realize the world is far more complicated than we can imagine. Often, we have no control over our own lives. I remained silent, allowing her to finish before I spoke. Yao Yao, I can act mature and understanding in front of anyone. But with you, I always feel like a child, for you are the only one who can make me let down my guard completely. You say the world is too complex, perhaps it is, but in my eyes, my world is simple. It consists only of you and me. I paused for a moment before softly declaring, as long as you are by my side, I fear no adversary, even if I must stand against the entire world. Bai Tue began to cry, saying, Wang Yu, stop being foolish. We can never be together. It's for your own good, as well as mine. I steadied my emotions and firmly stated, setting everything aside, I only ask you one question. Do you still have feelings for me? Bai Tue's tears flowed more freely, rendering her speechless. I insisted, I need just one answer from you. If you say you no longer have feelings for me, then I will never disturb you again, and we shall part ways from here on. I paused and then declared loudly, but if you still care for me, then I shall brave any peril to be with you. If you fear, then just stay right there. I will come for you across mountains and rivers. Chapter 79, Hidden Truths, Part 1. After saying this, I fell silent, patiently awaiting her response. Bai Tue was sobbing uncontrollably on the other end, unable to voice a word. My heart ached slightly, and I gently said, I understand that some things are hard to express face to face. All right, I grasp your meaning. I won't bother you anymore. I wish you happiness. You know nothing. I had finished speaking when Bai Tue cried out, cursing me in between her sobs, struggling to catch her breath. I don't like you, you fool. How could I like anyone else? My heart warmed, and I couldn't help but smile like a fool, mumbling, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Suddenly, feeling a wave of disappointment, I asked, if you still have feelings for me, then why did you get close to Li Yuan? When did I ever admit he was my boyfriend? You've been saying it all along. Did I ever agree? Thinking back, she indeed never confirmed it. I then inquired, then why did Li Yuan tell me he was your? Suddenly, I realized, damn it, that scoundrel deliberately deceived me. Bai Tue continued to cry on the line, saying, even though I'm not his girlfriend, it's almost like I am. I do intend to marry him in the future. Her words left me bewildered, and I asked what she meant. If she didn't like him, why would she marry that fool? Zabay tuiklay positen, the men mean silen. Growing anxious, I questioned her about the situation, wondering if Li Yuan had threatened her. Dabay's long legs quelled her emotions, her voice husky as she implored me. Wang Yu, what I said earlier is entirely true. Li Yuan's family background is formidable. You cannot contend with him. For your own good, you should forget about me. For my own good? I retorted, addressing her. Without you, how could I ever be well? Dabei expressed her fear of burdening me and my mother. I chuckled softly, responding, perhaps you are unaware, but one of my mother's greatest wishes in life is to have a daughter-in-law like you. You know, I'm filial, so I must strive to fulfill her desire. I gently suggested, all right, Yao Yao, let's meet tomorrow, shall we? We can have a heart-to-heart and clarify everything. Trust me, no matter the challenges, I can overcome them. Dabei was reluctant to meet, but when I mentioned that my mother had not seen her in a while and often reminisced about her, she finally agreed to come to my home for dinner the following evening. The next day, I called my mother, informing her that it had been over 2 weeks since she last visited, urging her to return and elevate our meager meals. I lamented that if she did not come back soon, her son would soon be famished. I initially expected her to express concern, but instead, she scolded me, berating me for being an adult who could not take care of myself and for causing her worry. She lamented that if she did not work hard to earn money, how could she support me and fund my education? She called me an ungrateful child and insisted that if I wanted something, I should buy it myself. She claimed she was too busy to cater to me. Recognizing my mother's struggles, I refrained from arguing back. Once she finished, I quietly murmured, well, I invited Song Yao over for dinner tonight, as I thought you hadn't seen her in a long time, which is why I asked you to return. But never mind, I'll just buy something myself. Who? My mother's tone abruptly heightened. I said, Song Yao, she just returned. My mother's demeanor instantly transformed with excitement, exclaiming, really? Yao Yao is back. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Just wait, I'll rush home to buy groceries. I was at a loss for words, replying, didn't you say you were busy today and could not make it? My mother countered that she could simply hire someone from the housekeeping agency to fill in for her. In disbelief, I asked, Mom, am I really your biological child? Oh, you silly child, she replied, this is all for you. Just wait, I'll be home shortly. When my mother returned, she carried bags of groceries, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. As she washed the vegetables, she incessantly advised me, emphasizing how rare it was to have Song Yao back and urging me to seize the opportunity, to treat her well and capture her heart. She even suggested that if things didn't work out, she would send me to New Oriental to learn cooking for 2 years, as nowadays, girls prefer boys who can cook delicious meals. I felt as though my mother had lost her senses, almost to the point of desperation, and for the first time, I began to seriously contemplate severing our mother-son ties. That evening, when Dabai arrived, my mother's enthusiasm was palpable. After dinner, she took Dabai's hand, chatting animatedly, making Dabai feel quite bashful. Unable to contain myself any longer, I shot my mother a glance and said I needed to speak privately with Dabai. My mother immediately understood and nodded, assuring us that she would not intrude, allowing us to retreat to my room. Once inside, with just the two of us, Dabai appeared a bit awkward, sitting on the bed with her head down, fidgeting with her hands, seemingly lost in thought. I pulled a chair closer, resting my arms on its back, and encouraged her, go ahead, speak your mind. I'm here to listen. Dabai hesitated before admitting she didn't know where to begin. I suggested she start from the moment she left. She revealed that after being taken away, she was brought to the provincial city, where she first visited her mother in the hospital, who was gravely ill and very weak. I interrupted, asking how she could be certain that the woman was indeed her mother. She explained that her mother could clearly identify her birthmark, and those who had brought her there had even conducted a paternity test to confirm their relationship. I scratched my head, urging her to continue, asking what happened after she met her mother. Dabai recounted that upon her arrival, her mother was in a state of deep unconsciousness. Through the accounts of others, she learned that her mother had remarried, and her dying wish was to see her once more, which prompted her family to search for her, even offering a substantial reward for her return. Dabai speculated that the previous encounters with the elegantly dressed woman and the man with a buzz cut might be connected to this situation. I disagreed with her perspective, noting several inconsistencies. Firstly, the individuals were not after the jade pendant for monetary gain. Secondly, their intentions seemed more aligned with acquiring the pendant than with her personally. Thus, I theorized that the pendant was detached from Debai's lineage, although the meaning and secrets behind it remained shrouded in mystery. I inquired if those who had taken her had questioned her about the pendant, to which she shook her head, stating no. Once they discovered my blood relation to my mother, they stopped asking about anything else and simply wanted me to stay in hospital with her. Debai paused for a moment, adding, in truth, they treated me quite well, especially Uncle Fong. She explained that Uncle Fong was the man her mother married later, essentially her stepfather. I pressed her for further details, asking if her mother had recovered and how she had become entangled with Li Yuan. Upon hearing my question, Debai suddenly broke down in tears, revealing that her mother had eventually awakened and recognized her, profusely apologizing for the hardships she had endured over the years. Debai wiped her tears, affirming that her biological mother still cared deeply for her. I could envision the poignant scene of their reunion, a moment filled with overwhelming emotion. If I were to see my father now, I could hardly imagine the exhilaration I would feel. Debai shared that during that period, her mother was in relatively good spirits, engaging in lengthy conversations with her every day, making that time the happiest of her life. However, her mother eventually passed away, leaving Debai with a final wish. Upon hearing final wish, an ominous premonition washed over me. Indeed, her mother implored her not to forget that if it weren't for Uncle Feng's kindness, she would have perished from hunger long ago. Thus, her mother urged Debai to promise to stay and form a union with the Feng family. Since the Feng family had no daughters and was gradually declining, they needed the support of the Li family to sustain themselves. This union was deemed necessary. Such alliances between family enterprises are not uncommon in our city. However, it also reflects the tragic fate of those children who end up with partners they do not genuinely love. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I remarked, "Isn't your mother imposing a moral obligation on you? Is the Feng family threatening you to fulfill this union?" In my mind, I imagined that after Debai's mother passed away, the Feng family must have coerced her into this arrangement, threatening to harm her and those she cared about if she failed to comply. I felt immense sympathy for Debai, as I believed it was my duty to rescue her from such dire circumstances. However, Debai shook her head, asserting, "Uncle Feng never forced me. He said he didn't want to ruin my happiness for the sake of their family." I scoffed. That sounds too good to be true. Uncle Feng appears quite cunning, clearly playing hard to get. He knows you have already promised your mother, so he pretends to be the good guy. Debai shook her head again, insisting that's not it. No one knows about my promise to my mother. Uncle Feng's words are sincere. He genuinely offered to send me back, but I refused. As she spoke, she looked at me earnestly and said, "Wang Yu, Uncle Feng has truly been good to me and my mother. I feel I should repay him, so..." I nodded, saying, "You need not explain, I understand." Debai revealed that she had pondered this for a long time before making her decision, which led her to discard my contact information, intending to sever all ties with me moving forward. I inquired of her why she had returned, to which she replied that she could not transfer her student registration as she had not participated in the high school entrance examination. She intended to stay here for a month or two so that the local school could issue a certificate, enabling her to transfer her registration to the provincial capital. Coincidentally, she would also move her household registration there, along with her mother, her adoptive mother. Lowering her head, she spoke softly. "In truth, I could have chosen not to come back, but I yearned to see you one last time. The thought of possibly never seeing you again compelled me to return and bid you farewell. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you." She further confided that she had contemplated many resolute words to make me forget her, yet upon seeing me, she found herself unable to utter them. I smiled gently and took her hand in mine, saying, with my good looks and charming demeanor, "How could you possibly bring yourself to part with me?" She looked up at me, her eyes brimming with tears, and somewhat angrily exclaimed, "Wang Yu, have you not grasped what I have said? We are not meant to be. I must honor the promise I made to my mother." Grasping her hand tightly, I replied, "Perhaps your mother does not know that you have someone you love. If she were aware of your affections, especially for someone as handsome as me, she would surely understand from beyond." Through her tears, she lamented, "Wang Yu, you are so foolish. Even if I were with you, Li Yuan would not spare you. His family wields considerable influence in the provincial capital." She revealed that Li Yuan was ruthless and possessive. He had taken a liking to her from their very first encounter and would not tolerate any male attention directed her way. In fact, one of Li Yuan's friends had suffered a broken leg merely for conversing with her. This was the reason Li Yuan insisted on accompanying her during her brief return to school. I inquired whether Li Yuan had ever harmed her. She recounted an incident where Li Yuan had attempted to lure her away to force himself upon her, but she had threatened to take her own life if he persisted, which ultimately deterred him. Hearing this, I felt an unsettling worry for her. She explained that she had made it clear to Li Yuan that he could only touch her after marriage, and should he attempt anything against her will, even if he succeeded, she would choose to end her life. Thus, Li Yuan refrained from acting against her. I held her hand tightly and said, "Do you remember what I told you last night? No matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, just wait for me. I will come for you. When we marry, I will kneel at your mother's grave to express my remorse, seeking her forgiveness. I believe, whether in life or death, she would wish for your happiness." I then gazed into her eyes and gently said, "For now, you need to focus on two things. First, protect yourself. Second, continue to love me. Leave the rest to me." With tears glistening in her tender eyes, she reached out to gently caress my face, choking on her words as she asked, "How can you be so foolish? Am I truly worth such devotion?" Rising, I sat beside her, delicately wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, soothing her with, "Enough now, do not cry. I believe you have shed enough tears during this time, and from now on, I shall not allow you to weep again." She pouted slightly before collapsing into my embrace, holding me tightly. In that moment, I felt a lump in my throat and sighed softly. This embrace is something I have longed for over 300 days. I asked her where she was currently residing and why I had not found her at home the day before. She explained that Uncle Feng had purchased a new house for her and her mother, so they could return whenever they missed home. Inquiring about Uncle Feng's occupation and the Li family's business, she admitted her ignorance, mentioning that they were all involved in trade. However, she sensed that the Li family was not as clean as they appeared on the surface. Uncle Feng, on the other hand, was an upright man who never resorted to unscrupulous means, which had hindered his business growth, leaving him somewhat financially strained. She revealed that Uncle Feng did not particularly wish for a union with the Li family, as he held them in disdain. Yet he felt obligated to support his large family. Nonetheless, he had assured her that she could confide in him should she ever wish to withdraw from the arrangement. Her words shifted my impression of Uncle Feng significantly. As she prepared to leave, she urged me to refrain from attending school for the next few days, as Li Yuan would undoubtedly seek revenge. Ever since Li Yuan had discovered my connection with her, he had harbored a grudge and wished to retaliate. It was only due to her warnings that he had not acted against me. She promised to plead with Li Yuan on my behalf and would keep me informed. At that moment, a wave of frustration washed over me as I loathed my own helplessness, needing her to intercede for my protection while the one I cherished would be forced to associate with someone she despised. I had once felt a deep sense of injustice, questioning why others were born into privilege while my father could not even be present during my upbringing. I had resented the unfairness of the world. Yet I realized that if I could not compete with others by birth, I must strive even harder to surpass them. Unable to muster the strength to confront my current limitations, I refrained from putting on a brave face. I called my homeroom teacher, requesting a week's leave for health reasons. In just a few months of school, I had already taken numerous sick days, much to my teacher's chagrin, who scolded me for appearing healthy while claiming illness. I retorted, "Isn't it possible that I have a serious ailment, teacher?" Infuriated, my teacher replied, "I see no issues with you except in your head. I warn you, if this continues, prepare to repeat the year." With that, he hung up the phone. I spent 2 days at home, during which I called Brother Haiyang to inquire if he knew about the Feng and Li families in the provincial capital. He seemed preoccupied, promising to return my call once he had completed his tasks. However, I waited in vain. That morning, Dinyo suddenly called, informing me that He Zi was being discharged from the hospital and asked if I could pick him up at noon. I instantly felt invigorated and agreed, planning to meet Dinyo at his house before heading to the hospital together. At noon, I hastily had a quick meal before taking a taxi to Dinyo's residence. Upon arriving at their community, I instructed the driver to stop and called Dinyo to let him know I was across the street, waiting for him. Moments later, Dinyo emerged from the building, waving at me with a smile. As he crossed the street, a large truck suddenly sped around the corner, crashing into him with a deafening bang. In an instant, Dinyo vanished from my sight. Chapter 81. A grieving parent bids farewell to a young soul with a screech of tires. A long and wide trail of blood marked the ground. I felt as if struck by lightning, the sky darkening around me, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. "Dinyo!" I screamed, rushing toward where he had been thrown. What awaited me was a mangled body devoid of life. I collapsed beside him, kneeling in the blood-soaked earth. Wailing his name, Daniel. Daniel. I was unaware of who had called the police or the ambulance, nor did I register how many officers and doctors arrived. The world around me was a blur as I stood in the pool of blood, dazed, watching them lift Daniel's lifeless body onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. Strangely, in that moment, I could not shed a tear, yet my heart felt as if it had been cleaved apart, engulfed in profound sorrow. At last, I was taken to the hospital, and after confirming that I had not sustained any injuries, the police escorted me away. As I exited the hospital, I saw Daniel's parents arriving, their voices hoarse from crying out for their son, their grief matching my own. Unfortunately, Daniel would never hear them again. The police took my statement, and I was unsure how it concluded. Ultimately, they summoned my mother to take me home, advising her that I had experienced some distress and needed rest. Before I left, I inquired of the officer whether the person who had struck Daniel would face death. The officer hesitated, responding that the specific consequences would depend on judicial proceedings and the judge's ruling. I asked because I had clearly seen the driver flash a cryptic smile at me after colliding with Daniel. Upon returning home, I felt disoriented, barely responding to my mother's attempts to engage me, which only heightened her concern. Once in my room, I lay on my bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, jolting me back to reality. I grabbed it, noticing an unfamiliar number, my heart racing. Upon answering, I heard a familiar voice. Wang Yu, are you okay? Li Yuan. I shot up, almost frantically yelling, was it you? Was it you? On the other end, Li Yuan chuckled softly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. My frustration reached a breaking point, and I began to curse him vehemently, declaring my intent to kill him. Li Yuan responded with a chilling tone. Wang Yu, you should know that it was supposed to be you who died today. If not for Yao Yao pleading for you, you would be the one in the morgue. Do you understand? At that moment, I felt utterly shattered, consumed by rage, pacing back and forth while repeatedly uttering that I would kill him. My agitated state alarmed my mother, who knocked on the door, imploring me to open up and not frighten her. Li Yuan, relishing my despair, said, remember, it would be effortless for me to eliminate you. Here's your final chance. Stay away from Yao Yao. With that, he hung up. I remained clutching the phone, pacing like a madman, still muttering threats against him. Eventually, my mother managed to unlock the door and rushed in, embracing me tightly, pressing me down onto the bed, tears streaming as she pleaded, Xiao Yu, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Her embrace finally brought me some semblance of calm as I gasped for breath. Just then, my phone rang again. I pulled away from my mother, standing abruptly, only to find it was not Li Yuan, but Haizi on the line. Haizi, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, cheerfully asked, Wang Yu, what are you up to? I can't reach Daniel. Didn't you say you can pick me up? I've been home for a while now. Unable to contain myself any longer, I burst into tears, shocking him into asking what had happened. I sank to the ground, covering my face as I sobbed. I caused Daniel's death. I caused Daniel's death. Daniel had spent the night in the hospital's morgue, and given the clarity of the situation, his family held a funeral the following day. After Daniel was cremated, Haizi and I accompanied his family to the burial. Daniel's mother was inconsolable, fainting several times, a heartbreaking sight as a parent mourned their child. Many friends and family members present could not hold back their tears. Throughout it all, Haizi and I remained stoic, our hearts seemingly turned to stone. After Daniel was laid to rest, Haizi suggested taking me somewhere. I followed him without question. He led me for quite a while until we reached the base of a high, abandoned overpass, seemingly left unfinished, its structure jutting awkwardly into the air. Haizi guided me up the exposed rebar to the top of the bridge, where we sat, our feet dangling over the edge, watching the sun gradually sink in the distance. Haizi pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for himself before offering me another. I accepted, but the first puff made me cough violently, the smoke harsh and suffocating. After finishing one, Haizi lit another and produced a smooth, polished bullet casing, wrapped in a military green fabric, handing it to me. Daniel made this for you. He wanted us each to have one. He mentioned he hadn't seen you in days and asked me to give it to you when I visited him in the hospital. Upon receiving the bullet casing, tears welled in my eyes, and I recalled Daniel's endearing smile, remembering how he had shielded me during fights and his words about brotherhood being for life. I could no longer hold back my sorrow, gripping the casing tightly, bowing my head as silent tears streamed down my face. Haizi's hand trembled as he spoke. We swore brotherhood. Just the other day, He told me that once I was out of the hospital, he wanted to bring you in too, so we could form a brotherhood together. He faltered, his voice breaking. Heizi's hands shook as he fumbled with the cigarette, his voice quivering as he asked, "Which school and class is that Li Yuan in? Help me find out. I want him to join in Yo." In that moment, I shared Heizi's sentiments, wishing fervently to stab Li Yuan with a knife. However, since Dinyo had broken Li Yuan's arm, he had returned to the provincial city, making him impossible to reach. Once he recovered, he would likely never return. After I finished speaking, Heizi turned to me, his eyes ablaze with determination, declaring, "If he won't come back, then we will go to the provincial city to find him." I cautioned him that it was not the right time. Heizi pressed, "When then? Should we wait until he is married with children?" His emotions were clearly spiraling out of control, a first for him to unleash such anger towards me. I looked at him and said, "Calm down. Dinyo's death pains me deeply too. I want to kill him as much as you do. But if we go to the provincial city now, we'll never even see him before he kills us first. How can we avenge Dinyo?" Finally, Heizi calmed down a bit, asking, "So what do we do?" Just as I was about to respond, my phone rang again. I answered quickly, and it was Brother Haiyang. He asked, "Xiao Yu, what were you asking me the other day? About the Li family in the provincial city, right?" I nodded, "Yes, Brother Haiyang. Do you have any information?" He chuckled, "Not just information. How do you know about the Li family?" In Chapter 82, I'm sorry, I couldn't learn to love you. I recounted the events surrounding Li Yuan and Dinyo's death to Brother Haiyang. He fell silent, offering his condolences. I inquired about the Li family, and he explained that it was complicated and suggested we meet for drinks that evening. He also asked if I could bring Heizi along, as I had previously mentioned Heizi and Dinyo to him, planning to introduce them once Heizi was discharged. Now, it seemed I could only introduce Heizi on his own. That evening, I accompanied Heizi to seek out Brother Haiyang. Upon our arrival, Brother Haiyang had already been waiting outside the food stall, sitting alone at a table, nursing a drink and appearing deeply contemplative. As we approached, Heizi greeted him warmly, and Brother Haiyang looked up with a smile, inviting us to sit, and mentioning that Xiao Yu had often spoken of us. After we settled in, Brother Haiyang poured a drink for each of us. Noticing our somber moods, he sighed and expressed his understanding, recounting how many close brothers had departed from his life over the years. He raised his glass, downing it in one gulp, his expression one of profound reflection. Curious about the Li family's background, I inquired, and Brother Haiyang explained that they were merely a band of thugs, initially involved in illicit activities. He elaborated that their wealth stemmed from selling drugs, which made them despised by many. Once they amassed riches, they ventured into real estate, and a significant portion of the fatalities during past demolitions were linked to them. Pouring himself another drink, he lamented that now the Li family had seemingly cleaned up their image. He had heard that Old Li had become one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in the provincial capital. He expressed his disdain, remarking that in this world, once one possesses wealth and power, no one cares about their past misdeeds. Brother Haiyang then mentioned that any hope of avenging Li Yuan was faint, as the Li family had previously clashed with long ago, yet neither side could ultimately prevail, leading to unresolved tensions. Heizi, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, poured Brother Haiyang another drink and raised his own glass, declaring that since Brother Haiyang was Xiao Yu's brother, he too was his brother. He asserted that he recognized no one but his brothers, and for his childhood companion Dainyu, he felt compelled to seek vengeance. He acknowledged the disparity in their strengths, but declared that even if it cost him his life, he would confront them without hesitation. Upon hearing this, I abruptly stood and clashed my shoulder against Heizi's, exclaiming, "Count me in." Heizi looked at me, visibly moved, and was about to toast with me when Brother Haiyang suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Count me in as well." Both Heizi and I were taken aback, unsure of Brother Haiyang's intentions. Our bond with Dainyu warranted our commitment, yet we wondered how Brother Haiyang could risk his life for us. His demeanor shifted, becoming somber yet tinged with deep sorrow, as he quietly declared that it was time to settle his own score with the Li family. Heizi and I exchanged perplexed glances, inquiring about his grievances, but Brother Haiyang remained silent, redirecting the conversation to us. He cautioned that if we wished to seek revenge, we must proceed cautiously, as our current strength was insufficient. Rushing in blindly would be tantamount to courting death. He suggested that if we were willing, we should follow him to build our strength, and only when the time was right should we pursue our vendetta. We both enthusiastically agreed, and Heizi, eager for clarity, asked how long this right time might take. Brother Haiyang chuckled, appreciating Haizi's spirited nature, but admitted that he could not guarantee a timeline, confessing that he too was somewhat impetuous. Haizi nodded vigorously, acknowledging his understanding. As we finished our drinks and prepared to leave, Brother Haiyang reminded us that we should return that Saturday evening for a significant business opportunity. He then looked at me and asked if I knew why he called us. I nodded, replying, "Internship." Brother Haiyang smiled knowingly, patting my shoulder as we departed. That night, I struggled to find rest, my mind plagued by fragmented dreams of Dainyu, leaving me restless and disoriented upon waking. The following morning, Dabaidi called, expressing concern for my well-being after hearing from my mother about my friend's tragic accident. She urged me to share my feelings. Hesitating, I eventually recounted the events to her. Upon learning that it was Li Yuan responsible, she fell silent, her voice filled with urgency as she insisted that we should refrain from meeting, labeling him a madman. Dabaidi's tone was laced with fear, revealing her deep concern that I might be the next victim of his unpredictable violence. I attempted to reassure her with a smile, asserting, "I'm resilient." After regaining her composure, she tearfully suggested that I forget about her. I feigned anger, responding, "Song Yao, I must insist that this is the last time you utter such words. Your sentiments wound me far more than Li Yuan's actions ever could. I fear not being at odds with the world, but rather the moment when I persist and you choose to abandon hope." Dabaidi quickly retracted, apologizing profusely, expressing her anxiety for my safety and her dread of what might happen. As she cried, she murmured, "If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live either. Even in death, I wish to accompany you." I admonished her not to speak so recklessly, reminding her that my fate had been foretold to be one of greatness, destined for a long and prosperous life. I reassured her that I would not perish before my time, especially not without her by my side, for what would wealth and longevity mean to me without her companionship? Dabaidi's emotions settled somewhat, and she retorted, "Your sweet words are easy to come by. I wonder if you've said them to anyone else besides me." Her tone elicited a chuckle from me, realizing she was attempting to evoke jealousy. Yet her words triggered a painful reminder of Lu Yuanyuan, who had been a devoted substitute during Dabaidi's absence, showering me with kindness. I felt a pang of guilt. With Lu Yuanyuan, I had never crossed any lines, only feeling a fleeting sense of affection for her kindness and commitment, promising her I would pursue a relationship if Dabaidi did not return. However, with Dabaidi back, I recognized that sympathy could only go so far. It was distinct from genuine affection. Determined not to prolong Lu Yuanyuan's hopes, I resolved to clarify my feelings. During a break after my call with Dabaidi, I took the clean lunchbox she had previously gifted me and headed to her classroom, intending to have an earnest conversation. Typically, it was she who sought me out. This was my first visit to her class. Upon arrival, I announced I was looking for Lu Yuanyuan, and her classmates erupted in teasing shouts, calling out, "Sister-in-law, Brother Yu is looking for you." Lu Yuanyuan nearly bounced out, her excitement palpable, which only deepened my sense of discomfort. I led her to a secluded stairwell and said, "There are a few things I wish to discuss with you." With bright anticipation, she urged, "Go ahead." I handed her the lunchbox, stating, "Please refrain from bringing me gifts in the future, and do not seek me out. Find someone better than me to genuinely love. I'm not worthy of you." Her expression shifted instantaneously, resembling a child who had erred, her eyes darting anxiously as she whispered, "Wang Yu, have I done something wrong?" I reassured her, "It is not your fault. It is a privilege to have your affection. You are truly wonderful, so much so that I nearly found myself falling for you. However, I must apologize, for in the end, I still cannot reciprocate your feelings." Chapter 83. Every age should have its own essence. Lu Yuanyuan looked up at me, her face a portrait of panic, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. After a moment's gaze, she forced a smile, feigning indifference, and said, "It's all right, I can wait." The instant those words left her lips, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Witnessing her distress weighed heavily on my heart. Though I had no desire to cause her pain, certain truths could not remain unspoken. Don't wait any longer. Do you remember our promise? If I cannot find the person I seek, I would accept you. My commitment was sincere, and I intended to be with you seriously after this winter break. However, the one I awaited has returned. Lu Yuanyuan's tears fell silently, increasing in volume. She sniffled and forced a smile, uttering, "Congratulations, you have finally found her." "That's wonderful." I reached out, gently cupping her face, using my thumb to wipe away her tears, and said, "Do not cry. It will mar your beauty. I, Wang Yu, am merely a scoundrel. I am unworthy of your affection. A kind-hearted girl like you will surely meet someone better in the future. This is the last time I will wipe your tears. Do not shed them for me again. It is unworthy." Upon hearing my words, her sobs intensified, and I sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I recalled a saying I had encountered. The sequence of encounters in life is of utmost significance. Had many people met at different times, the outcomes would surely differ. Indeed, had I encountered Lu Yuanyuan first, perhaps our story would have unfolded differently. I came to clarify my feelings, to ensure she would no longer waste her time on me. I did not wish to delay her, for her youth was still long, and she would encounter many more admirable individuals. After this, I softly uttered my apologies and turned to leave. Lu Yuanyuan called out to me, and I turned to face her. With tears still flowing, she asked, "Will we still be friends?" I nodded vigorously, replying, "If you wish, we shall remain good friends. It is my honor to have you as a friend." She opened her arms and said, "Then will you give me one last hug?" After a moment's hesitation, I approached her and embraced her gently. She clung tightly to my neck, sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Yu, thank you." I softly responded, "I too thank you. You deserve someone far better." I do not know what Lu Yuanyuan did afterward, but from the following day, no one in our class referred to her as sister-in-law anymore, nor did anyone make jokes about our situation. It was as if our story had vanished overnight. Nevertheless, whenever Lu Yuanyuan saw me, she would greet me warmly, smile brightly, and engage in lively conversation, devoid of any lingering emotions, resembling an old friend with whom I shared a deep familiarity, offering comfort and warmth. I was unaware of the effort she exerted to bury her feelings or the pain she endured to present such a composed demeanor. Regardless, I felt immense gratitude towards her for sharing my darkest days and for the purity of her affection, despite my shortcomings. When Fatty and Zhao Meng spoke of this, they lamented, saying, "What a wonderful girl Lu Yuanyuan is. It's unfortunate that fate did not favor us." Fatty even proposed a rather absurd idea, saying, "Brother Yu, I know you have a deep connection with your sister-in-law. If you don't accept Lu Yuanyuan, we might have nothing else to discuss. But have you considered taking a second sister-in-law?" I was incensed, delivering a sharp slap to his head, retorting, "What are you saying?" Fatty shielded his head, saying, "Well, in movies and shows, those who are successful often have multiple wives." I scolded him to leave me alone. I turned away, leaning against the balcony, gazing at the distant azure sky dotted with fleeting clouds, and mused, though I, Wang Yu, may not be a good person, I am indeed quite devoted. Therefore, I shall only ever have one woman in my life. With a sigh, I continued, and I have yet to comprehend what will come of this one woman. Yet here I am contemplating a second wife. Ridiculous. Zhao Meng nodded, delivering a sharp slap to Fatty, exclaiming, "Do you not know Brother Yu's health is not the best? One sister-in-law is already quite enough. Two would surely be his demise. How dare you say my health is poor?" I charged at him, ready to kick, but he and Fatty burst into laughter and fled. On Saturday afternoon, Hey Z called me, inquiring where to find me. I was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Looking for me? What for? Shall we dine together?" Hey Z sounded somewhat exasperated, saying, "Brother, your memory fails you. Don't you recall? That day when we were drinking with Brother Haiyang, he mentioned we should visit him on Saturday for a significant business deal." I responded, "Did he say that? I don't remember, but it seems like it might have happened." To be honest, I had little memory of that night, having indulged rather heavily. Hey Z confirmed he remembered vividly and asked where I was. I replied that I was home and that he could come over. After we met, I called Brother Haiyang to ask where he was so that we could join him. Brother Haiyang, surprised, said he thought we had forgotten and was about to call me. He informed us he was at Long Ji's place and suggested we head over there. On the way, I was puzzled and asked Hey Z, "Are you sure Brother Haiyang wants to take us to do business?" Hey Z confidently nodded, asserting, "I remember it clearly. Not just any business." Brother Haiyang said it would be a big deal. I skeptically remarked, "Is that true? What kind of big business could Brother Haiyang have? Selling fruit?" Hey Z replied, "He didn't specify. We'll find out when we arrive." It had been quite some time since I last visited Long Ji's shop. Upon arrival, I found Brother Haiyang and Long Gu unloading fruit, and Brother Haiyang instructed us to sit down first. After we settled in, Long Gu entered and scolded me. You little rascal. Why Haven T, I seen you around for so long. Do you remember the task I entrusted to you that day? I scratched my head, sheepishly smiling. Longu, you're thinking too much. Chungu and Tai Tu are old friends of Brother Haiyang. They came to join him. Longu pointed at me, exasperated. You're clearly in cahoots with Brother Haiyang. With a grin, I replied, what can I say, Longu? You will always be our big brother, and we will always stand with you. Longu said, enough joking. Who is this? I quickly introduced Hey Z as my best friend from school. Afterward, I introduced Longu, saying, do you know who this is? The overpass dragon. All right. Longu interrupted me, turning to Hey Z, little brother. If you don't mind, just call me Longu. I'm the owner of this fruit shop. Hey Z nodded and addressed him as Longu. The atmosphere grew solemn as Longu mentioned he had heard about Daniu's situation from Brother Haiyang and expressed his regret. However, he emphasized that true men grow through such suffering and urged us not to let hatred cloud our judgment. With a sigh, Longu continued, you little rascal. You are still with Brother Haiyang and deceiving me. Do you truly think I am unaware of what you all have been up to behind my back? I initially intended to advise you, but then I reconsidered. I don't seek revenge myself, nor can I demand others to relinquish their hatred like I did. You are at an age filled with passion. To love and hate is a beautiful thing. It would be abnormal to be like me. However, I must tell you, never act impulsively. Always ensure you have a complete plan before taking action. While perfection is unattainable, at least leave yourself a safety net. Understood? Blackie and I listened intently to Brother Long's words, solemnly nodding in agreement. Brother Long gazed at us with a hint of sadness in his smile and remarked, seeing your youthful vigor reminds me of my own youthful days. How wonderful it is. Each age deserves to embody its own essence, yet alas, I have grown old and can no longer accompany you.